Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, ejemo, anamana, ejemeje, ejemo, anamana, wana mejemo, ejemo, anamu. Para tuba dodiri tukuma tuku tuba dodiri ndemawo, egu mawo. Para tuba dodiri tukuma tuku tuba dodiri ndemawo, egu mawo. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo, yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wana ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia, suku sunu baby subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there. There it is. Pardon me. There it is right there. So there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right there. And here we are. So here we are. And here we go again. So good to see you. Good to be in your company again. Always a delight, you know, or I always wait in anticipation when I join you again. and it is always with gratitude that I do receive you when you decide to join. So good to have you around. Why don't you pull up a seat and spend however long the session lasts with your paddy man, one man went to mow. You know that your friend on the internet, one man went to mow. Hang out with him just for as long as the session lasts. So, pardon me, I need some water. So hang around with him just for as long as the session lasts. But before you settle in to however long the session does last, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You should be doing that as a matter. If you do click on the like button, if you're not one of the resistance, you know, there's a program they used to show in this country a while ago. It's one of those war comedies. They call it Allo Allo, or the resistance. You know, if you're one of the resistance, if you're not one of the resistance, and you don't have any objection to clicking on the like button, just be doing that as a matter of routine. Even before I call out for you to do it, just do it. Because it is so important for the progression of the platform. So do that as a matter of routine. So click on like. If you're not already subscribed, then please do that as well. Do that. So that's only one click, by the way. That's once in a lifetime click. Just click on subscribe and don't touch it ever again. So click on like, click on subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join us. You've been seeing so many new elegant voices joining us over the last couple of weeks or so. So you'll be the elegant voice of the day, and all that the elegant voices that you have been hearing, the new ones that is, all that the new elegant voices that you have been hearing, all that they did was just to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. They didn't do more than that, and up they popped into the studio space. And as soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let them onto the screen and a conversation ensues. There's nothing complicated about it. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you have never been before, because we're on a drive for new talents, you know, just to freshen up the conversation and to expand it. So we're on a drive for new talents, and we've been making some quite crisp, you know, gem discoveries over the last few days. So you'll be the gem of the day. You'll be the voice of the day. If you've not been before, then come join us. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come join. Then the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is always ever ready. So that's ready to hand. So that's pinned on the comment section. So 3 easy steps and away you go. I don't think anybody ever uses it, but I continue to promote it. Maybe one of these days somebody will get excited by it. So do those. But what are we contending with today? That's the question. So what we are contending with today, let's go to the headlines quickly. So somebody just sent it. And by the way, a lot of the headlines that we do discuss, a good amount of them, they are usually headlines sent in by subscribers. So you'll see my Instagram link in the comment section somewhere. So if you want us to discuss anything, if you come across a news cycle, a news article rather, or a clip or anything that piqued your interest and you'd like us to discuss it, just pop it to me on Instagram. I'll have a look. You don't know, it may well you don't know, it may well make it onto the screen. That's what I was intending to say. So you don't know, it may well make it onto the screen. This was sent in, like I said, by a subscriber. IG Adetokun, IG Egbetokun withdraws police officers attached to Temepre Silva, Agbenga Daniels, Boss Mustafa, Rocha Sokorocha, other politically exposed Nigerians. So a lot of us have been canvassing for this to be for this move to have been made a long time ago. A lot of us have been canvassing for this move to have been made a long time ago. Because we are already under police, by the way. The last count was about 350,000 somewhat policemen to well in excess of 200 million population. So we're already under policed. And the mega pickings of police officers that we do have, a good complement of them are attached to this so-called VIP. So if you're a VIP, then you can facilitate for your own security. There is an abundance of private security outfits within Nigeria. So you go and make your own private arrangements. That's really the way it should be. IG Egbetokun, yes, IG Egbetokun withdraws police officers attached to Temipre Silva, Benga Daniel, Boss Mustafa, Rocha Sokorocha, other politically exposed persons. So those politically exposed persons can jolly well make their own arrangements. So make your own arrangements. Now, we're back there again. So hopefully one of these days we'll escape this sit-at-home narrative. It's turning it into a bit of a chore, but it's still in the news cycle. But it is still in the news cycle. Sit at home, declare state of emergency in Southeast, Ohaneze to Tinubu. So yes, declare state of emergency, and there is Ayo doing as Ayo always does. The eagle lands with a handsome super chat. So thank you Ayo for that. So you know, it's just an abdication of responsibility, isn't it, really? And this is one of the things that rankles about the Southeast. There's been no move. We have not seen anything significant done by any of the state governors and power spaces within the Southeast to address this matter. So we have not seen any effort made in order for us to say, oh, they made an effort, but they did not succeed. All they do is to wail and gnash at the teeth to Aso Rock to ask for rescue. So you're the chief security officers of your spaces. What have you done first? Before then, you are asking for federal intervention, but then, of course, cap in hand. Sit-at-home order, declare state of emergency in Southeast, Ohaneze to Tinubu. So once they had that state of emergency on our food security, everybody now will be clamoring and hollering for states of emergency. So state of emergency, ministerial list, security report, graft allegation may knock out heavyweight. So that tells us then that it might not necessarily be as you were. Because a lot of people thought it would be an as you were sort of administration, the usual criminals recycled. But what Tinubu is telling us is that if you have any stain on your CV, then you can go sit this administration out. Ministerial list, security reports, graft allegations may knock out heavyweight. So let's go through this quickly because this looks labored somewhat. So let me quickly speed through this. Some politicians who think their closeness to President Bola Tinubu will fetch them ministerial position are in for a shock. An investigation by correspondents has revealed. It was gathered that the president might rely on security reports on individuals whose names were already sent to security agencies for screening ahead of submission of ministerial list to the Senate before Thursday, July the 27th. Lawmakers in the red chambers were scheduled to proceed on long recess on July the 27th, but the non-submission of the ministerial nominees may delay their vacation. Tinubu was sworn in on May the 29th, and the new law says he must present the ministerial list to the Senate for confirmation before 60 days. Today, Sunday, makes it 48 days since he assumed office. It was gathered that the president had forwarded the names of some individuals to security agencies for clearance, but top sources said their clearance might not be an indication that they would make the list when the nominees are eventually presented to the Senate for screening. The president was said to have been inundated with names of politicians, associates, party bigwigs, professionals, and others who are interested to be part of his government. One of the sources said, while the president is keeping his card to his chest, there are former governors, especially those that finished their tenure on May the 29th, who are showing interest in becoming ministers. Also, as expected, and that would be disappointing, by the way. Personally, I would make an allowance for maybe 3 former governors as ministers. but we don't want an overabundance of ex-governors. I mean, we need fresh blood. That's just all I'm saying. Also, as expected, there are political bigwigs, traditional rulers, captains of industries, and those in the diaspora. But instead of waiting to compile the list, the president was sending them to the security agencies piecemeal for clearance. That was why the presidency was correct when it said there was no ministerial list anywhere. So there's been no list compiled so far. What he's doing is clear these names first, and then he'll just present the names to the Senate. That seems to be what the situation is. Recall that the presidential spokesman, Mr. Dele Alake, recently said Tinubu's ministerial list was not ready. There is no iota of truth in all those things. When the president is good and ready, you will be the first to know his intentions. So that's Alake saying that. The source said that rather than reject nominations of individuals and some politicians, Tinubu might rely on the outcome of security screening, which he explained has reached an advanced stage. So the people that is likely to disappoint, he will just use the cover of that security report. The source added, corrupt politicians, indicted individuals, and others who are showing eagerness to be part of this government will be shocked when they see the security report on them. So the president, instead of outright rejection, will use the report to check them. So I think we can leave it there, because that seems sufficient enough to give us a texture of what's in play there. Okay, let's carry on, because I think it offers more. I think it offers more. So let's read the fullness of it. It's such a long piece. You know, I always recoil from reading all these long pieces. So the president, instead of outright rejection, will use the report to check them. And if they are adamant on serving, I think there are senators from such individual states that will raise objection to their clearance on the floor of the Senate. Another source specifically mentions 2 former governors accused of corruption as amongst those that might be shocked that they would not make the list. So we can already speculate to those 2 governors. I think already all of you, they thought Abdullahi Ganduje are one of the first names there. Another source specifically mentions 2 former governors accused of corruption as amongst those that might be shocked that they would not make the list, despite their perceived contribution to the electoral victory of Tinubu. So that paragraph right there tells you that Ganduje is not getting a portfolio. So I don't think you need to think too hard to reach that conclusion. Just wait. Some will be shocked. Others will want to constitute themselves into opposition because neither them nor their nominees will be on the list. This was said. So yes, of course, a lot of them, people who don't make that list, because we saw it with Babachel, the grass cutter, who anticipated that he was going to be nominated as Tinubu's running mate, because of course he's a Christian and is the most senior, most Christian within the APC at that level. So when Tinubu picked Kashim Shettima, we all saw how that played out with Babachel Lawal, and to some extent, who's the other one, Dogara. So we saw how that played out. So if they don't get their way, they turn opposition. So there is the anticipation for that. Just wait. Some will be shocked. Others will want to constitute themselves into opposition because neither them nor their nominee will be on the list. This was said. It was also gathered that the president was also considering rehabilitating a former governor of Lagos State, Akinwumi Ambode, to return him to political relevance in the state. So to return him to political relevance in the state, that's not speaking at a federal level. And there is this speculation actually that what they are trying to arrange for Ambode is a senatorial position, because there is a senator, I cannot recall his name now, that they are anticipating will be on the ministerial list. That then frees up a Lagos senator, that then frees up his senatorial seat, which they are trying to slot Ambode in. So there is that speculation as well. But then, of course, we're in the eras of speculations and guess making. Ambode, who succeeded Babatunde Fashola as governor of Lagos State, was denied a second term by political leaders in the state. He was replaced by Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Since he left office, Ambode has remained silent until the emergence of Tinubu, who recently met with him, Fashola, and Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. So I'm trying to space through this. Ambode also visited the president in Abuja on Thursday. A source privy to the political calculations in the state and the villa said there are possibilities that the former governor will get a position either in the presidency or in the state if permutations work well in his favor. So there is no position that Ambode can get in Lagos State outside of, maybe he can't even be a rep because that would be too low for him. So outside of getting, just becoming a senator, there is nothing else for him in Lagos State. What will he, he's been the governor. So what else can he be outside of that? Part of the permutation, it was gathered, was the possibility of making the senator, so this is the storyline that I picked earlier on. Part of the permutation, it was gathered, was the possibility of making the senator representing Lagos East Senatorial District, Tokunbo Abiru, a minister, whilst Ambode would replace him in the Senate. It was also learned that Wale Edun, who has been named as the special advisor to the president on monetary matters, might become a minister representing Ogun State. So if he becomes a minister, then naturally, because they're saying they want to skill match portfolio. So if he becomes a minister, then with certainty, the Minister of Finance. It was also learned that Wale Edun, who has been named as a special advisor to the president on monetary matters, might become a minister representing Ogun State. Edun's case was one of the issues the president discussed with Ogun State traditional rulers when he visited them a few weeks ago. Another source confided. Edun was said to be the preferred candidate of Tinubu as minister under the administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, but he was denied the ticket. So now, the reason why I continue to read it on is now this sub-headline: ABGA NNPP ready to serve. So ABGA now, they want to be part of this. Is it a coalition government that Tinubu promised? It looks as though that's taking shape. Following the recent approach to the 36 state governors by President Tinubu to nominate competent persons from their fold to serve on boards of federal parastatals, the All Progressive Grand Alliance and the new Nigeria People's Party have indicated their readiness to release their members if they are approached to do so. So it looks as though they are going to isolate Labour Party. This is it. Or there'll be that lonely voice in the ethers, that mad voice that does down the street. This is even as the opposition parties also pledge their readiness to bless any of their members who may be nominated by the president to serve as ministers. Speaking exclusively to correspondents, and APGA chieftain and representative of Abia South Senatorial District, Enyenaya Abaribe, said the party was ready to serve in a government of national unity should the proposal come to fruition. If the government constitutes a national unity cabinet and invites APGA, we will probably accept, he said. Oh, you see now, all these things now, you see, power is an elixir. Nobody turns down power. Power is an intoxicant, it's an elixir. Look now how they are just salivating at the tongue, like a dog that is about to be given a bone. Also speaking, the immediate past national chairman of APGA, Victor Oye, told one of our correspondents that since Nigeria belongs to all, the party is ready to work with Tinubu government, adding, however, that it was the governors that often do nominations on behalf of the party. Asked if APGA was open to allowing its members to serve on boards of government parastatals as well as ministers, Oye responded in the affirmative, saying, why not? Does Nigeria not belong to all of us? Usually, it is the prerogative of the governors to do these nominations. On his part, the National Publicity Secretary of NNPP, Agbo Major, argued that the elections argued that with the elections over, the party was ready to team up with Tinubu to move the nation forward. So I think a lot of this still wraps around what is going on I think a lot of this still wraps around what is going on in the courts. He said, elections are over, but we have a country to guard jealously. We need to move on. We have no problem serving in this government because we must work in the overall interest of Nigeria. The country must flourish. The courts are handling the cases arising from the elections, but there is a government in place, rightly or wrongly. So that's So that's the gist of that. So you see how so I'm not going to go through all of this. So that gives you a good texture of it then. But no, it's going to use the security report to get rid of a few of the names that is not 100% of fair with. On to the next headline. So this now is the headline of the session. President yet to move into Aso Rock, into Villa, 6 weeks after inauguration. So you know, when I saw this headline, I only had one thought, 2 syllables, voodoo. You know, I think this guy they're still, I just had the thought that they're still spiritually cleansing the Aso Rock Villa before he moves in, because of course, high level voodoo at that high level of governance. So maybe he's waiting for the signal from the Owner of Ife to tell him when he's able to move into the villa. So there it is. So we'll have a look at that. See just what's in play there and what's led to that. So we have a look at that. See what's in play there. See what's led to that. And then from there we go back to our favorite watering hole. Back to P to B. So back to P to B. I look forward to Nigeria, where leaders' classmates have school certificates. So this is Peter Obi, still very much in the campaign mode. They did tell us that they did tell us, according to the chairman of their party, they did tell us that there was going to be a rerun. So maybe that is him gathering his loins for the rerun. So he's back with the president cannot present his school certificate sort of thing. Even though Reno Mokri has done the labor work for them to go and dig out Tinubu's. I wonder what that still means within that space. So they're still banging on and prattling on about Tinubu not presenting any certificates. When Reno Omokri, at his own expense, has gone when Reno Mokri, at his own expense, has gone to Chicago State University to establish that not only did this guy graduate from there, he graduated with distinction. And there is Peter, I think he must have like a mental tick, you know, waraka of the mind, you know, some waraka of the mind. It must be a mental, it must be a mental malaise, it's a mental, you know, mental tick. When somebody has gone, an opposition person has gone to the school that this guy went to, and they told him that not only did he graduate, he was the best in his class, and you're still doing all this nonsense. I look forward to Nigeria, where leaders know classmates and have school cert. So yes, he has a school cert, but more to it, he has a degree and a more superior one than yours. You know, of course, Peter Obi took 11 years to finish his philosophy, whatever it is that he did in Imo State University or wherever. But let me take a sip of water, because this is a departure from this is a departure from our politics. But you cannot ignore this space anymore. And when I'm talking about this space, I'm talking about this guy here, smiling, that I'm circling around. This guy, Pastor Jerry Eze, he has taken the Nigerian Christendom by storm. There is no other pastor being spoken about within the Nigerian space outside of this guy. It's like a phenomenon. All the people that I know, they watch religiously the live streaming of this guy. And anywhere he goes, the place is packed to the rafters. So what exactly is going on there? I'm not 100% on this guy's storyline, but we'll go through this article. Then hopefully people that are more vested and invested in faith and religion, they can come in and expand on what exactly is going on with this guy. Pastor Jerry Eze and our wives. So when they say Pastor Jerry Eze and our wives, I don't think that's especially to speculate to the guy taking advantage of women, but really it seems to have covered, it seems to have, not covered though, it seems to have cornered those sort of, the wives and mothers sort of market, let's put it that way, the wives and mothers market within Christendom. And it is just like a phenomenon, this guy. Pastor Jerry Eze and our wives. Actually, let me read this one and get it out of the way. A new era of Pentecostal prosperity preaching dispensation is upon us. Move over, Pastor Enoch Adeboye. Move over, Pastor David Oyedepo. Move over, Apostle Johnson Solomon. Move over, Bishop Mike Okonkwo. A new kid is on the block. A change of guard is taking place before our eyes. Sometimes we need to step away and get a drone-generated aerial view before we can understand the transition. Gone are the days of Apostle Johnson Solomon, mesmerizing us with one scandal after another. Even his usual third-rated Nollywood women have figured out that they should be classier than what the man offers. Gone are the days of Pastor Enoch Adeboye tantalizing us with stories of driving from Ore to Lagos in a car without petrol and an empty tank. In today's market of 500 to the liter petrol, that miracle would have been a pay-per-view opportunity if only he patented. Let's get to this place. There is a new age here, and the wonder preacher is Pastor Jerry. There is a new age here, and the wonder preacher, Pastor Jerry Eze, owns it. He emerges with one simple, scintillating line: what God cannot do does not exist. What God cannot do does not exist is the most honest one-line description of God ever conceived. And that is why it is very effective. It attracts wives, our wives, a friend told me. He said, our wives' ability to compartmentalize makes it easy for them to avoid looking at the other side of the coin. That God can do anything, does not do only good things. So that's it really. I think I'll leave it there. But the guy, because this is an opinion piece. Okay, let's take his biography. Pastor Eze's biography is another draw for his followers. He was born in poverty and only went to Abia State University because a couple took him in and paid for his education. I came from a family where poor people would describe my family as poor, he told CNN. There were days my mom and I had no food to eat, and my mom would hold my hand and pray and give thanks to God. My mom was a single parent and a petty trader who sold groundnut in the market. There were days she would come home crying, having not made any sales, so unable to buy us what to eat. Despite the poverty, he quit the promising job as communication specialist with the World Bank Project for HIV and United Nations Population something or the other to pursue full-time ministry. In 2011, Pastor Jerry Eze started live stream of Joy International as a regular church when COVID-19 hit. He found the new season prophetic prayers and declaration an online digital prayer meeting. Though he is known for his live-streamed morning prayers worldwide, his church is growing from Nigeria to the United States, United Kingdom, and Canada, etc. So that's Pastor Jerry Eze. So I think I'll leave it there. But if you know anything about all of those, then please come share thoughts about that. So let me take you on to this next headline. Sit-at-home order. Declare state of emergency in Southeast. Ohaneze to Tinubu. So we find out what is in play there. Tinubu, why petition by Atiku Obi should be dismissed. So we find out what is in play there. And then we go on to this one. Tinubu to unveil solution to banditry in the Northeast. So we find out what is in play there. So plenty to chew over, plenty to mull over, plenty to digest, and all of that. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on like, click on subscribe, hyperlink that says StreamYard, and all of those. Buy your host cups of coffee, all of that. So do all those. Let me take a micro musical intermission, and then we'll get into the throes of it just as soon as we come back.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. Ikuko Niriwa Gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So before I get into it, this headline sent in by Ayo via Super Chat. It says, have National Security Advisor Ribadu Uzodinma forced Adamo to resign as APC National Chairman. So I've been checking the news cycle. I've not yet seen notice that Adamo has resigned as the APC National Chairman. But let's have a look at that headline that Ayo submitted. Anyway, let's just see if that offers anything. Maybe this is speculation. It says, how National Security Advisor Ribadu Uzodinma forced Adamo to resign as APC National Chairman. More details have emerged, revealing what led to the resignation of the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Abdullahi Adamu. Correspondents reported earlier that Adamu and the party National Secretary, Eyiola Omishore, reportedly resigned from their position on Sunday. It was gathered that the APC National Chairman resigned to save himself from being removed from office. A source who was privy to the details of the resignation, told correspondents that Adamu was forced out over many issues, which includes his non-support for President Bola Tinubu. According to the source, for the past 2 weeks, elements within the party have been calling for his resignation, threatening to remove him at the next National Executive Committee meeting if he fails to resign. The source further revealed that the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, was one of the people who told Adamu to resign because he had become a liability to the party. He was, however, forced to step down as the party chairman after Imo State Governor and chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, Hope Uzodinma, told him that if he did not resign, they will remove him at the next NEC meeting. Those calling for Adamu's resignation accused him of working against the president during the party's presidential primaries, publicly supporting former Senate President Ahmed Lawan, failing to fully back Tinubu even after securing the party's ticket and mismanaging the party funds. So, yes, if anybody can get a clip of that, if there's a news report of that, because if he has resigned, it should be all over the news. So if anybody can get a news report, an audio clip from a reputable media house, send it in to me, and then we can present it as a point of discussion. But at the moment, we're dealing with it as a speculation. So we deal with it at the moment, just really as a speculation. Let's see. Is anybody saying anything? Oh, right. Right. So now, yes, that changes everything, doesn't it? So I think a lot of people are actually confirming that he has resigned. Here's another one report. Abdullahi Adamu, APC National Chairman, quits. So Senator Abdullahi Adamu, the national chairman of the All Progressive Congress APC, has resigned from office according to multiple reports Sunday night. Adamu, former governor of Nasarawa State, was said to have resigned to save himself from being removed from office, the Western Post, close to the APC leadership report. According to the paper, Adamu was forced to bow out over many issues, which included his non-support for President Bola Tinubu during the campaign. For the past 2 weeks, elements also, I think this is a rehash of that. But still, I'm still holding it in the realms of speculation. Because let me show you this. If you've ever wondered where I get my news from, I usually get it from this portal right here. So this portal right here, it tells you every minute it refreshes to tell you what the latest news is. So that's the latest news, this middle column right here. And then this to the right column right here, it tells you the most read news. And if you're looking at the most read news, Adeleke's daughter, there is no mention of Adamu, and something that seismic cannot have happened without it being in the news cycle. So I'm a bit reticent to go with it, but we'll see in the course of the session. We'll see how that goes. But let's get back to what we do have. IG Egbe Tokun withdraws police officers attached to Temepre Silva, Benga Daniels, Boss Mustafa Rocha Sokorocha, other politically exposed Nigerians. Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has withdrawn police orderlies attached to some politically exposed persons across Nigeria, according to a recent memo sent by correspondents. July the 12th signal, the July 12th signal from the Force Headquarters Mobile Police Section listed those affected as including former governors, senators, ministers, and family members of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Those on the list sent by correspondents include our former Imo State Governor, Ikedi Ohakim, former Cabinet Secretary to President Muhammadu Buhari, Boss Mustafa, Adamu Muazu, Rocha Sokorocha, Danjuma Goje, Gwenga Daniels, and Bello Matawale. Correspondents also noticed former police affairs minister Megari Dingwadi, former petroleum minister Temipre Silva, former senator Hilaru Jika, former budget minister Clem Agba, former PDP Iyocha Ayu, Rabiu Lawan, and Stephen. So I'm not quite sure if they are selecting people to withdraw orders from. So they either withdraw orders from all of them or none of them. So I'm not quite sure about what this selective sort of, you can only really describe it as a selective punishment. So I'm not quite sure what that selective punishment means. Sit-at-home order, declare state of emergency in the Southeast. So this is Ohaneze exasperated. The Ohaneze Indigo Sociocultural Organization has urged President Bola Tinubu to declare a state of emergency over the sit-at-home order in the Southeast. Ohaneze said declaring a state of emergency will send a strong signal to the Southeast governors, who would now be compelled to find a lasting solution to the order. Correspondents recall Biafra agitator Simon Ekpa had this guy now, he has managed to make a name for himself. We just used to laugh at him before, but now they are even discussing him in Aso Rock. Can you imagine that, Simon Ekpa? Recall that a Biafra agitator, Simon Ekpa, had severally declared sit at home in the Southeast. The order by Ekpa had aggravated the crisis in the Southeast, a situation that had led to an attempt to cripple the economic activities of the region. Reacting, Ohanese Secretary General Okechukwu Isegozoro said the body would not allow Ekpa to destroy the economic activities of the Southeast. Speaking with correspondents, Isegozoro said, "A desperate moment needs desperate action. We want to warn again that Ohanese will not fold its arms and allow miscreants to destroy economic activities in the Southeast. If possible, where this sit-at-home is happening should be declared a state of emergency. This is what Tinubu would do that will make the Southeast governors sit up and find a lasting solution to the problem." So I wonder what that state of, let me read it today and first. Iba has declared a second Biafra war, which Igbos are not ready to fight. Igbos are supporting Tinubu and would assist in ensuring that this rebellion is quashed. Igbo's action is an attempt to divide Igbos, and we wonder why Peter Obi and the rest are not talking. We hope this is not a conspiracy against the president. So yes, I wonder what that state of emergency would be. And if Tinubu declares a state of emergency, then within that state of emergency, he can step down the state governors and appoint military administrators to that space. Give me one micro moment. Let me attend to something. Give me one micro moment. Thomas, are you there? Thomas? All right, don't go anywhere. Let me play you a little bit of music. I just need I need a minute to attend to something. Just give me 1 minute. Listen to the K guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Waila Latif keke elemu re o. Eruku lele ẹlẹ́mùdé.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ó jàre o.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdóde.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Petrosonana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
All right. May death have nothing to do with us. So I'll give you a couple more readouts and then we get into the conversation. I think we have a couple of panelists. So a couple more readouts, and by the way, there's still plenty of space in the room. So if you want to come and join, then please come and join, especially if you're a new voice. Tinubu, why petition by Atiku Obi should be dismissed? So yeah, let's see. Okay, yeah, we can have this one. President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima are asking the presidential. Bear with me. Bear with me another moment. My little boy is playing now.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ó jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o.
So sorry about that. You know, I do have a life outside of this, but I think matters in hand now. President Bola Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima are asking the presidential petition election court to disregard claims by the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and Labour Party and their presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi that it is mandatory for a candidate to score 25% of the vote in the Federal Capital Territory to be declared president. So I think that is where the only worry seems to be for the Tinubu team. So I think it is that 25% in Abuja that seems to really rankle them. So that seems to be the space that agitates them the most. So we carry on. Tinubu and Shettima insist that such claims could have been as a result of either their misreading of the Constitution or their miscomprehension of the relevant provisions of the nation's ground norm. The nation's ground norm, as Ogbeni explains to us severally, the Constitution. This is part of our argument in two sets of final written addresses filed on the petition by Atiku and Obi against the outcome of the elections. The correspondence learned that the two final addresses were filed on Friday by Tinubu Shettima legal team. Describing both petitions as strange and hollow, Tinubu and Shettima argued that neither of the two sets of petitions provided relevant evidence to support claims of the plaintiff that the election was not held in compliance with relevant laws or that the presidential and vice presidential candidates of the APC were not qualified to contest. The defendant said the suit could not even be considered as petitions within the context of the nation's electoral law, as they were strangely not complaining about election rigging, ballots. And by the way, this is something that we have discussed endlessly on this platform, that the body of the petition, it doesn't really go to the actual exercise of the elections, but really just auxiliary fripperies like Tinubu being a Guinean and all that. The defendant said the suit could not even be considered. Actually, let me bring the panelists on and let the conversation take place. I might well still need to. Thomas, I'll bring you on. Ogwene, I'll bring you on. I'll bring Jide on, and then I'll bring Kumi on. So let me bring the panelists on because I might have to step off the screen in a moment. But the defendant said the suit could not be considered as petitions within the context of the. Hold on. All right. I'll let Thomas take charge if he's there, but if it's not there, then when he just go to conversations. I need to come off the screen for a moment, but Thomas, take charge if you're there.
Yeah, yes, I'm here. How are you, everyone?
I know, Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, yes. How you doing, my brother?
I did.
But body day inside cloth. Happy Sunday.
Yeah.
We are in Monday. Are you guys still in Sunday?
We're about to enter Monday now. This is
Monday.
10
yes,
minutes
yes.
to 12 in Scotland. Yeah.
10 minutes to 12. Oh yeah. Yes, can you go to the nitty-gritty of the news?
Yeah.
Obi with their Palongo petition.
This Obi thing, I won't waste my time again for our audience, particularly the ardent one, the devoted ones to our platform. They won't be surprised to see what Walola Nipetun filed on behalf of Tinubu. They won't be surprised to see all those points. There are points that we have been making here over and over and over and over again, and we have been, trying to justify and let them see the reason why we're making that point, that Obi is just in the tribunal to waste his own time, which, he's a billionaire. He's not wasting time, just enjoying himself, but also wasting time and giving hope to some people who still believe that there's a case in court. It's just a sheer waste of time. Okay, look at, I won't really go deep into it because we've discussed it severally, and there are points that we have made here. Look at their issues raised on objection. We've said it here before. You either swim or sink with your petition. You can't add anything to it the moment you file it. And you can only subtract from it, but you can't add any. Your petition is only specific on 2 states, Benue and Rivers. Your petition is not specific on other states. And that's why you see them, they are just objecting all those documents should just discontinue those documents. Kano, Lagos, all those states they are mentioning there. There is no complaint against the elections of those states. So why are you bringing? What do you want to establish? You want to establish the fact that there are EUs in those states. If you are able to establish the fact that there are EUs in those states, and so what? If there is EU in Rivers State, so they should use Rivers experience to cancel my state in Ekiti, where I traveled home to go and vote. So I don't know who the bagger is in Rivers that is voting and they are not doing their own result well. So you should now use that to cancel my own, that I took my time, paid my flight, and flew down to the country to go and vote. So the point, And that's why, see the point they made, you must prove the non-compliance polling unit by polling unit, because each polling unit stands on its own. Even when you have two polling units in the same compound, you must not use the experience of what happened in polling unit 1 to decide that, oh, since there is no compliance in polling unit 1, then there must be non-compliance in polling unit. No, it doesn't work that way. So I don't know. There are so many points they made in their final.
Can you wait for this petition just go? I'm getting annoyed every day. Every day, my brother.
Mr. Thomas,
Every day.
these guys will not leave the space. Oh, and I think Tinubu said he has learned how to cope, how to manage them. That's how he will manage them for the next 4 years. They are not going anywhere. You could imagine Peter Obi going to, is it convocation or church? Where is that place? I don't even know that occasion. Going to that occasion to be saying so that you people can have classmates and certificates and da. I just laugh when I listen to that thing. I say, can you imagine this man? Oh, you schooled in is the University of Nigeria there, spend how many more than 10 years to have pass out from school, and you are now vilifying somebody who passed with almost first class in a university in the United States. I mean, you see how hypocritical people could be, and you still have supporters that will be hailing you. I know that I know the money I put into my masters in the United Kingdom to do masters. That money alone can fetch people 30 degrees in Nigeria. So tomorrow now, if somebody now wakes up, you are now criticizing and vilifying my own certificates. I mean, right? That's the way it is. And you have supporters who will blindly follow you, who will hail you, even if today Obi cough, they will hail Obi. So they said, it's because Obi has many classmates,
Why did he continue to give people false hope that something is going to happen? It's just annoying.
But you won't blame him. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You see, you won't blame him. People give people's false hope for different reasons. Okay? Desire to, comfort. Sometimes they see, okay, I've let these people down. In actual fact, probably because I know what will be going on in Obi's mind. Okay, maybe if I had stayed back in PDP, maybe by now I would have been the vice president. Or okay, maybe if I had declared on time and I had probably traveled down to those northern states to convince them more, maybe I would have garnered more votes there. Or maybe if I had stayed more with Southwest, I would have gathered. Or maybe if I had attended to the crisis within Labour Party, maybe I would have, Or maybe if I had not denied my gubernatorial candidate in about almost 6-7 states, maybe that would have. Or, the time of regret will come, the time of assessment. And so, in order to give people comfort, that's one of the reasons why people give false hope. You want to give people comfort, you want to make them to feel okay, then you are offering reassurance. You give them and allow them to undergo those phases of regret. You escalate it to phases of reconciliation. You are now reconciling with yourself, not with anybody. Okay, it has happened. What do we do? And then another hope for the next one. So it's in stages. Yeah.
Can I ask you a legal question?
Yeah.
I was just thinking about it this morning. It just came to my mind. So Peter Obi's group and co, they're shouting Abuja 25%. Yes. So let's just say the 25% in Abuja is a thing. Like, let's just say by legal interpretation that 25% is required. So what that means is Tinubu did not meet the requirement, Atiku did not meet the requirement, Obi did not meet the requirement of winning the election. So what's the next logical step? Isn't that a runoff?
There will be runoff. The runoff will be between the first two.
Thank you. So there will be a runoff between who? So let's say the name of those people.
is clear now between Tinubu and Atiku.
Okay, so
if you read
so,
Wole Olanipekun's final address, it's there. They stated it clearly.
do you see the stupidity of this obedience? I'm
Because
sorry
they don't-
if you're obedient, but it is simply stupid.
The issue is that they don't even understand all this. They don't, and Obi will never enlighten them. He would rather go somewhere to be speaking about a certificate that you didn't even establish in court. Or
Yeah,
talk
because
about
in obedient platforms, they're shouting 25% in Abuja all the time. And I just thought, like, wait a minute. If they even say 25% in Abuja is something, Obi is out. It's got number one and number two.
Of course.
Jesus Christ.
It will be a runoff between.
Kolata and Oga.
Yeah.
Can we say maybe Peter Obi is working for Atiku? Can we say that?
It could be a reconsider, because if you see what happened immediately after that when they announced results, you understand that the Obi have sympathy for Atiku, Atiku has sympathy for Obi, and Tinubu happen to be on the extreme end, and they are a major enemy. So if you say Obi, yes, if they declare a runoff and Obi is off from it, I see Obi supporting Atiku. In fact, so many obedient guys, they don't attack Atiku the way they attack Tinubu. Their problem is Tinubu. That's their major headache is just Tinubu. That's the way I see it. And I don't know why. I try to find out. To some, I think it's just ignorance of who that man is. Many of them are people I call emergency political analysts. They are just new in the political theory. They don't understand who that Tinubu is. So the rumor of, he has taken over Lagos, he's the one spending all the money in Lagos, although that rumor coupled with the council culture that is rampant around now. So around all those things, they believe, it's a no-no for us. That is the issue. If you tell them of Atiku, they don't really mind much about Atiku. Atiku can be there, but this Tinubu guy, you understand? So that's the way I see it. Obi will eventually work for Atiku if there is any runoff. But my brother, there won't be any runoff. I don't see any judge that will put his pen on paper and say that a man won majority of all states in Nigeria. But because that man couldn't win 25% of a place that we all carved out, in a no man's land. Abuja is a no man's land. I stayed in Abuja more than 10 years. They just carved it out within that. Apart from Awolowo Washa located that place. They carved that place out, and the military felt like, let's relocate to the place in 1991. And you are saying that space, and don't forget that space contained citizens or indigenes of all the other 36 states where you won. All right? Coming together in that space. Now he has won their states, their indigenous states already. And you are saying that even if you have won their indigenous states, if you have not come to win those ones that put themselves in this entrapment, if you don't have 25% there, then you're not going to rule the whole country that contains 36 states and one. It doesn't sound, even if you leave law apart, I know many times law is not logic, common sense, but even if you leave law apart, does it make sense to anybody? Just look at it. Does it make sense? Like you pick United States and you say, if you don't win one particular enclave somewhere, have 25%, you can't lead the country. Doesn't make any sense.
Can you please help me explain to Playtown that even if they say 25% in Abuja is a thing, it doesn't automatically give Obi the largest number of votes. He came third. There's a reason he came number 3, not number 2. These obedience are so funny.
The issue is that they hardly listen to your arguments. They only wait to just react. That's the way I've seen many obedience, including Playtown now. They don't, if you ask them, you see, I experiment it a lot with my friends who are obedient. When I finish canvassing my argument and they're about to talk, I say, wait, can you just do a recap of what I've said? They don't know again. They don't know again. Just do a simple recap of what I just said, and they don't know again because they are not listening to you. All that matters to them. And that is why when Wole Soyinka call them fascists, you see, it may sound very offensive, and I've said it severally. Go and watch the characters or characteristics of an average fascist under Benito Mussolini. Just go and watch. I know I've had it with Rational Mind there before, and we try to analyze it. That is what once they believe black is black, if you lie, bring gray and say gray look like black, but it's not black. They are not, it's not their business. So that's the way I see it, because you're shouting 25% in Abuja. Even the provision does not say so. We keep emphasizing that provision does not say so. That provision is simply saying just have 25% in the space, in Nigerian space that contains 36 states and FCT. Have 25% in the country that contains 36 states and FCT. It doesn't say have 25% in the 36 states, then have 25% in FCT. If the drafters wanted it to be so, they would draft it that way. There are professional drafters. They would draft men. They would draft it that way. But they simply draft it, have 25% in 36 states and FCT. That is Nigeria. If you want to describe Nigeria and you want to design Nigeria with its sub-regional, you won't say Nigeria has 36 states and leave it so. You will say Nigeria has 36 states and FCT. And that thing is saying have 25% in Nigeria 36 states and FCT. So now you have not translated it to me, have 25% in Nigeria 36 states, then have 25% in FCT. It sounds, I don't know. When the judgment comes out, maybe, I know they're not going to rest. They are, because I've said it. If you ask them now, how many of them have read the final written address? They don't, but they will rather go to Obidati TV to go and listen to what that guy is. What's the guy saying? They rather go there to go and be listening to his own interpretation of the final address. Give them, they won't read. Many of them now have sent copies to them. I see that they've not ticked the blue till now. And they're on different platforms, making noise everywhere around. Something you have not even read. If you ask some of them now, have you even read the Constitution? Have you even read that section? Some have not even read it. So that's the issue. And to me, we are dealing with a lot of things that society has abandoned for a while, which you can't really blame those youths. Because how many are we even in our space in Nigeria now? Are we even, the reading culture is even not even there. It's not there. I've written some books at least, and I think, okay, Platon also is a book writer. I've written some books. I have friends that are giving copies of my books. I return to their house. I find copies of my book, store around. They just drop it somewhere. So where do you find it? So that's the issue. Yes, Benito Mussolini, that's one of the father of fascism in the world. Somebody just asked, Benito Mussolini, yeah, you can go and check, sir. So, oh, that's a why. Yeah, it's Benito Mussolini. So that's my take on that space. I don't know if one man is back, but I would like to. I'd like to start with this, with Pastor Jereze's space, if I'm allowed.
Yes, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, it's not bad. Okay, so I first and foremost, let me say, this is a space I love so much, and I wonder why people go. Most times, people like attacking churches a lot, or Christian leaders. They like talking in that space much, not as much as they talk about other religion. And I keep wondering why. I've asked that question severally in my home private space. I don't really understand why. Yes, this is a religion, just like any other religion, and there are religionists or the practitioners of the religion. So first and foremost, you can't cross from your own religion and be analyzing my religion. I keep telling people, no, just stay in your own space, understand what you do. A Buddhist understand what an average Buddhist, Hindu do. Islamist, you understand what you do in your area. Traditionalists understand what they do in their area. Jingoism, a lot of people, you understand what you do in your space. So now, but when you say, okay, you're a Christian, yeah, you can now come and analyze because it's part of your space. But now, even when you come to the Christendom too, I keep saying the religion is personal. I said it when this lady came here and she said, oh, no, religion is personal. I said, you are claiming self-righteousness if you think you are the only one that is right. Religion is personal because because even Bible say each person will face judgment. So that alone tells you that it's personal. There's no collective judgment. There's nothing that will say your family, once they set one person free in your family, then everybody goes to heaven. That's what Bible tells you. Each person, you stand on your own. Even your bishop, your pastor, your pope, everybody stand on your own. That alone makes religion personal. So, but where exactly am I going now? Yes, this man is a religion leader. He has emerged. Yes, he's using social media to do this, and somebody decided to just put pen on paper and wrote what he call Pastor Jerry and our wives, mention Pastor Suleiman, Adeboye, and others, and try to paint them like the wonder stars of those days that have gone now under, and he couldn't see anything good in there. The only area he could really paint, if you read that article, is the area of some of the miracles that happened to them that they shared. And he tried to paint it as though it never happened. They were just all this make-believe thing, and and things like that. And then I asked myself questions. Yeah, you said Pastor Jerry and our wives. Let's start with that. What do you mean by our wife? Are you objectifying women? Who are your wife? How many do you have among them that give you the moral rights to be saying our wife? Who are you protecting here? Who are you defending here? So okay, these women, like the article she wrote, she said a woman used to wake up 2:00 in order to catch up with Pastor Jerry's program, and then if you catch up with that program since then she told the husband that no intimacy for that period because she's going to sanctify herself and pray and and then start criticizing that relationship. That why would Pastor?
Ogbeni, are you Pastor Jerry's followership?
No, I'm yeah. I when I have time, I listen to Pastor Jerry. I join prayer.
Don't you think they are just scamming you guys?
Just the same way I will listen to Baba Adeboye. I will listen to any Christian leader that is teaching Bible. And the day you don't teach Bible, I will leave your space. So as a Christian, I listen to any Christian leaders that teaches. But my own is this. See, people have things that occupy their times. People have things they fancy. We don't fancy the same thing. We don't have the same thing to occupy our time. So don't lord yours over me. Don't vilify my own. I won't vilify yours. That's where I see it. For instance, that is religion. You're talking about religion. Some people is career. I've met people that give up their marriage because of career. I've met top politicians who have been clients before, and you see them attending night meetings everywhere around. They see their husband once in a while, maybe once in a month, attending different meetings around. We don't criticize them. We believe they are career women, and we should have even more of them in the political space because they are career women. We don't criticize them. I've seen bankers, I've seen top lawyers that you hardly see, and they hardly retain their marriage, but we think they are building career. But we hail those ones. But when it comes to religion, we feel like, why will you be wasting your time to join a prayer? I mean, look at it. There are some people, they waste their own time on hobbies like football. I have friends who are fans of all these Chelsea, Liverpool, Arsenal. If they are praying late at night, they must wake up to wash. And you dare not disturb them when they are doing that. That's what catch their fancies is sports. That's for them. Several sports people watch and occupies their time and space. For some, it's tech. You see them on Instagram 247. Even their husband wants to have intimacy with them. They will still put the Facebook beside them. They are still clicking their phone and everything. They don't even enjoy what is happening. After the whole thing, they come back to their tech. That's what fancy their own. For some, it's health and fitness. I've met some ladies that told me they will never breastfeed their children, no matter what you preach about breastfeeding, because they believe it's going to make their mammary gland and breast to drop, and then they won't look fine any longer. We don't criticize people like that in our space as such. We just follow his life, his beauty, his health, his fitness. Some people, they diet like as if they will be so thin, like to break them to two. But in our world now, we think, oh, that's the best. They are doing fine. Oh, they are slim. Oh, we were slimming this, slimming this, and that, and that, and that, and that. That's what they fancy. That's what occupy their time. That's what occupy their space and money. But we don't vilify them. I've met one woman. Was it where did I meet a woman that told me that she will never back her children because of she mentioned one of these their thing that it will cause his back to this, it's going up, it will start bending and that's for you. That's what occupy their own. Some is travel and exploration. You see them traveling I met one guy on my way to Seychelles. That guy is from France. He has been last with his family like about 6 months. He's been traveling from Victoria, this to Haiti, traveling around. That's what he's spending his own money on. Some is charity, some is cars. If you like people who love cars a lot. So now, you now come to the space of people
women.
You now come to the space of people who like their own religion. So what's your own business? What's your own problem? What's your own headache? Leave them with their religion. Let them. That's what they love. That's what they want to do. They want to pray. How is that your business?
But Ogbeni, you said, why is it that it's only Christianity the almost people always criticize?
Yeah, most times.
Don't you think we are the loudest? So we have to take the more blow more than the other religion, because you will never see the Muslims too and the traditional, they have their own shenanigans too. But you will you will find it difficult to find them doing all this ridiculous thing online or put themselves on, on internet. I know they do that as well. But don't you think we put ourselves out there? So we put ourselves out there to be criticized.
No, but my issue is this. What exactly are we criticizing? Somebody set a time for prayer and he said, people join me to pray. Are we saying Bible doesn't say we should pray? This is the thing I keep asking. Yes, we like generalizing about these Christian activities. Somebody set a time and said, by so time we'll be praying. Then somebody pick his pen on paper and start vilifying. Oh, somebody came with what God cannot do does not. When I was growing up, we used to go to many crusades. Benny, that was in my space back then was Baba Biara and Obadari.
That word cannot do does not exist. Don't you see me this scam word?
Why?
There are some things God will not. Let me finish, my brother. I'm a Christian too. You are a Christian. You know what I'm saying. There are some things God will not do. Do you know that?
It depends on the context. You see, the issue is this.
That is a scam word right there.
No,
it's a scam word.
What? See, look at it from this angle. I'm saying there's nothing God cannot do, as long as I pray. When that man in the Bible, they told the guy that he would die. Everybody knows that once God said you will die, you must die. But he felt, no, I don't want to die now. He was the first person Bible recorded that prayed himself to elongate his life. He prayed. Bible said it clearly. Say, Lord, please give me more time. Lord, please give me. He insisted because he believed that there is nothing I ask him he will not do for me. And he got it. So in the context of that man, if that man said there is nothing, see, just keep praying. There is nothing God cannot do. That's the context in which he's speaking. So, but my own is this. So I will not pick that and say, because somebody said what God what God cannot do does not exist. Therefore, it nullifies that man's program. Therefore, it makes that man's program a scam. Why? It's there to pray. Are we saying Bible does not encourage us to pray? Are we saying because he's using social media, then it's anti-biblical or what? So sometimes I try to understand what exactly is being criticized here. And that's where I see the hypocrisy there. I know that article was written by Rudolph. I know Rudolph over time. I've watched him and it's what he does. He wrote one book called People of the Retired God or something like that. And I felt, what? And the whole thing, when you look at it, is about Christianity. How can you say God has retired? What are you saying? Can you go and say that about other religion? They won't debate with you. They will declare fire on your head and they'll be chasing you around. But they won't go to that space because they understand But so don't take, you see, Christians are people who not, they have this way of being liberal to react, but don't take it now for anything goes, and you want to pull crowd into your article, or you just want to feel like you're talking and have audience or readers, then you just pick things and just write. That's just my point. I don't know, because let me tell you, okay, you don't want us to determine what the homosexuals do because it's their right. You don't want us to determine what the transgender do. You don't want us to determine that's the world we live now. You don't want us to determine what women do with their body because it's their right. But you want to determine what I do about my religion. Why? If you let those people live, then let me live. That's the way I see it. If I wake up 2 o'clock and pray, what's your business there? If you are sleeping and snoring 2 o'clock, it's your own. Live and let live. That's all I have on that point anyway. I don't think if anybody wants to speak on that in that space. That's all I think I should just put out in that space. I wanted to go to damages to say it, but I don't like that as is.
Ogbeni, I often sense when we are talking about religious, you always try to back the Christendom, which is not that bad. I'm a Christian too. But if you see a bad behavior, I think we should condemn it. I'm not talking about this issue we are talking about. Almost from some previous discussion, you always try to vindicate the Christendom. Don't you notice that?
Yes, I agree with you, Mr. Thomas, that there is this tendency of, okay, it's my religion. People have that tendency. If you see where I criticize Christian leaders, you would possibly, probably because there's yet to be a major topic where I could be on the other side. But in my space, I've find myself in other side before, where particularly when the year of tithe was raised and many people said it's mandatory. My point back then was that no, look, if it's working for you, continue doing it. It's your faith. It may not really be the tithe. It may just be something that is connecting with your faith, because that is your heart that God looks at. So, but when you talk about tithe, for me, I said, what Christ said is give all. When that man came to Christ and said, I've done this, mention tithe, and I pay my tithe, I do this. God said, well, you are right, but you are just close. You are not there yet. And he said, what? So what do you want me to do? He said, go and sell everything and give all. So I said, for me personally, what Christ wants for you is to give all, not 10%. And when I say give all, it's not to take it to go and give your pastor. That's not what I mean. Give all is your time, your resources, your thinking, your everything. He wants you to concentrate it on him. That's my whole.
I don't even think it's about monetary aspect. I don't even think Christ is talking about monetary aspect that if you give up. Does that mean Oga, I saw a pastor. He said the Spirit of God just told him that all his church members should empty all their pockets.
That's wrong.
Their transport fare, everything. And the same day, the same pastor was riding on his own car home when the church members are trekking home. Is that God that weak?
Mr. Thomas, you see my issue is this. I won't use a big brush to brush everyone. Like if you see somebody commenting and say, oh, all these Nigerian pastors, all these Nigerian bishops, it's a generalization that is not acceptable in the you see in the community of intellect, you subject things to you deal with issues and persons on their own. For instance, you don't say because me as Ogbeni now, because you see something that is in excess in me and you don't really like me. Therefore, when my younger brother comes, just paint us. That's stereotyping. So what I usually do is this: pick one. Don't say all these Nigerian pastors, all these. Are you saying there are no good pastors in Nigerian men of God? There are. If you have not seen any, I've seen. Yes. So don't brush in. I say in the Western world, I've seen pastors here too. I know what they do. So don't think, oh, it's good in one space, it's bad in another space. No. It's everywhere. So and the Bible says it. So why should it be strange? the end of time, all these people must come, and they must find them. We must find them among the in the church. So if we are not finding them now, what are we saying? But does it mean that there are no good ones? The good ones are still there. So that's my own. So we don't just brush everyone and say, oh, no. Once somebody mentioned the pastor, I don't mind them. All these people, they just collect that. They just
I just set an example now. What do you think about that pastor that said everybody should empty their pockets? Is that
that's a
from God?
very bad one. Do you know somebody did that in somebody did something very close to that in either Australia or US, and the man has resigned now. Can't remember what they said he did, and he came publicly to apologize and resign. Something close to that. If I see that news, I'll pull it out. He just resigned. But you see, in our space, that's the problem. Some people will still be hailing that pastor now. Some people will try to justify what he did. Some people must try to find explanation, to whatever that man has done, instead of saying, no, I don't believe in what this man has done. But my own, don't see me as defending all pastors. My own is, I deal with it as it comes. What we are dealing with here is Pastor Jereze. My answer is that, what has he done? Pastor Jereze simply created a platform. On that platform, he's praying, and he's saying, join me to pray. So what has he done that is unbiblical? Now somebody put a pen on paper and said, Jereze and our wives. Which of his wives? How many is his wives among those women? And okay, what has the person done? The person said he wants to be praying, she wants to be praying 2 o'clock. Therefore, don't disturb me, my husband. Don't have intimacy with me and co. Do you know if that woman is even used as an escape route? Do you know what they are facing in their family? And you just transplant that, and then the blame, you just shift it on Pastor Jerry straight. Bah, Pastor Jerry is responsible because somebody did he preach that they shouldn't even have intimacy when they are. You see, these are the things I remember during in my when I was growing up. It was Baba Biara, Baba Badare, and one other man like that. All those CSC guys. I knew how people used to condemn them and I remember one guy in my street back then used to condemn Baba Badare. You just go every Saturday. Why do you like going to that? We used to travel from Ado to Akure. Why do you go? They call that place Kosheunti Grand. We go there, have a nice time, pray, then you return home weekend. This guy, when HIV came, I remember his own younger sister got her HIV use settled in that Kosheunti. And we saw them in one of the Saturdays giving testimonies. I just shook my head. Because people are just hypocrites. You come out to criticize, but when you have issues, you look up to all these people to give you comfort. You just might take on each pastor. Don't let us use big brush to just brush all of them as if they are all bad.
All right, brilliant. Thank you again. So apologies. My little boy was throwing tantrums, so I had to go and settle him. Usually they'll be asleep by now. That's why I usually come on this late. But he woke up and he wouldn't go back to sleep. He wouldn't let mommy settle him in, so I had to go back and settle him in. So that was the break in transmission. You were on that Pastor Eze space, but let me just give you a couple more headlines, and then we get back to the conversation, because let me give you this one. Hold on. Let me give you this one. Tinubu to unveil solution to banditry in the Northwest. It looks as though the carrot and stick approach seems to be the adopted approach of the Tinubu administration. President Bola Tinubu will soon unveil a new method of resolving banditry and killing in the Northwest in the next few weeks that will involve both military and non-military solution to the crisis in the region. This was announced by the Vice President, Kashim Shettima, whilst addressing newsmen after a condolence visit. And by the way, that condolence visit is already a marked departure from the Buhari administration, of course, because Buhari administration, you can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I never at any time heard of any condolence visit to anybody. It's usually the country hemorrhaging and Buhari flying to North Korea or something. That was what we had under that space. It says, he explained that the crisis in the region is associated with poverty and social exclusion, which President Tinubu will also render solution to. He further stated that that President Tinubu is addressing the root cause of all the banditry and insurgency in the region, to which a solution will be unveiled soon. The president is determined to redefine the meaning and concept of modern governance, and the crisis we have in the Northwest, further associated with poverty and social exclusion, is something that the president is determined to confront. So necessarily he has to confront this, otherwise he will not be able to govern. In the coming weeks, he's coming up and is going to unveil the Fulaka solution. So they've coined an acronym. I wonder, you know that Fulaka, you only needed the last two letters to be NI to be a Fulani solution. So I wonder what they mean by Fulaka. If anybody understands that language, they might want to explain it to us. Jafar, you are there. What does Fulaka mean? In the coming weeks, is coming up and going to unveil the Fulaka solution. Unless we want to engage in an endless war of attrition, there cannot be a military solution to the crisis in the Northwest. There has to be a kinetic and non-kinetic solution. President Tinubu, in the next couple of weeks, will unveil the Fulaka solution, which will address the grievances and social exclusion of our Fulani cousins in the Northwest. And by the way, this tallies with what Sheikh Gumi was saying just as earlier yesterday. He was addressing the root causes of all banditries. He was addressing the root causes of all banditries and insurgency in the region, the vice president stated. So that is for Tinubu to be able to do anything, he has to address that insurgency, especially in the northern parts. So let me give you this final readout, because this was the headline storyline, and then the conversation can continue. President Tinubu yet to move into Aso Rock Villa after 6 weeks after inauguration. Over 6 weeks after assuming office, President Bola Tinubu has yet to occupy his official residence at the Aso Rock Presidential Villa, Abuja, while the president has been actively using his private conference room, office space, and Aso chambers for crucial meetings with local and international guests. His official residence east of the office remains unoccupied. In the afternoon of May the 29th, hours after his inauguration, Tinubu arrived at the State Banquet Hall for lunch with fellow heads of state and country representatives who witnessed the ceremony at Eagle Square. However, it is normal to see the president's convoy leaving the premises at the close of his workday, bypassing his official residence, exiting the villa, and heading for his Maitama private mansion. The same applies to his daily resumption. Correspondents learned that the reason could be the ongoing renovation that began in late April, when former President Buhari vacated the 32-year-old structure for a temporary residence called the Glass House. On May 6, 2023, weeks after Tinubu's inauguration, maintenance work began around the villa. It encompassed recoating worn portions with white and a change of furniture in the green room of the council chambers, amongst others. A spokesman for Buhari, Garba Shehu, had tweeted under a picture, "Painter at work, Villa wearing a new look for incoming president. A senior source in the State House had told correspondents that Tinubu, like his predecessor, was expected to decide what kind of furniture would be installed in his official residence. Although Buhari moved into his new residence almost 3 weeks after his inauguration, presidency sources confirmed the delay to our correspondence and said the same could not be expected of the new commander-in-chief, who is moving in 8 years after the previous occupier. So that's Tinubu then refusing to go into Aso Villa for reasons of voodoo. But is it for reasons of voodoo? Rational Mind, good to see you. Is anyone there? Hello?
I can hear you. I can hear you, one man.
I can hear you, but I stepped away from my computer. Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Who wants to take that on? Who wants to come in? I don't know where the conversation is a bit shaky because I had to break away to go and settle my son back to bed. But carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I heard what you read. I was just I stepped away trying to read the fridge here. I want to. I'm trying to eat more watermelon. That was why.
Yeah, eating
anyway,
watermelon.
Yeah. So it's summer here. Everywhere is just hot. So watermelon is good for your body. It cools you down.
Is that not a cliche black thing to do? Is that an American black cliche thing to do? Watermelon.
What's the cliche you're talking about?
I don't know, man. I don't know. You're Americans.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's it cools you. I mean, it gets you cool down. And then I was reading an article that somebody sent to me that it's good for you for men that have ED. Everybody are here. I hope you guys are hearing me. I could post the link on the. I'll put it on the comment section. If you have ED, eat a lot of watermelon. It's good for it cures your ED. It's a natural way of curing ED. So it contains some kind of I think substance in it that relaxes because that's one of the things that people who have ED they need something to relax those
What's going on? All right, and there it is. Let's go to Olajide, who hopefully is there. Is turning into a funky session. Olajide, are you there? On mute, Olajide.
Yes, one man. Good evening.
Good evening. Good to have you. Is this your first time here? I think we've heard from you before.
Yes, one man. Yes. You've heard from me before.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you through the headlines then. IG Egbetokun withdraws police officers attached to Temepre Silva, Benga Daniels, other politically exposed Nigerians. So it looks as though anytime we hear a policy position from the Tinubu administration, we always applaud. Because this has been something that has been vexatious to Nigerians for a very long time. We're already overly under-policed. And then the little smatterings of policing that we do have, all the so-called VIPs get them. So go and fend for yourself, says the new IDP. What says you?
Yes, the new IDP said it in his inaugural statement that all police assigned for this kind of purposes will be withdrawn. So for me, it's a good one. And I believe these politicians get security allowance and all of these allowance. So it should be spent. They should spend it to get themselves bodyguards and capable people that can ensure their security. For them to starve the workforce of the Nigerian police of resources, labor, skill, brains, that would have been useful in tackling the general security issues we have in Nigeria. I feel it's not okay. And for me, it's a good thing that the IG thought in this direction, and he has actually actualized it with this pronouncement and also effecting it. I feel it's the best move, and now these politicians will also understand that it's not business as usual. But I feel this reporter, the person reporting this news, was trying to make a meal of it by mentioning names. The IG said all. He did not say
No,
some.
it's a mischievous news outlet. It's the People's Gazette, so it's a very mischievous news outlet.
So that's just the feeling I got from the headline. I feel he's trying to sort of make it make an enmity out of the news and send some kind of signals to some people and make it look like some people have been selected and a few of them have been attacked. That's not the case. The IG said it in his inaugural speech that he is no longer going to have those people um, being safeguarded by the police anymore, because the police needs all the workforce they need. They can use, and if we see what is going on in terms of security now in the south since Tinubu came in, I think they've had 170 or 156 incidents now that they've recorded. All these illegal bunkering, illegal refineries, and all these things are now tracking them down. Those guys that did the sit-at-home shootings that we watched the other day.
All right, so they are withdrawing them to redeploy.
Yes.
Let me take you to this next headline. Abdullahi Adamu, APC national chairman, quits. So this is a story that is developing within the news cycle. Actually, it was in the course of this session that somebody brought it forward. I've tried to check it, and I think one of our panelists is also verifying it. So have you heard this news? Is it making the news where you are? And what do you make of it? Because, of course, Adamu always a mole in the camp. So necessarily had to go. And it looks as though they've gotten rid of him. So what are you then making then of Adamu being forced to step down?
Oh well, young man, I didn't follow. I didn't get this news from our news outlet here. I just saw it now on your platform. I think it's breaking news. I just saw it on the platform. But what I make of it is when an elderly person dance naked in the market, you should also expect that the young ones will make jest of him. This man has done a lot of things. He has dipped his hand in a lot of shameful actions by going against his own party candidate and working deliberately against him. Because I remember when they were doing the primaries, he was the same person that came out with the consensus candidate of the team and trying to change the whole narrative of where the party wanted the voting to go or the candidacy to go to. So I feel the man.
Are you in bed? Are you in bed, Jide?
No, I'm not. I'm actually sitting down in my sitting room. I'm just.
All right. You sound so relaxed. Your tone of voice, but carry on.
Oh, all right. So I feel the man has actually made himself a public enemy of the government that is in power. So I feel he has to go. If Tinubu keeps him, he will be keeping somebody that can actually harm his government from the inside. So sacking him or advising him to resign.
Are you surprised that he did not resign with the Buhari administration? Because that was
Yes,
my expectation. I thought he would leave with Buhari, and then he's hanging around making noise, saying that he wants to be consulted for the ministerial list and all of this nonsense. When we know that you are anti the party or anti the government rather, so he should have gone with his dignity. And of course, they're accusing him of looting party funds, which they accused him of in Nasarawa State as well.
yes, one man. You see, one thing I've realized with our politicians, some of them they've lost the quality of having shame. Like the quality of that's quality that makes you feel this is a shameful thing. This man lacks that quality. Is such a I don't want to use some kind of words for him, but I feel you knew what you did. You knew you worked against this person. This person got there against all odds, and now the person that you used to be your favorite candidate is going out. You should go out with him, and it's not that you are now making some unnecessary claims and still wanting them to give you ministerial positions, or you want to nominate for ministerial position. I think this man is just being shameless. He doesn't know what it means to be an elder at all. And I feel the best way to do from, in fact, they've tried covering it up for him, which I feel might have the influence of the past presidents in it to just douse the whole scenario, because I believe the APC group of governors and the likes were already kicking against this man from the onset of this regime. So I believe they've even tried advising him to resign or forcing him. The best thing would have been shaming the guy out of the whole government and the party as a whole.
All right, brilliant. I think they said it was actually Hope Uzodinma and Nuhu Ribadu that strong-armed him out of that space. But Jide, let me play you this clip, and then I'll take your reaction, and then off the back of that, I'll go to Rational Mighty if he's now ready again. But watch this.
Please. As you go on, know that the only thing you need is good education, which will mold a good character, remain a good person, remain a disciplined person, remain truthful, always do the right things. It is easy to say that if you do the wrong thing, you get here. It's easy to say that only bad people succeed in Nigeria. But please, do not be part of them. That is what we are trying to do. Remember, I can tell you, in the next Nigeria, you will not be a leader unless you've attended a school, unless people know your classmates, unless you have good certificates. We want to change it. So people will say, I want to pay SETA, and they will say, yes, he was in class with this person, this person, this person, and he will be celebrated. And you will bring your certificate, nobody will doubt it. Because you want to pay SETA. We want you to go to universities. And parents, thank you for sending your children to this school. Thank you for being there. It is not easy to educate.
Oh, so Jide, that's Peter Obi, of course, still very much in the campaign mode. He's still talking now this narrative of Tinubu's certificate, even though Reno Omokri has made the effort to go and establish just how qualified Tinubu is. When is this guy from Anambra going to drop the dead donkey?
One man, this man made me laugh. Seriously, I just keep laughing. I think somebody should sign this man up for Light of 1,000 Laughs. He should be a comedian. This man is funny, extremely funny. I think his talent is not even what he thinks it is. He's making people laugh. He's a comedian. He's just making himself a clown. Because now you are saying somebody does not know his classmate. For instance, if we are to look at it, this man didn't study in Nigeria. Okay. How many Nigerians were in his class as at the time he was there? Majority of most of those people that he might even say they are his classmates for his age, it's not every one of them that lives. Everybody that lives hold to see the age of Tinubu as it were. So most of them are even dead. And is that even the point? This man has served in several capacity. He has worked with Chevron. Do you know what it means to work with Chevron? Like I said, I work with Lafarge, and they normally do certificate verification. They will verify and keep verifying your certificate. So if all these multinational companies don't joke with such things. So what is this man saying? He's just a clown, and I feel and that's why they are going to lose in the tribunal, because they've not presented anything concrete. They just go there and just make it. In fact, I think if I was the judge, I would even fine them for wasting my time. These guys don't know what they are doing, and they want to. The most painful thing is how they continue to mislead people and mislead the youth and keep giving them false hope. They asked you to bring proof that you won election. You are going to somebody's certificate. Your vice president did not win in his own unit. Did not win in his unit. In his own polling unit. We are not talking of the local government, and you are claiming you won the election. It's just a funny issue. This man is a clown. That's just what I want to say. I'm tired of this Obi thing. The man is a clown. He should be given award as the best comedian.
All right, come in, Ekene. And then after that interjection, I'll go on to Rational Mind. Ekene, good to see you.
Yeah, one man, thank you. You see, what I want to ask, does the speech refer to anybody? What Obi said that refer to anybody?
Come on now. We know what he was talking about.
No, I don't know, because he was advising the student on how to comport themselves in their academic.
They should know
which I know that he didn't mention. Because if you know, I know they should know their classmate. It's an advice. Did he mention anybody?
And be able to present their certificates.
Is it not a good advice?
Yeah, it's a very good advice.
Did he call out? Did he call out anybody? Then why is everybody shaking?
Look at that.
Why calling him clown? You call a former governor a clown? Somebody that has made himself, you call him a clown? Just the type of statement you use against the man, just because he made a speech that he didn't even mention anybody. You call him a clown, and you are happy calling him a clown. Okay, that's what I want to say. One man. So let him continue. Maybe he will still call him a goat. Somebody that he was just advising students. This is how you will do. This is how you behave. That in the next generation, we should know. In the next generation, before you become, at least now education is more popular. You will not say that you don't know about anything about education. The next generation, keep your certificate.
Somebody wants to interject. Yeah.
Okay, let him interject.
Peter Obi is a clown. He's a clown. You know that he's a clown.
Hold on. Let Rational Mind. Yeah.
Thank you. You see, I can let anybody. I call Tinubu a clown too. So let them just say whatever they want to say. It's up to them. We need to start developing thick skin.
It's a public figure, by the way, so people are entitled to
call him clown.
Yeah.
So don't get fazed by this. When people come, especially these badified people, they come here. They call the. I called Tinubu clown. I called him clown. So I mean, that does not make that nobody can say anything about Obi. If you want to call Obi, call him a clown, no problem. It's their own mouth, and I get their own mouth. So anything with the line is their own mouth talk. So that's all I just want to say. Maybe one man gets to me.
So why are you agitating now, rational man?
What rational man is saying that maybe next time he will still call Tinubu crown so that nobody will shout at him. So we have taken the note.
That wasn't what rational man was doing. Rational man was agreeing that Peter Obi is a clown. That's what it just.
That's not That's what I was. That's not what rational man is.
I know. I agree. What I'm saying is,
at last, they are turning the full circle.
Oh, hold on. I did not agree, but I said if they call him a clown, let them call him a clown. That's up to whoever wants to see that. I mean, everyone get their mouth to use their mouth to do. So that's just my point. But I call him a clown too, so there's no problem.
Okay, right.
By that.
All right. Let's just move it on. So let me move it to you, rational mind. Let me move it to this headline on the screen.
One man.
Yeah.
One man, please. I want to say something to what rational mind just said.
Right.
I just want to say I have my right to my opinion to say Obi is a comedian, and why I said that is, I put myself in the position of Obi, and imagine that I have a fight with my wife. I want us to see the personality of Obi. A fight with your wife, and at the end of the day, you go back and start saying this kind of throwing jibes on national TV when everybody knows who you're talking to. See, this man should start acting a bit matured. Let's call a spade a spade. He should start acting a bit matured. He's not the only person that will lose election. So when I say he's a clown, I know what I'm saying when I say he's a clown. And he's a clown. He is. Because even I believe if it's his wife that had an issue with him, you don't go out and start throwing such tantrums and start looking for how to instigate people against the other person. You said you won the election. Prove you won the election. Keep quiet. After proving, keep quiet. But you cannot prove. You go out and start saying somebody does not know his classmate. You too, you came out with a pass from school. So what's the big deal? Let's just forget this thing. This man does not know what it means to be a matured person. That is it.
Jide, the one thing that I am looking forward to, and hopefully that happens within the next 2 months, is for this whole Peter Obi, and I will go with your word. This old Peter Obi clownery, I just want it to go away. So that we can focus on what is going on. It's holding up the space for too long. So the courts should hurry up and just tell us what's going on. It's holding. We don't want to. The elections have been in February, and this guy is still looking for Tinubu school start. This needs to stop. It's ridiculous. But
come on.
Yeah,
but he did not call Tinubu now. He did not call Tinubu. That's my point.
He didn't call him.
Clear conscience bears no accusation. So anybody that is complaining here, why are you complaining? If the conscience is clear, if your candidate had the first class and all that, then don't complain. That is my point.
If I say I got an advice from a madman now, who am I talking to?
I don't know who you are talking to. As far as you didn't call, as far as you didn't mention the person name.
You don't know.
You
okay, fine, no problem. We are all
stop lamenting. He didn't mention anybody. He was giving advice. That's my point.
All right.
It's Obi that is lamenting. It's Obi that is lamenting. It's Obi that is lamenting.
Omar, can I target?
Yeah, let Ogwene have the final word on that space, and then we move on.
My word will go to Kene, not even rational mind. Rational mind considered that he's talking about Tinubu implicitly, impliedly, sorry. But why I don't understand why Kene will say he's not talking about Tinubu. We are not children here. We we are adults here, and we are not, like I always say, emergency political analysts. We understand what is in the political space in Nigeria. We all understand, even to a blind man, understand who Obi is talking about. So please, when we analyze things here, let's see others as adults that understand what is happening in space. Well, for someone to just say, "Oh, he's not talking about Abba now," Abba, who is having a certificate issue with Obi as it stands now
But
for the past 1 year plus.
but
Which
Obeni, should
major
I
case
ask you?
does Obi have? We all know he's against Tinubu. What is one of the major issues in that case? We all know that it's issue of certificate. In the obedience space, we all know that issue of Tinubu certificate has always been one of their major headaches, issue that they have always been talking about. So if Obi is now talking of, you are not advising those children how to spend their time outside there in the labor market, how to be the best and look for job. What you're advising them is know your classmate now, so that you can be able to show your certificates later. We are not children here. That's just my
But
point.
Obeni, does it? Now I just want to ask him. Let him so that you will no, so that when he responds, you can move on. Yeah. Obeni, what I want to ask is this: does it mean that Tinubu don't have certificate? Because people have already admitted that he has first class. So when somebody come and makes such statement, and you know that your candidate has a first class and all that, why then when you see such statement you refer him to your candidate?
All right.
When you know that the man certificate is very pure, that he has a very sound certificate, you don't need to bother yourself. That is my own.
No,
because when you continue to complain when somebody makes such statement, does it mean that the man don't have certificate? That is my question.
Ekene is not just about complaint. There's one thing you fail to understand here. Nobody can monopolize Peter Obi the same way nobody can monopolize Tinubu. Peter Obi is a figure. He's a political figure for you and me. He's not better a figure for you than me. We're all Nigerians, right? So you see people analyzing Peter Obi. Don't think people analyze Peter Obi only because they think Tinubu is a saint. If you analyze, we've all severally, one man will be here and even talk of Tinubu as the Olowo Eko, the man who has taken over the money in Eko, and talk a lot of things against Tinubu. Yes, a public figure. So, but for somebody to get agitating the moment they mention Peter Obi, it's an issue of concern for us. Don't get too agitated. If Obi has done something wrong, we'll say he has done something wrong. And don't be justifying Obi's fallibility. He's a human being. Yes. He will also fall. He's not. So, but to now say what is so clear, it is something called innuendo. We all understand. A blind man understands what he's talking about. So, and when you say, oh, is it that Tinubu doesn't have certificate? Let me tell you, even if that university comes today to Nigeria to come and witness in that court, obedient like you and others will never still believe them. Even the university that issued the thing, you will never still believe, because I've said it. Obedient only wants to hear themselves. They don't want to hear what any other person will say.
Well, for me, I hear what everybody
because then you will say something, he will respond. It was only a little space, and then it's elongating to. Sorry, Ekene, but it just had to end somewhere. But let's take the conversation to rational mind. Rational mind. So to you then, are you aware of the phenomenon? When I stepped away to go and attend to my boy, I heard you guys having conversations around this guy. Are you aware of the phenomenon of this Pastor Jerry Eze? Let's start it from there, because it's quite a phenomenon. He seems to be recalibrating the Nigerian Christian space and is making the rest of them look so old-fashioned and passé. So what are you making of this guy? He goes only under one strap line. What God cannot do is not possible. And off the back of that one single line, he has amassed millions of people, especially women. Are you aware of this guy and how he's setting the Nigerian Christendom ablaze?
Well, woman, I've been away from anything Nigerian news lately. I've not been reading much. So if you want to bring me up to speed with that, I appreciate that.
No, let me give you a few paragraphs because this guy. Let me give you just 3 paragraphs. I abandoned it because it was an opinion piece, but it says a new era of Pentecostal prosperity preaching dispensation is upon us. Move over Pastor Enoch Adeboye, move over Pastor David Oyedepo, move over Apostle Johnson Suleiman, move over Bishop Mike Okonkwo. A new kid is on the block. A change of guard is taking place before our eyes. Sometimes we need to step away and get a drone-generated aerial view before we can understand the transition. Gone are the days of Apostle Johnson Suleiman mesmerizing us with one scandal after another. Even his usual third-rated Nollywood women have figured out that they should be classier than what the man offers. Gone are the days of Pastor Enoch Adeboye tantalizing us with stories of driving from Ore to Lagos in a car without petrol and empty tank. In today's market of 500 litre of petrol, that miracle could be a pay-per-view opportunity if only he patented it and delivered on demand. Gone are the days of Pastor David Oyedepo, etc., etc. Those are the dark days of the Pentecostal prosperity preaching. The new age is here, and the new wonder preacher, Pastor Jerry Eze, owns it. He emerges with one simple, scintillating line: what God cannot do does not exist. What God cannot do does not exist is the most honest one-line description of God ever conceived. And that is why it is very effective. It attracts wives, our wives, a friend told me. He said, our wives' ability to compartmentalize makes it easy for them to avoid looking at the other side of the coin. That God that can do anything does not only do good things, that God does bad things too and allow bad things to happen under his watch. My friend's wife woke up in New York at 2 a.m. What in the past we called ungodly hours, to tune into Pastor Jerry Eze's live prayer and declaration show on YouTube. That means she goes to bed early to wake up at 2 a.m. And most nights, she wants to keep her body and soul clean in readiness for hours of prayers. So no action. So no. Is this where your watermelon cake comes in? Rational mind, because I see Favor is coming after you for your watermelon in the comment section. That means she goes to bed early to wake up at 2 a.m. And most nights she wants to keep her body and soul clean in readiness for hours of prayers. So no action for my friend. In fact, she mostly sleeps in the visitor's bedroom. He made me watch the spectacle that was Pastor Eze's prophetic prayers and declaration one day. It was out of this world. And I've seen this guy in performance, by the way. The performance was comparable to that of a rock star like Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson is not a rock star, he's a pop star. He makes the preaching of Adeboye's and the Suleimans of this world look like a funeral procession. The 40-year-old Pastor Eze shot into the limelight during the C-19 pandemic, whilst Pastor Chris Oyakilome was busy scaring people and sowing conspiracy theories. Pastor Eze told CNN he went online to give people hope. It wasn't a goal to reach the world, Eze said. During the peak of it, the pandemic, there was a palpable fear everywhere. And I noticed that a lot of my church people were very scared of coming around the church. So every morning, my wife and I will come online, spreading encouragement to people. 3 years after, he has the most popular online gospel channel on YouTube, beating Brazilian preacher Bruno Leonardo. The figures of his online ministry daily reach out. The figures of his online ministry's daily reach are out of this world. In the last 3 years, he has had over 240 million views. Imagine if I had that level. Imagine if I had a quarter of that. Now he has the record as the most daily super chatted. Yes. If you ever go on this, not the name, Jerry Eze, if you ever go on his live streams, the comment section is always multicolored. They just throw money at him. $100, £500. That's what they do. He has the record as the most daily super chatted gospel channel in the world, with over 1.48 million subscribers and 1,653 videos. He has received over $2.5 million in super chat, an average of $9,817 daily. His YouTube channel is 24th in Nigeria with 1,393 live streams. I did not know what Super Chat was in January last year. Some housewives in Ikorodu, Toronto, Los Angeles, Kent, Duffeldorf, Melbourne, Dubai, etc. had figured it out and used it to send money to Pastor Jerry. In the short period that I watched this show, I saw super chats landing on the YouTube channel from all over the world in different currencies. I felt sorry for Apostle Suleiman. The remaining hair on Suleiman's head will soon fall out. Unlike a regular prosperity preacher, Pastor Eze centers his ministry around healing. He prays for financial breakthrough, but mostly for healing. His declaration of cures to ailments attract those who have sickness and needs. Unlike those pastors who preach the denial of existence of illness in the first place, he attacks the disease with fervent prayers. Watching him, you would think he was physically wrestling with the disease. And now and then, there are the obligatory fire prayers against death and obituary, and the Enough is Enough series, Mantle of Greatness. Oh Lord, prosper the work of my hands. Every picture buried while you are alive be destroyed, amongst others. Halfway into his performance, like a good marketing executive, he shows recorded testimonial videos of people that God have answered their prayers as a result of his intervention. By the way, Pastor Eze has a business administration certificate from Enugu State University of Technology. You will find the typical testimonial of women who conceived after years of marriage, kids whose illness vanished after doctors have declared a few more days of life, and then some got jobs, others got permanent residency granted, blind people regained sight, a few even came back to life. I thought we saw this in South Africa, that guy that was rolling around a casket. And those who receive financial breakthroughs are enormous. Those people now become the point of contact for those dreaming of similar healings or fortune. And the other point of contact is the super chat, of course. Pastor Eze's biography is another draw for his people. He was born in poverty and only went to Anambra State University because a couple took him in and paid for his education. I came from a family where poor people described my family as poor, he told CNN. There were days my mom and I had no food to eat. My mom would hold my hand and pray and give God thanks. My mom was a single parent and a petty trader who sold groundnuts in the market. There were days she would come home crying, having not made any sales, so unable to buy us what to eat. Despite the poverty, he quit the promising job as a communication specialist with the World Bank. In 2011, Pastor Jerry Eze started Streams of Joy International as a regular church. When COVID-19 hit, he found the New Season Prophetic Prayers and Declaration, an online digital prayer meeting. Though he is known for his live-streamed morning prayers worldwide, his church is growing from Nigeria to the United States, United Kingdom, and Canada. He has moved his headquarters from Umuahia to Abuja. So when he declares, as he often does, that he will use fire to break the foundation of his follower struggles in life, thousands send in stack of prayer requests and tune in. When the week's program says you have outgrown where you are, it resonates with the audience, and his personal life acts as a reference. Pastor Eze met his wife, Eno, a pastor in her own right, whilst they were both students at Abia State University. In an interview with Modern Man magazine, Eno said, I met my husband in my 300 level at the university. My husband was the pastor of All Saints Chapel Redemption in the school. It was a big deal in those days. It was popular, and everybody was talking about his new pastor that could preach so well. That was how I got to know him. I just knew him from a distance. However, on the 15th of November 2002, we had a relationship program in my fellowship, and I remember sowing a seed for marriage and praying that night like never before. By the next day, on the 16th of November 2002, my husband walks up to me and tells me that God asked him to meet me and tell me he is my husband. You can imagine, it took me a while to agree, finally. So ours started from the onset with marriage in view. So on and on it goes, but that is the phenomenon that is Pastor Eze. Everybody tunes into this guy. The super charts, even the Sultan of Brunei would agree with envy. So you're not aware of this guy then, Rational Mind?
Well, what you just said now, what you just read, I remember hearing about him during the COVID. He was giving people some kind of support. I don't know. He friended during that COVID time. That was, I think, that's the only time I heard about it. I never heard about it. I mean, I didn't really pay attention to his channel. I mean, I never been to his channel. Don't get me wrong. I've not really heard about him. I don't really. You see, for me, woman, I don't know, for some of us who might know where I stand on this kind of matter. I think what you just read now, I think somebody who just trying to like promote him. It sounds to me like somebody who is just an admirer, who kind of like who is another.
No. I don't think so. I don't think so. A Rational Mind, the guy is a phenomenon. I wonder is anybody aware of this guy on the platform? Somebody must be aware of him.
I am aware. I mean, when you just
I am aware of him.
But not all these little things that he did. But like I said, during that COVID, I know of what he did during that COVID. But you see, woman, in the first instance, for me, the only thing I can say about him during that COVID was I was helping people. I think they said he was sending money to people who needed help or something like that. That's about the only thing I say about him. Anything he did or he's doing.
All right. If you don't know the guy, let me move you on. Yeah.
No. Let me make a comment on that. Woman. I know you, from what you've just even read, I can pick out stuff that I can use in, like, maybe you don't want to hear me try to like kind of like put him in a way whereby people will see him for what he is. For me, that's my own opinion.
No. I see him as a chancer too. You know, I see all of them as chancers, but I'm aware of him. Yeah.
So you know, being that he's a chancer, everybody's trying to carve a niche for themselves. Trying to, like, you know, saying that this other guy, this guy that was sleeping with different Nigerian model and Nigerian artist, and this other Enoch Adeboye, you know, all this kind of things. So it's part of the game, you know, just to beat down the other people and make them come to him. Well, but then for me, the issue of healing that he's talking about, Christianity is not about healing. It's still the same prosperity doctrine that this new Christianity that they I mean, back in the 70s, when I was growing up, in the 80s, early 80s, as far as I can remember, even up to like mid 80s, if you go to many Pentecostal churches, all they preach about is how to make into God's kingdom. Any other thing comes secondary, like praying or whatever, healing, it's secondary. But they know where they know where the people's attention is today. They know everybody is just they know the kind of the level of poverty, the misery, the suffering that a lot of people are going through. and they see that as an avenue for themselves, and they preach about this more, even not now relegating the main thing, the main doctrinal matter or doctrinal issue of Christianity, what Christianity is all about. They relegate it to the background because that's what people want to hear. You know, that's what even the Bible says. You know, when Paul was writing to when he wrote to Timothy, he told him that it says in the latter times, some people will have their ears like they'll be ringing, and they have their ears tickled, according to some translation we put it. So people want to hear what they want to hear today. They want to hear what they want to hear. So as soon as it's something that it's okay for them. I mean, I know people today where you go to them, you talk about God's kingdom. They'll tell you that you know, they'll tell you, I want to eat my own here before I go to heaven. You see, that's to tell you that people do not want to hear, they don't have the patience anymore to run that race of a true Christianity, to run that race for life, to run that race that a Christian should run, which is the kingdom of God. But today is about, I want to eat it. That is why I remember some years ago, I remember when Adeboye had this, whatever they call it, was it Adeboye, one of these big pastors in Nigeria? He says heaven on earth. I'm like, I don't know. I mean, there was one of their program they had back then. They say something heaven on earth. I was like, heaven on earth? How can heaven be on earth? So
hey, that's a metaphor, surely. It's not literal.
We understand. We know what they are going with all this, their prosperity doctrine and all this, their doctrine of whatever. So one, just a conclusion for me. It's a good thing if it helps people. Yeah, it's a good people. I mean, it's a good thing if you help them monetarily, you help them. But the main focus of your doctrine should be about God's kingdom, how to help them to make it into God's kingdom. Not all this crap that they teach today, because that's what people want to hear. That's what Paul said. They want to have their ears tickled. So it's just like when you have a feather, you want to take dirt from your ear, you know. As they use that feather, they turn your ear because they nod head, like say, like Agama is because they switch you. That's how it is.
Rational mind, sorry. I need just interject briefly. I remember attending my first and last crusade in the 80s by Idausa. And there's nothing the man was saying then that is different from what is being said today. I frankly remember, because I was young, the man was asking us to pay for his private jet. And I stuck my hand into my pocket. He said the first thing that gets into your hand, that you should give him that money. It was in a sports center, a stadium. I put my hand in my pocket. It was 50 kobo. 50 kobo back then was a big deal.
Okay.
I looked at that 50 kobo and I put my money back that I'm not giving this guy, this flamboyant guy. And he was living in the guest house beside my house. The guy had a Mercedes-Benz 560 SEL. I mean, just to show how old school I am.
Are you saying this is in the 80s?
Yeah, this is in the 80s.
Hold on. I see.
Wait, let me finish my story. Okay, because that is what, I mean, as a kid, I've always like distrusted people generally by default. So that kind of like just soured me towards the whole thing, because I knew about the Bible then, and I knew what this guy was saying did not make any sense. And it's the exact same thing that they're still doing now, because he went up there telling us to give him money for his private jet. Why will a kid give him money for a private jet? So it's not any different. It's still the same story. As long as it's this Pentecostal version of Christianity that they're practicing, it's been like that for a while.
No. I mean, I don't. You see, Idausa and some few other evangelists. I think NTA is still alive. I mean, NTA channel 10 and NTA channel 5. I think they're still alive. You can go there and dig those archives they have. You see, I don't know. Some of you who grew up maybe in the late 70s and early 80s, you might see that. You might remember that on NTA channel 10 then, or channel 5 then, we used to have the Way of the Cross. I don't know if you people remember that program. We have these televangelists back then. They will come. What they were talking about was about God's kingdom. This is on channel 10. I'm citing an instance now. We know Idausa and a few of them who were like gradually turning Christianity back then into more of a cult-like kind of.
It wasn't gradual. It was frontal. It wasn't gradual. It was frontal. And this Jericho wearing guy too. What's his name? Ayo Risi Jaffo.
Jeffo, all of them, they were all.
And Chris Okotie, when you said Jericho, how's those of God?
Those ones, they were latter televangelists or evangelists that came maybe in the 90s. You're talking about. I don't know where you're talking about in the 80s. I tell you,
the Hausa zone was 1988 to be precise.
Okay, 1988. That was almost latter part of 1988 and the 80s. That was almost what the end
of. It was 1988. Yes.
So that was when these old crap in Christianity began. All this their crap of prosperity doctrine of how to make money, how to be prosperous. You serve God. You should not be poor. All those crap that they were bringing into Christianity. It started towards those latter part of 80s. I'm talking about 70s, late 70s, up to mid 80s. I've given you an example. Go to NTA Channel 10, their archive in Victoria Land there. Ask them, you want to see, there's this program they have, The Way of the Cross. Oh my goodness. I remember those times. Those were those years, golden years, when you will see televangelists, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to promote anybody, but you see televangelists, they talk about how to make heaven. That's you sit down and read the Bible, you will see that the bulk of the thing that the apostles did, the disciple of Jesus Christ did, it was all about preaching and telling them how to make God's kingdom, not the crap that they teach you. So it's one man. I don't want to turn your show today into religion or something, but I'm just trying to comment on this guy. This is how they begin. They will try to make themselves look like, oh, they are the next thing after sliced bread. Then they become worse. Same Bible, we read the Bible, says these people, they will advance from the worst of the worst to the worst. They will advance from bad to worse. So that is what they are. They will begin like they will come in sheep clothing, like what Jesus Christ said. They will come like in sheep clothing, but they are ravenous wolves. So they will come and they will pretend to be this. Oh, forget Adeboye, forget this one. They are all this. We are the Latter-day Saints, or we are whatever they call themselves. But then as time goes on, we see their true color. He wants to make a name for himself. He wants to become the biggest church online. He wants. It's all about cult following.
He already is the biggest church online.
So he wants another cult following where people will recognize him as another televangelist that is so popular. Goodness, that's not what Christianity is all about.
Rational mind, can I just make a comment? One man, you know this is my own territory. One man, let me tell you for a fact, all those online numbers you are saying, they are buying those numbers. I can say that to you categorically. Do you know you can buy viewers online? One man, do you know that? Those people,
I know that a lot of people buy subscribers, but carry on.
These people are fake. One man, any pastor that is preaching prosperity, miracle, they are just nonsense. But one man, you know, I'm a Christian. Most of them, they are just scammers. They are just scammers. One man, don't believe all this online. You see this Pastor Jerry. We know these people. One man, don't let them cajole you.
Please, can I interject?
Go.
In all what you have said now, can you narrow what this man has done that is wrong? Just narrow it to one sentence. Because you see, I don't like generalization, and we do it a lot, particularly when it comes to analyzing religious leader, particularly Christianity. And I think it's a wrong approach to an issue. If you want to analyze it, you narrow it down. Pastor Jerry has a platform which he has people to join him to pray early in the morning. Everybody, we all pray. I don't know if you do, but as a Christian, Jesus taught us that we should be praying early in the morning. He will wake up very early in the morning, the Bible said, and he will go and pray early in the morning. And in the Bible, we all know he did 37 miracles that we recorded about Jesus. Although I know that if some of us here were alive during Jesus, we wouldn't even believe him too. We would be, how can a man be walking on water? Don't mind that guy. So my point is this. What exactly is this man's problem that we're analyzing here, that we're vilifying him for? Can we narrow it to one and let's analyze it? Is it because he set up a platform, people pray, or because he has that level of followership? Or is it because he said what God cannot do does not exist? Or because people know his background, that is from a poor background? or because he took advantage of COVID to spread prayer to people? And what exactly are we talking about here?
Let me attempt. I don't know the guy because I don't follow Christian space. I've not followed Christian space in a long time, so I'm not really interested. But according to what I've heard, one man read, a lot of what he's doing is not doctrinal.
Okay, like what?
Like all these false promises, like what giving people false hope, what God cannot do cannot exist. Jesus did not really teach that way. Even Paul, that did not even meet Jesus, did not teach that way. They said, "Give us our daily bread." They did not say, "Go and name and take." No, go and claim it. Just go and claim it. It's your daily bread that is promised. You will barely. I mean, just read our Lord's Prayer again. That came directly from Jesus, the mouth of Jesus. That is the essence of prayer,
So
not naming and claiming like Kenneth Hagin.
Kulata,
let me help Kalata again. Then you know what Jesus said. He says, "Seek first God's kingdom."
Yeah.
So that's what he said. He says, "What? Seek first God's kingdom." And what did he say after that? He says, "All other things what will be added to you." So you need to understand that that's the basis of the doctrine, the whole doctrinal issue. I mean, the doctrinal matters of Christianity revolves around that pronunciation. I'm not done. I'm not done. Hold on.
All right.
So if you understand that, the import or the import of that statement,
yeah,
what we should seek is first the kingdom of God, then put other things behind. And that was what when Kolata was telling you that give us today our daily, just what you need each day is what you ask for from God. Not you ask for what you would need for a billion years from now. No. If you can have it, that's not to say if people are rich, they make their money in a normal way, in a legal way that is good. Yeah, no problem. But what we should be the focus is that kingdom of God, not this crap that they talk about. If you go to some of these Pentecostal churches, if a pastor,
and we narrow it on Jerry.
That's what we're saying. That's what we're doing.
Because you're already going to some of
because you said
let's narrow it on Jerry.
We're narrowing it now.
Okay.
You said he prays. Now the bulk of his prayer. I mean, show us. I know you like you are a follower of him. Go and bring up one of his video. Let us analyze one video where.
Let me.
Sorry, Ogbeni, you follow. Hold on, Ogbeni, you follow him.
Yes, I do that.
Yeah, so go on one of his videos.
Do you pray along as well?
Yes, of course. I'm a Christian.
I
pray.
Okay, so now hold on. Now let me now take you back. You see, we're going to address that issue of that prayer. That one is one thing. That's one area I can nail him for. Now bring one of his prayer session. Now let us analyze the bulk of what he said in that prayer. And now let us not just oppose that with what the model prayer of Jesus Christ. What was it he said in that model prayer? That prayer that Jesus Christ gave to us. Let us now analyze it, and from there we can go.
Okay, now I've been able to identify only one thing that Kulata has said that he believes is wrong about Pastor Eze. I would like to narrow it. I won't go to all these churches. That's generalization. It's fallacious. It's not a way to argue. Now, he has narrowed it on one, and the only one he has narrowed it off is he gives false hope. Right? That's what Kulata has been able to say. And I think that's what you corroborated. Beyond that, I've not seen a major issue you have with. Now, but first thing I realized is that Kulata himself considered that he doesn't even know the guy's space. Yet he's analyzing the guy. You also, you have considered that you don't even attend, you don't even listen to this. Yes, you're analyzing it. That's one of the issues I have with you guys' analysis. You don't even go to check his channels. You don't know what they do there. It's just like somebody who has never been in Islam before and you're analyzing Islam. What do you know about the religion? What do you know the guy is doing? You don't know jack. Yet you're analyzing this guy. Now, you said what he's doing is not doctrinal. Somebody you don't know, a program you don't attend, a prayer program you don't join, yet you are saying he's doing what is not doctrinal. I'm just trying to identify the fallacious issue you're raising. So now, where am I going? This is where I'm going.
Dude, stop this your courtroom analysis. Hold on, come on.
Oh, you just make a beer parlor analysis now. You're calling my own.
Oh, no.
Easy and let me land.
Wait,
Wait, now, let me land now.
legalist thing of
I didn't interrupt.
Hold on, Johnny Shiro.
I've not made any point. You want to join issue? Let me finish.
Okay, all right. You know, I had the floor before. I had to allow you guys to talk. Go on.
Oh, it's true. I'm the one in charge. Okay, you can go on. No, you can go on.
You go on. Land the point.
Okay.
I don't want to.
Okay, thank you. So my point is this. You see, when you're analyzing an issue, understand that issue so that you'll be able to get informed analysis. What you are doing is not informed analysis. What does that man do? I join his program once in a while. Why? Because
Ogbeni, please, can I add to what Rational Mind is saying?
Okay.
Yeah. Because I've watched this guy's series several times, and then you want us to be specific about what he's doing, right?
I want you to be specific on what he's doing wrong.
Okay, one of them is he's not teaching the word of God. The most important thing for us to be saved is the word. How much word is he preaching to the people? All he's preaching is miracle. That's not what is going to take us to heaven. That's not what is going to get us ready for God. It's the word of God, the fear of God. When you preach this into the heart of people, then, like the Bible said, they seek first the kingdom of God and its righteousness and every other thing. It did not say run around and look for every other thing before you seek first the kingdom of God. But what he's doing is taking people's heart away from the word of God. But people's faith is based on miracles. And the Bible said also that, look, a time will come that they will say there is this here, go there. The storm is coming down. Fire is running down. He said, do not go. You wait on the Lord. You read the word of God. And the Bible said the way of the Lord is narrow. It's narrow and straight. It is not all these people raising people's hope and faith in miracles. And then most of them, they don't even know the word of God. They are running for miracles. Oh, fire, your altar of fire. Oh, blah, 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 blah. And they are dancing and jumping around. That's not the foundation that the Lord laid down for us. So that's one of the issues. He's not teaching them the sound word of God. He's just making money out of people. Yeah.
I love the way you narrow your own point. Your own point now is that he only prays, he doesn't teach the word of God. But you are wrong. Let me tell you why you are wrong. What he does in the morning is what you listen to or what you have seen, not his church. He has a church. In his church, they have full. It's just like if you are a member of Dunamis. If you are a member of Dunamis, you go to full-fledged service. You see time they preach, you see time they pray. All right? And you see different things they do. Time they do a lot of things. But if you narrow your joining Dunamis only to what they do in the morning, which is early will I seek thee, it's only prayer they do. So the only one you've been joining this man or you know about this man is just that is 2 hours prayer in the morning. It's just like your normal devotion at home. Let me land.
Okay.
That is the area you have been joining. That is his prayer. He set aside 2 hours, not for teaching, for prayer. The Bible told us that Jesus didn't preach that early in the morning. Bible told us that he will wake up very early before anybody woke up. He will go and pray. And when he took Peter, when it was about time for him to die, Jesus took Peter and 2 other disciples, joined him to go and pray early in the morning.
Okay.
And they were speaking. Let me land so that I can use Bible. When he was praying and they were sleeping, he came back to them and said, you can't even tarry just an hour and pray along with me. Bible didn't record that he went there to teach. Time for teaching, time for praying. He set up that time for prayer. You see?
Okay, please let me before you continue. Before you continue, let me say this.
All right.
Okay, does it mean that you have to join thousands of people to pray? Can't you pray on your own?
That's self-righteousness. So
yes, not self-righteousness. You have to have a personal
problem. His problem is because he joined he joined thousands of people to pray.
What I'm saying
That's
is that
the issue.
why is he not focusing? The time he's coming online for prayer. Why is he not bringing the word to preach to everybody? Why
2
does he
hours.
have to be?
So,
Why does he have to say those miracles and be saying this and
Oh,
this? It's all
Ogbeni,
staged.
sorry,
It's
can,
all
guys,
staged
can
miracles.
I just quickly say something? Can I quickly say one thing? Just give me 5 seconds. 5 seconds. Ogbeni, what you did was to create. What you did was to create a straw man. That's your own fallacy. You just picked some 2-hour program. You did not focus on the main doctrine that this man stands for. It
What's
stands
his main
for
doctrine?
name it and claim it doctrine.
That's the
Prosperity.
prayer now.
Wait, you know, is the prosperity gospel that is unrecognized on what Jesus Christ preached while he was on earth, and even his disciples did not preach any sort of you're a mini Superman, your assistant Jesus gospel. Just go and name it and claim it. You have no problem in the world as long as you do this. It's false doctrine. You're just giving people false hope. It's not different than this guy in Houston. What's it called? Joel Osteen.
Yeah, that's
They just feel good. They just feel good motivational speakers in the guise of Christianity. And I don't practice anymore like that. So, but I still recognize a sham when I see one. So while you are calling us fallacious, I would like to understand the fallacies in our own argument when we're comparing the work he did. I mean, the work he does compared to the example set by Jesus Christ. I mean, Yeshua himself.
He said because we don't know anything about him.
I don't have to spend time to learn about him. What one man read about his message is enough for me.
So that was what I was trying to tell him too. That we were on what.
Let me ask you a question. Did Jesus perform miracle in the Bible?
One voice. Yeah.
Okay, wait.
One man,
you are
please. I have
talking
a
about the word,
submission.
please.
When Jesus healed the blind man at Bethesda, can you narrate what happened there?
Jesus performed many miracles, many uncountable miracles.
Thank you. So,
please, can I make a
but
submission?
Jesus did not base his ministry.
Can everybody hold on? Let the conversation take place between Ogbeni and Rosie, and then when the window opens, you come in and have your insertion.
One man, I want to make a statement.
Ogbeni, when Christ
you heard what I said, now.
Maybe Kenneth should also.
Ogbeni, when Christ started his ministry, he took them. You would take them to places, and he was preaching. He was preaching the word. His ministry was mostly on the word of God. It wasn't
Can
mostly.
We be specific? When did Jesus
look at
when he took
the multitudes to the desert.
Yeah.
Did the Bible say he was performing miracles continuously?
Before that incident.
No, listen. He took them to the desert for 3 days. That was
before then. He has turned water
that was
to
the
wine.
beginning of his. The mother Mary was the one that said, you know what, go and do something about the wedding, the marriage.
He performed a miracle there.
But his ministry wasn't based on miracles. When Christ took
hold on. Let me help you out real quick. You could even see the reluctance there when his mother asked him.
Yeah, he didn't want to do it because
he said his time has not come.
Oh,
yes. What is the meaning of that? His time?
Jesus Christ took people to the desert for 3 days. He was teaching them the word continuously on the word. It was after 3 days. That was when he fed men. That was when he asked his disciples.
Jesus was alone in the wilderness.
No, before he went alone in the wilderness. No. They went with him, and then he taught them for 3 days.
Which of the book
okay, did you know when he turned he fed thousands of people, and the leftover was like 12 baskets of bread and fishes?
He's already in his ministry then. Now.
But that's what I'm saying. He was preaching the word. And this man says slogan: "What God does not do does not exist." That's a big lie. God does not lie.
Can we pick it one by one? You're jumping from. You know. And that's why
I'm saying that Jesus' ministry wasn't based strictly on miracles.
Miracle was part of Jesus' ministry.
Yeah, but
are we denying
I'm not
it
saying no. I'm not saying it's not part of Jesus' ministry.
Okay, thank
but
you.
It wasn't. The foundation was not strictly on miracles.
What do you mean what do you mean by foundation? Is there anything about him that is minor?
He was teaching the word of God and the
yes,
way
of
to
course.
the king. Yeah, but
so
this man
who
is
told
just.
Who told you this man doesn't preach word of God?
Why is he not televising it? Why is it only this prayer, this calming method that is televised and
You
people are
see
giving
the
him money?
issue. You see the issue is this. Just go to YouTube and type Pastor Jerry preaching.
I'm not going
And
to
you
do
see his
that because
preaching there.
I know this
You
man.
won't do that because you see why you won't do that now.
Yeah.
You won't do that because I've said it. Before you analyze an issue, try to get informed about
I
that.
said I have gone online to watch his prayer line.
You only go to watch his prayer time. That's what you go to watch. It's just like in those days, Benny Zauza, Babadari, Abera, and others. They used to come to do crusade. When they come to do crusade, you don't expect them within that short time to do what they do in their church.
But they were not doing crusade every day. Were they doing crusade every day?
No, they don't. Oh, so his problem
no,
now
that what I'm saying is that
I want to understand though.
Even his word, that what God does not say, what God cannot do does not exist. That's a lie. God does not lie. God is not. God does not accept only.
Is the context
evil.
you see?
Can I say something?
It's just lying. It's just calming people.
You see, you term it lying.
Can I say something?
Okay, will God go back? Will God go back and raise Sodom and Gomorrah and bring them back? Is he going to go back and go back?
That's not the context he's
Let
talking
me say something now.
You can talk.
Yeah, you see, the issue of church as a Christian, I don't know why we argue so much, because any believer can choose to go to any church as far as it suits your faith, it suits what you believe in Christ. But one thing is sure as a Christian, that when you have already known Christ, at least your spirit would have directed to you which word to follow, whom to follow, and all that. Christ has expatiated everything on the Bible. I don't have a problem with anybody going to any church. The reason is this: you have making a choice where to go and how to follow that person. So the issue of criticizing any pastor or any this is not an issue. What we have mostly is lazy Christians. Christians that they don't study the word of God. They don't know where to go when they need this in the scripture. When my pastor said this, where am I going to find it? Is it true or is it false? When you are a Christian and you have read the word of God thoroughly and be able to go through your Bibles to concede whether what you have receiving is matching your faith, then you don't have any problem. Because the issue of churches, the book of Revelation from chapter 1, the revelation that Christ gave to John at the end of the scripture, I think about 7 churches was mentioned. The 7 churches, but it was only one that was found faithful among the 7 churches. That's the church in Philadelphia.
Right.
That's the only church among the 7 churches that was faithful. So why do we kill ourselves if we see many churches today opening branches here and there and all that?
But whereas, like you said, the Bible even said that in the latter days, it said many shall depart from the faith. There will be many teachers that will be heaping false doctrines, and they will deceive many. They did not say few.
Yes,
many.
Yes, I know that. So but this
is why when once you know the word of God and you study the word of God, when people come with all this book crap, you would know exactly where they are coming from. You will remain grounded in the word. Nobody will come.
But if somebody said that, this is where I received the word of God and it suit me, because not necessarily, it's not necessary
because
that
they have ears. They don't know the word of God.
No, it's not because of that. He are choosing.
They are running after miracles. They're not
even in church. Let me finish what I want to say. Even among those 7 churches, I want to give you something, Mr. Rosie, Miss Rosie. In that 7 churches, in the church in whether in Laodicea or what, for you to know that what is happening today, Christ has already put those things out there. He said that these things said them, Amen, the faithful and true witness, the beginning of the creation. He said, I know thy works. Christ know your work, that thou art not neither dear, you are not cold, you are not hot. So then, because thou art lukewarm, and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth. Because thou sayest, I am rich, I increase with goods, I have need of nothing.
Hold on. Sorry, I want to say something.
And that's what is happening now, because with the
No, let me finish so that you conclude. You said I have need of nothing.
Hold on.
And you know.
you are going on a long. You are going on a long.
No, it's not a long. It's not a long for you to know that.
So what's the
What
point?
is
What's the point?
the point there is this: Christ has already established the fact that He knows all your work.
Mm-hmm.
In our churches, He knows your work.
So He knows.
He knows the work of our preachers.
Hold on. He knows.
Yeah.
How about those people who are followers of His? That He was that He was warning against that. Beware.
That is what I said. That what we have is lazy followers that don't care to
so what are we doing
go
here now?
and study their word.
What are we doing here?
Do you understand?
That's what we are saying
So
now.
if anybody studies the word of God,
righteousness. That's the only thing.
yeah. If anybody studies the word of God and is convinced that what I'm getting from my pastor is okay for me, then let it be. Because you cannot see in terms of
let Rational might come in. When somebody wants to come in, just give them that little window. Rational might come in.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse me. I don't know if sometimes I can hear us when we talk, maybe because his voice too loud. Me, I don't have a very, very loud voice. So Ekene, please, let me just interject you. Now, from what all you just said now, it's like you're telling the listeners and other people listening to us who are Christians or who wants to go into the Christian faith, that we should just embrace whoever and ignore what the Lord said, which is Jesus Christ, what He said, that beware. Look at that word. Say, beware of those who come to you in sheep clothing, but then they are ravenous wolves. So, are you telling us that we should just ignore that thing and just anywhere I find any feel good pastor that makes me feel good, it tickles my ear with what I want to hear, I should be content with that? And then, mind you, and again, it talks about there are only just one way that will lead you to life. And so, if you don't go through that, there are no several roads that leads you to life. It says there's only one narrow road. So, if you don't pass that narrow road and you go the other road, then and you're telling me that
let me respond to you.
Hold on. Let's Princess come in.
Rational man, he also said that way is narrow, is straight. He said few find it, few. Because where you have the truth, you don't have people gallivanting and jumping around. The word is enough to keep you. You study your Bible. You don't run after miracles. What a lot of these people are doing, they are running after miracles. Study the word. That is where you find Christ. And once you know the word of God, when you see things happening, it will lead you. It will guide you. But people are too lazy, like Ekene said. They don't want to read their Bible. They'll say, well, my pastor said, my pastor said, my pastor said, my pastor said. Instead of people to go to work, they will go to one place and be doing prayer 10 hours. And they want God to bless them. And yet you are not going to go work. And yet you want God. You think miracles, manna will fall down from heaven.
Well, you people has gone outside the Pastor Jerry issue again.
Pastor Jerry is just scamming people. I'm telling you.
No, see what I'm saying.
Hold on, Ekene. Hold on, everybody. But can you hold on, please, Jide? Hold on. Mute yourself for a moment. The conversation is about Pastor Jerry, not the wider Christendom. Because it's a phenomenon that's just happened. So I was just inviting if anybody knew him or had experienced him. So because Christendom is a big topic, I don't think we can handle it in this session. But yes, I can to you.
One man, I don't know this man, I don't follow him. And that is why I will not criticize him. That's my point. You understand? So anybody that follows him knows the reason why he follows him. I follow my own pastor, I know the reason. At least I know what my pastor stands for. Holiness and righteousness, without which no man shall see the Lord.
Okay.
And that I'm comfortable with that. That's the thing. So that's my
you see this Jerry Eze, it's just a phenomenon. After somebody else will come again, will pass him. There was one man like that started in Lagos. They call him Awunzia. That was how he was running around, shaking Lagos. Hey, Awunzia. He was running around, carrying people to the villages, going to throw down idols and doing all sorts of things. Scammed a lot of people. After a while, he went down. This one has just come. Another one, even Ebuka, there's one that is running again, Ebuka. People are living here in the US. They're going to Ebuka to go and buy miracle water. They are buying in $1,000, $2,000 miracle water. That's another one that is raining again. So these people come and go, but because people don't want to listen to the true word of God,
it's no longer Jerry now.
That's what I'm telling you now. I'm saying they have itchy ears. They don't want the true word of God. So that's why they run around. This Jereze is just scamming people. He just using the word to scam people. And those people that is scamming, I just feel bad because the thing is that they said is the blind leading the blind, and what will happen? The boy shall fall.
Are you being a bit unfair? Hold on a bit.
But Madam Rosie,
Hold on a bit. Okay, go on. I was just going to ask if Rosie was being a bit unfair because you've not experienced him yourself. So
I have a lot of family members. Look, I have a lot of family members. When I went to Nigeria like a couple of months ago, all my family members, hey, Eze, Jerry Eze, Jerry Eze. I said, what is this, Jerry Eze? So I went several times. I'm like, there's nothing there. It's just a bunch of people screaming and dancing on the stage like rock stars and sending money to him. Then they will be bringing recorded testimonies. Somebody that died and rose up. Somebody that had no womb and gave birth. I mean, just fallacies. The stage miracles. Stage miracles.
Can I speak? Because I'm about to...
Look, don't get me wrong that... Don't misunderstand me that there are no miracles. Miracles do exist.
No, I don't misunderstand you.
Yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. I believe in God. I believe in
Madam
miracles.
Rosie, do you see? You know my issue. My issue is this. I know there were some people that if they live during the time of Jesus, they won't believe in all those miracles.
So are you comparing Jerry to Jesus?
I'm coming. I'm not comparing him.
Okay, so don't even bring that matter.
Hold on.
Jesus came as a man. Jesus performed miracles. And Jesus told us that people that will come after him will perform even more than what he did. So I'm not comparing him. I'm just telling you scripture. So my point is this. People that lived, if some people that live now, live during the time of Jesus, they won't believe in all those things. They will call him crab the same way you call Jerry crab.
Well, please don't compare Jerry.
Hold on, Rosie. Let him land.
They will call him new phenomenon that will soon go. In fact, the Sadducees and Pharisees called Jesus a phenomenon that will go. Some say leave him, he will go, the thing will freeze away. But today has not freeze away. So my point is this. Let us criticize someone we know very well. Except you are saying that all those your people that follow Jerry, they are sin and you are righteous.
I am not righteous, so don't get me wrong. I am not righteous. What I'm saying is that
they are on the wrong path. You are on the right path.
I'm not on the right path. I'm not righteous. But what I'm telling you that don't compare Jerry with Jesus Christ at all.
Let me quickly land now. You've called him different names. Somebody like us that do join.
I'm not righteous.
Hold on, Rosie. Now let him land.
Let me land now. Yeah. Somebody like me that do join once in a while. Why did I join once in a while? I used to pray very well early in the morning because I believe that is the pattern Jesus left for us. Early in the morning, you wake up to pray. I used to do my devotion early in the morning. Over time, I realized that I've waxed a bit cold in that. And I realized there is this program that I usually wake in the morning and pray. I don't forbid prayer. I join prayers. And I feel like, okay, let me join this prayer. And I see many people happy in their testimonies and co. So I won't automatically say they are liars when I'm not anti-Christian. I will give them benefit of that they are saying the truth. Some will bring their medical statement of what happened to them and what God has done for them. I'm happy for them. I won't vilify them because I've been in a position of a challenge before and I got my healing, not on Pastor Jerry. So I understand when people have head challenges, when people have challenges and you just need to find miracle from God, how people seek the face of God. I understand it. People that have never been in that situation before may not understand. They may just be sermonizing. But I understand what it means by having head challenges and praying to get miracle and getting your healing. I understand it. So if I wake up in the morning, I'm coming. If I wake up in the morning, I join this guy. Don't think people that wake up in the morning, I join guy on the wrong path. Many people, if not for this program, they wake up in the morning and pray. They don't even pray at all. So that has even solved one of their problem that there's a platform from which they pray.
Okay,
so
Ogbeni, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Okay, Ogbeni, can I ask you a question? Do you mean when you were praying alone, God was not answering your prayers?
No, but you see, you didn't.
No, the Bible said that iron sharpeneth iron now.
Yeah, I'm just asking questions now.
See, you didn't listen to me. I told you that has always been. See, I journeyed from Catholic into CSC into deeper life to where I am now. So I have a little understanding of my background, right? So over time, I've understand in the Kali days, devotees, you must go up and go to mass in the morning. So I'm already used, and it says you wake up to pray. I'm already too used to wake up and pray. But in Europe, here, we work night and day, you work, you're tired and others. So I realized that on the prayer altar, for me, that early morning prayer altar, I've waxed cold to an extent. But when I realized this program early in the morning, some people will send it to me. How is this person? I started joining and I realized that helped my prayer life for that time. That it revived that my early morning prayer. So why won't I join? It revives it. And I've never seen anything I has done bad. Jesus performed miracle. He prays for miracle. People get their healings. So is there anything bad in that? It's not unscriptural for me. I've tried to look for this thing before I realized that he was president of a fellowship during his university day. I was also a president of a fellowship during my own day. The Nigerian Christian Corpus Fellowship. I was the uncle at Adamawa State in my own time. So I understand all this. It grew from somewhere. It didn't just wake up one day.
Benny, can we please talk to you?
So
hold on. Let Benny land. Yeah.
Why will we now see?
That's enough, one man now.
Sorry, I will land in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Why don't see people having their prayer life revived back as being on a wrong track, particularly when you don't even join to see what they are gaining. That's just my point.
All right, everybody hold. We'll do it in this order. Rosie, you respond, and then Chide come in, and then if you want to have a final word, Ogweni, and then you wrap it up, Rational Mind. But let's have it in an order.
No, one man, I haven't talked. One man, I haven't talked.
Okay, Ogweni.
Okay, you can come in as well, but let's just have it in an orderly fashion.
Okay, Ogweni, I'm not disputing the fact that he has helped your prayer life. But my own is that you don't have to join a prayer group before God would answer your prayer. And then one thing I know, I believe in miracle. I myself, I have sought the face of God for certain things. I had delay. When I got married, I had delay in getting pregnant. So I seek medical help, and I also sought spiritual help. So I believe in prayer. But what I'm saying is that I don't believe the one that this one is based on scamming people. Christianity is a personal journey. It's a personal. It's a personal relationship with Christ.
Are you explaining that scamming? How?
Because when you come online and you are bringing all these stage miracles, that's me. My own is staged.
Why do you say it's stage miracle?
If somebody like you come out and say, I went to Jerusalem, and you come out with your testimony, maybe I'll believe, because it's it's you. But all the people that have been going,
because you don't know those people.
Hold on, Ogweni. Let her land. We are not in court now. You can take the lawyer out of court, but you can't take the court out of the lawyer.
No. But one man is simple now. Because you don't know them, then it is scam.
What I'm telling you that these guys.
Ogweni, you were speaking. You don't let Rosie interject. So let him speak without interjection, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So what I'm saying is this: our faith, we have to have a personal relationship with God. We don't have to depend on any person coming up front out of nowhere and joining people together. This is you. I mean, you can. The Bible said you can call upon. He said, "Call upon me, and I will answer you." You don't have to join any prayer line before God will answer you. If your prayer life is getting weak, I mean, you can do night vigil on your own. You can call 2 or 3 people and you can pray. But my own concern is that what he is doing is just raising false hope, just giving people false hope. The time people will spend to go to their daily bread, they are running around, Jereze, and then they are not focusing on the works of their hands. They come or they believe on all these stage miracles. And I mean, if you want to say about his doctrine, most of it, his own doctrine was strictly in the word of God. Strictly. Then when you believe God and you pray to God, God will answer you. You don't have to run around, be looking for, hey, there's miracle here, you run down there. There's miracle there, you run down there. Study the word of God. Have a personal relationship with God. And whatever you ask, he said, ask, and it shall be given. He did not say you should go and join a platform of 10,000 people before he will give you. He said, call upon me and I will answer you. Yeah, I mean, these are the words. So if you are, you you are a lawyer, you believe in fact, you believe in something object. If you come out today and say, this is what I had you had one else, maybe the doctors, it's not your portion. Say, I was diagnosed with a touch stage, blah blah blah, like you come out with say a life threatening something, and then there is I went on the prayer line. Yeah, I'll believe that. But most of these fake miracles that is coming to tell people, I don't believe in it.
Okay,
that's my take.
All right, let's hear from
Mama,
Jide
let me
before.
join issue now.
Don't join the issue, because then she will have to respond, and then it will be back in the
just to
loop
answer
again.
the question she put to me now. Just 1 second.
Okay, go on.
True. Yes, because she said something that you don't need to join people to pray. You just pray on your own. God will answer you. I understand that, but group prayer is also scriptural. You should understand that. Acts of Apostles 4:24. You remember when Paul finished giving an account, and Bible say when they heard the report, he said all the believers lifted their voice together in prayer to God. And he said after that prayer, that's 31 now, said the meeting place shook. It was a community prayer they were praying, not individual prayer there. And the Bible says, and they were all filled with the Holy Spirit. Then they preached the word of God with boldness. You remember that? So for me, don't think prayer, there's a space for community prayer in scripture. And at the same time, that's group prayer, sorry. And at the same time, there's a space for individual prayer. Sometimes during transfiguration, Jesus took 3. They went there to pray. But during early in the morning, you will go alone to pray. So the fact that people pray individually and at the same time still do group prayer, it doesn't make it bad. Then secondly, you mentioned, he doesn't need prayer. Once God sees your heart, don't forget that Jesus himself said when he performed
I did not say you don't need prayer. When God sees your heart, don't quote me wrong. I didn't say that. I did not say that. No. I said you need to study the word of God. You need to have a personal relationship with God.
Yes.
If you know the word of God, you won't be running around to all these miracle places and be looking for miracles.
My own is this.
So I did not say that prayer. There is effective prayer is good. But what I'm saying that if you go on your knees and you pray to God, it does not mean God will not answer you. It does not mean you only have to join thousands of people to be screaming and shouting blah 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 before God will answer you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The last point I just want to make is that don't forget there was a place where Jesus' disciples, those apostles, they tried to heal that boy. They tried all their best. They prayed, they did everything they tried to heal. Jesus came and did it. When they now asked Jesus, how come? You remember what he told them? He said, this particular miracle, this kind, goes out not but by prayer and fasting.
Okay, but the Christ said, go to thousands of...
Hold on. I don't want a biblical back and forth, but...
So conclusively, my point is, don't see your family members that are joining this as sinner, you righteous.
I am not saying I'm righteous. I am not. Don't quote me wrong.
As a scammer.
No, I'm not saying I'm righteous.
You don't know any of those ones giving testimony.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying I'm righteous. Let me correct you. I'm not saying I'm righteous. There is none righteous before God, and righteousness is in Christ. What I'm saying is that you have to develop a personal relationship with Christ. Salvation is a personal matter. You don't have to go to run around to be looking for miracles. If you seek the word of God, you study the word of God, miracles will come to you. Don't base your faith on miracles.
All right, thank you, Rosie. So I think that point's made. So I'm going to take very, very brief commentaries from Jide Isaac, and then you round off that space because I think we've tarried there for too long. But
Jide, don't forget me. I'm here.
Okay, then you can wrap it up. But Jide, very brief commentary from you. Isaac, very brief commentary from you, and then you wrap up that space. Thomas, Jide, let's hear from you.
All right, woman. Listening to both parties this morning, let me first state my background. It has been very entertaining listening to both parties. My background is I was a Christian, but I stopped being a Christian for maybe 5 years now. I'm not a Muslim and I'm not a traditionalist. The only thing I believe in is that there is a God that created everything, which is undeniable, and that it deserves us to live a perfect life. So that being said, I've seen this man in question. I've seen his programs. I've seen a lot of things on his program.
those that said the man is fake, they have the right to choose the man as fake because of some of the attributes the man portrays on his program. And I think the program is more geared towards gingering people to keep paying. It's more or less a fundraising stuff when you look at it the way it is. And this thing is becoming rampant in the Christendom. Just some times ago, a pastor, a very well-known pastor, demanded for ₦1 billion in his church. That if we have anybody that can give me ₦1 billion, let him see my secretary. See, the way we take this religion thing is dividing everybody. Because I can see two people that would normally argue or discuss on how Nigeria would go in the right direction, now being torn apart by just a pastor. The truth of the matter is, religion, we must first understand that it was brought to us. Everything we are quoting was written. And when it was brought to us, it was read to us as slaves. And it was read to us to keep us in slavery. After slavery, now some of them now started turning it to money-making business. I'm not saying they are not true pastors, but when you see their fruit, you know them as the Bible says. This man would make you believe that a dead man from a year ago will rise up when you watch his program. Is that bad, as in terms of motivation? Is that good in terms of motivation? It will motivate you that even if you are penniless, if you go out today, God can make you a billionaire automatically. I've seen his shorts on TikTok. So the truth of the matter is, we don't need to keep deceiving ourselves because it satisfies our probably.
Hold on. I don't think you should be using words like deceive or if the man if he's motivating people to have belief and is guiding them towards a path out of whatever afflicts them, that in itself is sufficient enough of a service.
But one man, please. We speak about corruption in our society. Let me state an example. Some years back.
But make it brief. I want to leave this
very brief.
I want to leave this space fairly
quickly. Very brief, please, one man. Very brief. Sometimes ago, I visited the Redemption Car. I didn't want to name names now, but I'm saying it now. And this woman, what's her name? This woman, Oceanic Bank woman. Oceanic Bank. Her name. Can anybody remind me again? That woman. Cecilia Ibru, yes, donated that particular day 4 big generators, very big, mighty generators to the church. And it was announced and everybody was saying that. Later on, this woman was caught for whatever she did. See, when we say corruption in our society, it even starts from the church. How will you tell somebody that has no cover when he's leaving his house that God can make him a billionaire overnight? If that person goes out and sees where somebody introduces him to stealing money and he sees that he's free, nobody will catch him. He will see it as the miracle. And we are talking about people that don't read their Bibles. They don't even know what the Bible says. And somebody is twisting their head here, back and forth. So the truth of the matter is, when I said what I said about them, I'm not saying it from the context of what I'm saying. If we want to trash the issues of our country, we even need to go back to the church. The church itself is encouraging this corruption. That is what we are saying. That is what I am saying. So you cannot tell me that somebody that has no kobo in his account will become a billionaire before. Which business is he doing? Which miracle is going to happen? And you tell me that not what God can do does not exist. It's the lie. We need to tell ourselves the truth. Woman, that's my point.
Oh, all right. What God cannot do does not exist, and that is not a lie. But Isaac, let's hear from you.
God cannot forgive Satan.
All right. Isaac, let's hear from you.
So, one man, thank you very much. Good evening, all. If you have not subscribed, please subscribe and then click on the like. One man, all I need is just 10 minutes to listen to anybody. No, not you. Anybody who claims to be a man of God or whatever, I only need 10 minutes to listen to that person, then I will tell you if he is or not. Since you guys started this discussion, I went to the man's activities. I went through all. And my conclusion is that this man is also one of these people we are talking about that are making our people so lazy, giving them false hopes. Look at one of his topic here, second half of the year declaration. What is that? What's that? I've listened to him. I've listened to him since you started. Most of the things he said, and most of the way he put his caption to capture people. These are Suleimans, the upcoming, the ones we have before. You see, the church, these people, they so battered the church to an extent that when a real gospel preacher is preaching, they've so impart this thing on the people that the people will not even welcome a real preacher of the gospel. No more. They've so destroyed the church, they've destroyed the people, that even when a real gospel preacher, God sent a real gospel preacher to come and preach the gospel, you will see the people will reject him. So by the time you see these people, when they come up, like what our sister said the other time, when she went to Nigeria, all of them were saying, Pastor Jerry, to come and see, presenting his miracle and all that. These are the people. That is it. Because they've so done on the church to an extent that even when you one man, if God calls you today to be the real gospel preacher, the people will reject you. That is the damage they've done to the church. This is one of them. And that is my conclusion. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Yes, Thomas, to you.
One man, thank you so much. To my namesake, you are Olajide, I am Babajide. Let me set my whole background too. I am a son of a prophetess. So I'm in the Christendom. I grew up in the Christendom. I'm still in the Christendom. I'm a Christian. I'm a born again. I worship Jesus. I worship Christ. But all these people, what God cannot do does not exist, is a scam. Is a scam from the pit of hell. There is nothing God cannot do, but there are some things God will not do. I will say that again. There is nothing God cannot do, but there are some things God will never do, will not do. So all this euphoria, all this internet sensation, it doesn't caught me unaware. One man, I've seen many. I grew up, my mom is still a prophetess. He holds a church in Ibadan. So I am not antichrist. I am a Christian. I'm a born again. But any pastor that tell you that bring money next week or the next day, expect miracle, they are false prophet from the pit of hell. One man. The gospel of Jesus Christ is about salvation. Any pastor that is not preaching salvation to you, that is telling you there is a miracle coming on your way, they are bloody liars. One man. That is my conclusion. Thank you.
All right, that's your subjective view, though, because I'm a bit reticent to be because when it was right, nobody has isolated. What this guy is doing is encouraging you to have faith in prayers, and then through prayers,
That's the false one.
No, don't worry about that's your subjective view, though. That's not a categorical statement. Because if it's inviting you to have faith, and then through faith and application, you can find a pathway through your problem. I think that is the generally recommended pathway. You know,
and that is the wrong doctrine. There's nothing doctrinal about name it and claim it, and there's nothing doctrinal about your faith. Prosperity, prosperity gospel. Prosperity gospel is not of the Bible. Even though I do not go to church or do anything, I think. Wait, let me finish, Ogbeni.
This man accused of
Ogbeni, let me finish.
Yeah.
There's all this stuff is man-made, self-serving, theatrics, basically a show to get people emotionally lifted up, so they empty their wallets and then they live with some false hope. Of course, they stage a lot of miracles. The whole thing is a sham. I've watched a YouTube video that they picked a druggie on the street, washed him up, they made him dress in white suit, prepped him, and they created a church for him. And believe you me, some people claim that they got miracle from this guy. That YouTube video is a documentary still floating around. So let's not stop like giving peddling all these shysters that they're all about it to make a buck. Nothing about this guy is wait one man, let me finish. Nothing about this guy for people that are Christians, because I understand that space. Nothing about this guy is saying salvation, salvation, salvation. Nothing about him is saying justice. Nothing about him is saying righteousness. Everything about him is saying you're a mini God, name and claim, name and claim. That is false gospel. And if it's a false gospel, that's the fundamental thing about faith in itself. Because what's the purpose of all this Christendom, Christian no? Is the love you have for one another, showing love. Deceiving people is not showing love. Deceiving people is not going to make, for the people that feel they're going to go to heaven, deceiving people is not going to make them go to heaven. Like saying you can get everything, all you have to do is just pray and all that stuff. You're leading them in the wrong direction. Then you have to now look at the reality and look at Sai Baba, look at people that practice no faith or any faith, and they do well, they do better than you. But you are telling them that Christ or Christianity is their way to prosperity, not even salvation, nothing to do with their own life. Maybe salvation comes as a second, a secondary. So why are we pretending? Why are we pretending and acting like we shouldn't call it what it is? It's a fraud.
Is prosperity not salvation?
Prosperity is not salvation. Prosperity deals with the earth. As a Christian, Ogbeni, you let me finish. You let me finish.
After you finish now.
No, you will let me finish.
Let him land.
I never finish.
Everybody mute. Let Kulata land.
Let me ramble.
Yeah.
So
and then Ogbeni can slaughter him after. Yes.
You're not supposed to. You as a Christian, your business is not inheriting. Your business is not amassing on earth. Why will you be amassing on earth? Why will God tell you it's difficult for a needle to pass through? For a thread to pass through the eye of the needle. Before a camel. I never read Bible a long time.
Should you even be speaking of Christianity? You don't even know the most.
But I get the general idea. Wait. Let me. I will land
let me
first.
help you with that. It said it is easier.
It is easier for camel to pass through the eye of a needle
than a rich man. And look at Lazarus and the rich
man. So this guy is not trying to save people's lives. He's trying to give them false hope, false promises of riches on earth. That is not what happened in the Great Commission. Remember in the Great Commission where Christ resurrected, what did he tell them to do? Anybody familiar with the Great
Go out and preach the word and preach to all nations, baptizing them unto salvation.
There's nothing like more. Thank you. In the book of Acts, that's one of my favorite books in the Bible. In the book of Acts, that is where you see the example of people that got anointing, as it was written in the Bible, how they lived. They were willing to give themselves away. People were going there, taking all their belongings and saying, this is a brotherhood. You don't have, I have, come and take from me. You don't have, I have, come and take from me. This is because of our love of Jesus Christ. And we are going into the world to start preaching the word. And then you saw them going to Greece, saw them going to Turkey, saw them going to as far as India. And we're talking about, disciples. They were all slaughtered. Some of them were burnt in oil, crucified upside down. They weren't telling people like, you are going to get a chariot when you follow Jesus Christ, or you were going to have, because they had upstairs too back then, you were going to get a mansion because you have Jesus Christ. They said, no, give everything away. Everything, give it away. So it's easier for you, and you can bring brotherhood. That was Acts of the Apostles. That was immediately after Christ left. Now, look at what that shyster is doing compared to what happened in Acts. If you want pure Christianity, pure followership of Christ, go and read the Acts of Apostles and then tell me what these guys are doing, if it makes any sense. Let's not start lying to ourselves. And because we have some emotional or we're born into some religion, and then we cannot start questioning, like we can't read the Bible and apply some common sense and some logic to it. The guy is a fraud. That's my rant.
All right, brilliant.
I would like to join issue.
Yeah, before you join issue, let Thomas go before you, and then Thomas.
But one man, you just totally forgot me. I mean, I'm just.
One man, let me speak.
Yes, everybody will get to speak, but I think Thomas wanted to insert something. I muted him, and he's not happy about it. Thomas, let's hear from you. Thomas. All right. All right. Let Rational Mind come in. And then when I wanted to leave this space, but it looks as though that space it refuses to be left. But
one man, if Ogwenu comes in, I'm going to come in too, please.
All right. Let Rational Mind come in.
You don't even know what I want to say.
Okay. Let me set the order, and then please let's follow this order. Let Rational Mind come in. And let Uptown insert a little thought. Uptown likes to speak in essays, but a little thought. And then Ogwenu, you pick it up. And then Rosie, you bat it back. So Rational Mind.
One man, are you excluding me?
Yes. Okay. Rational Mind, Uptown, Ekene, and then we do it that way. Okay, Rational Mind, let's hear from you.
Yeah, woman, we've had so many people speak here on this topic. I mean, it's a very deep topic that we might have to create a session for one night. And I will try to, you and I, we can coordinate behind the scene. And I would like us to trash this topic out. I know we might eventually not end up getting anywhere with it because everybody have their own strong opinion on this.
We have to bring Maureen Badejo in for that one. I'll see if I can get that.
Oh my God, Maureen is going to slaughter that man, no Rational Man.
Well, you can bring her, whenever her.
In our usual way.
So anyway, but my point is this: you can bring whoever you want to bring, but I'm just saying that it's a topic that you see. This what we're doing here is part of what we're educating our own people, especially those who have the Christian faith, those who still believe in Christianity. I believe in it, but I don't practice it in a fanatical way like other people practice it. And I believe in questioning. Even in scriptures, we have men of God who question God, even who question His actions. So that we will be coming here and be trying to use this legalese and using all this courtroom tactics and everything. I mean, it doesn't work. I'm a theologian, so I did study theology in school. I mean, not in school, but in my own Christian school that I went through. So there's hardly anybody that can come here I will not challenge. No matter how whatever PhD you have in theology, I will challenge you. If you want us to start making references to books, we'll do that. I would want to recommend something to some of us here. It's not a film that you can kind of like quickly get it, but you might need to rewatch and watch it again. And it's set in the medieval time. Go and watch The Kingdom of Heavens. The morals of that film, you might understand what is really behind religion in most instances. But what is the very thing around the so-called Christianity that was once practiced in the medieval times? You understand what we're talking about when we're talking about this pastor. For the most part, it's about fame, it's about domination, it's about recognition, it's about whatever you want to call it. But the real Christian faith, if you watch that film, you understand that it was a total departure from those people who said they were the Crusaders in the first place. But even the Crusade, it's not even of Christian origin, but you understand it's all about fame, it's all about conquest, it's about domination, it's about wealth. If you read that, if you watch that film, that movie, you understand what I'm trying to say. The Kingdom of Heavens. It's a very nice. I mean, for me, it's a classic. It's a classic of some sort of movie. So anyway, so now let me just go back to what we've been saying. I know so many people are waiting to speak. You see, we wonder why a decline in morals in our society today, when all we hear from those who are we looked upon that are looked upon as custodians of the Christian values. I'm not say Christian morals, because some people when they use that word morals, it triggers them like, you know, morals. I mean, say morals changes with time. I don't believe it changes with time. I believe the Christian values remains what it is according to what is found in the scriptures. You cannot tweak it. No, that doesn't mean that. Well, let me say basically there are some certain principles in the Bible you cannot tweak. It's just what it is. So it's either you understand it that way or you don't, just you do the contrary of it, opposite of it. So what I'm trying to say is we wonder the decline, why the decline in Christian values in our society today. Why some of us could come here and promote one certain Sinai looking man who we know him to be, I've often said here on this platform that is an immoral person trying to lead the country and trying to sell us morality.
Are we back on Tinubu?
No, woman, you know me now. I can never speak without dicing this man. I will always speak. Let me talk
Please,
now.
let's focus on this Jerezi. Some of us.
Oh my goodness!
We have short time. We don't have all the time.
Now. You see, you keep saying we've given you many instances. I mean,
focus on this now. Rational mind.
Now, Kulata has spoken now. What's his name? What's her name? Our lady here.
Focus now.
Everybody has spoken.
Our Lady of Apostle. Yes.
Yeah, so Our Lady of Fatima.
Yeah, Lady of Fatima.
So anyway, so yeah.
Please stay focused.
We've had our guy from Australia. What's his name?
All right, carry on. Yeah, carry on with your thoughts. Yeah.
We've had everybody spoken. They've given you points, but I don't know what you're looking for. I don't know what else you're looking for. What you talking to when. I can debate you when it's just.
No, I'm not the antagonist here. We are all conversing. Don't see it as a debate. It's not a debate.
Use word like this. I'm not antagonist. We are having a conversation.
So don't see it as a debate. Don't take it to that realm.
Well, it's a debate of some sort. Yeah, it's a debate.
It's not. It's a conversation. It shouldn't be a debate.
If you call it conversation, whatever. Don't do this. Your English. I don't appreciate this English you're always throwing around. It's a debate. We're having a debate here. Either
I don't see it as a debate.
Well, okay, fine. Well, I didn't want it. So my point is this. You see, we've given you instances like somebody came here within 10 minutes. Just listen to somebody, you know where they are going. One man read to us here all the things we need to know. I mean, let me say all the things we need to know. At least some of the things we need to know about this guy. Somebody gave a detail. It was a lengthy one that one man read to us here about this guy. And from there, we could draw inference from that. But you are asking us to go and watch the whole thing for us to be able to come and tell you if the guys what we're saying.
So I'm the issue here now. Please let's face Jerezi. Don't turn me to the issue.
God. Dude. You see, you do this in a lot. You just try to. This is your training.
No, but it's true. You turn me to the issue now. Why did I become the issue?
Judge, one man, can you please overrule this objection from this guy?
No, man, please don't let him turn me to the issue.
Objection sustained. But what Ogbeni was saying is that it's a conversation, not a debate. So what he's saying essentially,
when he interjects a lot like this, it makes me lose my train of thought. So,
all right.
He doesn't like people interjecting him too. So I heard him when they were having a conversation with what's his name? This man, our Pansa the other day. I was listening. I was driving. So anyway, yeah. So you see,
and you did come to rescue me.
Well, I should have come, but then I was so busy. I was so really busy.
No. Everybody gets Pansa's baptism of fire now. So that was your turn. We've all had it now. We've all had Pansa.
Ogbeni, they've given you many instances. Like somebody said now that he went to listen to him. You don't need to listen to the whole thing for you to be able to draw your inference from that this man is another shyster, as our man here used the word. So it's easy for you to just quickly just deduce and just say, this guy's another Idahosa or another guy that is we've had Jesu of Oshodi. What do they call them there?
Oyigbo.
Jesu of Oyigbo there. I mean, we've seen all of them. They've come and gone. You see, so it's his own time. We once out of Rehan Bonki, the televangelist that was so popular back in the I think late 80s, early 90s. I mean, how did they handle? So the point I'm trying to make is this: they've given you instances that we don't need to watch the whole thing. One man just read it to us. We can draw inference from that this guy, what he does, like somebody's trying to tell you that prayer. You see, you say if I have to start taking apart each of these things about this guy, we will not leave here now. Maybe other people will not be able to speak. But I just want to make it the issue of prayer is one thing I could debate on with you on that, which I think our lady here did a very good job trying to talk to you about. Another aspect is even the way he premised all his whole ministry on. The ministry or the gospel ministry, I mean, not call it, it's not even a gospel. Well, gospel of prosperity, let's use the word. But his ministry is premised on healing, right? It's premised on prayers to heal or to get whatever you want. No, look at the model prayer like I gave you at the beginning. If you look at what Jesus Christ said in that model prayer, the bulk of what was said was centered around praise of God, was centered around the kingdom of God. And the only thing that has to do with you and I that are worshippers of God is our daily bread, and that it should deliver us from temptation so that we could be able to serve him. But you will not see here, well, don't get me wrong, that's not to say we cannot pray.
Is the daily bread prayer not prosperity preaching?
Hold on. It says daily, give us today our daily bread. It's not say tomorrow or next tomorrow. Just what you need today. Pray for it. I can give another instance in the writings of the apostles.
Prayer of sustenance, not prayer of abundance. It's sustenance.
You don't even need to pray to God.
Hold on.
To be blessed.
If you are saying your daily bread, then what sort of bread? Is it croissant? Is it a baguette?
Woman, you don't even need to pray to God to be blessed.
Yes. So
you don't need to pray to God to be blessed. You don't even need to pray to God to be blessed. If God is going to bless, he's going to bless you. People like Bill Gates and all these guys, do they believe in God? Are they not blessed?
So yeah, that's another point you can raise there. So you see, our pastors, these pastors, these so-called shysters, they just come, they prey on people because of their situation, their precarious situation of either poverty or ill health or whatever it is that they're going through. They use that as a means to milk them of their whatever, or to kind of start a cult following kind of thing. So you see, I can be saying this, and it sounds like maybe I'm making a monologue. I would like to engage our man here who is for this guy in the conversation. But just to conclude, we wonder why there is a decline in morality in our society. Why some of us suddenly on this platform here, let me take the word of our Ogbeni here, even Ogbeni himself would become an emergency analyst here himself. And then they will come here and they will moralize that, oh, what is there? Is he the only person that will first of all
you should pay money for that thing you are using?
they will come here and say, oh, is he the only person that first of all not have his certificate? Even though, can you prove his case of drug? I mean, goodness. Gone are those days when if you are found wanting one thing, you cannot lead. You cannot be in the
all right. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So but invariably, what we're talking about here, it always have to reflect on. You have to bounce back to our country, Nigeria, because we're talking about our people back home. The point I'm trying to make is that morality is on the decline. Why? Because the religious leaders are not doing their job. They're not educating these people. You see that they teach them how to be fanatics, to be radicals, and to see other people as one who wants to dominate over them, or who wants to start another contrary religion that they feel threatened about. And then they don't think the very core of Al-Jannah, which is paradise, or the kingdom of God, or the kingdom of heaven. They don't talk about that anymore. They don't talk about the righteousness that Jesus talked about, that seek that kingdom first, and it's right. Because that's not what he said. He says, seek the kingdom and its righteousness. The righteousness here is referred to as the values, the Christian values, the Christian morals. Seek that, because that's what will get you into that kingdom. They do not preach that anymore. So that's why we can see our kids today, they become so wayward. They rationalize things anyway, that a man can sleep with a man and a woman can sleep. Don't get me wrong, that's your choice if you want to do that. But I'm saying from the Christian.
Have you not gotten into trouble in the past for holding these sort of views? That did they not send you on a course for saying this sort of stuff? I remember you said.
No. That was why I put a caveat to what I just said. Now I said everybody has to. I'm allowed to express my view, but as long as I'm not homophobic about it, I'm just saying that That is what the Christian values according to what the scripture says.
Yes, legally speaking, you can express your view.
So I know, but I know. Don't get me wrong. I work for the government, so I know this might be an issue, but I can defend myself because I'm allowed to express my view. My views are that I'm a Christian. That doesn't mean that.
So you can engage me now.
I work with everybody who identify differently. Either you're gay, you're whatever you call yourself. I identify with them. I work with them, but I have my own values. I will not force it on you, and I don't expect you to force yours on me. But I accept you as you are. So that's just that. So,
would you let one of them peck you on the cheek?
If it's just I can hug. I can hug. Why not? But if it's anything beyond that, I would not accept that. It's not acceptable. It's unacceptable to me.
So, you said you work for the government. There was a time that I used to be work for the government as well, and there was an overabundance of the sort of people we're talking about in the civil service. In fact, they rule the place. All of the they are slotted. They are very powerful.
Exactly, very powerful.
And then when that French case, when they come into the office, they like to, whether you are one of them or not, that's how they want to greet you. And then you have to make that career decision if you're going to recall from it. If you're going to recall from it or not, and if you recall from it, then you get labeled an homophobe.
Yeah. So the city where I work here, it's in fact they carry and put for head like gala here. I mean, it's like they are the champion here. When you look at, I don't want to mention the city, but if you Google it, the city that has this LGBTQ issue. That promotes it like something else. It's this city where I live right now. So anyway, so my point I'm trying to make is that everybody has their choice to make on this. If you want to identify differently, I know. I told you because I was having an issue with my daughter then on the issue of this issue of trying to identify differently, and I almost they said I was going to lose my teaching license if I decide to want to go to the classroom here. And so anyway, let me so my point is this. You see, we wonder why there's decline, and let me not go to the issue.
All right, bring it up in a couple of minutes.
So my point is that we wonder why there's a decline. When these religious leaders, while I was growing up, they instilled that fear in us. Don't mean when I say fear, it doesn't mean the kind of fear of like a fear, reverential fear of God. That this is who He is. This is what He wants us to do to make into His kingdom. That's what it's all about back then. Not the kind of what we see, the crap we see today, whereby they totally deviate from that, and people think about how to ride the next car because my pastor said I must make it this year. This year is my year to shine. I will. Why would they not?
How is that a bad thing, though? How is that a bad thing?
When you say how is it a bad thing? What has that led so many people to? How many of these Yahoo boys are telling you that the pastor said one will only tell them that it is here to shine?
No, but you are going to the extremes. But as a motivational work hard sort of input into somebody's life, that this year is your year, you will do well, work hard, you will win the gold. I believe in you. How is that? Is that not motivation?
You see, that's why I'm saying one man. You see, this topic is a very deep topic. We cannot let me just end it here. One man. We cannot finish this topic today, but I guarantee you, there's nothing wrong if people want to be better for themselves. But one thing you need to understand is when a religious leader is the one championing such cause, it has a far-reaching implication. So. Let them go look for motivation maybe in their secular career from their teacher. I mean, their own secular teacher, like their school teacher, whatever. Religious leaders work according to what Jesus Christ said. After he rose, somebody made that reference here. He says, "Go ye and go preach the gospel and baptize them." This guy, I don't know how many people has even baptized. That's another
but you don't know his story.
You cannot baptize from online.
Hold on now. You don't know his story to be damning him.
Oh man, you see, this is what we've heard. He's a tele-evangelist. For goodness sake.
He has a church now. He's heading a church.
How many baptisms has he done?
Yeah,
Yes,
but
he
you
got
don't
preached and
know
baptized.
by your own
What you don't
admission.
know.
By your own admission, you don't know anything about him.
Oh God!
By your
Stop
own
this! Stop,
admission.
stop this! I don't know. I don't know. I've already given you so many instances that where we can tell you that this guy is entirely deviated from what the core of the Christian values, of the Christian teaching. Let me also values the Christian teaching, because all his teaching is all about healing and all of that. The main thing about preaching the gospel and baptizing people, making them not his own disciples, but Christ's disciples. Because that's one another thing. That's another
How
thing.
do you know he's not doing that?
Oh, okay. Well, man, let me allow other people talk. I just want to say one man. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring Uptown in. Uptown. So, touch. Hold on. I'll come to you. Uptown. Touch not my
Yeah.
anointed. What says you? Touch not my anointed.
1 month. Funny enough, he got
Do you
into
know
my
the
head.
do you know the man? Do you know the pastor in question?
Yes, I do. I know him.
Okay, carry on.
He got into my head because I wanted to begin with touch not my anointed. But in the event that you said that for me already, I know it will be a little bit shocking to people like Eze, my brother, you know, to find out that that I even go to church at all. But the truth is that my mom is a charismatic woman. Anybody that is a Catholic here knows what it means to belong to charismatic renewal. So my younger years, I partook fully on that with her because I was her closest child. So that's allowed me to learn a couple of things in that.
Sorry, are you the last born?
Everybody asks me if I'm the last born every time they realize I'm the closest to my mom, but I'm not. But I was her last born for a long time.
All right, carry on.
So,
carry on.
Yeah, so she lost a couple of kids before I survived, before giving birth to me. So maybe that's also the source of connection. But yeah, so in the Christian doctrine, yeah, that's evangelism. But first of all, let me even say that, like one man said, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. The moment we are not able to have the magic wand to separate the sharp from the real thing, or to declare which prophet is of God and which prophet is not of God, or to declare for certainty that so and so prophets or so and so pastors, so and so priests are those of the evil devil and these are of the Christ. Once we don't have that capacity, we automatically lose. I'm speaking from the Christian angle now. The authority to condemn any man of God. So, like I was saying, in the Christian doctrine, evangelism, that's what we're talking about. Because we're not talking about men and women of God. So we're talking about evangelism. So, evangelism has two aspects. One is teaching evangelism. Second one is charismatic evangelism. So those of us that did science in school, we know that we have theory and practical. When you're done with theory in class, you go to the science lab to do your practical. That's exactly what it is here. So the teaching evangelism is sort of like the theory, is the ministration, and some people call it the teaching of Christ, or the Christ aspect of evangelism, like some people say. So the teaching evangelism entails four things. One is salvation. Two is righteousness. Three is self and doctrinal awareness. And the last one is love and sacrifice. So under salvation, that's where you get the whole aspect about going to heaven, life after death, and how you're going to prepare yourself to meet your creator and all of that. Under righteousness, that's where we go the whole morality, lifestyle, and all of those teachings. Under and doctrinal awareness is where we got the Bible teachings, knowing the Word of God, the authorities in the Word of God, and all of that. Self-awareness, that's under spirituality, finding out your spiritual powers. There's also a portion of the Asian religious doctrine that deals with that, which I've actually also delved into. But that's the aspect of that. And then love and sacrifice. All of us know what love and sacrifice is. So that's the 4 things under the teaching evangelism. The second aspect is charismatic evangelism. Basically, some people call it teaching of the Holy Spirit or the Holy Ghost. That's the Holy Ghost aspect. Under this second one, we have 4 aspects as well, which is number 1, prayer. Number 2, faith. Number 3, healing. And the last one, miracles and penance. Prayers is where you find the declarations and the praises, because praises are an integral part of prayers. The second one is faith, where you talk about faith building and all of that. Third one is healing. Both, whether you're talking about healing from sins or healing from physical infirmities or even spiritual infirmities, they are all under healing. That's where you talk about penance as well. Then you talk about miracles, signs and wonders, all of those stuff, which are also in the Bible. So these 4 things are under charismatic evangelism. Now, if you look at the second one I talked about, which is charismatic evangelism, you find that it's almost like just the practical application of everything under the teaching evangelism. So that's just the practical. Now, it's time to practicalize everything you learn under the teaching evangelism. Now, if you meet evangelists, whether you're talking about Protestant churches, you're talking about the Catholic Church. Let me probably talk about the Catholic Church. Anybody that is a Catholic here will know that there are Reverend Fathers in Catholic Church. But again, there are Reverend Fathers called Holy Ghost Fathers.
Yeah.
So, Holy Ghost Fathers, so in evangelism here, people are gifted differently. Men of God are gifted differently. So, because it's a gift. Some people have the gift of teaching evangelism, and some people have the gift of Holy Spirit or charismatic evangelism. Now, some priests are believed to possess special gifts of charismatic evangelism. Hence, they're called Holy Ghost.
Hold on, Catholic Church is not a good example of what you're talking about when you're talking about Christian.
I can make several examples for you. I just said to use Catholic Church.
You're okay with that? Okay, go on. Just go on.
I can use whatever it is. I'm just talking about Christianity. But like I was saying,
yeah, but the thing is that please don't go straight to the point now. You're just going on and on. Go straight to the point, please.
Okay. Allow me when I go to your favorite point.
Well, people have been saying it in the comment section that you need to go straight to the point. I think that's what she's trying to do.
No, that's the point I'm making now. So what I'm talking about, Holy Ghost Fathers are specialties in charismatic evangelism. That's Holy Ghost. Now, with a case of Pastor Jerry Eze, clearly with what I have laid down, you find out that this guy is clearly gifted in charismatic evangelism. And that is what he has tailored his ministration under. And you find out that the entire 4 aspects of charismatic evangelism is what he dwells on. Prayers, all those fire prayers in the morning, declarations and praises, basically, which is what he dwells on. Second one, faith building. That's where you make all those invocations of the Holy Spirit. I declare this unto my life and whatever. Third one, healing, which is what he does. And miracle. That is the essence of charismatic evangelism. And that's what this guy is doing. So for somebody to bring up the argument of saying that because this guy is focusing on charismatic evangelism and he's not preaching salvation, which is under teaching evangelism, or he's not preaching righteousness and morality, which is also under teaching evangelism, or he's not preaching the doctrine like Bible or love, and like I heard somebody say on the platform, therefore he's a fake prophet. That's a very wrong assumption. That's a very wrong. That means that you probably don't know everything Christianity entails, so you just cherry pick some, and then whoever doesn't meet the boxes, those boxes, then the person is dismissed as a fake prophet. So my point is, I'm not saying whether Jerez is man of God or man of devil or whatever it is. I don't have the powers to declare that. But what I'm saying is that if the premise of which you're going to declare that he is not a good prophet, or is not a good man of God, is that he is not preaching salvation, or is not preaching righteousness, or self awareness, or love, sacrifice, and all of those stuff, is not true. Some other teachers might be gifted with both, and they focus on both. In fact, some people, some ministers are almost like tailor-made gifted in basically only healing. And when you come to those ministries, when you are teaching, you are doing another thing, they are quiet. When it comes to healing, they say, go and call Sister so and so, Sister Rosemary. Go and call Sister, because they have the specific talent for that. So that's just my point. Let's not dismiss people say because they are not preaching out the version of Christianity we want, therefore they're fake pastors. I think that's really very uncharitable to the man.
All right,
Please, I have a question. Please, before you go, I have a question. Yeah, my question is this. So when it's specific on this area, is that what's going to take you to heaven? Would that take you to heaven?
What do you mean if we take you to heaven?
No, we are talking about Christ. We are talking about the foundation. What's the main purpose? Is it not to make our way back to heaven? So this aspect that he's focusing on, would that take you to heaven?
Without faith, are you going to heaven?
No. Hold on, Rosie. The question Rosie is asking is, you are talking about this charismatic doctrinal strapline that
yes.
Pastor Jerry is focusing on. But what Rosie is speaking to is that salvation is the wider and greater objective of Christendom. So is this a charismatic something that you are just describing? Is that going to take you to heaven? That's what
Thank you, woman. Yes,
very
thank
simple.
You, woman. That's
very simple to answer your question, Ms. Rosie.
But succinct with it, though. Yeah.
Yeah, very in a very simple or layman's description of the question you asked. It's just like saying in a secondary school, and a particular teacher is a chemistry teacher. Some chemistry teachers are just practical. They just go around teaching practical.
Please don't bring spiritual things. Don't bring spiritual things to mundane things. They are comparison. To me, that's not. You can't compare spiritual matters with mundane matters.
Am I still connected?
Yeah, but you are faint somewhat. But bring it home. Just be very condensed with it. So we can have Ekene speak, and then I want to go to Adamu, who has resigned as the chairman of APC.
I'm not speaking again.
No. Okay, I'll go to Adamu. Hold on, I'll go to Adamu, but then you will hold on. Let's do it this way. Respond to Rosie. Ekene speaks, then I'll come to you. So you have the final word on that space, and then you open up the Adamu space, Ogbeni. So let's do it like that. But
don't give Ogbeni the final word though, because I'll push back.
Oh God!
You don't even know what I want to say.
I'm messing with you.
One man, I have a suggestion. One man, I have a suggestion. Let's just move on, please. Let's move on.
Mr. Thomas,
we have it now.
That one are military
suggestion. Let's move on. Yeah. Let's move on, please.
Okay, I agree. Because Uptown has even
said... Please, I'm sorry. Before we move on, one man, please, pardon me. I'm very sorry. Before we move on, please. Okay, when one man brought this topic, he brought the complaint of the men saying Jeresians taking their wives away from them. The time they are supposed to be jolling. The woman is going to hide in one room and do this and do this. I mean, is that scriptural?
Sorry, maybe they should have taken the watermelon cure over rational minds watermelon.
Yes.
That's a topic for a whole day. Don't go there.
No, I'm just saying now, because the Bible says what God has joined together, let no man put asunder. Let Jerezi not put a husband and wife matter asunder.
How can you shift that blame on Jerezi?
Because the men are complaining that he has taken their wives from them. The time they are supposed to be doing
the time to pray.
The time they are supposed to be doing bedroom dance, she's hiding in guest room,
It's
and
not forcing them to join the
every
prayer.
night. The Bible say pray, continue to pray every night, every day. Don't do bedroom dance. Is that what the Bible say?
You people.
Pray without
So,
ceasing.
pray without ceasing does not mean that husband should deny wife, wife should deny husband.
All right, let's move swiftly on before
One
we
man have
blast.
nothing to hard again.
One man, sir, will not say anything again.
Ekene, we have said as much as we have been.
One man. Wow, it doesn't make sense.
Thomas don't talk now.
Yeah, Thomas has told us to move on. So let's move on.
One day.
Yes,
Mr. Thomas.
Yes. Let's move on to Adamu and you can open up that space, and then Kulata can join in as well. But this came in from the blind side. It was actually Ayo that highlighted it in the comment section. But then as the news cycle continues to churn, so every news platform is now telling us the exact same thing. Even my guys on Instagram, they are just sending it in like a stream. So it looks as though Adamu has fallen on his sword as the chairman of the APC party. And as he was falling on his sword, he yanked Omishore along, and he and Eyola Omishore now no more of our APC, at least the rulership of
Iyola, no Iyola, Iyola.
I beg your pardon. I was trying to avoid not saying it. I was okay with Omishore. So he and Omishore now no longer in situation. But what are you making of that, Ogbeni? Because I thought it stayed too long in that post.
Is it for me?
Yes, you can open it.
I yield it to Ekene. I have to.
You have to
bounce now. Yeah, I have lecture tomorrow. I have to leave.
All right, brilliant. Do your lectures, but join us tomorrow to come and answer that question still. Yes. Let Kulata open that space, because it's more Kulata space. So Kulata, what are you making of that?
But is it news? It's not anywhere now. I've not seen it in any. It's not on Punch. It's not on Vanguard. Where is it?
Oh, okay. So it's showing on the Independent there. So there it is on your screen. Then it's on PM News. So there it is as well. And then when Ayo sent it in, it was on another news platform. So it's been widely reported. That's the thing.
One man, I think this news came out this night, but I'm still waiting till tomorrow to confirm it. I just saw it late in the night, around that kind of 8 p.m. So, but it's not on television. It's just
this news cannot be confirmed as far as
so it's till tomorrow. I'll have to leave it till tomorrow to confirm the news before I can delve into it. That's my take.
I don't think I've seen it in my APC sources too. So I don't know. It's not on. I mean, well, anyway, last time I was fully here, this is the exact thing I said. I said this Adamu guy may not last. I can't remember the person that pushed back against me that said, no, it's still convention. I said, the way I'm looking at it, that, I mean, the guy played he played hardball with Tinubu. He did not support him. He supported that senator, and he was even during the election, he was abusing Tinubu. Why was Tinubu pushing back against Buhari? If you guys recall, when Tinubu went to Abeokuta and started saying, what did he say again? Amadibo, Amawole. And he was saying he tongue lashed Tinubu. I mean, there's no love lost between both of them. And honestly speaking, for anybody that may have doubts, Tinubu is stamping his authority on APC big time. So it will be hard for both of them to be in the same party.
I'm still waiting for the backlash against Tinubu because and I think the backlash might well come still from this petition tribunal because it's
moving too fast.
Yes, it's moving too funky, but yes,
and it's stepping on a lot of stones. Do you know that Yari has been visiting DSS? Yari that contested for Senate president. DSS has been talking to him. So there's this game, Tinubu. I mean, I don't know. The Northerners are quiet. The APC Northern power players, they're quiet. I don't know if Nigerian presidency is so powerful that everybody kind of like reserves their opinion, because I don't think the way it's gone so far. I mean, let's deal with Adamu first before I go to where I was going. There was no, I mean, I do not think Adamu, the way Tinubu did it, I think it was skipping him on traditional stuff you will normally try to align with your party chairman. I want to believe, I don't have any facts on this, so it's just my opinion. I want to believe that all this ministerial appointments, all this appointment is making, there's been zero consultation with Adamu. And what he's trying to do is to make Adamu feel irrelevant. And of course, when you feel irrelevant, what's the point that you're a party chairman? Your presidency is probably not seeking your opinion. I'm sure Akpabio wasn't seeking his opinion. Who knows who Adamu supported for Senate president? So essentially they just turn you to a puppet and force your hands to resign. So, but all I'm saying is speculation, because I don't know that for a fact. But I think that is what is going on. Tinubu frustrating the guy.
I think the news is going to come out tomorrow, because it's been reported too widely for it not to be the case, and some somewhat prestige news platform. So you can say PM News is not a prestige space. And when I brought it, it was from one of these online platforms. But when you are now seeing a conservative, long-standing news platform like the Independent, I think this will be the news cycle for tomorrow. I think Adamo is gone. But then I thought he should have left with Buhari. I thought it tarried for too long in that space. He should have left earlier.
I mean, that would have been too early to leave. Normally, as politicians, they should have tried to kind of mend fences. But I don't think there's a place for both of them to coexist, given the acrimonious relationship they've had in the past. And I don't think it was healed or attempted to be healed. And Omishore just became damaged goods, if the story is true. There was no way they could sustain it. And I think Tinubu perhaps may have made him irrelevant. Like I said, I don't think he consulted him for anything post-presidency. And when we look at this Tinubu's presidency, it's been shocking to me. And the aspect that's been shocking to me is the blatant, one-sided, lopsided appointments coming from the Southwest. I've been shocked. I'm not even going to lie. It's been in your face, skewed appointments towards the Southwest so far. As in, I can't even believe it. So it just means it's only maybe the constitutional mandated appointment that is going to be that is going to be based on the whatever we call it again. Is it fairness and equity or fair representation? So
did he not tell you that Yoruba will come? He told you now.
I did not take him literally. This is literal Yoruba local. I mean, I'm worried. I'm worried at the state of one-sidedness in his appointment. I'm not even going to lie. And I don't think, I think some people are just keeping quiet, seeing where this is going. But one thing that is not mistaken, he is fast consolidating power. Unbelievably fast. I mean, this guy hasn't spent 2 months. Is consolidating power at a rapid pace. Rapid pace. So by the time, if it's this powerful now, and any inkling of opposition like Senator Yari now is tackling them with DSS, this is going to be a brutal. Is going to take his enemies.
Do you think he's moving to break the northern hegemony permanently? Is that what we're seeing? Does he want to permanently break that hegemony so that it never rises again? And then we have an equibalance sort of a country.
For now, I can say for now, because it's politics, it's very fluid. I can say for now, is doing without, is kind of like, is walking all over that hegemony right now. Especially, I mean, that would be very simpleton for me to say that Fulani hegemony. I can't say that because that doesn't make any sense. Because he's still going to have a lot of people around him, but is not what is obvious enough is not making his power base in Aso Rock centered around northern hegemony. That thing, sir.
What do you make of the complaint of Kano State governor about the allocation that they are getting now?
You know, he withdrew that complaint just a few hours ago.
Who say the current governor?
Yeah, Kano State governor. He's complaining about the allocation. Lagos State getting 47%, then sharing the other to the rest of states. So they might those northern governors are complaining somehow.
That's the loan thing, Abi.
The
development, no, it's not palliative. It was, I argued it on Ovie's platform. So there's this development loan that Nigerian government and World Bank and
No, it's not that. It's the 8,000 naira. I think it's the 8,000 naira.
No, it's not 8,000 naira.
No, it's not the 8,000 naira. It's the development loan.
All right.
Yeah,
it's the development loan.
Yeah.
You see, the development loan, Southwest,
yeah.
Out of the entire Nigeria, Southwest got 57%, with Lagos State having 47%. It's supposed to be development loans for small, medium enterprises. And I think people were upset, they were angry. And I was telling them that this is a loan, it's not an aid, it's not a grant. So the bank that's issuing this loan out, they are for profit. They're not an NGO. They're not they're not an NGO. They're for profit. So it's not a grant. So expect the people that qualify for the loans and the people that have the ability to pay it back to mostly come from where there's business. And a lot of small businesses all over the country may not even know about the loan. So Kano State is pissed off that why is Lagos State taking almost half of the loan? But if he looks at the caliber of businesses in Lagos, that is where you're going to get the people that with the most qualification and the people that can pay back. The loan is not based on equity; it's based on merit. It's a loan. The banks have to declare profits. They need to make money. They're not there to go and be losing money. And like I said, it's not a government grant. It's not grant money. So that's why it's pissed off. That palliative is most likely, that one will most likely, the North will most likely get the heavy share of that, because the list they're using is heavily skewed towards the North. And of course, that's normal because that side of the country, because of polygamy and some other things, has the largest share of poor people. It's not like there are no poor people in the South. There are tons of poor people. But I think, states like Kebbi, like Sokoto, they just make that number. They just blow that poverty number out of the park. There's some few states in the North that their poverty numbers are just out of this world. Sokoto is one of them. Kebbi is one of them. Zamfara perhaps is another one of them. But the rest are doing okay. So I think Tinubu is, government is very Yorubanized. There are no ifs or buts about it.
Do you think it's playing a game of brinksmanship, Tinubu? Because of course the Buhari administration very heavily skewed towards the north.
But was Buhari this bad? This is just 2 months. Let's not lie. Was Buhari this one-sided?
Yes, but who can argue? Why I'm asking if it's playing a game of brinksmanship is who is going to say he's having too many Yorubas when the whole of the 8 years of Buhari was all Fulani, northern. So he's doing it now, inviting the counter criticism that you are doing Yoruba. So that's where the brinksmanship.
Woman, can I ask Kulata a question?
Yeah, of course.
So Kulata, let's say Tinubu wants to perform, and he is focused on finding the best minds, the best people, most qualified people to just put. He's not trying to look at tribe or anything. Where do you think it's likely? Where do you think? What part of the country do you think is likely to find the best minds to?
Where part of the country in general? because of the exposure to education and all. I will say the South in general, but not necessarily the Southwest. There are a lot of qualified Edo, fine Edo, brilliant Edo people. There are a lot of brilliant Igbo people. There are a lot of brilliant South people. Well, you can say a lot of Lagos people, not my state, not Oshu, not one man state, not yo. There are a lot of Lagos people with exposure to the kind of experience and brain power and network that Tinubu needs to be successful. So I can say in terms of merit, a lot of folks coming out from that Lagos circle, yeah, the merit will skew towards their side. I agree to that. But at the same time, that space is not just filled with Yoruba technocrats. They're, like I said, they're Edo, Igbo, Efik technocrats.
But those other regions you mentioned, how many of them are associating themselves with Tinubu where you can easily locate them? They typically, you notice what the politics is, that side of the country, south, east, they're really dissociating themselves from him. So how can he reach them? So if he's looking for the people immediately are representing themselves, like going to be Yoruba people,
But are technocrats partisan? If you are looking for technocrats, like maybe or some guy, some economist somewhere, some whatever, what does it have to do with party?
Well, I would say, look, first of all, you pick the people you trust. If I've worked with someone and I know how to work with that person and I know that person's capacity, I will be biased to picking that person. Like at work, I have someone that will come from the same country that I take everywhere just to make sure I rise, she rises. I rise, she rises. That's how. Because I know her work, I trust her. And people, everybody, leadership, everybody knows us, that pair. So I will not blame him if he's doing the same thing. But at the same time, the optics is not right. I'm honest. The optics doesn't look right.
Kulata, what about this women inclusion? Because I see the women leader visiting him the other day, and there were some kind of looking at his appointment, I think that women is skewed out, and he gave them a lot of promise. So what do you say? Do you see any women inclusion in this government?
It's still weak.
Because for me, I'm not seeing it at all.
It's still a bit weak. He picked that lady, that Yoruba lady that married a Dutch guy. He picked one northern woman. He picked. It's slim pickings. Let's not lie, slim pickings. It's probably less than 4, maybe less than 5.
I won't advise Tinubu to listen to you because
it's not.
Jonathan made the mistake of listening to people like you. At the end of the day, look at
Mike,
the way
Mike No, here's what I have to say about it. Look, he shouldn't listen to me. He should do. Like I said, if I were in his shoes, I will also pick the people I'm comfortable with. Number one, if I want to perform, I'm going to pick the people I know will perform. But it is still a country. There's still some optics. You still have to cater for the optics. What I'm saying is,
Jonathan did it.
No, forget Jonathan. Jonathan messed with the wrong people. Jonathan messed with Yoruba people, and we showed his ass. But here's what I'm trying to say is, for optics, or for the optics, there's some positions you should try and take a risk on few, not the key ones. The key ones, pick your trusted hands, but a few ones, give other people a shot. There are many people that are not, northerners. There are many people from the southeast, south.
He appointed Ribadu as the NSA.
Yeah, but it's Ribadu now. Like, that's his party man now. He made Ribadu presidential candidate in 2007. They've gone a long way. That's appointing.
Yoruba. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah, it's not Yoruba, but in an appointment,
he has to try and find strangers.
Wait, Mike.
And that's one of the most sensitive positions in government.
When you look at an appointment of the average that Tinubu is batting now, when you look at an appointment of 10 people, I swear to God, like 7 of them will be Yoruba.
He kept Yusuf Bichi at DSS.
One man, that guy will go at some point. He's still using him. But just look at the new appointments. out of, I mean, a rough average is like out of 10, 7 are from this Yoruba. Maybe he will pick some Yoruba from the Northwest, but it's still freaking Yoruba. I have nothing
What's
against.
bad? What's bad about it?
I'm
Just
not
tell
saying it's bad. Listen to what I'm saying. It is the optics. Just switch Tinubu with Peter Obi, and you get Nwaka,
This platform will be
Nwabuno,
on fire.
Uchena.
That's
You
what I
have
want.
Uchena. You have Nwabudike. You have I mean,
I
putting
won't
on
mind. So if you fail, we can all say the
Kenneth
yes.
look,
Okonkwo.
let's be fair. Let's be intellectually honest with ourselves. We will criticize. We will criticize.
Kulata, the point we are making is, if, like Obasanjo, for example, he did all the picking from all over the place. He's trying to please everybody.
And it worked
His
for
failure,
him.
wait now, I remember that time when he was failing.
He still has
People were
one of the
saying,
best cabinets in the
Yoruba
world.
failed. Listen, at the end of the day, they will still blame you. If he failed, they will still blame Yoruba people, even if you pick people from all over. No, Obasanjo literally ignored Yorubas, and they
Okay,
still blame Yoruba
Mike,
people for his failure.
Mike, has it occurred to
So
you
I'd
that if
rather have
Tinubu,
Tinubu pick.
wait, Mike, listen, wait. Has it occurred to you that if Tinubu fails, then won't they blame Yoruba people?
Whether you pick
Please,
Yorubas or not, they will blame Yoruba people if you fail.
Can I say something? I think what Kulata is trying to say is that, like Buhari now, we were all complaining during his own time that he brought in too many Fulanis. So it's like, it's similar to what Tinubu is doing now, right? Bringing so many Yorubas. I think that's what,
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, it doesn't look too good.
I get the point. I get the point. It doesn't look good, but
we are now
what I'm
saying
saying
that
is, guys,
who is comfortable with, but nobody gave Buhari that chance. Nobody said no. It's people Buhari loves, people he's comfortable with. No, we all called him a nepotistic president.
We called him nepotistic. I mean, what did we not call Buhari? Let's not lie. What did we not call Buhari?
Kulata, see, you know what's more important to me? When Tinubu is leaving that office, we can say, he performed, he gave electricity, he performed, where people can say, this Yoruba people perform. That's what's more important to me than people saying, it's only appointing Yoruba. Criticize me for the 8 years for only appointing Yoruba. I can rather take that criticism for the 4 years he will be in office. That Yoruba is running Nigeria, than him doing all this. I don't want to please people, appointing everybody, and then he failed after 4 years, because they will still say the Yoruba man failed. That's what they will say.
And if he doesn't perform, then
fine. Either way, they will say Yoruba failed. So I'd rather have him do what he
in
needs
terms
to
of
do.
performance, can we analyze this 8,000 naira, this palliative that is rolling out now? Can we analyze it to see the vision here?
No, we've done a whole session on that. So we've done a whole session on that 8,000 naira. But,
because the reason I said that to one man, he's already receiving a lot of criticism, a lot.
You're gonna receive criticism no matter what you do. Even Buhari was receiving criticism when he was building second Niger bridge by the Southeasterners. So you're gonna get it no matter what.
I think generally
they say, look at the bridge is building itself. Look at they'll still criticize you. So my advice to Tinubu is, if you focus on performing, just ignore everybody.
For me, I think
one voice. Yeah.
Mike, you just take for instance, you don't feel too bad because I'm not saying you are tribalistic. You are Yoruba, right? It doesn't feel bad to you. But imagine putting yourself in an Igbo man's shoe or in an Hausa man's shoe with this going on. You're not going to like it, right? You're not going to be happy about it.
The fact, yes, I may not, but the fact of the matter is, whether you do it or you don't do it, you're still going to get criticized. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying, no, listen, this is what I think Madam Rosie is mixing my position. Madam Rosie, you're mixing my position. You're thinking I'm saying you should just appoint Yorubas only. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you should appoint who he thinks will help him perform, do the best he wants to do. If they all happen to be Yoruba, let it be. Don't say a Yoruba man that can perform, that can do something, turn things around, and you say because the country will criticize you now, you're going to find somebody from somewhere else and put him there, and he won't perform. And at the end of the day, they will still, when you leave office, we don't see the performance. They will say, the Yoruba man that became president, he didn't do anything. So I'd rather have you ignore them if all the people you find happen to the Yorubas, and at the end of that 4 years, we see change. I'd rather. And I can look at the people in the face.
It's a risky gamble, Mike.
I can now look at those people in the face and say, wait, when my Yoruba people dominate the government, we performed. When I dominate the government, perform. Are they saying it was all Yoruba?
Hold on. It's not even possible for him to. for him to have a wall-to-wall Yoruba.
We know it's not possible. I'm just saying.
Hold on, and I don't think Yoruba people want that either. You know.
Yeah. So the point
is Nigeria not Yoruba land? You know. So
yeah,
I mean,
as a Nigerian president, if you will need to stick to your tribe for you to be able to select competent people, that means I have a question about your ability to even select competent people anyway.
No, woman, no. Tinubu's case is special because of Lagos.
I want to say this. Please, we have over how many thousand appointments? The guy has missed less than 100 appointments. We're already creating an optics. If you look at the optics of what he has in his cabinet as of now, it's just a perception. I don't believe this thing is Yoruba thing.
It is reality, my friend. Check the appointment.
Kulata, hold on. For the facts of saying women inclusion, his essays that are translating to ministers, culture and all of that, they are women. And he said it. He said he's pan-Nigerian. Tinubu did it in Lagos. And the thing is, if you don't expect at least a 60% of his cabinet to be Yorubas, I don't think you are being fair on him.
No, the cabinet cannot be Yoruba by the virtue of the constitution.
No, hold on. His appointment by interaction. Look at his growth. Career growth, politics, and all of that. His affiliations. He's affiliated more with Yoruba people. You work with people you trust.
But
so why did we blame Buhari then? Why did we blame Buhari? Can you apologize?
Because that's what we have Nigerians now.
And then apologize to Buhari then.
So even if we are saying Buhari, the problem we had with Buhari was he was appointing his people, and the people he was appointing were not necessarily criticized because they were full and nigger. That was the second level criticism.
No, let's be
from day one.
Because they were ineffective.
I disagree. We have to
hold on. I think AY might be right because
the first level criticism they faced was because
the lack of competence. They were just they were brainless people.
One man, and no. You guys are not being honest because you have to give people time before you make a judgment that they're competent or not. As soon as Buhari started those appointments, people started criticizing. They won.
But it was only the Apobians that were doing that, man. The people like us were not doing that. We were just sitting back to watch the performance.
Mike, relax with this Yoruba Nation IPOB. Please relax.
No. Like, to be fair, once Buhari entered, the first people that started criticizing him before he even lift a finger.
Hold on, Mike. There was this guy, Saleh Maman, that is a typical example of a Buhari appointee. There was this guy, Saleh Maman, that he appointed as the Minister of Power. So I saw this guy giving an interview on NTA, and the guy could barely string English words together. He claimed to be an engineer. He was talking about a value chain, and he kept on saying value exchange. Just because he had been hearing Fashola say value chain when he was the Minister of Power, he said the value exchange of the something. I thought that was a slip of tongue, and then he went on in that trajectory. He couldn't even, so he had no concept of anything. And then Adamu, he had no concept of education. And then you had Tanko Mohammed, specialism, Sharia law, Chief Justice of
Yeah, but one man, that was after. Look, when Buhari first started in 2015, go back to that time period. We did not give them time to even perform before we started criticizing them.
You forget a lot of things. Hold on. Let me
wait. Let me just make a quick point. And this example you gave about someone calling value chain. Wait. When you say someone calling value chain, wait now. When you say someone saying value chain, value exchange, how is that different from Peter Obi's market to market something? And people are going gaga over Peter Obi.
Consumption to production.
You can't tell that because that guy made a flop that is not competent as soon as he was appointed. People were already freaking. I exalted Peter Obi, no Ipobians. People were already freaking out that the Fulani before they could even perform. So I don't agree.
Kulata, your facts are not right. Let me remind you, when Buhari came in, although he was sick, he took about 8 months before he even started.
Before he's still a cabinet, yeah, I know.
No. So you can't say immediately Buhari entered, they started saying he was fulanizing Nigeria. Now, the truth is, of all the presidents,
he had
that
special
came
advisors like Tinubu too now.
Sorry, let's say why. Let's do it one at a time.
Of all the presidents that enjoyed goodwill, Buhari enjoyed a very lengthy goodwill before we started criticizing him on things that matter. Because when Buhari came in 2015, he came in with the hype. Everybody supported him, expecting him to de-escalate a lot of all these insecurities and all of that. Everybody
That's true. Change.
Yes,
everybody was
excited.
Princess, please now. Let's
no, everybody expected him to perform magic. That everybody, the whole country was comfortable for him for 6 to 8 months before he nominated his cabinet. His ministerial cabinet. Everybody was okay. Baba is doing well. Baba go slow. You remember all those times now. So before, when we now saw his appointees, everybody was expecting they would come up with proactive solutions and all of that, and it was not forthcoming. Then everybody started criticizing them. Then everybody started criticizing the second leg, like the guys that you are putting it, who are your king brothers, are not doing well enough. So that's it. Buhari enjoyed a lot of goodwill. A whole lot of goodwill. Now Nigerians are very impatient, very, very impatient because of Buhari's experience.
This is pain in my guy. Just the truth is there.
Nigeria is very patient too. Nigeria is not impatient. Nigeria is very patient.
We can quickly do an analysis by going to YouTube in 2015 and 2016 and reading comments there and knowing what people are saying, especially under videos after Buhari's appointment of ministers, and then look at what analysts we are saying in radios and TVs. We can easily spin things when it favors us, when we want to protect whatever thing wants to change the reality of what happens. We all criticized Buhari. We all called him a nepotistic president. We all called him all sorts of names, fulanization of Nigeria.
Honestly, to be frank.
Sorry, Uptown, are we calling Tinubu that now? Are we calling Tinubu nepotistic? Or is he on the journey to nepo? Yeah.
We have been being very, very kind to Tinubu. Like, if you look at the list, like, I don't know why people are not running everywhere and shouting. People are being kind. If you even check it, compared to Buhari, people are being kind. It's that is being really complaining.
Let's be fair. Let's be honest with ourselves. The entire Buhari administration, the only people that are really on Buhari's case were secessionists, the Yoruba agitators and the Biafra agitators. The regular Nigerian were not really complaining about the guy because they saw that he was doing infrastructure project and things like that. Yeah, honestly, the only people that were really getting on his case, people like me, I was coming here praising the guy. I didn't care about who he was appointed because I saw the infrastructure project that was going on, and I just ignored the whole so-called he was appointing for like nepotism. It was all Buhari's attackers with secessionists, the Yoruba agitators and the Biafra agitators. That's what I know. So a regular person like me and others I know, they were not really complaining about, it's appointment, or something like that. We just focus on performance. That's all, to be honest.
To be fair, just to be fair to Mike, throughout the Buhari administration, he's always said, let him appoint whoever, so long as they're delivering. Mike even sent us some rather fake video of Buhari's infrastructure where he was pretending to be driving on. You remember that fake video you sent in?
You say it's fake video?
Yes.
So you don't believe that's Lagos Ibadan Express Road? You still don't believe it today?
No.
It's even more beautiful now than that time I sent you. Now they put the lines on it. If you drive to Lagos Ibadan Express Road and you take it in London, I'm telling you, they put the lines, they put the street light. Dude, now that place is dope, man. I'm telling you, one man. I will soon go back to Nigeria. I will take another video. They perform it when it comes to studying infrastructure. They did good job, man. I'm telling you. Buhari administration did a good job on infrastructure.
So was he elected president or elected minister of infrastructure?
It doesn't matter. That's his administration. So let's give him the credit. That's what I'm saying.
Buhari favors me on infrastructure.
And one man, this is why I keep saying Tinubu should not focus, because no matter what it does, he's still going to get criticized. So he should focus on how to perform. And if all he can find, the best he can find is Yoruba, just use them, because you're going to get at you regardless whether you're trying to please people or not. We should learn from history. Jonathan made that mistake. He forget his people. He was trying to go help others, so they won't call him anything. At the end of the day, they still kick him out, they call him names. Obasanjo did the same. And now Buhari, he ignored them. And people like me still give him credit, at least they did something. If he would have just trying to make him mix it, Buhari should have removed Emefiele. If Emefiele is setting him up now, you know, he should have put his fellow Fulani man there that won't do that kind of thing to him. You know, so Tinubu should not listen. They're going to hang you anyway, especially this obedience. For the next 4 years, they will hang you. Whether even if you make everybody Southeasterner in that cabinet, they will still hang him. So you should forget that thing, man. Focus on performance. Don't listen to Nigerians. Because at the end of your tenure, people want to see what you've done.
Okay, one man, can I interject real quick?
Not listen to Nigerians. We should listen to Guinea people.
All right, come in, Prince. And then we go back to Kolata. Prince, good to see you.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, woman. Hello, everyone. If anyone has excuse to appoint people from his region, I would say Buhari probably does, and he did that because Buhari really, is almost like Peter Obi in a sense that he does not have that knowledge of the Nigerian space. He's not very versed as a politician. I don't even see him as a really good politician. So he had to rely a lot on people from that make a recommendation for him on whom to choose for different positions, right? Because it wasn't that good. But now we give a lot of credit, especially myself and some people, to Tinubu as being a true consummate politician in the Nigerian space, and he is able to collate quality candidates from all across the country, from the north and even southeast, if he wants to. But I don't really have a problem him selecting a bunch of Yorubas, I would say, if that's what works for him. At the end of the day, I think people would talk about his performance, what he did that improved their lives, than if he was ethnic in his selection of people. It doesn't matter what he does. People are going to complain anyways. If I kind of subscribe to Mike's position. If he selects people that are non-Yorubas, for example, people he's not used to, and if he didn't perform, it all comes back on him. But if he knows quality candidates to choose from, and he chose them and he performed, at the end of the day, we're going to look at the results of his performance, of his presidency. So, but for the optics, I understand the optics, but let's keep it real. So far, and if he had gone in there and was so bent on satisfying people, then I would say this man doesn't have a mind of his own, or is too afraid to make moves. But now he's been making bold moves from day one. And for that reason, I give him a lot of respect. Okay. And he is not, he understands the politics in Nigeria. At the end of the day, he cannot sideline or overlook the northerners, especially people from the northwestern part of Nigeria, in his administration. So far, so good. I understand the optics, but all across the country, for example, in the United States, right? You don't see a Democratic president come to power and go select a bunch of Republicans. It doesn't make any sense. It's almost a given, and people understand that. Okay, you're gonna select people that you work with, people that helped you get to the point that you are. So I expect the same thing from him. In comparison with Good Luck Jonathan, I think maybe he did. He was trying to please a lot of people. So but Jonathan appeared to be, I guess the word is weak. It was a weak person, I would say, generally. Okay, it was too afraid, and the opposition and maybe rightfully so, the opposition he had in his presidency when Yar'Adua died may have played a part in his decision making a lot. But Tinubu is an independent thinker, is a man of his own so far, and he's going to choose quality over quantity. So I mean, I don't have a problem, regardless of the optics, if he chooses more, if it's more Southwest bent in his appointments.
But you had issues with that with Buhari though, Prince.
No, he didn't know my position then. Back then, woman, you were too concerned when you and I used to go back and forth on the chat. You were too concerned calling Tinubu the looter of Lagos and all this other stuff. But I'm glad they came around though. They came around to his side so far. Boris' situation.
One month, did you come around?
No, I didn't come anywhere. I'm still where I am.
Is that right? Okay.
It's the looter of Lagos. So
But your commentary is being quite favorable and I mean it's not as bad as it used to be.
Pushed him to that position, trust me.
Not as bad as it used to be. But Buhari actually, people talk, I heard about colonization and all these things back and forth. Really I was neutral. I didn't really care. I didn't really care. It wasn't a big deal for me. But I give him, just like I'm giving Tinubu right now, that of course he's going to select. And I just my preamble to this conversation right now is that Buhari rather is more apt or more likely to do what he did than Tinubu, because Tinubu is more experienced in the political arena in Nigeria. But what Buhari did is almost a given, and that's why my brothers, for example, why they chose Buhari, and just like a lot of people, Buhari is a man that's going to fight corruption, is a military guy, and when he came to power, what did he do? Is was not a good administrator. It was command and control. That was his background. So everything that Buhari did, if you look at it in hindsight, it was like almost expected anyways. So when he was in power, I didn't really complain because I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know what to make of him. That was my position there.
All right, brilliant.
Everybody's now denying criticizing Buhari.
No,
it's amazing. It's amazing.
The double standards, it's almost, we almost live up to our cliches sometimes. That thing that I don't want to use two-face, but that the Yorubas can be a bit duplicitous in the way they think sometimes.
We can agree that there are people playing double standard, but it's not. I'm not one of them. You know that one for a fact.
No, I know you are not one of them. No, because
let's ask ourselves a sincere question. I mean, do Yorubas have the monopoly of competence in Nigeria?
Well, no, do they have an abundance of it? Is more the thing. Do they have it more so than anyone else?
Arguably, yes. Arguably, you can also say arguably Southeasterners. I mean, both groups, perform. But I mean, of course, one group edges over the other. But that I'm just being silly. But the truth is,
the Yorubas are twice in education, world experience, banking, medicine, engineering, all of these things, twice as much as any other ethnic stock in Nigeria. Twice as much, and that is even conservative.
Yeah, Yorubas are great administrators, no doubt about that. But it's not just administrators, right? And it is not Lagos. It is Nigeria. I mean, part of leadership is also being able to show representation, proper representation, not the constitutional mandate one. That one, your hands are tied. You have to pick people throughout the country. But you see a man through the appointments that he makes that has nothing to do with any constitutional requirement for equity or representation. What I'm saying is, fine, we understand Lagos may have the most talented people in the country. Of course, because it's Lagos, we get it. But there's some, make it optically right, politically right, because it's gonna, if things don't go well on time, it may backfire.
It will just be noise now. That's all. They won't go and flog him. They will just make noise.
It's still the same. It will not be. It will be bumpy. Or
bumpy. They will protest.
Will be bumpy.
Not
protest. It'll just be bumpy. Well, if things don't go well, nobody will care. All I'm saying is the optics is not right, and I don't want to be a hypocrite because I criticize Buhari. And I'm seeing the same pattern. So I'm not going to close my eyes and say I'm not seeing the same pattern and say, oh no, because somehow Yorubas are competent, then I should keep my mouth shut. I'll still say this kind of comes across as, I mean, nepotistic. It is what it is. But I mean, so nobody, if Peter Obi gets there and does the same thing, Mike doesn't have to lose his shit. I mean, pardon my French. When he starts speaking uptown and Inamdi for 8 out of 10 personal appointees, you just have to suck it up.
They won't accept it, you know. If this was like who was saying, it was a Princess Rosie, that if we had substituted Tinubu with Peter Obi, and then it's okay, Chuku.
People will blow. They will blow their gasket on this platform.
You guys are not being fair with Yoruba people at all. I'll give you two instances. Okay.
Bombs in
Wait now. Wait. During two instances. One was during Jonathan's time. He didn't appoint Yorubas. Now we didn't go out crying and shouting. I didn't even notice it until he was leaving office. I'm like, this guy didn't appoint anybody. Another time was during Azikwe. That one was the worst nepotism. That was so nepotistic. But we didn't cry in the Southwest. Now it was we are not that kind of people that cry that much, you know. The only people I saw that was crying during Buhari time was the agitators. The Yoruba Nation agitators were the only ones doing their crying. You should try to spread propaganda. But the regular Yoruba person didn't care. We're just focusing on, is he going to perform? I mean,
but those Yoruba Nation agitators are filled in Tinubu's camp now. So if it was Peter Obi, they would just pounce on him.
They are filled. I mean, name them.
Go to Twitter now and see that they're sleeping on Peter Obi's.
Cool now.
Let them know whether
Ipobi has joined obedience now. Didn't Ipobi has joined obedience?
Let them know if his post is too Igbo.
Well, wait till your turn now. we know when it's time to come there, we'll be very nepotistic. I mean, history proves to us that, you know, that was the case.
The unfortunate sad thing about Nigeria, if a Southeasterner gets there and he starts appointing people like Tinubu's appointing him, you know that, let's not lie, people will start getting
who did her when Azikwe did it? Who did her? Anybody did her?
People did her.
Nobody did any harm, man.
They did so because that's when the Igbo domination narrative started.
No, it didn't start. That's a lie. It was
whether by intention or by omission. When that happened,
it was only when they got to agree and started killing people. They started doing cool stuff. That's when people were like, we're not satisfied with the.
Oh, okay. Let's not put that. That seems to be your favorite space.
Mike, let's not give Mike his bread.
It will turn it into
There is no need criticizing Tinubu for his appointment. He can appoint whoever he wants to appoint. If he performs, the only thing I know is that if he performs, we'll praise him. It's for the good of the Yorubas as a people that your person has performed. But if he didn't perform, I'll come here and say that Yoruba people didn't do well. So that's how I see it. So there is no two ways about that. For me, I don't care. I care about his performance.
People didn't do well because how? I don't understand.
I will place it on Yoruba people. Now it's Yoruba people government now.
So Kene, you want to tell me if they give you some level of responsibility now, and you're a Nigerian? I know you are a proper Nigerian. There's no doubt about that. You don't have like, if you had to pick 10 people, you don't have like 5 friends outside of the Southeast that at least you can show the world that you trust.
No, I have now. That should be proper. But you know, all these politics, there's a way they do their politics, and I've noticed that. So since I've noticed that, I don't really care much about that those appointments, because you know, politics is all about interest. All these things they are doing now, just look at the problem he's having with some APC members. It's just that the people didn't work for his interest, so that's why they are falling out with him. So what do you expect him to do? You must align with the people that work with his interests, is that who have his interests in mind, because he has to work for the next election. You understand?
Wait. His most votes came from Northwest and North Central. So what about the people of the North Central, the non-Yoruba North Central people?
I don't know. For me now, I don't know what is happening with the. I don't have anything to say about Tinubu appointment for me personally, because it has been going on. Buhari has made it to be in Buhari's time. He has made it to be a policy. Even all this allocation, all this allocation I thought about, this giving Lagos State for 7%. Me self, when this Northerners were complaining, my mind was, so you people can complain. You understand? So, but my prayer is one day it will get to our turn, so that if we can have this national cake also. That is my
They
own
will not
prayer.
let you guys do it. That's just the truth. That's just the blunt truth.
That's the truth. Nobody's gonna let you do it.
Nobody's
If that time they don't want us to, then I will know how much. That is when I will know how they love Igbo people, how they want them to.
I don't know what.
So let everybody have
focus
their
on your
share. At least.
governors, man. That's the most you get. Trust me. Just focus on your governors.
So no, let everybody have their share. Buhari have the share. The Northerners, the Fulanis, everybody.
Mike, it needs to run now. But there is a hierarchy of Nigerians, though. There's a hierarchy of Nigerians. At the top end, you see the Southwest and the Northerners jostling power between each other, and that's the Nigerian dynamism, isn't it? Really.
No, quickly, you have to make distinction about the North, not just Northern, Southwest, and Northerners. You can say Northwest because there's also agitation in the North, the Central, the Northeast.
The Northeast has never been president, by the way.
Under the civilian dispensation, right? So they also get marginalized, or they also have their grievances. So, yeah, we have to break them down.
All right. Let me take you to the space, Kulata, and anybody can chime in as well. But let Kulata take the lead on this. Tinubu to unveil solution to banditry in the North West. So, I think they've done a full cycle. They've actually come up with a funky name, which they're calling it Fulaku. So they've done a full cycle of kinetic and non-kinetic approach is what they are saying. But then, of course, Obasanjo it usually puts it in simpler terms, carrot and stick. So carrot and stick now seems to be the approach, the insurgency in the North.
We need to first understand what's the carrot. Is carrot, is it going to be Ruga? If it's Ruga, that's a no. Nobody wants Ruga. So we want to know what the carrot is. Of course, we know the stick is chasing them with bombs, with Tucano jet and that fighter helicopter they just bought from Turkey. So, but what is the carrot? If the carrot is going to be ranching and proper education for Bororo people that do a lot of the herding and a lot of the what's it called? A lot of the that are involved in a lot of the conflicts, then that would be good. But the thing is, we need to address the pastoral lifestyle. It's not a Fulani problem alone. In Europe, you have gypsies. They move around too, till today. So is how do you let's look at the core issues. If we want to take some of the legitimate issues that was tabled, is like, if you watch that BBC documentary, they said compared to Hausa people, they are less educated. Hausa people get most of the resources and so on and so forth. And then there's castle rustling. I mean, the thing is very complex. So if you offer education and privilege of being in one location, having your cattle feed fat off a feed lot, will it be accepted? Because that is in direct conflict of the historical lifestyle. So are they willing to say that they're letting go of their culture, their way of life, for modernization, for progress? Because that's the question nobody can answer. I can't answer that. Can you? Can anybody answer that? Because
you say, Kolata, I think modernization is going to ultimately put a stop to that nomadic lifestyle of the Fulanis, especially because they're the cattle herders. Because a lot of their grazing routes, very soon development will get in that space. They'll build roads, they'll build communities, they'll build rail tracks into those spaces. So how long would they continue to be shooting at hospitals and doing all of this while ultimately they will have to yield because they cannot hold progress in abeyance because we want to roll some cattle across fields. So they will have to yield ultimately. And it's better they yield on their own terms now where people are still throwing money at them because one way or the other, they will have to yield.
Okay, so do you think, because look at it, the cattle they're roaming, a lot of it is not owned by them, it's owned by all these rich folks. So if they go into feedlots, then then don't you make them, you essentially make them redundant. Because a feedlot is, the cow will just be walking around and eating and eating and eating. So what will those Fulani guys be doing? Because they don't own those cattle. Then you make them jobless. So how do you now educate them?
You can make them farm hands. There's a way to manage that space. If you bracket them off that from the ages of, let's say, 23, 25 downwards, you can retrain those into other spaces that they can be gainfully employed. And then from 23 to 25 upwards, thereabout, then you can just redirect them to arable farming or some sort of, because they have a whole raft of skills. And then even within those ranch spaces, their skills are still needed. So they can be reprogrammed, these people.
Has that been done anywhere successfully? Because Fulanis are all over West Africa and Central Africa. For the ones that roam, not the city Fulanis, the ones that herd, has that been done anywhere whereby a generation of Fulani herders have been transformed to stop that practice and embrace this stuff you're talking about?
So quickly, so one man wants to take away their culture or tradition, because I think naturally these people are nomads, and it just have to be like a symbiotic relationship between their lifestyle and cattle rearing, because they move around a lot. So just unless you're saying without the cattle, they will stop moving around, then that'd be another thing. But I think it's in their culture and their nature to move around and travel around different places. There has to be, for anything to change, there has to be a drastic shift in their culture. I'm not saying it's not doable, but that's what we have to start thinking about, because if we start taking away their grazing routes, eventually that in itself, without proper transition, will cause trouble. It's going to cause a lot of trouble in the Nigerian space. And just like Coletta is saying, yeah, and has it ever been done before in West Africa or wherever the Fulanis people live? I can see, I guess some of them, they're becoming, we call them the Al-Qaeda riders. They're doing different things, but there has to be a real focused approach to resolving this issue. It's just like you said. It's not, they don't own these cattle or this. It's the rich people or the politicians, like we call it Atiku, that own a lot of these cows that they take around. So, and Buhari, I think that's what, sometimes we don't understand the North in a lot of ways. And because Buhari is a poor communicator, we try to label him colonization or other names when he tries to do something good. He understands his people. I think he does. And he wants to do the best thing for them. Okay. Not necessarily in a tribalistic way, but I think he has the best interest at heart. But his approach of communication may not be the best. So we have to consult with these people and see how we can help them, and not just dictate to them and restrict them.
Prince, the first thing we need is actually data. Do you understand? Because of course we say the Fulanis, and it's a catch-all. The Fulanis population is about 30 million thereabout, roughly. And then who constitutes these herders? I'll be surprised if they are up to 500,000. So let's identify who these people are and then we can audit them, we can profile them, and then we can redirect them. But we cannot let them carry on. That's just the one thing that cannot continue. Just roaming the woods, causing havoc everywhere.
Homer, can I chip in?
Yeah, of course. Come in now. Good to see you, Timber.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I think when you ask the question is about banditry. It's not about Fulani herdsmen problem. What they are talking about is banditry. There are two different problems. So we're already shifting. We are not actually focusing on the question that you ask. But if you want to face that one also, there's nobody that cannot be changed. In the Arabian Peninsula, the Arabians are also nomadic like our own Fulanis. They move around in the desert. But now they don't do that any longer. So it can be, so culture can be changed. Now if you don't know that they also raise a lot of camels, sheep, and goats in the Arabian Peninsula also, the desert there. And they don't move them around the way we move cows around. What they do is that there are people who are actually specialized in planting the grasses, and they will sell these grasses to the farmers and raise these sheep, cows, and camel, and that's what they use to feed their animals. And it has been successful so far. So what stops us from doing that? Also, we have more water, we have more arable lands than them. So if they can be successful in the desert, what stops us from doing that? So I think it's something that we can practice. Some people are already raising cattle in Nigeria now that are not actually moving them around like the Fulanis. And then this concept that we have of saying that all Fulanis like they move around. No, we have Fulanis, a lot of Fulanis now that are very educated. Some of them are now, they don't move around. They stay, they have places where they stay. They are in the cities and in towns and villages. They do a lot of businesses also. Then another thing that I want us to realize is that most of these cows that we are talking about are not actually belongs to these Fulanis. They belongs to the Yorubas, the rich ones among them, and even the Igbos, even the South. Most people in Nigeria now that are rich are actually doing this business. So if we are only looking at the Fulanis as being the problem, I think we are making a mistake. If you want to actually, and that is why we are not making headway in actually curbing the excesses of the so-called Fulani herdsmen that we have. If you see the percentage of the cows that belongs to the Fulani are not to 10%. Majority of the cows that you see grazing our land in Nigeria actually belongs to non-Fulanis, mostly Yorubas, Igbos, and other tribes. So if you want to focus, if you want to solve this problem, it has to be in an holistic way. But if you only focus our attention on the Fulanis, I think we are making a big mistake. I think that's what I want to say for now. Yes.
Simba, this is Kulata. The reason it turned to herding is, if you watch one British documentary about the bandits, they said some of what they called the source of the problem is castle rustling and stealing cows, all that stuff. And that was one of the things that started breeding the banditry. That's why this Folaku, or what did one man call it, I think it has to do with some educational something. I wish Jafar was here to explain it. It has to do with some sort of maybe settling them down and educating them, maybe some nomadic educational system or something like that. I don't know the details. I don't speak fully. But that's why it started along the lines of the people that herd cows and, of course, rustle cows too in the same way.
Kulata, you are still talking the same way. You know, when the people, the original owners, don't even have the power again. You know, there was a time they have this disease that actually wiped out their cows. And since then, they've not been able to actually own majority of the cows that you see. So the other people that have the wealth, that have the money, that the one that actually purchase, are now using them like laborers. That's what they do. I have a lot of friends, Yoruba friends, even doctors. They have heads of cows, and they employ these young Fulanis. They will just build like one room for them and their wife. Then they will just be giving them 30,000, 40,000 monthly for helping them to just, you know, raise these cows, move them around. Because what people, is a business, and that is what is actually making me angry about these cow things. Is a business, and if you are doing business, people don't want to invest in the business that they are doing. They just want to get this cheaper way of raising these things by moving them around to graze on lands and just eat grasses instead of them buying these things and this food for them to feed all these cows. So if you are doing business and you don't want to invest in the business and you are using your business to actually affect other people's business, other farmers that are planting their own crops, and you graze on their crops, and then you don't see anything wrong in that. So at that time, so now they don't have the power. So what is actually happening is that most of them, they are jobless now, and it's that joblessness that is actually putting in making them to go into banditry. They will rustle cow, even they kill their fellow Fulanis. All these people that are now, pushing these cows around, they will kill them, then take their cows, and then rustle them and go and sell them. That's what they are doing. And if they don't have opportunity to do this, then they now talk into kidnapping and invade villages, take people and then demand them for ransom. So I think one of the way they're supposed to do is, I think what they are talking about the carrot is actually not what you are thinking about. Say maybe they will give them a grazing route or take land from people to give to them.
No, I say I hope it's not that. I say I hope
And what they wanted to
now
do,
I'm being facetious.
Okay, what they wanted to do is actually to empower these people. Look at other things they can actually invest their energy, and that is the carrot they are talking. And then initially, they are also negotiating with them and say, okay, they want to grant them amnesty. And then when that one is failing, that's when they say, okay, that is when the stick will come. So if they are ready to cooperate with the government, and then they want to be emancipated, give them some skills, give them some other things to do. If they refuse to accept, then that's when they will now win the stick on them. So I think
Sinbad. So he's saying, I mean, learn something new. He's saying, this the business owners, the owners of these cows, they are looking for cheap labor, and the Fulani,
exactly.
So the Fulanis are the one providing the cheap labor. Okay,
providing the cheap labors, and they don't want to also.
Hold on 1 second, Simba. Before you land that thought, let me just let me use a window to ease myself out. A bit of administrative stuff. Super chat, of course. Prince Daddy, there he is. He's on. Announces some of the traditional names of the space. So that's his zone right there. It says a warning. I think it's Joshua with Kulata, but it's out of sequence now with wherever I was pointing it to. But thank you, Aizon. And then this is a new entrant into the super space, Benjamin Olabode. So thank you, Benjamin. He's your super sticker. And then Ayo, he announced that that story of Adamu stepping down via a super chart. And then that is Ayo, of course. As the session starts, he kicks it off with a nice little super chart. And as I said, the traditional names they're showing up. So that's engineer. And by the way, a lot of people have been asking about engineer. Engineer is just snowed under. I speak to him regularly. But he's just juggling too many things. He's always saying, "Oh, tell the boys I'll be around. Tell the boys I'll be around." So there he is showing face in the super space, and as he shows face rather in the super space, he also shows face in the buy the coffee thing, which I said had died a natural death, but engineer resuscitates it by going there. So thank you for all that. So thank you for all that. Of course, when you know that, when I start to do the administrative stuff, you know what is coming next. So as soon as I finish doing the administrative stuff, you hear military music. And after you hear military music, you know what is coming next. To attention, here it comes, the general.
Oh, how are you guys? I think Simba wants to say something. Simba, let's hear from you. You just came in new, so we want to hear from you. Do we have
Okay,
Simba?
so yes,
Yes, yes.
what I'm saying in essence is that, let me give you, for example, during this Salah that went just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, when I bought my own rams, and just for like that would be like for like 4 or 5 days to the Salah, and I have to buy feed for them. I have to buy just for two rams. The feed that I bought within that 5 days was around 5,000 naira. So you can imagine if they are buying feed for all these cattle, how much feed they will use to feed them. Then at the end of the day, how much a cattle will cost in Nigeria. So those are the reasons. Then another thing that we have, I want us to look at is that one of the things that is actually fueling this banditry and then the others farmers class is actually this global warming of the things. The dryness of also the Lake Chad basin is also one of the problems that is so. If we don't address this issue of the global warming and the desert encroachment that is actually affecting people, because the space where they are occupying before, where they find a lot of food for these cows, are drying, and so they have to move southward every dry season to come and feed their cows. And that is what is actually, if you look at it critically, you discover that during rainy season you don't hear much of farmers others clash, but during the dry season, that is when the thing will be escalated, because they have to move down south, because that is where they can find little grasses to feed their.
But Simba,
Yes.
can we put these people into consideration? Why do I say that? This is what they have been used to for hundreds and hundred years. So we can't just wake up in the twinkle of eye or in the middle of the night and just change them. They are used to free meals for their cows. So can we just put them into consideration as well?
Yes, we can, but it will be at the detriment of others, and the others that have to put them into consideration. Are they ready? Because if you want to put them into consideration, that means you have to give them space, which is actually the population is growing. The amount of arable lands per population is actually decreasing. And that is, well, let me tell you, you discover that the most of these problems are much more in the north central, the Benue, the Nasarawa, the Plateau axis. And that is where I have a friend who is from Benue State. I know that the Benue people, they are predominantly farmers. And what he is telling me is that even among the Benue people, they have clashes among themselves because they don't have enough land to farm any longer because of the growing population. So, because the kind of farming that we do in Nigeria is like we don't maximize the amount of yield per hectare is very, very low compared to what you get in the Western world. So those are the areas that we have to look at. So if you can produce, let's say, 12 tons of maize in an hectares of land in developed world, and in Nigeria, I can only barely get maybe 1 or 2 tons. You can see that we are not making maximal use of our land. And that is where we're supposed to be going now, to maximize the little available land that we have, so that people can produce a lot of food. But the way we are doing it now is actually we are not maximizing it, and the population is growing, and the number of variable lands is reducing.
Okay, Simba. So,
So people are competing for the little resources that is available.
So okay, so the land, is it that you said there's issue in Benin, for example, they are losing their land, the farmers. Is that due to encroachment from population expansion? Are they taking over their land? That's my question. Or is it that too much mouth to feed? That's the real problem?
That is a if you everything that you mentioned now, please, that is correct. The population is increasing. You have many mouths, the number of mouths you need to feed is increasing, and the production is not increasing. Then there are so many people that also needed this land to farm. So the population is increasing, the land is not increasing. You understand? Maybe a father that has let's say 12 acres of land before now has, let's say, five children, let's say 5 sons that also want to go into farming. That means they have to divide that 12 hectares among the 5. Do you understand what I'm saying, please, Daddy? So now the hectares now we have to it will now be like maybe 2 per person. But before
but that won't change the total number, though. That won't change the total number of hectares.
But the number of people sharing is has now increased. So one person has 12 hectares before. Now five people are now sharing 12 hectares. You understand? So now, coupled with the desert encroachment, the global warming, other people are now coming now to also come and compete with this same space. Do you understand what I'm saying? That are not even enough for the people.
So all the investment that Buhari made in agriculture, what has that yielded?
Nothing. They are not thinking the way I'm talking about it now. Let me tell you, even during the dry season, I've had opportunity to travel across the River Niger. If you see the amount of volume of water that is wasting, and if you look at the banks of River Niger, all through, you will not see any irrigation farming. The water is just flowing away. We have a lot of resources. All this water can make use. They can use it to grow. What is it called now? The grasses that these cows can feed on, instead of them moving around all this way. So I think those are the areas I think the government has to invest. And then I also heard that Tinubu was talking about refilling of this Lake Chad basin. And the previous government has also made the effort. I don't know why they actually abandoned. If they can refill that Lake Chad basin, because a lot of cows during the dry season, they move to this Lake Chad basin before, because it is a very big, it's one of the biggest lake that we have. But now it's drying off. It's like one quarter of the previous size. So what that Lake Chad basin can feed now, before it cannot feed the same thing now. So our government, and Lake Chad basin does not belong to Nigeria alone. It belongs to Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon. So maybe they are not getting cooperation from other. So this thing is not only a problem that Nigeria can solve. It has to be a West African thing or whatever. So a multi-country approach.
But Simba, why are we giving credence to these elders? Why do I say that? This is a personal business.
I mentioned it. The people that are doing the business, they are not ready to invest in the business that they are doing. And a majority of the people that actually owns the cows are politicians. They are politicians. In fact, I don't know. There is a kind of a relationship between, because most Nigerians, what's it called now? Retired soldiers. Once they retire like this, you see all of them go into farming, and that's what they do. So you can also see the problem where the problem is coming from. Majority of our retired soldiers, they are farmers.
Obasanjo went into farming.
They go into farming. None of them, all of them go into farming. Even before they leave, they will have started. And by the time they are retiring, they retire into farm. I don't know the the kind of relationship our soldiers have with farming. I
Most
don't
of
know.
them join the army from their village now. So of course that's what they knew before they joined the army. So when you leave army, you have to go back
So
to
they are
other stuff they know.
so the people that does this business, they
Oh,
are powerful
Simba.
people. So
Simba.
hello, yes, Adewale.
Ebio Kinkuta, I mean, Onjo Nkuta, if you are into food making, you will not go, you won't like, you always make progress. You have to
Run
find
out
ways
of
of,
business.
you won't run out of business. Thank you. It's all about feeding. So that's why they know that what come here, people are still going to eat one way or the other. That's why they go into farming.
No,
So,
no matter what happens to
so,
the economy, your family business always stay alive. You know?
so
So
Simba, so Tinubu declaring emergency on agricultural food, that's legitimate, you would say.
Yes, it's legitimate. It's legitimate, and we have to do all season farming, not only this only rainy season farming that we are doing. It is no longer sustainable. We cannot farm only during the rainy season, and we think that that our vast population we are going to feed, and we are going to have food security. No, so we have to
But
farm
Simba,
all
why are
year
we not
round.
even planting in the southwest anymore? Because I can say the majority food in the southwest is coming from the north.
Let me tell you, just yesterday we were discussing, Nigerian youth, they are not ready to actually work again.
Those ones that are
Even
lazy, they are lazy people.
they are not
They are
learning
lazy.
anything. If you see a mechanic, if you go to a mechanic workshop now, you rarely see any apprentice. They don't even learn all those things. They don't learn mechanic, they don't learn vulcanizer, they don't learn any of the artisan job again.
Yeah, who is
And
there
that's why
now?
you
What
see
do you
Well, see,
the
the blame is not they're not being incentivized, just like just you guys know, as big and advanced as United States is when it comes to agriculture. You guys know the government spends like billions of dollars in subsidy and all kinds of assistance to the farmers, and they practice, most of them, they practice mechanized farming, industrial farming in a lot of ways. Even the private farms, they have technology, advanced technology on the farms, but still the United States spends billions of dollars in assisting the farmers one way or another. So how much more in Nigeria that the government doesn't do anything pretty much for these farmers? How do you expect them to improve their yield? Because even the technology that these farmers use, it's sometimes comes from the government, and they help them procure this technology, or give them training to help better their farming experience. But we don't have that. So what is happening to us in Nigeria? It's natural. It's bound to happen. And you mentioned the global warming, the loss of land due to global warming. Well, that is happening, but we are, we were talking yesterday, nobody gives the West or the white people any credit, but Israel, for example, we know they live in the desert. You're familiar with the Middle East. They have a technology, I guess you can call it technology, called drip agriculture. And if you see this technology, though it sounds kind of simple, but the yield that they get from drip technology, or drip irrigation, they call it, it's amazing. They even make water out of thin air. Literally, they make water out of thin air. And this all came about as a result of innovation. Of course, the government, focus on these farmers, help them with technology. So that's the disconnect we have in Nigeria and most African places. In America, even in Israel, for example, there's always a symbiotic relationship between schools, like higher institution of learning, like in agriculture, business, and the government. They're always working together. The schools tend to be like the hub for developing different ideas and technology to help in different areas in this country. So if Israel can can be really successful. By the way, Israel exports a lot of agricultural products to Europe, very good ones, and they make a lot of profit from it because it's quality, and they have the technology and the packaging to deliver this product. We're not doing that. Well, all we're doing is complaining for the most part. I mean, during the Buhari's government, we heard about so much focus on agriculture, But we're not. I mean, according to you, we're not really seeing the benefit of what they did, and sometimes they may be focusing on the wrong part. Well, I think they did actually pretty well in rice production, but it goes beyond rice because I don't think we have really good what do you call it storage facilities to help these farmers. You got to keep in mind, yeah, it's easy to throw the seed on the ground and it germinates, it grows, and you get your yield. But beyond that, agriculture supply chain is lacking greatly in Nigeria. So the government needs to invest a lot of money in storage facilities and helping move the products from the farms, from the rural areas to the city, and help them store and find ways. Even rail transportation needs to be part of it. We don't have these things. After so many years, we don't have these things, and with global warming and these other factors, it's getting to a point of danger because the worst thing can happen in any country is food insecurity. If it gets so expensive, if they can't import and people can't afford it, inflation, and they don't have the foreign exchange or the income to be able to buy, that's an easy way to go to war. I mean, everybody want to go to war.
Well, Prince Daddy, why do you have to wait for government to do? They want to invest in everything that we need. Why can't Nigerians themselves, like especially those that are in a position to do it, they have the money, they have the brain, just go into it and do the research and solve problems. Because even in this Western world, what are the solutions we find? Technologically, you find that the guy that actually came up with the idea and started doing it, they didn't have any affiliation with government. It's how we wait for government to be the scientists, government to be the investors, government. You just articulate the problem. We should say Nigerians. Instead of saying the government should do this, we say Nigerians should
But
invest
you're
in this,
still going to
Nigerians should do
need the
this.
government to
I know
support.
we have to blame government, but it's too much. That's what I'm saying.
Mike,
At one point, okay, since you were born, we blame government.
let me tell you the problem. Let me tell you the problem, Mike. The problem is that Nigerians, an average Nigerian doesn't want to go into a long-term business. And that's why you see what happens in petroleum industry, that people just prefer to go and be importing petrol products and be selling instead of them to be refinery. What the average Nigerian wanted is quick money, something that they can just calculate their profit immediately. And then, yes?
You can't blame Nigeria, you know why? Because for give and take over 2 decades now, they've not been able to have a stable political and economic policy due to government changes and what we have in that country. So there's a possibility that even though this may not, this is a huge factor when you have businesses, and you're also looking at the fact that, you want a long-term running of the business. But with the way government changing policy today, they put embargo on this, tomorrow they ban this. At the end of the day, you're at the mercy of the government.
We are talking about agriculture here. What's the embargo have to do with that now? Come on now.
No, it has to. Let me explain to you, Mike. It has. Let me tell you. No, it doesn't have it. Adewale, let me explain to him. It has a major role to play. Let me tell you. Let me tell you how it affects the agricultural sector. Now that Tinubu is
agriculture.
And that's what I'm saying now. Now that Tinubu said the open borders. No, I say agriculture.
Okay.
So now that I said the open borders, people will go and be bringing this cheaper rice, especially expired rice from Thailand, from all these Southeast Asia, and they will be porting it and flood Nigeria with cheaper brand of rice.
But that's just rice. It's rice the only.
No, I'm just giving. I'm giving you rice as an example. Let me tell you, there are so many other things. Let me give you.
You have to say every product. You can't say rice alone because of rice. So we should give
they import rice, they import maize, they import cereals generally, and those are the things that we consume a lot. Cereals, we consume a lot of cereals in Nigeria. We talk about wheat, we talk about sorghum, we talk about millet, we talk about maize, we talk about rice. And if they are import, and these are the things that we produce majorly in the northern part of Nigeria. And the kind of way we do our farm is so expensive that by the time the product is coming out of the farm, the price will be very high because of the crude way.
You're away from the main argument, because what Prince Daddy presented was that some of the government to invest on a new way of, I guess, some technology and stuff like that, farming technology. And I responded by saying, why do we have to wait for government to be the one to invest in that farming technology? Why can't we ourselves? Yeah,
And
like
but I
technocrat.
responded.
But your response is that it's not even, it doesn't even cohere with the points. Like your response is that our way of farming is so expensive and things. So
No,
it's
no, no,
not.
no. That one, when I responded to that one, that was when I mentioned that an average Nigerian doesn't want to invest in long-term business. That we just like, doing this importing and business. That was when I mentioned the area of petroleum, that people don't want to invest in refinery. They just want to go and then import petroleum products and just calculate their profit immediately and pocket their money. Let me tell you, even before independence, when we have this regional government, most of the things that they do in agriculture, like what Prince Daddy mentioned, in America, government subsidize agriculture. And what they do is that during the peak of production, government will buy these products from the farmers, keep it in their storage. Then by the time the season ends, then they will be releasing it gradually into the market so that the price will be constant throughout the year. But in Nigeria, what you find is that during the rainy season, you have abundance of all these things. Most of them will get wasted because there is no proper storage facilities. Then by the time it's getting to the dry season, then the price will be skyrocketed because the few ones that are available will put a lot of price on their own.
Yeah,
So, and that
to Mike, and that's where the government needs to step in, because trust me, it's really expensive on these enterprises or these ventures to have to build this expensive technology-driven storage facilities. So, I know we can't wait on the government to do everything for us, but most of this just like you say, you're a business person. The owner of these cattle, they want to reduce the expenses. That's why they rather have the Fulani people do the herding for them. So any business person would like to minimize their cost as much as possible. If you're going to have the government do all these things that will benefit a whole bunch of farmers, why should one person take it on? After all, is Dangote not so big in agriculture also in Nigeria? What has it done? I mean, has it lobbied the government to help in this area? So we can't see these small farmers doing all these things. And you said it, no, the government has to be involved as a middleman one way or another. Is it to buy this product and store them to be released later in the year? So everything's all disconnected right now, if you ask me. But trust me, the farmers, just like most sectors, they need help from the government to make things work.
You mentioned Dangote. You say he has the money, and then you mentioned government. Well, you're not blaming Dangote, you're blaming the government. They are billionaires in Nigeria to be doing the investment. I agree with you that the farmers, they are broke. They can't do it. They don't have the money.
But quickly, Mike, that's my point. Why would Dangote want to spend $1-2 billion to do it when the government can do it? Who wants to spend the money? He's a businessman.
Yes, he's investing in business. That's his job. He's a businessman. He's not the only billionaire. He's not the only businessman. Businessmen should invest in that area. Go there. That's what I'm telling government. I'm not businessman. Why should government be solving business problems? That's what I'm trying to tell you. When America wants to build a weapon, they'll go to Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin is a business, a company. They'll build a weapon for them. Government can't. It's not government. Come on. Government buy their weapon from private company. American government, they buy their weapon from weapon company. Everything government buy from private business. Government are not in business in America. Government just collect tax from us. That's it. When Africa want the government to do the business, do everything. Come on, man. It's our job. God.
But Mike, you cannot be comparing African with US. US they are developed to a certain. I understand. They are developed to a certain stage.
Let's go back to when US was where Nigeria was. Wasn't it the same thing? Wasn't it the Rockefellers, all these guys that were coming up with everything? They know people realize we have to figure out an easy way to transport goods, and then people like Rockefeller, we can invent a vehicle.
Okay, Mike. How do you think we can convince the private sector as you are suggesting? No, how do you think we can convince them or make them to invest in this agriculture that we are talking about now? Because you cannot force people. They have their money and they have the rights to invest their money in whatever business they like.
So how do we encourage them now? How do we encourage them to invest in this?
How you encourage them is exactly what I'm training to do right now. When we have this conversation, government is listening, and private investors are also listening to us. Reason why we're having this conversation is to throw it out there. Whoever can hear can hear. So if government is hearing, private investors are hearing, let's throw it at the private investor, because we know that they are more in a better position because they are businessmen to engage in business, not government. So when we want to have this conversation, I'd rather say, I don't mind if we say both. I don't mind if we say both. We should say both government and private investors should do it. But what I've noticed in Nigerian conversation is we don't even talk about the private investor. We don't even talk about that are capable of doing it. We just say government, only government. That's my issue.
We want the government to do its role. But you made a good point about Vanderbilt and the Rockefellers. But guess what? They were, I mean, it's like the Vanderbilt, I think it was wealthy people. Now, these are really rich people, and they got much richer.
We have rich people in Nigeria too.
The rich people in Nigeria, again, they're not stupid. I can guarantee you right now that there's an area in Nigeria that Dangote has a monopoly. There's no doubt about it.
Let's not only talk about Dangote. Let's not everybody.
We're just using Dangote as an example. If you know or Tedala or Nonuga, which other people you can mention, that is fine. But my point here is that as a business person, unless they can maybe establish a monopoly, they can guarantee that the cash flow or revenue stream, they're not going to just dump their money. See,
come on, man. Stop talking like this, man.
No.
Come on. Stop talking like this. So what about the American billionaires? Why did they think like that?
Oh, Mike, you have to study a little bit.
Are they different? Were they created different?
Okay, hold on a second. Let me tell you. Do you know, for example, how many billions of dollars Bill Gates got from the government when he started Microsoft? Do you know who was selling? Okay, see, and Lockheed Martin and Grumman, for example, this so-called private military companies, they have contracts. Sometimes they get billions in advance into their business before they do anything.
Okay, I got your point. Those people who came up with the idea, they discovered it, they didn't have the money, and they approached the government, right? Okay, have you come up with the idea and you need the money and you approach the government and they didn't give you? When Dangote wanted to build a refinery, then they approached the government to like, hey, put your own chip in, we can all benefits. So what I'm saying is the people that have to come with the idea and come with the idea and land in front of us are the people. It's not the president of Nigeria that have to go and do the research on how to do this and do that. He's too busy. He can't do it. He's an ordinary man. So that's what I'm saying. We haven't made that step. So we should
is it that easy? Is it that easy?
No, there's nothing easy in life. There's nothing easy in life. Let Africa to stop saying it's not easy, so let's not do it. No, there's nothing easy in life. When the white man look at the moon and he wants to go there, he didn't say, "Oh, it's not easy, so let's give it up." That's the problem when I'm having conversation with Africans. We say it's not easy. You want everything to be easy before you do it.
Easy in the sense that I agree with you, but easy in the sense that you're making it sound, unless I'm mistaken, maybe you know better, you're making it sound like the Nigerian environment to do business is so streamlined and so easy to access capital.
Just do it. It doesn't matter. You can't tell me.
Mike, you can't say that. Just do it. No. You can say that.
Listen,
people that own money, they are very careful about the capital.
Bro, you're giving too much excuses, man. Chill out, man. Your argument is not even. Listen. This idea of environment, where Europe was 100 years ago, the kind of 100 years ago, the kind of technology and the luxury is available today for Nigerians to leverage to do things. European society and American society did not have it back then, but they figured a way to solve their societal problem. So when people give me this excuse of it's no conducive environment, Oyinbo man has already even built technology, make society easier to do things than 100 years ago when they were making things happen. We are not making anything up. We are lazy in Africa.
I said earlier.
That's our problem.
No, I said earlier. Okay, sometimes you have to study certain things. The government, the business, and the schools, the institutions, they all work together. For example, MIT and Cal Poly, for example, many of these institutions, believe it or not, they get you live in America, they get grants. They can
I'm
apply.
not disagreeing
Hold
with
on
you.
a second.
What is this argument you're presenting? Come on. I'm not disagreeing with you that they can't get grant. But what I'm telling you is, before they got the grants, they came up with the idea, they came up with the solution, and they were ready to go before they approached the government. What I'm telling you is, you and I, we are not even doing anything to come up with the solution, the idea,
No, well, say no, no.
to even get to the
That
point of
that's your
approaching government.
that's
But
your
wait.
that's your erroneous assumption. That's your
It's
your
a
own.
fact. It's a fact. Nobody's doing any.
No,
Nobody's doing these things.
because you and I are not doing it doesn't mean somebody's not doing it, Mike.
Who's doing it? Who's doing it?
Come on, we have 200 million.
You can't even name anybody. Who's doing it?
I don't know, Mike.
You don't know. There's nobody there.
Let me tell you.
Like
let me tell you this for free, Mike. Let me tell you for free, Mike. We have a lot of people in Nigeria. I know I made mention of even our retired soldiers investing in agriculture. But what did they get? Just wait. What did they get in return? Because the return on investment in agriculture in India is actually not encouraging.
It's a different argument you're making, Simba. The argument we are making here is that we need to invest in technology. And we are saying government should go invest in technology. And I'm saying it doesn't have to be government. It should be ordinary people, whether a rich person or even a poor person, that just come up with the idea. And once you have the idea, you have the solution, and then you can approach the government. And if the government turn you down, then we can start blaming government for turning them down.
No,
because right now,
that's a simplistic.
No one has said. Wait. No one has. Brings out the argument can possess me. I can accept.
No, Mike. Sorry. Because we cannot just be speaking. Let our audience understand what. Okay, just break it down. Where do you expect? What kind of investment do you want the private sector to do in agriculture?
Okay,
and then let's see how it's going to work.
He said we need to invest in technology. It's a more advanced way. You should ask me that whatever the idea is. I'm not the one who come saying whichever way to solve problems, whatever technology we need to solve problems that require investing in it or designing it, whatever it is.
The technologies are already there.
Exactly.
Okay, then there's no argument here. There's no argument here. Then we don't have a problem.
The technologies are already there. The only thing is to get them and use them. That is it.
Investment.
So let's go get them and use them. Why do we have to wait for government to go get them for us?
So I talk about the Israeli drip technology, drip irrigation, and how they make water from thin air. Really, for the
was
agriculture.
Was it government that did it, or was it a scientist that did it?
It's okay.
It's both. It's both. It has to be both.
Person, see, that's one thing Mike is disconnected about. The person that actually developed that technology was a university professor that worked with Israeli government, and they invested in it and brought about that technology into the marketplace. See, it works together, Mike.
So
you can't just go around tell people. Hold on, you can't just go around. Private people should go invest their money. See, there's always
you mentioned. Let's stick to that Israeli idea. The professor decided to go into research and approach the government and work with the government. So if you're talking to our Nigerian professors, then why wouldn't you talk about the Nigerian professors? Why are they doing with their brain? Why are we going straight to Tinubu or Buhari or somebody? Why are the professors not doing research?
Right.
Why are they not asking for money for research?
In other words, what we're talking about here is having viable institutions in Nigeria that can bring all these different areas or this.
Prince Adi, let me give you this information. We have all these research institutes in Nigeria. The one for cereals, one for different type of crops.
They are lazy researchers. They haven't produced anything.
No, that's what I want to say. Then even we have the one that has to be. We have the one for mechanization that they're supposed to even be investing in tractors, all these planters and borrowers and all those things. But what we have is that maybe because of the successful government that we have, that are actually not investing or making them to work, they're all redundant, and people are there just taking salary every month, and they're doing nothing, and they have budget every year that the government give them, and they don't produce anything. I think what we need to do now is that our government need to put all these institutions to work and to work for the benefit of our people, not to just be siphoning money and just be lazy with it.
Right. Okay. So you answered that question. So just like you said it, I know they have some. I know, for example, I heard this guy. This was a minister back then. He came on television, and there's an institute, a research institute in Nigeria that has spent over in 30 years they were able to eventually produce a process to manufacture kilichi. Do you know what kilichi is?
The meat, this Hausa meat. Yes, yeah.
Yes, it took them 30 years to produce the technology to and I'm not even sure what the technology was.
Prince Daddy, do you know why? Do you know why?
Apart from they put the kilichi in the plastic and seal it.
Do
So
you
the
know why?
point.
Let me tell you why now. Wait. The reason is because Nigerian scientists, he has 2 wives and 1 girl and 2 girlfriends. So the time he's supposed to spend in the lab doing actual being productive as a researcher,
What are you
he's spending
talking
that time in
about,
the
Mike?
bedroom. Listen,
Mike, what are you talking about here?
I'm trying to tell you the life of an average black man. Listen, the life I'm precisely I'm studying my people. I'm studying Africans, and I see the difference between their lifestyle. Wait now, my brother, listen. Go to college in America here. The reason why the black student perform less than the Asian and the white student is because the Asian and white student they spend more time in the lab, more time studying than the blacks. Blacks we chase girls up and down. Average black guy on campus has 2 girlfriends. You know, an average African man has 2 wives, 2 girlfriends.
Are you saying our libido? Are you saying our libido is too high?
That's why we don't spend enough time in lab and all those things because we have other things to do. We have other things to do. The Chinese man, the Japanese man, they don't have 2 girls. They don't do things like that. They spend more of their time in the lab. That's why it won't take them 20 years to do kilishi. It's not like the Nigerian scientists have the brain to figure that thing out in a short time, but they didn't have the time because most of his time is spent enjoying life. We like, we're doing pleasuring things. That's the problem of the black man.
Well,
Understanding reality.
Well, to your point about the poor performance of black students compared to Asians and white, that is true because you spend less time in studying. But I tell you, one thing I've learned about, at least in the United States, the government and even private companies, they spend billions of dollars every year on R&D. Just like R&D in most companies, it's huge. And that's how the game. Well, that's why they get ahead in whatever industry they're working in, or they operate. So R&D is not a joke. From Intel to HP, name all this. Even I was talking to this Nigerian guy that works at Nike.
Are you saying government is the reason why the Asian and the white students perform better than the black students in school?
Well, that's a different topic.
You want to blame American government for that one too?
No, I don't. Listen, I see. I give the definition of being what you call it, being responsible.
Racism.
No. I'm not talking. I'm not talking about that. Let's focus on that. I don't want to. We don't want to have to.
I'm joking.
Okay, we don't have. Well, when it comes, I'm just trying to say money. Say it's real. There's money needed, and I agree with you that the private sector, from Dangote and all these people, can invest also to help to help Nigeria. But I know as a business person, as they are, then if they don't have a guarantee in the return on the investment, just like Simba said, they're not going to pump their money into it. They're not going to do it. It's human. See, human beings will always externalize their cost.
Please, Daddy, there's no guarantee in investment anywhere in this planet.
But
that's not an excuse. There's no guarantee in investment anywhere in this planet. But Igbo people, Chinese people, they are investing, they are doing things. Even the number one investors in Nigeria are not Nigerians, they are foreigners. So these are excuses we're giving our people. It's not good, man. Let's stop it, man. That's our problem. We excuse ourselves, man. We need to look in the mirror and blame the average black man for his problem. And let's stop giving excuses, man.
Are you familiar with the term corporate welfare? Are you familiar with that term?
Okay. Bro, you give me more excuses. I keep telling you I don't want to hear any more excuses. You keep giving me. Let's stop the excuses.
It's not. See, you can't say excuse. It's reality. It's reality, Mike. It can't be simplistic about everything.
It's part of it, but it's not the reason why we are not doing anything. This thing you're saying are valid, but they're not the reason why we're absolutely useless countries.
But
every country in Africa is useless. So it's not. Come on.
Can I come in?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. You see, I support. I quite agree with Mike But the thing is this, Mike, you should understand that slavery. You see, you don't understand the mental enslavement who Africans has been over the
We're
years.
blaming slavery now.
No. I'm gonna explain to you. Let me just explain to you. You see, in Nigeria today, Africans, Nigerians, for example, they don't have. I don't think they have the mental. Our elite don't have the mental capacity to develop Nigeria. And one of those things, just look at it. You see, a politician steals money from his country. He goes abroad and banks it. Everything he wants.
He's not only politician, even people do the same thing. And by the way, the politician came from the people. They came from the people, so it's people thing.
But that's what I'm saying. See, the thing is that Nigerian, our elite, Nigerian elite are not patriotic. You see, to build a nation, you have to be very, very patriotic. You see, you're talking about the Asians. I live in China. Brother, these people have developed over the years and they've done the right thing. They don't tolerate corruption. And I'm telling you, you see,
Okay. Sorry to bump you real quick. I'll let you continue. But when it comes to, by the way, China is heavily corrupt. So let's not go there. It's super corrupt. But corrupt at the top.
It all depends. See, it all depends on how you see the corruption. You're not here. If you see, you look at a country that is corrupt, and you come into the country and see things are working, everything is fine, and everywhere is corrupt. We know that, but you don't say this country is highly corrupt. No, look at Africa and look at China. We are borrowing money from them. The whole construction we're doing, they are building our hills, they are building our dams, they are doing everything for us, and you say they're corrupt. Come on, this country. I don't know. You know, most of us we stay outside. We talk about China. If you come into this country, you see how developed this country has been.
Okay, so let me get your name. Okay, just a fact. Say in China, yeah, I've been to Beijing and Shanghai, and I see all. I mean, they literally build cities from scratch. I've seen them all. But here's the thing: is the policy of the CCP, the Chinese government, okay, is what we should be talking about here. Okay, see, the reason why is the policy. Let's put it that way. Is the policy, and not only the policy, the enforcement of the policy is what is driving China. We don't have. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I understand. I'm listening to you.
Please, Daddy, let me explain something to you. Listen, man. You see, when you look at Japan, China, and all these countries, when they want to build a city, build something, all the technological equipment that they need to do it, they manufacture everything right there in their country. You understand? And it's so easier. In Nigeria, do you know everything we want to build, including the company that will build it, we have to bring them from overseas. So it's highly, that's why it's so expensive to build anything there. You understand? For the government to build anything. And when we build it, we don't even use it to create jobs.
Who's to be blamed?
But wait, let me tell you, let me go there. Who to be blamed? Let me explain it to you. So in those countries, the scientists that create those, that make those technology, right? They are not governors. They are not senators. They are not presidents. They are the scientists in the country. Yes, they work with the government, put the invest on them, or create that department. Right now, Simba just told us that in Nigeria, the government have science department, research department. We have the same thing they have, but our scientists in Nigeria are not producing anything. But their own scientists in China are producing something.
Mike, do they have the equipment? Do they have it in Nigeria?
Simba,
just like the hospital. No, let's keep it real. Just like the hospital. Like the hospital. Do they have all the equipment in the hospital, or are they so-called institution for the scientists? Do they have them?
Let me help Mike a little. You see, what Mike is saying is really right. You know, it's true. You know, the thing is this: our leaders don't even believe in the product manufacture. The little we are producing, they don't believe in it. Look at, let's talk about Innocent. I'm just using Innocent as an example now. Innocent is manufacturing cars. But our senators don't buy cars. Instead of them patronizing Innocent.
But my brother, Innocent, when we say Innocent manufacturer, Innocent assemble cars. He doesn't manufacture it. He import all the parts and he assemble it.
My brother, even if he's assembling, we should patronize him so that he can open more.
Yeah, we can agree on that, but we can't say, you know, so.
No, my brother, no, we see. we are still going to the same thing. Now you started criticizing, no, it's just
Okay, I
assembling.
agree with you. I agree with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I just want to put a fact. Right.
We have to patronize. We have to believe in our product for us to move forward. We can't be all the time. We depend, like what you said. You depend on everything the West are doing, or from abroad. We depend on them. So if you want to stop all those things, we have to start patronizing. When we start patronizing our own, more countries will come into Nigeria. Just like in the 80s. In the 80s, we have Volkswagen, we have Peugeot, we have a lot of companies all over. Nissan, everybody, they were all in Nigeria manufacturing. And Nigerians were not using foreign cars. We were using cars manufactured in Nigeria. I could remember even electronics. We have Adebowale electronics. We were using Adebowale electronics. We had companies then. But because of these people, government policies, and these people are not ready to.
So which government policy is stopping anybody from using his brain these days?
Government policies. See,
so why did the government policy? You just gave us an example of innocent. Why did government policy stop him from doing what he's doing? You look at people can do anything.
Mike. What Josephat is saying is correct. Look,
I'm not saying it's not correct. I'm not saying it's not correct. But what I'm telling you is,
Ola, you can't just come here and not greeting us. We have been missing you now. Where did you run to?
No verse. I just somehow.
I miss it now.
Okay, I greet all of you now. No verse. I just did BC. I just did BC. One man even called me, so we discussed. So, and I will still be busy like that maybe for no time. But so anytime I see have time, I will always come online to hear. So it's just because I'm busy. I equally. So I agree to now. So the thing is this: what I would like to say is, Josephat was actually correct, because what Mike is saying naturally is not Mike is not totally wrong, but then you have to look at some reasons why people cannot just invest. Look at it this way: any investor that want to invest in your country, they want to look at the government policy. You want to start any investment and the government will just come with a counter policy tomorrow. Now we are talking of Innocent Monto now. Innocent Monto is thriving just because we have automobile policy in Nigeria. It's not even a policy, it's a law that encourages automobile. Now, Dangote didn't just start building refinery without having a policy that will support this refinery. We can talk of telecommunication. Why we don't have power situation, why our power situation is terrible today, it's just because of the approach of the government. So you have to have this policy that will support investor. I can't just go to Nigeria now, for example, assuming I have that power and just build silos because I want to help Nigeria. No, because if I build silos today and government policy renders my silos useless tomorrow, what will I do?
Okay, good point. And that's why, let me interject quickly. And that's why I was telling Josephat that in China, it's not just them building stuff, it's the policy of the government that allow them to prosper the way they are. So to Mike's point, the private citizen can't just get up and start doing stuff. There has to be government involvement through policy or investment.
So all the billionaires in Nigeria that got up and start doing stuff. How did they come on, man? Let's stop this, man. People are getting up doing stuff in Nigeria. People are doing stuff. Well, what I'm saying here is we're not doing enough. But you're using the excuse that doesn't even hold weight, man. Come on, like government.
Well, hold on. He keeps saying he keeps saying an excuse, but I think you just devoid of reality of how things work. Of course, 90% or more of the businesses in Nigeria, it's small scale for the most part, small businesses, SMEs or whatever. They don't need that stringent government policy. But someone that's going to come from overseas, for example, and spend billions of dollars needs to get some assurance from the government. So you can't just be talking like that.
First of all, we have
just
a lot of. Wait. First of all, do we have foreign investors in Nigeria currently?
Yes, we have foreign investors.
Okay, thank you. So that kills your argument. That kills your argument then. So we already have.
No, it doesn't kill it, Mike. It doesn't
But the main argument here is not even about foreign investors. The main argument here is about Nigerians themselves.
No, Mike. It doesn't kill it. I'm giving an example of MTN. Telecommunication policy, the law backing it up. It guarantees them to bring their investment and invest. But the question I will see ask you now is this: you want to talk of agriculture? Can you tell me the policy that is backing private investor investing so much in silos? Just tell
Okay.
me.
Okay, Ola, let me explain something to you. Okay, when MTN was coming to Nigeria, right? They have the idea, right? This is what investors do when they go somewhere. They approach government like, okay, I want to bring this here, but I need you to create this policy for me to thrive. And then government will see what they will gain and they will create a policy. That's the way it works. Even in America here, when an inventor invents something, he will approach government like, okay, I have invented this, and I want to create this sector. I want to create this. I want to enter the economy, and I need you to please let me make policy so that way I can thrive. And government, that's how they make money. They need you. They need entrepreneurs to make money. Government will jump on because they know that, hey, if you progress, they progress. So all these investors you're talking about, most of them, including MTM, when they were coming, they had to approach the government first. And government didn't know there's it. Government didn't just make policy and they saw policy and they came. No, they want to come in and they approach government like, hey, I want to do this. Wait, let me land. Wait. No, my survey, too long. What I'm telling you is, you shouldn't wait for government to create policy before you do something. Be ready to do it and then approach government like, okay, I need you to make this policy because I want to do this. And then if government tell you, okay, we are not creating policy, which will be ridiculous because they'll be the one to benefit the most from your idea. Bring the idea first and approach government. If government say no, then we can blame government. But you haven't.
I will give you at least 2 examples. See, yes, you can create a new market. You create a new market is different from you creating something and forcing government to give you a policy. No, it is mostly because look, you like I said, you don't want the government to surprise you. Assuming that you are Facebook today, you build Facebook today, and people start exposing themselves up and down, and the government just ban Facebook, boom, and your Nigeria is your only hope. You've killed that investment. Look.
What are you talking about, man? What is your point?
No, let me land now. Okay, when you let me land, you will understand what I'm talking about. MTN didn't come to Nigeria and force government to create policy.
Sorry, Ola, give me just one quick second. Sorry, Ola. Simba, I don't know what's happened with Thomas. I think his system may have dropped temporarily. So, can you coordinate the space, Simba, until Thomas gets back, just so that there's a smooth flow. Simba. Oh, Bomini. Hello. Can anyone hear me?
Guys, muted. Me, I can hear you.
Mike.
Oh, all right. So, Ola, can you coordinate it then? I'm not sure how long you're here for, Ola. That's why I went to Simba, but Thomas is not available. I want to go to bed. So just really so that it doesn't get rowdy.
Okay, I'll be here for 30 minutes and just add over to Simba once Simba comes back.
Because, all right, okay. That's Thomas now. Thomas, what happened now? Thomas, Kiloshele. All right, sorry guys, carry on.
Yeah, I will be here for 30 minutes, so I can coordinate for 30 minutes because I need to sleep. But then once either Thomas or Simba comes, so I will just relay your message and they can continue. So now, Mike, this is the way it is. Every investor, for example, you want to go to America as an immigrant or you want to go to Canada, you don't just stand up and say you want to go to Canada. You have to look at the policy in that Canada of America before you go to that place. Oh, we want investors to come, the minimum of 500, and this is what they can invest in. After so year, you become a citizen. You look at it. If this thing will be favorable to you in the long term, you don't look at short term in some investment. Except you are a portfolio, maybe except you are a portfolio investment, you just want to turn your money in overnight or whatever. Now, the example of MTN you made.
Ola is not very obvious, not a very smart investor. Because if
Mike, okay, talking now.
I will tell you, go ahead, Lana. I will tell you, go ahead. I'll tell you how investors think.
Now, the MTN you are talking about, like Nitel we were talking about that time. Over time, they've tried to give, is it Pentascope or whatever? I can't even remember. They've tried to invite some other company that they wanted to privatize Nitel at that time. Different companies were coming and they could not do anything about Nitel because they were looking at the policy of the government that government was not actually taking hands of this. And government was manipulating that thing. So not until they fully deregulated the education sector, and at a particular point, it was even a decree, and the government and investors were somehow skeptical until OBJ now introduced NCC Act that fully deregulated, and they started auctioning bandwidth. No, even some people were still skeptical at that point that Glo was the only person that could even put money to become the second national carrier. So it
you are giving us
Mike, he let someone
okay,
laugh. So yeah,
Shaitan.
I was working, I heard you talking for almost 45
no,
minutes.
Shaitan. We won't go to console. You get the point here
now,
already.
The policy that came as a result of that was the reason the telecommunication investor moving, and what you see now today is the telecom. And the same policy, they could not repeat in the power sector. That is why we cannot have power. We are still struggling with power in that country today. It's not as if people don't want to invest just because the policy is not favorable. So all the kind of things that we need in Nigeria today, they are already existing. So we don't need to start thinking outside of the box to bring all those things. No, those things, just to go and look at, like one of my former MD will say, that the best strategy is the one you are copying from someone that is working already. We have things that have been working somewhere that we can just copy and paste in our country. It's just because the government policy will not allow that. You don't need to tell anybody how to build silo today and to operate. But what is government doing? You don't need to teach anybody how. We are not just researching how to build the turbine how to do transmission line to do transmission. We don't need to do that afresh. You just need to go and copy and paste in Nigeria. But
okay, let me respond to your point because you are diverting to another point now. Let me respond to your you already made point about the investors. Let me respond to what you say about investors. First of all, let me tell you how investors think. Investors are people interested in making money. That's number one, right? And what investors do is they're looking everywhere, looking for the potential of making money. Where there's potential of them making money, that's what they do. And when they look into a place, they see that, wow, if I go here, I can make money. And then that's when they begin to look at the policy. And when they see that the policy is not there for them to make money, what they do is now engage the government of that environment. Like, hey, I want to come here to invest, but you don't have this policy that can help me. That's how investors think. So most of these things they're talking about, Obasanjo didn't know shit about telecom or anything like that. It was those companies that approached him and said, listen, we see potential of making money in your country. We want to invest. Can you make this policy and that policy for us? And your government, you will gain and we will gain. And that's why he made the policy. Obasanjo didn't know shit about telecom. You can't tell me that he woke up in the middle of the night and start making policy. He didn't know shit about it. It was those companies that approached him. Because they saw the potential of making money, they approached him. Trust me.
But Mike, you just said everything now. You still need policies, government policies to strive in a country.
And now we agree. So what is we agree on that?
Because government, and again, you know why most of the companies left there? Because of the government policies over the years were not favorable to them, not convenient for them. They had to move.
Anyway,
they had to move. And again, Mike, let me say something here, please, just really quick. The problem we have in Nigeria is the system we're practicing. You see, the system entertains lazy thinking minds, For example, if we ask all the states now to take care of their resources, you understand? These governors will start thinking. They will start thinking and going outside, and they'll start bringing out policies in their different states to grab to allow investors into the country. Because of this handout every month, they go to Abuja and get. So most of these governors, they don't care. They don't care about investment. They don't care about anything. At the end of the month, they get their money. That's what they do, and because it's a lazy system. I'm trying to tell you, if we want to develop Nigeria, we must allow the states to have their resources back. You see, something like if you go to like the northeast now or northwest, I don't know the place that has that crisis. If you go there now, banditry is there. And when you look at this banditry, it's about resources. It's about
Joseph, let me even add something to what you just said. To be honest, sometimes even let's assume that even the state is not even handing the resources back. There are some content of that exclusive list that is stopping development. Good that one of them now is electricity that they've taken away. Just watch out for that space. Electricity in Nigeria, we will get it within the next 10 years. Because it's no longer in the hand of the federal government now. It's now concurrent now. It's no longer exclusive because Lagos state government challenge the federal government because that's what we're talking about to Mike about. because the policy in place that when that thing is in the exclusive list, even when Tinubu brought error to Nigeria, could only generate, and you wanted that guy to transmit through the transmission line that was not working, that the government was not even investing in. So it doesn't make any sense that, okay, I'm an investor today, I put $1 billion now in power sector, and I want to give to federal government that is not effective for me to get my money, but I prefer to generate and transmit and get my money back. Those are the things. Now, it was not, it was IBB that deregulated telecommunication. Obasanjo just normalized it. Now, the Nollywood we see today, or let's say our Nigerian artists that they sing today, how did that place? How did we liberate that space? IBB simply deregulated broadcasting in Nigeria. AIT started coming up. Ray Power, all those organizations. It was Ray Power and AIT that started promoting all these artists. And before you know, people realized that, oh, money in this thing, and the thing just escalated. So those are the things. When we say this policy, I can give you off and now as we speak now about 50 situations. Okay, this guy did with a Virgin Nigeria that ran away. What's the name of that investor? It was the government policy that killed this investment in Nigeria. Are we saying that guy that was successful somewhere in the UK and somewhere in around the world, all of a sudden will not know how to run business in Nigeria? It was the government policy that killed his investment. That's what we're saying. So you have the best of idea in this world, and the government policy will still wreck whatever. So you said the other time that Nigeria they don't have they don't have investors. Honestly, that was one of those things I was so furious. I was running down to this place to just tell me this is a blatant fallacy. Nothing. In fact, it cannot be more. I don't see something that can be further from the truth more than that. Because if you know how innovation works, sometimes it's not the way you think it. Because you can have a leader somewhere and just arrange the team.
Exactly to your point. See, Mike talks many times like logically, but it does not mimic the truth or reality. Okay, and that's the fact. I think right now you probably agree that we need government policy. Okay, especially stable one, sustainable one, and friendly government. That's what investors look for before they spend all their money in a country. And that's why it's not a strange matter in the U.S. why the lobbyists spend billions of dollars every year to lobby the government. It's not strange. Yeah, it's not a strange thing. So, to Mike's point, it appears that it believes that Nigerians in general are maybe they're lazy.
We are lazy and
no. It's not about laziness, Prince Daddy. Well, I think it doesn't really have much understanding about business. I think
not the way he was talking. It sounded like he knew. And see, you're a business person as well as a doctor, and anyone that does business, you know, the first thing you want to do is minimize your risk and externalize cost as much as possible. A good example was what you talked about, the cattle rearing that the business people don't want to take care of feeding their cows. They rather have them roam around so they don't have to pay for the expense. Dangote has a lot of money, just like other people. But Dangote is not going to just drop his billions of dollars because he has money. When he can have the government or let the citizens take care of the
Prince Daddy, Simba, why are you even doing business as a doctor? Is that not double dip?
If you live in Nigeria, then you have to be multitasking. Ola can speak to that also now, because in Nigeria, you have to have multiple sources of income. If not, you are going to fail.
Don't mind Thomas. So it's just pulling your leg. Even Dangote, you can talk about the number of business, because those are the people that are billionaire, right? You want them to run as this, but look at the ironic conglomerate, they are not a multinational company. So the thing is this: Microsoft, to talk of Elon Musk, that's how to make things. Some people Some people are natural businessmen. They enjoy doing business. It's not about the money alone. I just want you to know this thing. If you go into business for the money alone, sometimes you can lose focus. But if you go into business just because you enjoy playing with things,
Ola, if you are in Nigeria, there are a lot. Even the other time somebody was asking that do we have foreign investors in Nigeria, and I think I mentioned that we have a lot. Just 2 days ago, one of my friends was discussing with me that they have some guys from Lebanon that they want to invest in agriculture in Nigeria. They want to do with broilers. That they are looking for somebody who has a land that they want to lease, and they will pay that person 10 million naira. 10 million naira every year. Can you imagine that? Just for having land that they want to just lease every year, they will be paying you 10 million naira. If you have that, you can just go and sleep and just be eating. You understand? So there are a lot of people. Somebody wants to say something.
Yeah, I want to say something, please. You see, you're right. You see, the problem, what I expect this government to do now, this present government, is this. Why not allow states to create their own police? So that states like the northern states that has massive land, they could just chase these bandits away. You have your own security, you can recruit more locals. They fight these people away. We can feed ourselves. I keep on telling people that we don't even have a reason to import food. We can feed ourselves. And what they really need to do is secure our borders, close up our borders, and know who comes in and who goes out. And we can start farming. Farmers can go back to their farms, and we can have at least we'll have how do they call it where we can keep our a reserve, like what we can keep the ones the leftovers, we can keep them. So we don't have reasons to say we are hungry in that country.
Let me skip in real quick regarding this resource devolution, right? See, from the beginning, especially I guess in the Western region, we had a good system and it was working, and I think other regions also. But I think at this point in time, the Nigerian space of the state is spoiled right now. Talking about the governors of the states, because they're used to that central allocation of funds to run the government, and many of the states they're not really innovative or creative in generating revenue or IGR. So right now, if you decentralize the government, there's going to be a learning curve. Okay, it's going to take a while to start making any meaningful impact in Nigeria, because just like from the top, there's still gonna be a lot of corruption, and the power struggle between the governors and what we call the local commissioners of these different states. There's gonna be a problem. But one, I've been thinking about it somewhat. The danger that I see in this when we start to devolve power and resources, there'll be a great redundancy in the system, a great one. There's going to be so much waste in Nigeria. It's going to be is not even going to be funny anymore, because when sometimes there's benefit for things being centralized. Absolutely, something. I mean, just like if you deal with inventory, for example, there's some benefit of centralization or to decentralize inventory.
Prince Daddy, can I ask a question? I had to comment. I couldn't take it anymore. So let's just pick a sector. Let's say the power sector. Now, please explain to the platform how this so-called redundancy will come into play and why maybe centralized power will be the ideal way to go. I just want to hear this so-called.
Well, I didn't speak in absolutism. It was not in absolute terms.
That's the way it came across. I'm sorry.
Well, yeah.
Sorry, before you will continue. Are you saying centralization is the best for Nigeria? So
No, no. You have to look at from the beginning of my conversation. I talked about, it's like learning a new habit, and I talk about from the beginning, especially in Western Nigeria, in the Western region, we had a good system, and I think the regional form of government was working very well. But now it's been dismantled. It's been dismantled.
An example, sir. Please, so that we know how to
Well,
tackle it.
well, when Awolowo was in charge, I mean, the way they did things was more cohesive. I think they better manage their resources. That's what I meant. And I think they've done very well. And if we had that system up to now, it would have greatly improved. But what I'm saying is that when that system was dismantled, it appears that we have to start from scratch. Like, for example, when we go to, let's go to procurement, for example. If, let's say, uh, Ogun and Lagos State get there's some procurement directly from the government, from the central, and now they have to decentralize. Each one go do their own thing, and even within a state in itself, a local area, what do you call it? A local council area can, by itself, pursue its own procurement policies and ways of doing it. In so doing, there's going to be a lot of redundancy and waste in the system. It's just simple. It's supply chain. That's what it is. There's going to be redundancy and waste.
Let me clarify. No, what they are saying actually is that the initial start of that chain will not start from the federal government. The local government council will just be the one purchasing by themselves. They wouldn't have to go buy from federal government. It's what we're saying. So when we talk about independence or having them offloading responsibility to the state level, it's not that they will still be relying on federal government. No, they will be the one to sign the contracts, negotiate the deals, search for the loan.
Exactly, to the point.
Yes,
That's my point. If that happens, you're gonna have multiple contracts negotiation. You're gonna have so many. I mean, do you not see a waste in such a process?
No, I'm not following that. I'm not.
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you.
Prince Daddy, see, you are looking at it. The way you are looking at it is from another perspective, entirely, as if you have the centralized government now assigning duty to each contributors to be doing something. No, that's not
no. I didn't say that. That you probably misunderstood me. That's not what I said.
No, there's no redundancy there. Look at it this way: you say Lagos State should generate its own electricity. How is that a redundancy, even when Kaduna, for example, may not even have that capacity?
Well, that's why I moved to the area of.
If Kaduna, or let's say, no, it's a Benue State now realize that, okay, agriculture is my strength, and Lagos State do not really have land, except it's going to team up with Kebbi and some other states that have land to do that. How is that a redundancy? It simply means that
that's not a. Let me rebuttal that. That's not a redundancy. I mean, having the state run their natural resources in the statewide, it's okay. But I was given an example of procurement. Procurement, for example, let's say how many local governments do they have in Lagos, for example? Imagine each local government being responsible for procuring things for their area. You don't think there's going to be a redundancy?
What are they procuring? Because you have to look at it. It's just like we are here now. The city I live procures everything. You understand? Even police service, they procure everything. Power services, power input, everything. They procure everything to do that. How does that affect the next town? You only do something that will benefit your own local government. You don't care about what is happening to, because when you start looking at other local government, you are now expanding the bureaucracy now instead of using.
Hold on a second. I think is that the way you're speaking. So you are making an assumption that there's no waste or redundancy in the system that you're talking about, especially in America. Then you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. There's so much waste in the system also. But I was talking about Nigeria, which I think. That's what I was trying to make it point. We don't, number one, I don't think we have the resources to start with anyways. And if we did, what is to say that there won't be any redundancy or waste in the system? Because in the West.
Prince Daddy, hear me out. It depends on who you are looking at. It depends on the way you are looking at this thing. Now, when you are talking of redundancy, and people, you see, I'm an advocate of this idea of using natural resources. To me, it's a lazy way. Using natural resources, we may not necessarily solve the problem of unemployment and whatever, because look at oil and gas industry. How many people will benefit from oil and gas? We want to talk of the real industry, manufacturing, services that will produce something. Look at, for example, if the northern part of the country now, maybe every region now they go into, let's say, textile. Some people go into textile, some people go into hide and skin, and some people go into tobacco production and some other things. And you now build your value chain around that. Maybe Ekiti now going into something like education, and all we want to do now is that we want to compete fairly to the point that people will start traveling to Ekiti now to come and learn, instead of you looking at breaking your rocks or mining this thing. So by doing all those things, you create more jobs than targeting the natural resources, because that will be one of the major problems. Natural resources will not generate enough that when you put your human resources into task and to create value chains.
But Ola, that is what is actually encouraging. That is what is motivating this regional whatever resource control. People believe more in natural resources, that they want to control the few natural resources that they have, rather than
Simba, because that word resource control is ambiguous, it's too huge. That's why people think that it's all about natural resources. Resource control, for example, will be okay. Why can I be in Lagos and the water is affecting me, the lagoon is affecting me, and someone will be dictating in Kaduna, be telling me that I cannot control my thing. So whatever I get from the seaport, I have to bring it to you. When you can do better with your groundnuts and with your hide and skin to create industry around shoemaking, around leather, let me just say leather and hand skin value chain. When you can do better, when you can use that one to create job for millions of people. From Lagos by not creating job for your people. No. Let me explain this so that you get what I'm talking properly. The resource control we are talking about is this: federal government should not tell me how to generate and distribute electricity. It's a form of resource control. Federal government should not tell me how to develop my students or my human resource or human capacity, human capital to develop my state. Federal government should not tell me what to do about my agriculture. You should not be asking me to start contributing to the purse. You understand? The resource, the Western region were controlling the other time, that the resources to about to use their cocoa and some other things to put their region. That's resource control. But the one that federal government want to control everything, they want to tax every company that is working in your state. They want to tell you how to run your electricity. It's resource control. It's not about natural resources alone. That's what we're saying. Because the Western region that were pushing this thing, we knew very well.
That is your own understanding. But an average Nigerian believes that, okay, we have oil in the south, and so if we control the oil, then we have more money to ourselves. You are expanding it. That is the belief of an average Nigerian. You are expanding it because you have a better understanding than majority of the people.
No, because when you look at for resource control, you will know that it's majorly southwest. And southwest there, what did they do? We build everything about the valuation of agriculture. We used to have a fashola farm. We used to have a kuderi farm. We used to have Odua textile. We used to have Oluwa glass. We used to have a reborn brick.
Somebody want to interject you. Yeah, I think Joseph. Yeah, Joseph.
I quite agree with Ola. See, why resource control is good for us, like good for the system, like federalism, is this: if we have resource control, everything is not about resources. Like what said, you control other servicing companies into the country, other manufacturing on that resources. Where is resource control is good this, so that governors can start thinking. Do you know why our governors are not thinking?
Oh, you are my brother. You are breaking. We can barely hear you, Josepha.
Okay.
You are breaking.
Network. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can't hear you. Just Babati.
Well, I was just
I
going
think Babati want to come in. Josepha, can you change your position, please?
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
No, you are still breaking. You are breaking heavily. We can't hear you. We can barely hear you. Yeah, Babati.
I was just going to say before Ola decided to hog the mic. Just I'm kidding. But I was just going to say that I think we should stop using referring to regional government as resource control, because I think that's one of the problems that we have. It is more than the resource beneath the ground. It's also about religious freedom, liberties in that region. It's also about the system of government that you prefer in that region. So there's more to it than just the natural resources. It's the system of government, the way of life. So if you're in the northern part and you want to adopt Sharia law in your region, then you have the right. As long as the people that live there pass that through referendum. So it's more than natural resources that we're discussing here. So everything comes to play here when you discussing true federalism. That's just to clarify what Ola was saying to Prince Daddy. I hope you understand my position. Thank you, Prince Thomas.
You didn't put my appellation.
Yeah,
Field Marshal General.
No, Brigadier Colonel, that's your Brigadier Colonel.
So let me chime in real quick. So
yeah,
I agree with you guys. I mean, when it comes to power generation, okay, I don't think that'll be fine, and natural resources, I guess. But my question, I guess, is so it appears. I mean, obviously, I know there've been some pushback or resistance to state policing, and I think one of the reasons raised was because they think the governors were going to abuse.
let me tell you something about state police, why it won't happen in Nigeria. And I may be wrong and stand to be corrected. Firstly, the government will have they will be like small God. Even now, they are not controlling the police. They are just like small God. You know that.
That is a terrible argument to make, General. That is a terrible
But let me land it.
Exactly, my brother. Exactly.
Let me land it. You may disagree with me. That's why we are here. We are here to disagree to agree. So they are demigod to themselves now. Now imagine they have state police, they control themselves. I think Nigeria will just be like a hell. Secondly, the Southeastern, our brothers in the Southeastern is another problem. Why do I say that? You can disagree with me as well, but that is my opinion. If they want to create state police today, who are those people that will be bringing into state police? Is it not same IPOP people? Is it not same ESN? Is it not same gunmen that is killing and ravaging in the southeast now? So my brother, forget about state police.
Can I interject?
That's my true feedback. Yeah. Yes, you can. Yeah. Yes, you can.
Okay. The thing is this: why state police is very, very important in Nigeria is this. One, there's what we call local policing, and when you talk about states are going to use it, state governments are going to be demigod, they're going to use it. No, I do not agree with that idea. The thing is that the federal government has to regulate the power, like the extent of the state governor. Like you can't use it to abuse the citizens or whatever. Just like what the federal government is doing right now. And state policing is good because of what? Criminals in your locality can be fished out. The locals are going to guide their place. They are going to be the ones policing the place. And you said something about the IPOP will take over the stuff. No, because one, in our locality we know the criminals. So when we are going to recruit, the people are going to say, "Oh, this person has a dubious character. This person is not there. This person is not there." We recruit the best out of us. Just look at the Nigerian police system now. Do you know that the Nigerian police system now at the federal level, it is the worst amongst us. The worst amongst us are in the police force. Before, back then, now person where they do a GD for a family, and they throw police force. You understand? They don't get the best to go to the police. It's not like police is not something to be proud of in Nigeria. It's all like maybe you go to the States, you go to UK, where people, even little children they will tell you, "I want to be a police officer." Now, in Nigeria, now, police are the worst amongst us, even at the federal level as it is now. So If you allow the states to have their own state police, they will pick the best out of them. And this one you're saying the state will use it. Okay, let's assume the state is going to use it. For how many years? 8 years, they will leave. That's it. You understand? So we should not shy away from doing it.
I'm not objecting to state police. I'm just telling you the factors that surrounded it. I'm not objecting.
General
Thomas. State policing has been, we've been advocating for state policing even before the act came on board. Do you remember? The state policing thing, they've been talking about it in the National Assembly for 20 years that the federal government has refused. So what's the problem there?
Let me also clarify something with you guys here. One of the problems that we have as a country is that we always try to legislate parity. Just because let's say they say, oh, we can have state police, does not mean all states should have state police. There have to be metrics that have to be met. There have to be
but see, marginalization will come out again. They are marginalized.
No,
you know that now.
Wait, let me finish my point so you know where I'm coming from. There has to be standards. Not all states in Nigeria can afford state police. I know that for a fact, and we all know that. So you cannot force it on them. So you just go at who can meet this requirement. You set the bar very high that only if you can meet it, and over time, others will then join. That way, you can learn from the mistakes of the few before you spread it. You cannot just go sweeping move and just say, okay, tomorrow everybody has the police. That would be a disaster. So let's not try to say parity that by forcing it on other people, but make it available as an option. So if you have the money, the resources to
the resources, you can do it.
Then go for it. But if you don't, you can still rely on the old system. That's the way.
On the federal government, yeah, exactly.
Don't try to force it. That's the issue we've been having. Always
Marginalization will creep in when you are suggesting that, isn't it?
That is just noise. Stick to facts. Forget
Thomas, let me tell you.
Always complain.
When you're talking about national issues, don't be biased. Let me tell you something. Everybody's marginalized in Nigeria. Even the Fulani, even the Hausas and the Fulanis, the people in the north, they are marginalized too. Even in the southwest, everybody's marginalized. We're just talking about the level of marginalization. You understand? Every Nigerian is marginalized. So don't come and say we're making this. See, if we want to fix Nigeria, we must fix Nigeria holistically. We must come down at the right round. You see, you know why Nigeria is not working for everybody? Nigeria is not working for everybody because our elites, look at now, one man opened a platform. Every Nigerian has his say. Even you might not agree with me, but I had my say. You understand? I have to listen to your own too. We come to a compromise. Nigeria is not doing that. Let everybody come. If everybody is agreed, let everybody come to the table of brotherhood. Let's sit down and discuss. We might fight, brothers, even in the family, brothers fight, but they still settle. We fashion out a system that works for us. We will not be copy every whole system will copy. If we copy this one, look at
Joseph, I hear you. Mike, are you there? Mike,
can I make a point real quick?
Hold on, please. Mike, did you phantom these two factors that you just said? Does it make any sense to you?
Well, when I heard him say about state police, I just called it just now. I didn't really hear the whole, but the one I heard.
Let me just say it twice. I just said the Southeasterner, if they are employing state police, they will be employing gunmen. They will be employing ESN and HIPOP.
Yeah. One thing I know, that's why I wanted to talk to. See, what will happen? The reason why the government is not even doing state police in first is because of the Southeast. Because they don't want to create.
Mike, I want to.
It's the main reason. I'll be honest with you, my brother.
Let him land now. Let him land, Joseph.
I'm trying to explain to you. Wait now.
Let him land.
They don't want to create. First of all, you guys see how agitation going on. So they don't want to create a 1967 situation where you had Ojukwu in control of everything, where he had the weapons and was able to turn the gun on his country and start a civil war. So if you have a state police now, it means that you'll be in control of your weapons, because whoever control the police also control the weapons, right? So now you have all the entire Southeast being all the police officers there are all Southeasterners, And we all know 99% of Southeastern, or most of you, I don't know, believe in Biafra. And now you create a situation where you have weapons in the hands of a bunch of people that are agitators and in control of the area. So someone like Kanu can just order, say, oh, you got guns, okay, shoot army. Any army that can just be assassinating army or assassinating non-Igbos that come. So you create a disaster. That's what the government is afraid of. Maybe until you guys finally convince the government that, okay, this desire for a Biafran thing is dead or it's over, that's when the government can be confident enough to allow you guys to have a situation where you are harmed, independently harmed. You understand? So that's what the problem is. I'm sorry, my brother. That's the truth.
Okay. Let me tell you something. Let me say something. Thomas, please. Let me say something. You understand? I'm sorry to interrupt you. The thing is this: when did the Nigerian state, when the Nigerians or state start agitating or start asking for state police? Was it when the ESN came on board, or was it when IPOP came on board? We've been asking. Nigerian state has been asking for state police since the time of Obasanjo. Obasanjo refused. They asked in Yar'Adua refused. Asked in Jonathan refused. So what brought ESN and all this? The thing is that we have always shied away from doing the right thing. The right thing. That is the problem. State police, you see, let me tell you, state police will stop all these things you see in the now southeast. State police will end it. And when you talk of they are going to employ ESN, okay, if they employ ESN, it's going to be at their own detriment. It's not doing them any favor. So let's go. What we should do as a country.
Joseph, are you kidding me? It's supposed to be on their own detriment. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? What did you just say?
Excuse me. I want to ask you, Thomas. If ESN now becomes the state police, assuming the way you said it, because I don't believe in it, if they have become the state police, would they come and attack Southwest? Would they go and attack not this thing?
No, they will be attacking like Nigerian soldiers that come there.
My brother, people know the day bias in our discussion. Let's say this.
Joseph, let me add to your point. You will continue, please. You will continue. You see, one thing is this: why will the state governors in the southeast that are not in support of ESN now employ ESN as the state police? Can you just give me the logical reason? They are not supporting ESN. Why would they now employ ESN members?
No. First of all, they don't write ESN on people's head.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on, please. I brought the question. So, if they want to recruit police now, so how do you differentiate among the ESN, unknown gunmen, IPOD that are in the bush, killing, ravaging?
Okay. Let me
finish, please. Can I finish? No, I haven't finished. Please. How would they identify these three people that I just talked about out of like good Easterner that wants to be police? How will they identify? Yes, that is to Ola. Ola has the question. Ola,
okay.
Josepha, hold on. That is to Ola.
Let me tell you one thing I don't know in Australia. If you want to join the police, will they conduct background check for you? Will they do character tests? Will they look at your literacy level? Now the question
Ola, forget about all that one.
Wait, you ask the question. Let me answer you.
Ola, there are many IPOB and ESN people that people don't even know they are IPOB.
Thomas, let me let Ola understand something. Ola, those that are joining ESN and IPOB, they're not doing it because they are bad people or they are criminals. It's because they want succession. That's what it is.
Let the man finish his point. Ola, please go ahead. Ola was making a very valid point. Let the man finish his point, please.
So you think you just go to the street and just bring someone to come and become the police without running proper background check, and you just want to create a security? So it doesn't work this way. Let me tell you one thing.
Thank you, Ola.
We can start a state police tomorrow and say, okay, we are not going to employ anybody that has less than ND or maybe HND or bachelor degree. And you put them in a place and you train them. It's not that, you go to the street and just employ police today and throw them to the street. They'll be trained. They'll be proper background check. And they'll be guaranteed.
So, Ola, there is no IPOD that has degree.
Thomas,
you are not making sense, my brother. So there is no IPOD member or ESN that has degree.
Thomas,
No.
Let the man speak now. Let him finish this.
Thomas, allow him to speak, okay?
Go.
You have a bias.
My brother.
You are biased.
My brother.
In the process of employing, in the process of getting to NDA in Nigeria, if you look at that serious process alone, if you employ that, if you apply the same process into recruiting the state police we are talking about, you are going to see a difference. You see, you can employ these people and start getting the guarantor, like the members of the clergies in this community, or maybe important lawyers that can give them some kind of surety. So you don't just go and employ people and say, oh, police, you carry someone that. No, it doesn't work that way. You have to follow proper process. And don't just tell me that just because the ESN or whatever IPOB is rendered that, oh, they just go to the street and do. So to me, don't just take this in as, oh, we are just going to pick people at random and put. No, it's not going to run.
Thomas, can I ask Ola a question when you finish?
Oh, please go
on. Yeah, Mike, go on.
Ola, you believe that majority of the people in the Southeast, they support IPOB? You agree, right?
And so?
Okay, so that means majority of people that will join the police there will be supporters of IPOB. And that means you are telling me that those are the supporters of IPOB, we don't want going after IPOB. Is that what you're telling me?
That's fallacy. That's fallacy. See, there's a difference between when you are a member of agitator and when they now give you responsibility. Have you ever seen yourself fighting? Have you ever seen yourself as an activist before? That all of a sudden they now give you a position that, okay, a position that we have to support the community. All of a sudden your ideology will change immediately. If you want to know,
that's not
go
true.
And look at the past activities.
Okay, so that means you are telling me if so it's the same argument that if you hire armed robber to the police force, the ideology will change automatically. That's what you're telling us.
Who is asking you to go and hire armed robber? Who is asking you to go and hire armed robber?
No, you're telling me once somebody join the police force, the ideology
when were you when I talk about proper background check? Where were you when I said, okay, you can even go to the point of saying, okay,
Allah, you're moving the goalpost. You just told us that when someone joined the police, their ideology will change completely because
Allah, just leave Mike alone. You know how Mike is about his friend in the Southeast. That's just
okay.
I'm talking true. I just took
I've made my point though. So if Thomas think iPod is the one that
Mike,
that's
how about this? How about this? Like maybe you were not listening earlier. How about who can afford state police right now? Okay, Lagos. Let's start with Lagos first. Let's see how they do. Doesn't mean everybody has to jump on the state police bandwagon.
Yeah, but they can't do it for one state and not do it for another state now. You can't just allow. If Tinubu starts saying only Lagos can do state police, this is marginalization.
Mike, hold on. I'm saying that there will be standards. Obviously, from the financial point of view, not everybody can afford state police right now. It will be unfair to those to say, okay, everybody will state police. No. Start with the ones that can afford it first. The police system will set the standards of what you should have as a state.
Baba, how do you know the South from state cannot afford it?
They can't even like so come on now. So
when Anambra cannot generate beyond $2 billion a month in IGR example.
Almost. You know what I mean now. Come on. They can some
people. But Baba, if they choose some states. This marginalization we settle again.
Can I chime in real quick? Actually,
did you see Anambra generate $2 billion? Or where did I?
No, I was saying to Thomas, the challenge would be, for example.
No, I think Prince Daddy, you made $2 billion, not $2 billion. $2 billion. I mean,
oh yeah, sorry, yeah, naira. That's what I meant. But to use the phrase, we can't legislate parity. That's the point here. So it's optional. If you can afford to have a state police, go ahead and do it. If you can't, you don't have to. Is that not what you're saying?
Exactly. You are. That's my point. Exactly. That way, if they meet the threshold that they set by the federal system to have,
right,
then you go for it. But if you cannot meet it, you stay with the system that you have in your state.
How do you determine that? How do you determine that, Babati?
That will be determined by the police at the federal level. Like you have in America, you have your FBI that will set the parameters for policing in your local precincts.
So if you have a Yoruba man as the IDP and he's denying some Southeastern, let me tell you the kind of democracy, let me tell you the kind of democracy that we practice does not allow us to do certain things. And that, I know we have debated this issue before. It cannot help us because you have all this group of legislators or
bro, no. Let me so you know where I'm coming from. They have a standard that is open to the public. Everybody knows what it takes to
the standard can be changed. People flex it. They just roll out the parameter and change everything. And
Nisuru, now hold on. Let me finish my point. They made this thing very transparent. This is open. At the federal level, this is, for you to have state police, you must have A, B, C, and D. Do you meet it yes or no? Is the point. Once you make it transparent, people can scream tribalism all they want. Does your state, can they meet up the requirement, yes or no? That's the end of story. It's not a tribal issue. I don't know why you're trying to make everything tribal here. No. There's a standard set by the police force. Do you meet the threshold? Can you pay A, B, C, D? Do you meet it? If you don't meet it, you stay with this current system. This isn't a tribal issue.
But when you want to roll out a policy, you understand, you also need to look at the problems that can come with the policy. And that's why we are trying to let you understand.
No, don't get me wrong. There will be kinks, of course, you will learn along the way. That's the benefit of trying out those small that qualify first. You don't want to say, okay, everybody state police, so that would be a disaster. But you want to just make it the bar very hard first. So your Lagos, your Edo, your Kano will qualify.
Well, don't you think they'll start accusing the government of only creating criteria that benefits certain states and doesn't?
They will always find something to say. You know, go. You can't please some people in that country. They will always complain. You know that. So why even bother? You know they're going to complain regardless of what happens. So why bother? Just stick with your policy and be transparent as much as possible. Don't worry about people complaining. They will always complain. But if you are fair, open about this policy and everybody can see what you are looking for, then it will matter. That's my point. But let's not give into this tribal blackmail. Because Mike, he kind of giving
Thank you very much.
Can we go back to where we started from? Because we started from the issue of food security. That's where we started from before we now went to all this regional whatever.
No.
I hope Prince Daddy is still here. I think I align with what Prince Daddy said.
Simba, what we are discussing is still part of it. Look, when we say police, all those forest guards of those days that suddenly disappear, it's a form of state police because we used to call it Olopaibo, forest police. If you have something now, the country abuse it? No, we didn't abuse it because they had their limitation. When we say state police, sometimes we have to define it. Okay, what of we said the type of state police we are.
But the old forest guard, they are just what they are policing is lumbering, illegal lumbering. That's what they used to do.
But all these illegal Fulani men you are talking about now, those guys would have spotted it and maybe they would have rearmed them to even combat them because they want that someone can just come into your forest and just.
But they don't carry arms. The forest guard of those days, they don't carry arms.
They were carrying double barrel. They were carrying arms. Okay. I know that one for sure. So without the green khaki, without in fact, that's the people that when they learn about using the sunshade, they will just put their sunshade.
Yesterday I saw their vehicle. Yesterday, they still exist though.
No forest guard, not like before. I don't know. I'm not sure.
It's like, let me tell you, we still have all of it. They are not effective. We have a lot of redundant institutions in Nigeria now. The forest guard, the CS. I said I saw their vehicle yesterday, even in a lorry. I'm telling you.
Maybe
I saw their vehicle. They rode it forest guard and hunters. Yes. You understand? And I know a cousin of mine that was employed in Osun State as a forest guard in the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. Also, the only thing that they do is that they go inside those bush, they collect bribe to allow people to do this illegal lumbering, and that's what they. So in fact, most people are even, pressing to get the job. That's what they are doing. So they don't police anything. They just see it as their own opportunity. They will be the ones selling those trees.
where Simba.
So they can even collude. They can even collude with all these bandits
all
with
those things are better things. Simba, it doesn't take anything. See, a person like me, you must know, if you make me an advisor to a state governor, you understand, on technology, a lot of this thing is just a minor issue that can be resolved. It doesn't take any.
Don't mind Simba. How was area G?
I will just put sheep on those trees that we are talking about.
Let me ask him, Simba. How was they supposed? How are they supposed to? How did they secure area G for Enugu State? Was it not lookout that they use? The Rangers. Do you know area G for Enugu State? So let's not.
No, I don't know anything about that.
Area G4 is one of the biggest in the whole of the country, and it's in Ogun State. So please, let's not. It is possible. It can be done. It is difficult.
No, we can put them. No, I'm not saying you can put them to work. We can put them to work.
No, because you are creating this hopelessness scenario that is not possible. Everything just bad. No,
Exactly.
That way.
Exactly, man.
Let's stop doing that.
I still stand on what I said earlier on. To get state police in Nigeria.
You are a
yes.
general.
So what do you?
You are a general now. So what argue with
fake general.
You are a general. So
I want to ask you guys are just glancing on what I'm saying. Southeast is the problem of not getting state police. It's one of those places.
It's a lie. It's a lie, Thomas.
I don't hear you.
It's a lie, man. Come on, stop that, man. You've been saying it. This is not the first time I'm hearing it. I've heard it the other day. You said it. It's not okay. Since in 1999, did they have was Southeast the problem, and we didn't have it? Come on, stop spreading those.
Hold on, please. When Obasanjo was there, were there no agitation from the Southeast?
Were there no agitation in the Southwest?
Thomas,
I'm asking you a question.
No. Biafra, now compared with any other, the Biafran thing, that was a horrible war, and the Southeast never moved on from it.
Mike.
So the government can risk another Biafran war. So that's okay.
Southwest are the Baba of agriculture.
Southwest. Mike. Okay, I don't understand anything.
Everybody.
No, the issue is not agitation. We are talking about war. War. There's a difference between people that are ready for war and people that are agitated.
Let me tell you,
Josepha, hold on, please. You are getting angry. You can get angry, but this is a conversation. If you have to have a thick skin, no. You are hold on, please. Hold on. I said, hold on, please. This is a conversation. We here we push people. So don't get angry. Anything I say, don't get angry.
I'm not getting angry. I'm not saying when you line.
Yeah, the next voice I want to hear is Remy. Let's invite Remy. Remy has been spoken. Remy, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, General Thomas. Good morning, everyone, and I hope everybody is having I wish everybody.
General Thomas.
I wish everybody just calm down a little bit. First, I will agree totally that Nigeria deserves state police because the police we have now cannot man. How can you compare? We are not even up to 1 million police to about more than 150 million Nigerians. But when you look at the regions, let's be objective here today. Southeast, as the region stays now, it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to have the state police with the rest of the region at the same time. Unless we have to wait for them, we'll sanitize this region of the criminality that is going on there. If we can do that, then we can all come back to around the table again. It's either we have to go ahead without them or we have to wait for them. That is the bitter truth. Because no president will give Southeast State Police for now. That is, you are bringing a big crisis. And if care is not taken, it will be hijacked. I will tell you my reasons. First, this agitation has been on for a long time. And the so-called Southeast leaders, they didn't do the right thing. Now they are trying to do something, it's a little bit too late. It's getting out of their hand. Look at the example of Kano when he was granted a bail by Abaribe, and he jumped bail. And instead for people in that region to condemn this activity, nobody condemned it. They were giving excuses here and there. They feel entitled. If you feel entitled, every region in Nigeria also feel entitled. You are not the only one that went to war in 1967. A lot of Nigerians were also killed by your people there. From the north, from the southwest, and from the south, they were also killed. Do you think they were also happy? But I think it's high time they should just forget about this, talking about the war that happened in 1967. And I think, to me, I always look at it that the Southeasterners are the most luckiest one in Nigeria, because they let you reside in their region to do your business and you prosper. And if you ever think about if they don't give you that opportunity to come and reside in their region and prosper, that you just stay in your own region. So you never think about that. So when you go to other regions, you must also respect the people there, because you cannot allow people from other part of Nigeria to come to your region and do business in the Southeast. I'm talking objectively because I serve in Enugu State and I know what I'm talking about. If you also make your own region peaceful and also attract a lot of people from other parts of Nigeria, that place will also witness a lot of development. And the people there, especially the leaders, they should not be speaking with both of their mouth, two sides of their mouth. They should be objective. Now they are telling Tinubu to come and they are telling Tinubu to come and give us federal police or something like that. But when they were killing the federal police, like 1 or 2 years ago, what did the leaders do in that region? They didn't do nothing. And they were destroying the federal establishment, federal house or something like that. They didn't do nothing at that time too. So for now, if they want to create state police, so I partly agree with Thomas this morning, because if you give them state police at this particular moment, what do you expect?
Okay, can I?
So that is my submission for now. Yeah, you can go ahead, please.
Thomas, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, my brother. Go ahead. Yes.
Let me tell you something. Like, I come from the southeast. I was born in Lagos and I grew up in Lagos. You understand? I know a lot of things. I know a lot about the Yorubas. And I have most of my friends are Yoruba because I went to school with them. I did everything with them. And let me tell you this thing. In the 80s, there weren't so many Igbos in Lagos in the 80s. Because one, our rails were still functioning. Because one, we had only one seaport, and goods had to come from Lagos down to the east. My cousins that were doing business then, they all resided in the east. My uncles were all in the east doing their businesses. But when the rails started breaking down, like there was nothing like rails again. You understand? Goods were not coming down, and roads were bad. And my cousins and most Igbos in the southeast doing their businesses now came to Lagos. That was why in the 90s this Lagos rush came. In the 80s, Lagos was not like that, and they started coming, building houses because they need houses to live in. They started buying land and building houses. So the problem of Southeasterners not staying in their place is not because of their place is not conducive for them. It's because of there wasn't a seaport, because they are basically business people. So if you have a seaport, it would be wise to have a seaport in their place. When they have
where is the ocean in the southeast to put a seaport? Where is the ocean there?
Okay. Mike, let's forget about the seaport. Recently, in Imo State.
No, don't run away. You just want to
let me say something now. You asked me a question.
Josefa, hold on, please. Somebody just asked you a vital question now. Now you are trying to run away.
I want to answer the question, and you say I'm answering the question now. Okay, let's assume
go ahead.
Let's assume according to the Nigerian narrative, South is landlocked. Is South landlocked? Is South landlocked?
So do you want to grab land? Do you want to grab the south land with your land?
Excuse me, Thomas. Hold on, let me give you one instance. Now, when you people say grab land, it amuses me. Let me give you one thing. Half of the Port Harcourt citizens are Igbos. half of them are Igbos.
But they don't want to be with you. They don't want to follow your Biafran this thing.
Excuse me. It is not about Biafra. It is where the Igbos live and reside. They are indigenous to that land.
No, they are
So we can actually relate with that people.
They are not indigenous to Port Harcourt.
Josephine.
It's the Jaws and the Queries. Those are the people that own that place.
Okay, can we
Can I ask you some questions?
guys, please, can give me a second. Let me ask you.
Yeah, we don't. Let's
bro, listen. So let's say because it's about land and location now, right? Let's just calm down here. Stay with me here. Then that means there will be a referendum to say, are they part of you? Right?
No, you don't see.
No, let me
Let
finish.
him land. Josepha, please. Hold on, Babati. Please, guys, you guys know me. When somebody is speaking, let him land. Please.
So
please, I don't want to be setting people at the back.
Okay.
My guys told me anybody that is interrupting, I should put him in the back, but I don't want to do that. Let somebody land.
Oh, Thomas.
So listen to me very close here.
You forget I'm a general. I can do anything.
Before I lose my
Go on, Babati.
I'm gonna lose my turn. So you know where I'm coming from. I'm from the southwest, right? And we have Yorubas in Kwara and Kogi, but they are not part of Southwest, even though they are Yoruba people. So in your own case, if anything comes up with that region, Southeast, even though let's even say they are Igbos, but currently they are not mapped under those 5 states. So if there's a referendum for that area, you can let me finish. You laying claim that they are Igbo is not legally binding. That's an argument to make to force them to be with you, even though they are one of you. You see the point here? That they're south, not southwest, not southeast. Even though they are Igbo, but they're not really part of you. So you cannot say because they have the land to ocean. Then
but they are even isolated because there is no boundary between River State and the southeast. No boundary between rivers and southeast. So how can you not go and pick an isolated group of people?
Excuse me, please, I want to say something. You've asked your question, fine. You see, when people say there is no boundary, actually there is a road. There is a road from Abia State to Calabar. There's a road from Abia State to Port Harcourt. There's a road to this thing.
We said boundary, not a road. Boundary. A boundary, when you look at the map, you can pull up Nigerian map and check by yourself.
Oceans, yes, that.
Okay. Let's leave that one. What Thomas was asking, or somebody asked the question, he said, Igbos don't have a place to build a seaport. That was where we are coming from. Now I'm talking in the context of.
Do you have an ocean that surrounds you or that border you in any of the southeast states? That was the question. Do you have an ocean?
Okay, we might not. Excuse me. We can connect to the nation. We can connect to the ocean.
Do you, my brother? Do you have an ocean? That's the question.
Excuse me. We can connect. Okay. I want to ask you a question now. Recently, I was reading.
My brother, you are not asking a question. You are asking a question.
Okay, we have.
Where is
you tell us where they tell us?
We have in Abia State. We have in Imo State.
No. Obiora, wait. Maybe you were not here before. We'll do that. It is 97 kilometers from the ocean line. We've done this before on this platform. 97 kilometers from the ocean line, but it goes through 2 states to get to you.
Thank you.
So you can't just.
I want to ask a question. What I want to ask is this. So, assuming, get it right. Assuming Southeast was a total country on its own. So you mean Southeast with that ocean close to them, they cannot have a seaport? Is that what you say? Assuming we're not part of Nigeria.
They cannot have Rogesefa. You can only liaise with another country. Exactly. You cannot have.
By word, if you listen.
Even Ethiopia, let me give you, Ethiopia has to be importing their goods through the Djibouti.
Do you know how far? Excuse me. Do you know how far Ethiopia is to Djibouti?
You cannot jump somebody's land It doesn't belong to you. It doesn't belong to you. That ocean, border does not belong to you. You cannot jump two states and go and say you want to have an access to a seaport. Where are you going to build the seaport? In another country?
Obiora.
Oh my God! Okay. But let's just move on from that.
Wait,
Let's move on.
Wait, please, brother, wait. We haven't talked here. Once you decide to break from a country, that river does not belong to you anymore. You are landlocked. Once you break away, you don't. Oh, you can't have that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. As my brother. Okay, let's assume we break away. Assuming, I'm just saying it because I don't agree. I'm a Pan-Africanist. Let's assume we break away. So we cannot negotiate to have a seaport. Can't you negotiate?
I mean, you can with
you cannot have. You can only you'll be importing through. Let me tell you, you can be importing through whatever country, but there will be the one collecting the import duty or whatever.
No,
so
you
you are
can't
still
go
at their mercy, and they can only allow. You can't go and own another seaport in another man's country.
Excuse me. I do not agree with all what you're submitting here, but I know we have a we decide to have a so let's not make that argument.
But it's even ridiculous for somebody to be thinking that. It's very ridiculous for you to be thinking that you can have a seaport in another man's country. This is ridiculous. I can't be thinking like that.
Well, let me chime in real quick. So,
hold on. Let's hear from Prince Daddy. Josepha, please hold on. Let's hear from Prince Daddy.
Let Nigeria decide your fate. You can't force them to live with you. It's their country now. Once you leave, you can't force them to give you their ocean line. Once you decide to leave, you can't force them to.
Okay, so I mean, I know Obiora says is an Igbo boy, even though he's a Lagosian from what he said. But to his point, I mean, yes, once they break away, they be landlocked. But he's suggesting that it's not possible to negotiate for to have a seaport.
Okay. We say no. Then what?
Okay.
Then what? Okay, we say no. Then what happens?
We can't even say yes.
That's why it's called. Hold on.
Prince Daddy, what do you want to say now?
One Simba, please hold on. One voice, please.
You're right. That's why it's called negotiation. Now, if you say no, that's the end of it, and they can come back next time and try to negotiate again. But it is what it is. If it's no, it's no. But that's the risk of wanting to break away. And you get, I think Obiora, said himself, if I'm not mistaken, that he himself is not in support of the breakaway or Biafra, I think. And I think many Southeasterners also, I don't think they are in favor of breaking away. It's only the agitators that Nnamdi Kanu and perhaps Samuel Ekpa has been able to convince that talk about this stuff. That's my perception, and quite frankly, there's a huge dichotomy between the governors or the people in power and the people when it comes to this agitation. They're not for it. They know the benefit that they get from the Nigerian state. So it's going to be really a tough one at this point in time to want to negotiate to break away.
The thing is this. You see. What most people are not seeing is this, like the country itself.
Do we lost him?
Yeah, I think he lost connection.
I think first
the guy ran away, man.
The guy does not understand.
You guys were ambushing the guy, man.
He understand. He understand. How can somebody? It's too simple for us to claim that somebody does not understand. How can we say, as a country, you go to another country, you go and you support?
Yeah, I don't. That one kind of lost me.
Yeah, it's back now. It's back.
Excuse me. I know someone just threw me out. That's the thing.
Nobody kicked you out.
Let me tell you something. You kicked me out. I know that one for sure.
Thomas,
did you kick him out? Nobody. It might be your network sometimes, so they cannot just.
Let me tell you something. I am somebody that. Let me explain something here. I'm somebody that is Pan-Africanist. I believe
Africa was divided. Africa was, because the colonizers, all these borders we see in Africa were created by colonialists, you know, and the Nigerian state again destroyed, continued this balkanization of Nigeria, and that's why people of the same tribe are not residing in the same place. That is the reason.
Obiora, do you agree?
Let me
No,
let me come.
before you go on, just put this into your consideration. Do you agree when you guys talk about marginalization, the other region also talk about marginalization? So every region is marginalized one way or the other. Do you agree with that? Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I said everybody is marginalized in Nigeria.
Okay,
But the thing is this: I want to. You see, I give you
If everybody is marginalized, who's marginalizing who?
I don't know. So
let
everybody's saying.
me tell you why. Let me tell you who's marginalizing who. The system, the elites are marginalizing the poor, the Nigerians.
So
the
if that
Nigerians.
is the way, so it's our leaders in all the regions that are.
Guys, let's let him land the point. Let's see which point he's actually trying to land, because he's landing something about balkanization.
I just put everybody in the background. Guys, we can't do this. If I said, hold on, we can't be talking on each other. Please, help me, please. If you guys listen back to the video, you will see that we are just shouting. We are not talking to our listeners. I'll bring everybody back. If you are not allowed to talk, you hold your thoughts, let the person finish this thought, then you can come in. Please. Please, I said please. I'm begging you. Please. One man always pulled my ears about this all the time. Please. Thank you. The next voice I want to hear is Remy. Let's hear from Remy. Thank you, please. Remy.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah, so the question, the question I want to put to Josephine is that every region, as you said, are marginalized. But I will employ you to first, please, go and know the geographic setup of the country, and go and know international law and you can check, not really know. You cannot create you cannot create something out of nothing. You cannot jump some state and then you want to create a seaport there. Nigerians, we love ourselves. That is why you can live anywhere in the country. So the seaport you are talking about, if you want to go away, then you have to negotiate with Nigeria to give you access to the seaport. Go and ask some country like Niger and Chad. They don't have a seaport, and sometimes they have to use some other country's seaport. So that's the problem. So if you talk about the rail system that is not working, it's not only your region that is not working before; it affects the whole country. So I don't want you to be saying that maybe the rest of the country is against your region. No, where a lot of Nigerians were concerned about what is happening in the South because we thought you guys are more enlightened and such a thing shouldn't have taken place like that, that people were being killed today and tomorrow and every. So we were not happy. And at this platform, we have condemned those actions, but we want also from your region, we want you people to also find a solution to your problem and try to listen to other people, others from Nigeria that they are trying to also provide solution to your country. Like I said before, and I partly agree with Thomas, if we are going to have a state police, I don't think I don't think that every region can have the same at the same time, especially from that region now that is in a state of volatility. So just take it easy and try to listen to what other people are trying to say. They are not trying to malign your region or something like that, but we are being objective. Thank you, Thomas.
Cool, Remy. Joseph, you can respond now, please. Do we have Josepha in the house?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, you can respond now, please.
You see, the thing I want to say here is this. You see, I quite agree with him that every part of Nigeria is marginalized, and who are the people marginalizing us? It's the elites, because we have empty-headed elites in Nigeria who do not know what to do. Even including the Southeast elites, they are the worst. Let me put it that way. But what I want to say is this. You see, I've told you a story of the 80s and the 90s, and you ask, and sometimes somebody will come here, oh, Igbos are scattered all over the place. Yes, Igbos, they are nomadic by nature because they move around with their trade. You understand? And they don't cause, when they come to your place, they don't cause problem. They come to your place, buy land if there is any available land to buy, build a house there. They are also contributing to the development of that part of country that they have gone to. And some people ask you, why is it that other tribes are not coming to the southeast? The reason is that most of the things, like in the southeast, for example, they think like the things that will make the place viable for business are not there. Let's just tell ourselves the simple truth. If we had a seaport in Calabar, which they are building right now, if they had a seaport in Calabar, it will ease businesses, and it will bring back the Easterners, a lot of the Easterners who are ready to come back, because it is not all Easterners in Lagos that are enjoying Lagos. Yeah, a lot of them that want to come will come back to the East and do their business. Because what I feel is, no matter where you set up your business, if it's good, somebody will come and buy. Because I could remember in the 80s and the early 90s, people from Cameroon comes to Onitsha to buy goods. People from Cameroon comes to Aba to buy goods. So we can, a seaport is what that region needs, or that south, let's say south that we use the facilities there. We need a seaport there. But this idea of having just one seaport in Lagos, and everybody comes there and carry, it doesn't make sense to me. It's even it's a disadvantage to the Nigerian state itself. And
Can I chime in after? Can I chime in?
Oh yes, yes. You can come. You can come in. Josepha, land it. Then
Thomas.
Okay. Let me just.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Let me conclude. So, can I conclude so that you can come in?
Yeah, conclude. Yeah, conclude. Yeah, conclude. Yeah. The Mabati from them after the mic. Yeah.
What I'm trying to say here is this. We have to look at, if we want to develop the country as a whole, we shouldn't start saying, oh, this part, that. If we want to create anything, state police, for example, I've said it that Nigeria needs a state police. If we had state police, all these things that are happening in Southeast wouldn't happen in the first place. The ESM that was set up would not be set up in the first place. All this Ebubeago and this one in the Southwest will not come up. This banditry in the North will not be there. All these things happening in the South will not be there if we had state police, and because the state police are going to be supporting the military, because the military right now is overwhelmed. So the issue of state police should be considered first by the president. We should have it, no matter how you look at it. If you like, you can say, oh, the Southeast is going to turn it into agitating whatever. We need state policing right now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Josepha. Babati, your floor. You have the floor.
Because I had to go pull this at the Nigerian Port Authority. I had to go to, and I have my own sources too. So it is not true that there are no functioning ports in South. There are functioning ports in South as of now. So that statement by Josepha is not accurate. What is happening is that the world is moving towards bigger vessels. So even your Tinkan Island and your Apapa whatever, they're going to become also in the next 10 to 15 years. That is why Lagos had to invest in Lekki and the other one. They have about two there.
Babati, I think they can dredge, isn't it?
Let me fix. You see now you don't interrupt now. You're the host now.
I am the moderator. I can interrupt. Okay, I'm the moderator.
Okay. Okay, but this is my point. Bigger vessels are now what the world is moving towards. Nobody's going to spend 4 times, 5 times of what they can do to move one single vessel to your area. What happens, first of all, to address the Abia issue of not having a seaport in Abia is because That you can take small ships, but not a vessel. And if I'm an investor, I'm not going to invest in a beer port for small boats. I want the vessels. Even if they dredge that river, you can't accommodate that those ship size. It's impossible. So South, the only one that they have coming up that is deep enough is the Ibom deep sea port coming up in Akwa Ibom. That is the one that can even take anything close. That is the one that the state government in that area is investing in. So just to do, first of all, anybody that comes online talking about, oh, we don't have a seaport in Southeast and it's unfair to us, is clearly misinformed, and they need to stop saying that. We've done that before on this platform. 97.
Okay.
Let me finish. 97 kilometers from the ocean line. So it is impossible to dredge 97 kilometers of river to get to you. We've done that thing on this platform before. I even have to bring the picture up on this platform and do the 97 kilometers. It is impossible to dredge that for you.
I don't think it's 97. I don't think it's 97. Okay,
I have put it up on this platform before. Let me. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Josepha, hold on, my brother. Yeah, Mike, it's Mike. Mike, let Mike speak. Then you come after Mike, please. Mike, yeah.
Okay, now this seaport issue that they keep talking about, let me debunk it. First of all, if you go online and look how many seaports we have in Nigeria, that way it will give you the answer. We have seaports in almost every state that borders the ocean, except Ondo. There's seaports in Lagos. There's seaports in Rivers, which is the one in Warri. There's seaports in Delta, which is the one in Warri. And there's seaports in exactly. There's seaports in River, which was the one in Port Harcourt. There's seaports in Calabar. Now, let me tell you the problem. It's the same problem we have with international airline flying to Lagos. Deciding most of them coming to Lagos. The problem we have is the shipping companies decide where they want to go. You understand? Now, the reason why there's no Nigerian company or anyone in Nigeria that has a shipping line where you can decide that, okay, I control this vessel. I want everything to be dumped in Warri or Calabar, all those other stuff. The shipping companies, when you want to ship something from another company, the shipping company is usually owned by foreign companies. And before they ship things to Nigeria, right, they have to make sure to get enough load, right, so that way they can make money. Kind of like example,
like traffic, more load. Yeah,
exactly. Even when I want to ship cars to Nigeria, sometimes they will tell me, before they can ship it, I wait 1 month because they have to get enough cars to take. You understand? And it's the same thing with airline. They focus more on Lagos because they don't get that much traffic. You understand? That much passengers. So that's the reason why those shipping companies prefer. It's hard where you want to ship something to Nigeria. You want to tell a shipping company like, hey, I want you to ship it to Calabar. They will tell you we don't operate in Calabar. We only operate to Lagos. And it's not federal government that's telling them to only operate to Lagos. It's just business. They know that the packages they will get, most of the things they will get, are going to Lagos. Why? Because most businessmen, most headquarters of companies are in Lagos. And it's not government that force everyone to go set up their headquarters in Lagos. So the traffic goes to Lagos. That's why those shipping companies go to Lagos. Now, do you bring federal government or do you blame Southwest and you are saying they're marginalizing somebody? If you guys want the ports in Calabar to be functional for you, then go and work with the shipping companies and organize yourself and go and talk to them and they can work something out with you. Like, okay, well, if you want us to deliver to Calabar, well, can you make sure you guys...
What are you telling us now is nobody has the power to choose where your goods is going. It's the shipping company will do that.
Thank you. If I want to ship my car to Nigeria now, I'll go to a shipping company here and I will say, okay, if I tell them, okay, I want you to deliver in Port Harcourt, you know what they will tell me? We don't deliver to Port Harcourt. If I say, why can't you? They will say, because we want to also ship only your products to Port Harcourt. We don't get enough package that's going to Port Harcourt. Most of the things we get go to Lagos. Even with Lagos gone, it's only once a month. You understand? Or maybe twice a month. It's same to airline. If you build an international airport in Anambra, they built it. Even in Canada, they built it. If I go online and say I want to go to Nigeria, wait, let me lie. A ticket company. If I go to cheapticket.com, which is all foreign companies, and I
Thomas, can I
type,
come in after?
and wait, now let me learn. Because I won't. If I type Calabar, most of these airlines they don't operate. They don't go there, and this airline are not owned by Nigeria. They even Lagos, like Delta Airline, they will tell me they only do Lagos once or 3 times a month or something like that. So that the problem is not anybody marginalizing you. It's just how the business is. You understand? So
Yeah,
let's stop this
thank you.
balancing.
Yes, yeah, no. Thank you. Yeah, who wants to? Somebody wants to chime in.
Yeah, I was gonna make a comment. So, just like we
Yeah,
were talking earlier, huh?
please, Daddy, go on.
Yeah. So, I listened to Mike's business case analysis, which I agree with. So it goes back to investors trying to minimize their cost and do what is good for them as a business. Right, Mike?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
So who should be blamed? But please, Daddy.
And in fact, let me have something. If you go to Calabar Seaport and all these other seaport, the only vessels that come there are things that federal government order or the government, state government order. That's what they do because they order straight from other governments or other company, and they can tell them like, hey, deliver my own here. You understand? Because they're paying actual real money for it. You understand?
Can I just
But
ask?
commercial people, ordinary businessmen, they can't. They just don't have the means to.
yeah. So,
Can I ask
it's just
you?
like investment. It's just like investment in a place in the country.
Yeah.
So, if the country or the investment is not profitable or favorable, they are private citizen. They don't have to do it. Just like we are talking about earlier about Dangote or private people investing their money. Unless the government compels businesses to do certain things, they won't do it because any business has to look for its own, do things for its own benefit.
But please, Daddy, can they do that? They can't force them.
Thomas.
I don't
Well,
think the federal government has the
of course,
power.
it all depends. It all
Hold
depends. I
on,
mean,
please. Yeah,
it all depends.
Let's please finish. Yeah.
Yeah, it all
Yeah, go
depends.
on.
It all depends. If government see, that's why. See, only okay. Remy lived in China. Okay, you can tell. See, the government policies.
He was
Government
living in
policy.
China before. Not now. He's not in China anymore.
No, I
He
say
moved to
it lived there. But
he lived there. Yeah, yeah.
see, government policies is what drives an economy or a big part of how businesses survive in any place. So yes, there are many times, even the West, in America, whatever, the government can compel businesses to do certain things, or rather, they can incentivize businesses, okay, to do certain things. It is possible to direct larger vessels or ships to go to Calabar or the South if the businesses get enough incentives or benefits to doing so. So again, it goes back to policy. A business would always do what is best for its
Thomas, can I respond to him?
Can I
business.
just
Let's
make
hear
some
from
clarification?
let's hear from Remy first.
Okay.
Yes, Remy. Yeah, we'll come after Remy. Yeah.
Okay, let me make some clarification. First, you
Put
guys
me on the list also. Me too, I want to talk, Thomas.
okay, you will.
Yeah, that's all right. Yes.
I will not be
We'll go
long.
after. Yes.
I will talk about Europe now because I live here. Do you know that if you want to ship a vehicle from here, you have to take this ship by truck to Germany because Germany is the hub here. And through Grimaldi, I know you guys, you don't know Grimaldi, Grimaldi ship. They will take it directly to Africa. So there are 2 places they always take it. Everybody always ship to like Germany and Belgium. And from there, it will go to Nigeria. So maybe sometimes those one coming from UK can also go to Nigeria directly. But from Nordic country and some part of Eastern Europe, you have to ship your stuff to Germany or maybe to Belgium. And Grimaldi will not take it to Africa because Grimaldi always go to maybe Tinkan or.
Remy, sorry for cutting you.
Yeah.
From Australia, we always go to Germany first, then to Nigeria.
So
you are right.
So
that is the main
I'm not trying to let Obiara know how it works. And in China is as big as America, but they have a lot of seaport. But most of the thing always go through 2 seaport. And if you are an Obiara, you can ask your brother. They have in Tianjin. Tianjin is beside Beijing, and they also have in Guangzhou. in this Guangzhou, they have a lot of Southeasterners doing businesses there. They always ship from most of the thing that goes to Africa, always go from Guangzhou. They have a big seaport there. So they will ship from Guangzhou or Tianjin to Africa or to the rest of the world most times. Now, when you talk about Lagos now, Lagos have a big advantage now because they now have the Lekki dry seaport, which can berth a heavy vessel with more than 100,000 tons. So that's a lot. So all what this thing you are talking about is supposed not to be an issue at all. So if you want to do business, you can take it to maybe Port Harcourt or Delta State. It also depends like what they tell you. If the shipping is also passing through that place, and you can take your thing by rail or by truck to Southeast. It doesn't stop any business. And as you rightly said, as you know, a lot of Southwestern people, they also travel to Onitsha by road to buy a lot of stuff and bring it down to the Southwest. So these are business that they have been doing for several years.
But Remy, can we say this is the matter of demand and supply?
Yeah, we can also no. We can say that, and we can also say that it depends on the ship itself. And if you don't have it, you are right in a sense, because if there is not a lot of volume of business, you guys are just thinking that okay, we are business people. Are you the only business people in Nigeria? Most Nigerians are business people, and the volume you cannot compare 24 million people or 20 million people living in Lagos compared to maybe Enugu with Patri 1 point something million. Or the whole of Southeast totally. Are they up to 5 million? If you look at the total people living in that axis. So you look at Lagos alone, about 20 million. You go to Oyo State, about more than 5 million. You go to Osun, more than 2 to 3 million people. So, and you see the surrounded area, and how many people go to Lagos? Apart from people living in Lagos, what about people from West African coast that go to Lagos to do business there? So it's not that they are trying to... the way you are looking at it is that you are trying to, maybe the government is trying to differentiate you, or they are being partial. No, if you have a seaport, like look at rivers, look at Delta, they have big seaport there. So, and apart from that, business people always go for people where there's a lot of people, because how can you do business where there's a fewer people? You have to look at your margin. You want to maximize your cost, and you want to minimize your cost and maximize your profit. So it's not that people are trying to
Mike will come after me, then we'll go to Simba. I could remember one guy came here the other time.
You cannot talk, Thomas. You cannot talk. You are the moderator. Now, why are you talking?
No. I agree. Thomas, you can't talk. You can't talk. No, you can't talk. No.
I will kick I'm closing. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. I could remember somebody told us some time ago that even to ship to the east is much expensive to ship to Lagos. So it doesn't make sense to ship to the
Let me
east.
tell you.
It's much expensive, but why will people not ship it to Lagos? Let's hear from Mike. Mike, you have the floor.
No, it's me. I'm the one next to what's the last
Hold on. Mike wants to talk. Hold on, please. Yeah. Mike, if you don't have Mike, yeah. Yeah,
You
Joseph.
cannot force Mike to talk. Now, Mike is not ready to talk.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know I was muted. Sorry.
No, yes, your time is up. Your time is up.
No. I was talking. I didn't know I was muted.
How can Mike miss a debate about the Southeast? I like it. He must
Oh, dear. Well, anyways, yeah. So one thing people need to understand: these shipping companies, right? Before they head out to go and deliver in Nigeria, they will load their cargo with products going to not only Nigeria, going to Benin Republic, Togo, and sometimes Ghana. Now, if you look at the map, the port in Lagos is right next to Port Novo in Lome in Benin Republic, and even closer to the country after, which is in Togo, than it is to all the way to Calabar. So yes, I'm telling you. So these companies, when they're receiving goods, they operate one trip to 3 countries, sometimes 4 countries: Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Nigeria to deliver. So Lagos is the closest to. It's right next to those other ports. So that's another thing you have to consider. And when Prince Daddy is saying the federal government have to order those companies to start shipping to to this thing, the government have already done that. They already have companies giving a license to drop, or if they want to, in Calabar, in all these other ports. Usually it's open. There was a time when Calabar government, where the governor was even advertising Calabar port, encouraging
Even
businessmen in
begging,
Nigeria.
Mike. They were even begging
It was even
for
begging
people
that
to bring
Nigerians
their
should use
goods.
their port. That their port is not being used, so to the point where Calabar businessmen, even they were trying to work together to start working with shipping companies to be delivering there. So there's nothing the government can do to force shipping companies to be dropping things there. You can't force them to lose money. They have to make money. There is business decisions they have to make. You know, so Nigeria is not a country where we do a lot of export and import. And Nigeria is a country. It's not like compared to America or Europe, all these places. When the shipping companies are going to those countries, when they are dumping something, they're also picking up to leave. These companies are not going to Nigeria to really pick up anything to go to and another maybe to trade with Europe. They are not really picking up much. So it's a business issue. It has nothing to do with marginalization. So people need to understand that. So no one is marginalizing anybody. Let's stop the propaganda. Kanu and all these people that just brainwashing you guys to believe somebody is targeting you. Federal government is doing this, federal government is doing that. Are there no Igbos in the federal government? You think they will be marginalizing and they will keep quiet? If Madu was the Senate president, you keep quiet knowing that his people need something that can be done. And come on, let's stop it, man. These things are propaganda. But anyway, Sha.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Simba, you have the floor.
Okay. This impression that we have that, okay, we are Igbos, we are nomadic, and then we are business. It's not only Igbos that does business, and they are not the only one that imports materials into Nigeria. So if you are thinking that because you people are you are the business people and the government should create a special port for you just because you are then what is the population of even the southeast? We have more population in the southwest and even the north than even the south and the southeast. So that means we have more importation to service the people from the southwest and the northerners than the people from that region. So as Mike said, the people that are doing business, they only favor where they have more goods to deliver than where they have smaller goods to deliver. Then another thing I want us to understand is that, let me tell you, we have different type of coastline. And this is what actually influence seaports. Nigerians, we are not lucky to have a very good coastline. They have a better coastline in Cotonou, in Togo, and in Ghana, even in Liberia, than what we have in Nigeria. And that is why you even see some of the goods that are supposed to actually be delivered even in Lagos being delivered in Benin Republic. And that is why you see that if our people, we even import things through Benin Republic because it's cheaper to even import through Benin Republic than Lagos. So so because they have a good coastline, they call it rare coastline because it's a natural coastline. They don't need to dredge like the one our own in Lagos was dredging, and that was why they were able to batch large vessels. But in Benin Republic and in Port Noble, I mean in Togo, they have a natural coastline which is very, very deep. So a bigger vessels can even batch in those countries better than even in Lagos. So those are the things that we have to understand. So you can't just create a port just because you want to just satisfy a group of people. So that's what I want to say.
So Thomas, can I add to what Simba just said now?
Yes, go on. Yeah, ready.
So that is why I talk about the Lekki District port. For the first time in the history of that country, of Nigeria, just about 2 or 3 weeks ago, one of the largest vessels berthed in that seaport from China. So you can see that's what we are trying to say here. Even the shoreline in Lagos is not so deep. It's not so deep. We have to dip. So this advantage that Nigeria will have, I think Tinubu is quite lucky to come in as the president of the country at this particular time, because that means more container can arrive in Lagos and more opportunity can come to Nigeria through that seaport, through that Lekki seaport. And if you have a company around that Lekki axis, it's also easier for you to ship your goods en masse to any part of the world from that seaport now. That is the advantage that China have. They have a lot of deep seaport around the world, and they put their people to work. And when they produce en masse, before you know it, it's already going to America, it's going to Europe, it's coming to Africa at the same time, and people never stop working. I think instead of arguing about seaport, we should put our people to work. When we put ourselves to work, then we have enough, more than enough to export. Even if you just say, okay, we want to, apart from oil, we want to go back to the farm. We can be one of the largest exporter of corn and so many other fruit and so many other cash crop. We can be largest exporter, and we can export from rivers, from Delta, even from Lagos also. We can export. So people, I think the point, the problem where is that Nigerians depend too much on import. So that's why I say, I'm doing the business. What are you doing? Most times you are just importing. You are not exporting nothing from the country. We are importing virtually everything that we don't even need or want to consume. So we have to put a check to that. If we try to put a check to that, you will see that the volume of import will also reduce and the volume of export will pick up, which is going to be good for the country in the long run. Thank you.
You're awesome, Remy. You're awesome in your analysis.
Also here, man.
Most of when you hear people say
Yeah.
business, it's making China rich all the time.
What are you saying, Adewale? You are just talking like somebody that is asleep.
I've been listening to you guys. I've been listening. You know, most of the time when somebody says business, it's about making China rich. What is being produced in Aba, we don't market it. We don't even standardize it to even make it more international worthy. But no, it's about importation. For how long are we continuing to import? If there are those,
is it not Peter Obi that is talking about consumption to production, and they are the one to asking talking about importation, and his people are the one importing everything.
What was he doing before?
My brother, can I come a little? I've been here waiting.
Yes. Adewale just started talking. You can't cut Adewale off. Let Adewale land. Then you come after him.
I'm just drawing
Adewale is not ready to talk. He's just let's say Joseph Paso. Otelemoye is Otelemoye now. That's Adewale for you.
Doing Woodlands Pro Max. Go ahead, Obia.
Yeah, Josepha. Yeah, come in, Josepha. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I listened to what everyone has said, and everyone, you're all correct, you know. You understand? It's the business that determines everything. But another thing I want to put forward here is this. Like, for example, a lot of cities, Guangzhou has a seaport. A lot of cities around Guangzhou where they have manufacturing hubs. You know what they do? They have also they have water they could transport their goods to Guangzhou. What they do is that they have smaller boats that load containers and send them to Guangzhou. So my take is this: can't we have something like that in Lagos, where if goods come down to Lagos, it could actually be ferried down to the east or down to Calabar or anywhere, even down to anywhere they have this thing, and put it there so that it will
it's going to be another cost, extra cost.
Exactly.
No, the Southeastern people can invest in that. They can buy people, individual have ships.
I'm not.
They can do.
You see, you know one thing. I'm not saying they cannot do that. It's a suggestion. You know, I'm just putting it like we're just.
You don't need to label yourself. There's a seaport in rivers and also in Delta. If everything is right, just hold on.
Let him land, please. Let me land.
because everything there is no free menu anywhere. If the train system is working perfectly okay, it's going to be easier for people, especially in Habia. They are known for their manufacturing of so many leather products, to export by train from train to Delta or to Port Harcourt, so that their ship can be exported abroad. But what you are talking now is about import. And you rightly know that most countries, if you want to prosper, you have to reduce your import to the barest minimum. So that is the problem you guys are having, because what you are doing is most time you are importing finished product. And you mentioned of Guangzhou now. Apart from the nearby cities in Guangzhou that maybe they can ferry their goods, maybe by most time they do it by trucking. So they truck it to Guangzhou seaport. China is very big, and you can.
No, they do most of those things with train system.
No, listen. Not everything is moved by train. If you are, for example, I will use Nigeria as an example. If you are a manufacturer in Maiduguri and you want to take your goods to Lagos, they have a very good train system, and you can do something like that. But if you are in Lagos and you want to move your stuff from Ogun State, from Abeokuta, why do you want to use train sometimes? Sometimes it's even more cheaper for you to use trucking. So they can truck it down. And in Guangzhou area, there's a lot of sea in that side, like some nearby cities. This industrial city of Shenzhen is not very far to Guangzhou. So they can also use what you are trying to do. But in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is that the Northeast should not worry themselves about seaport in their region, because they have nearby seaport around them. But if you are thinking about bringing your container from Lagos to what do you call it, to Anambra, to Enugu, who is going to bear that cost? So, but if the train system in Nigeria is working perfectly okay from Lagos to your side, it's going to be much more easier. That is why it's also advisable. What the people in the Southeast can do is to have a dry port, just like the one they're having in Ibadan. So Ibadan is having a dry port, so they just bring the from the seaport, they just drop it in Ibadan. And if you export some, you import something, you can take it from Ibadan to Kano, to Abuja, to wherever. So I'm thinking that in the next 4 years, I will expect Tinubu to finish the train from Ibadan to Abuja directly, because we are already from Lagos to Ibadan.
I want to ask you a question. Why is it that when the federal government was constructing the rail line, why did they not construct a rail line to the east? Is it that it's not viable?
You know what? They constructed. There is a rail line. They call it the Calabar Eastern route. They have it. They have it. They cannot do everything at one swell like that. There's no money.
No, Remy, let me answer the question.
Let me finish it with him. Remember, the Lagos to Ibadan was a loan facility from China. You have to remember. And when they want to search for another loan from China, Nigerians start crying. They are saying the condition is not good. It's like you are a beggar, you don't have money, and you want to dictate the condition again. You want to borrow money and you want to dictate condition to the people you want to borrow money from. So that is why it's different. If not because of that, the Eastern Rail Corridor would have been, they would have started even before Buhari stepped aside. But you guys, you continue to complain. No, we don't want any loan. Tell me, the China you are talking about, do you know how indebted is their local government? You don't know. People don't know. I know all of this thing. Their local government, they are smart people. They borrow money all over the world. They develop their country, and you renegotiate your loan. But in Nigeria, you'll be talking like they were enslaved. They will do this. I don't know. How do you want to develop? You don't have money. They want to borrow you money. You want to dictate the condition. So I don't understand. You can now respond, please.
Okay.
Before Josepha, because it's a question, so that he will respond after me. Because when he started this argument of a seaport, he said that the railway was not working. That was the reason why he said they migrated from the southeast to Lagos. Is that not what you said?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so why are you not saying why was railway not constructed in the southeast in the first place? Because when the Southeastern Railway was not working, It was not only in the Southeastern Railway, it was all over the country that the railway stopped working. And let me tell you, it's the colonial masters that actually constructed railway in Nigeria, not even Nigerian government. And what influenced, no, wait, let me finish. And what influenced the railway construction anywhere in Africa is actually the mineral resources. The one that spanned from Lagos to the north was actually to move agricultural goods from the north to the south and to move natural resources. The one they constructed in the east that time that reached Enugu was because of the the coal in Enugu to move it down to move it down to Port Harcourt.
Simba is breaking. Oh, is it me?
No, Simba is using.
Simba, you are breaking, man. We can't hear you at all.
Is using.
Simba, we can't hear you. Obedient people is after you. Simba, we can't hear you. Simba, I'm sorry, I have to mute you. We can't hear you. Yeah.
Okay,
Mike, I think Mike wants to come.
It's my turn.
Yeah. Let's hear from you.
Okay, you see, I understand what everyone has. What I'm trying to say is, like, for example, you see, I'm not against any rail built in Nigeria, but I'm against a rail built outside Nigeria. Just look at the one that goes to Niger. I don't know if I'm correct. If Buhari built a rail that goes to Niger, I don't know.
Maradi. Going to Maradi.
Why not use that money using building a rail from Maradi? Why did not use it to go from Lagos to the southeast? It will be economically viable than the one from Maradi to Niger or whatever. So the thing is that we do sometimes when we the Southeasterners, I want to say this, I'm just saying, I don't want to come here to be too tribalistic, when we the Southeasterners see all these things, somebody feels marginalized. Just like when June 12th was annulled, June election was annulled. Lagos, my Southwest brothers were ready to burn down Lagos just to get that mandate back. You understand? So it's because they felt cheated. They felt, come on, why are you robbing us of this? Abiola won this outrightly. Why are you robbing us? If nobody said, oh, Lagos, most of our facilities that are not working today is because of the movement of June 12th. You understand? All these refineries, because they collapsed everything just because my Southwest brother said, no, enough is enough. We can't keep this any longer. So when there are things you do to people, they will react. If a rail, it would be better to build a rail from Lagos to the southeast than build a rail from Maradi to Niger.
Can I respond to you?
Hold on, Mike.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let him finish.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying the southeast today. I'm not talking of like the southeast leads everything. The thing is that what the southeast wants is just a little of what is being shared in Nigeria. That is what they want. You understand? Now you've explained to me that a seaport is not viable there. Because of, I understand. It's also a rail system viable there. So we can have a rail system. Because I had Rotimi Amechi saying, instead of standard gauge, they are going to give us what's this other one? This the British, the one the colonial masters brought there, they are going to just maintain that, to do that one. Which is not true. If you are giving other people standard gauge, you should give the Southeast standard gauge. Because the money is not being paid by only a section of the country. We all pay the debt. We all pay it. So we should be treated like fellow Nigerians, other Nigerians. That is why sometimes when the Southeasterners see this, they get enraged and they want to opt out from the system. But me, I don't support anything like Biafra or anything. I feel we are good together in that country called Nigeria, but we must do things the proper way so that everybody will enjoy being in Nigeria. That's the thing.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, he mentioned that the rail that they built from Nigeria to Niger Republic, he said it would be more beneficiary to have used that money to build the rail from Lagos to the southeast. First of all, you need to understand why they built that rail from Nigeria to Benin Republic. It's more beneficiary for Nigeria because we earn revenue from Niger by building that rail. Because the reason why they have to build that rail is because Niger, they found out Niger is a landlocked country, right? So things that Niger imports, they have to pay. They've been paying Benin Republic and maybe I don't know if Cameroon as well, to get their stuff from their port all the way to their country, right? So Benin Republic are enjoying that revenue. So Nigeria felt like, oh, we can also tap into that. So now Nigeria make money off from Niger by building a rail where Niger have to pay Nigeria to get their goods through our seaports to go through the rail and go to their country. So that's a revenue for Nigeria. So that's not beneficial. Wait, that's more beneficial for Nigeria than it would have been for that's more beneficial for the federal government because now they transferring income. It's an income for the federal government than just for you because the federal government money. So that's one thing. And second, it'll be very ridiculous to say they're building rail from Nigeria to Niger. That means they're marginalizing Igbos. What does that have to do with Igbos? Because anybody else can make that argument. Wait, let me land.
No,
Bros, hold on.
No. Josepha, I don't want to kick you out again. Please,
because another tribe can make the same argument and say, we are being marginalized because they can use that money to build it from Lagos to Kanuri land or to Calabar land or to another land. Anybody else can do that same thing. Building rail from Nigeria to Nigeria has nothing to do with your tribe. It has nothing to do with tribe. Why does everything have to relate to you? Are you the only tribe in Nigeria? So they're doing anything anywhere. Oh, they are marginalizing your tribe. Are you kidding me? Was there money that was from your tribe that they took and used to build the rail from Nigeria to Niger? Was the allocation that was for Southeast that they took from you and used to build the rail from Nigeria? So anything like government does now is because of you. It has something to do with you. We don't see Nupe people saying, why now? Why didn't they use that money to build from Lagos to Nupe land or to Gwari land or to Efa land? Nobody else is saying that. Why is it only you that have to say the money should have been used to build to your place? Are you the only Nigerian? Come on now. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Josepha. Yeah.
Okay, see, Mike, when we say all these things, it's sweeter. Oh, it's like we look at it, we listen to ourselves, and it sounds so good to us. Let me tell you something. If a rail was built, let me give you one thing. If a rail was built from, let's say, Lagos or from Meduguri now to the southeast, and it was not built in Lagos, you still complain. The Yorubas will complain. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say.
No, my brother, Josepha, hold on. Yorubas, they are not complainants.
Okay, let me tell you where you complain. Let me tell you where you complained. Okay, let me give you instance. When Jonathan was there, Jonathan appointed Tinubu made, the Yorubas were supposed to have the House of Rep. Tinubu played the politics there and they went to the north. When Jonathan was in power, Yorubas were crying foul. That Jonathan
we didn't cry. No. Hold on, please. If I said hold on, my brother, if I said hold on, I want you to hold on. I'm the moderator. Hold on, please hold on. Please, just let's follow what I want. Just follow me, please. It's a conversation. It's not monologue. It's a dialogue. When you say something, I will push back. You can talk, I will push back. Please, just calm it down. Please. It's conversation, not monologue. Please. I'll bring you back, please. Yeah. Yoruba didn't cry foul. We didn't. I am a Yoruba. I didn't. We let it go. When it's our turn, we can decide what to do. Continue, my brother.
Saying is this. You see, I don't want to come here so that we can start arguing. We are all one people. The only thing is that most of us do not know the history.
I am not arguing. We are having conversation. It's conversation.
We are one people. So no matter how you react, it's because of when you want to talk down on a tribe and say it's not good. You know, we all have our differences. We all also have our good parts. So don't believe in a divided Nigeria. I believe in a united Nigeria. What I don't subscribe to is that when you treat everybody equally, you see all these things that is happening here in Nigeria because of Buhari cost everything. When Buhari was in power, Buhari made it like his people, my people, and which is not good, you know. So, and I'm happy we have a president now that is looking at every section. Yeah, you have. I know definitely you have to work more with your people, but at least when you make it competency works, like let's get the competent ones in there, it works, and I'm happy with what he's doing. But the thing is this: when we want to treat when we want, because we are tribal by nature, we are all tribal people. So when you want to do things, sometimes you weigh the effect and see and balance it and do things so that even a blind man, even a layman on the street will say, "Oh, this guy is doing the right thing." So for me, I feel the not if the you see you know I blame my southeastern brothers and sisters for leaving their region because our region is so blessed. Our region is so good. We could develop our region. We did it in the 60s. We can still do it again. It's all about coming back home. And that is the whole thing. Coming back home. The little we have, let's develop, let's build on it. And who knows tomorrow? We might turn out to be a great region tomorrow. So we need to.
But Josepha, will the ESN, the unknown government,
Hey,
let me finish it
Thomas,
now. My brother, if you are not
there's
my
something
brother,
irritating about
hold
your
on.
now. You know, it's irritating.
Josepha, if you are not here to have conversation, you can as well leave. Please, this is conversation. I'm asking you a question. Then you can push back on me, but you will let me land. I said it earlier on. It's a conversation. Please, please, I beg you, in the name of God, please, please.
Can I come?
You are saying something, please. Will the ESN, IPOB, and the unknown government let people go back to the southeast? Why do I say that? We have people on this platform. They went to Nigeria for holiday. They can't even travel to their region in the southeast. Fear of all these people I just mentioned. Then you can counter me. It's a conversation. Go on.
I feel there is, you see, the ESN, the all these state actors in the all these non illegal whatever, that's what I call them. You see, non-state actors rather. We could push them back. And that is why I'm soliciting for a state police where we can eradicate all this nonsense. Not everybody in the South is aligned to this. It's just people are just living in fears because even the security people, you see, for me, if a policeman stops me on the road, I'm so scared of my life because he could kill me. You saw the incident that happened, I don't know, is it in Port Harcourt or I don't know, in the South, where a police, was it this drug law enforcement agency? They came there. They shot a girl dead. You understand? So even this the state itself, the state security apparatus, as see, people are so scared of them. So why we need the state police is that we could flush all these people out of Southeast and make Southeast, even till today, as I'm telling you today, Southeast still has a very low rate of killing in the whole entire Nigeria. Southeast still remain very low, you know. So, but I'm not. What is happening in Southeast, I do not like it. I want Southeast that is peaceful, that we don't have all these non-state actors, and people can go home and relax.
Thomas, can you let me know when you? Because there was one point I want to make to him, but let me know when you're ready to let me go. Okay.
Let him land it. Then you come in, Mike. Yeah, Joseph, I'll land you.
The thing I'm trying to tell you is that we cannot allow, we have to push back. And I love what the state government are doing now. They are pushing back. And one thing, the federal government, I heard the federal government is sending some military men there. I don't want them to go there and start killing innocent people, but if they could flush out this non-state actors, it's fine. Another thing is this: if I want the president. He's the father of everybody. Right now, he's the father of the nation. I want him to sit down to the aggrieved people. I know it's some people might say, "Oh no, that I shouldn't," but we have to sit down with people and talk to them. Hey, what is your problem? What do you want? It's not possible. It's not viable. And you talk sense into him. And when you talk and you listen, there must be compromise. You understand? We have to. There's always the carrot and the stick. We don't have to use the stick all the time. We have to also use the carrot so that we can have a peaceful country. They did it for Niger Delta, and I heard somebody soliciting for the bandits in the north. It's good. Talk to them. What do you want? What do you actually want? If we can talk to them and everybody lays down arms and start the building of the nation, that is what we need for that country. Not because of we don't want tribe thing again because we play this tribe thing too much, and it's not building the country. It's not helping anybody at all. You understand? You have to pull everybody, bring everybody together, and let's build a nation. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yes, Mike. Yeah,
Thomas,
Mike, comment, please. Comment, please.
This point I'm about to make, we just debunk. We really expose like the South is completely. Now, he made a point. He said all he wants is for every tribe to be treated equally. Am I correct, Josephine?
Yeah.
Every tribe to be treated equally. Okay. Now, no matter what the size is, right? Whether it's big or small, do you agree on that? Yeah, maybe the smallest tribe in Nigeria and the biggest tribe should be all equal, right?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. So now let's look at how they share money in Nigeria, right? If you have to say the federal government is going to share money, if they have to look at that money, how much goes to which tribe, which tribe. Do you know that if you take the entire Igbo tribe, which is 5 states, the allocation that goes to them is way bigger than if you take the entire Ijaw tribe or any other tribe except Yoruba. I would say Yoruba will probably get the most. Other tribes, they have to share states with other tribes. Many tribes, they have to share states with the other tribes. Now, you guys don't share states. In fact, you even have you even claim that you have people in other states outside of your 5 eastern states. So you have population that are still sharing money with that goes to that state. So you have 5 eastern states yourself where allocation comes straight to you. That money, only one tribe get 5 allocation compared to another tribe where even some tribes that, like Ogoni, for example, where their land is where oil is, they have to share the allocation about many other tribes in river states. So it's not equal in Nigeria. The 2 tribes that gets the most money in Nigeria is the Igbo and the Yoruba. So that's why I will never come here and be claiming shit, because the Igbo and the Yoruba benefit the most from our country, to be honest. Even in the north, by tribe, no tribe in the north get the same, anything close to the amount of allocation the Igbos get every month. No tribe in the north. The Fulanis don't get it. How many states are the Fulanis in? The Fulanis don't own the entire state to themselves, where they get an allocation. Maybe the Kanuri, they own Borno states. Many of the northern tribes, they have to share with other tribes. So the Igbo alone, they get 5 allocation, like they get more money as an individual tribe than most of the tribe in the country, except maybe the Yorubas, because the Yorubas have 6 states and Igbos have 5 states. There's no other ethnic group that have more states than those 2 tribes. Every other ethnic group have to share states with other tribes, and they have to share the allocation. So my brother, me and you, we are enjoying Nigeria than any other tribe. The Yoruba and the Igbos. We are enjoying Nigeria.
I never think in that direction. I never think in that direction before.
Can I contribute?
Yeah, Remy. Let's hear from Remy.
I think, Mike, your assertion is totally wrong that way. Money are distributed state by state. And if you look at the highest earners, we talk about Rivers, we talk about Delta, we talk about Akwa Ibom, and we talk about Lagos State and Kano. These are the people that, because you cannot use tribe like that, because in every state of Nigeria, we only have Hausa.
Let me finish. Thomas, can I correct him real quick?
Let him clarify, Remy. Hold on.
Let me clarify, Remy. Remy, I was going by what he said. He said every tribe should be treated equally. And I specifically asked him, no, how big or how small does it matter? He said no. He said every
It
tribe
doesn't
in
matter.
Nigeria should be
Okay,
treated equally. So wait, let me chill now. You have to argue based on what we are saying, not just on a different tangent. So I was let me chill out. I was making my point.
Please, Mike, hold on, please. Remy, let him land. Let Mike land. You have the floor. Let Mike land. Then you
I'm
come in.
listening to Mike. I'm listening to
Remy,
Yeah.
he made a statement saying every tribe should be treated equally in Nigeria. And I'm making clear, I even asked him, do you mean no matter how big or small? He said yes. Every tribe, no matter how big or small, should be treated equally. That's why I presented that point to let him know that your tribe is doing better, is earning better than many other tribes, including tribes that oil is in their land. Like, for example, you just mentioned River Ogoni, for example. There are many tribes in River State. There are also about 11 of them, I think. They have to share that allocation, So if we have to go by tribe, they're doing good. And we Yoruba are doing good. That's what my argument is based on. It's not based on anything else.
Okay. So let me now respond. So I quite understand what you are trying to say. But now, Obiara also mentioned that they should have used the money for Kano to Maradi. They should have used it for Eastern State. But one thing you do not realize is that when you are doing a construction, you have to look at the topography of the area, how easy or how difficult, or so many other factors. In fact, I also questioned Amishi when he tried to one single gauge to the southeast. I think that is not good. They should also have a standard gauge. But the point is this: Southeast is in a crisis mode. And secondly, if they want to construct standard gauge in the southeast, they have to demolish a lot of houses because the enclave is this very small area. So they have to demolish a lot of houses. Then secondly, our legislator in the House of Assembly, to me, I think they are stupid. I'm sorry to use that word. Because when you don't have money and you are sourcing for loan from other part of the world, and you want to dictate a term, that is totally wrong. Get the loan, fix your country. What you want to expand the space, you want to create more avenues for people to do business. You want to create avenue for interland farmers to bring their goods and products to the major town and back to the major city. But our people, sometimes I don't know how we think. Do you think the so-called America, England and the rest, do you think they don't have more debt than Nigeria? How do they develop their country? Do you know how many times America have printed more dollars to do so many things? Do you know that? We don't know, but Nigeria don't. There is no country in the world that you develop. If you have the means, you have the money, fine. But now we are poor. Just put that one into your head. Nigeria at this moment is not a rich country. We are a poor country. If we have the resources, we would have increased our minimum wage to even 300,000 per month. We are poor, so we need the help of others. And if we need the help of others, we have to beg. And the condition they give us, we have to negotiate. But in that aspect, we don't have an upper hand. So Buhari collected that loan, and before you know it, voila, Ibadan to Lagos was built with new infrastructure. They also create a lot of employment opportunity. The second Niger Bridge was built through the Sukkot bond. Now you people are enjoying it. If you guys are coordinated, and let me tell you the truth, if you want peace in your region, you, the Southeasterner, you must show us by example. You must come together that we are ready for peace. Not when some of your leaders will say this, another leader will say that, and you cannot control your space. Who will invest in that kind of volatility? Ask yourself a lot of questions, Biora. Can you put your money as a businessman in a place with crisis reading? What can you do there? If the people there are not coordinated, don't blame your trouble in other part of Nigeria. Tell yourself the truth. Look at yourself in the eyes and tell yourself the truth. You have a big crisis there. Come together. First, you have to solve the problem by yourself because that solves your problem. You cannot tell me if you have a wife and you have a problem with your wife, you want to tell the outside world to come and settle it for you. You first talk to your wife first. Talk to your family among yourself. Settle your problems first, and then Nigerian people will support you. But now you don't want to do that. You don't want to even talk to your own people, and you want the government to come. And if Tinubu is sending a lot of soldiers there, you will complain he's killing your people. You complain that yeah, it's coming.
Okay, can I come in? Who is that? Yeah. Is that Israel? Oh, Israel. How are you, my brother? Yeah. Let's hear from you. You have the floor.
Okay, so for long I've been listening to the conversation and I enjoy your topic today. But there's something I've noticed mostly with Remy, Mike, and Simba. Most times we always give excuse for the government. Nigeria government will not come out to make themselves clear, but we the citizen will always give excuse. Now Remy is saying something, trying to make excuse for the government, but there was no time the government said something like that. The other part of Nigeria, the north, the south, and the west, they all have train line during the Jonathan regime and Buhari regime. But southeast do not have. Me, I'm from South, I'm from Delta State, and sometimes if we see something that is wrong, we have to speak, and if we see something that is right, we say it. If we are here giving excuse for the government every time we come to this platform, we try to protect the government because we are trying to speak as educated people. At the end of the day, we will be doing more damage than good. For the stuff about the railway, you cannot give excuse that because if you go to the southeast to build railway, you have to demolish. Just go there, do what you have to do. That's why the people vote for you as the government. Government is not there to give excuse, but to make the life of the common man comfortable, easy. That's just what I want to say for now.
Okay, Istra, before you go on, I want to ask you some few questions, please.
Okay.
Can you
Yes,
specifically, can you
go on.
can you specifically to this platform today where I try to support the government specifically, please?
I've been listening to your conversation, not today, not now, but I know mostly you always give excuse. Like what you're saying now, you're talking about.
Can you don't mention one? Just one.
Okay,
Just one.
He's giving us an excuse why the federal government cannot build railway in Southeast because the federal government will have to demolish too much building to build Southeast. That's not him. That's not his decision.
I think you do not listen. I think you did not listen to me holistically. I did not mention demolishing the building alone. I said in a relative peace area, it's easy to construct. Now you are talking now. Now I want to just I want you to
wait.
Listen.
Hold on, Israel.
Listen, I want to ask you some simple question. When the IPOB or ESN or whatever you call them, when they are destroying INEC facility, killing Nigerian policemen, destroying
judiciary,
a lot of people in this in Southeast region, you people you do not say nothing. Now they want to construct another rail for them. And I mentioned that I don't also like Amishi giving them a single lane track. But I also mentioned that a lot of our lawmakers in the National Assembly, they kick against that loan. That no, they don't want the condition Chinese are giving to you. And I'm trying to say, get the loan, fix your infrastructure. That is the most important thing. You can renegotiate any loan at any time. That's what I'm saying. If you listen to me carefully, you will notice that.
Remy, let me ask you something.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Who is supposed to protect the citizen? Is it the people or the government?
It is the government that are supposed to protect the people, but the people are also, we should also support
don't shift. The governments are responsible to protect the citizen, and the governments are responsible to protect the government facility.
Yes, you are right.
If ESN is destroying government facility, killing policemen, it is the duty of the federal government to act, not the people of Southeast. So you cannot be blaming the citizen of
So
Southeast
how do you
for the
explain
failure
those
of the federal
people
government.
how do you explain, hold on, how do you explain, there are two things you must know here. They send Operation Python dance to that place. The people there condemn, they don't want it. One. Two, how do you explain those policemen, maybe they are from Southeast, from other part of Nigeria, and those assets belong to the Nigerian state that have destroyed over there, and by the people, they call themselves ESN, and the leader and the people in that community, they knew those people that are committing this atrocity, and they don't want to listen. Anywhere
Okay, let me answer you.
Anywhere in the world, if the local people are not ready to cooperate and support the central government effort, that is the result you are seeing today.
And Remy, they are willing to cooperate with Samuel Ekpa, but they are not ready to cooperate with the government.
Let me answer you, Remy. Do you think if Obasanjo is still the president, the Operation Python dance, they will pull it out of Southeast?
So how would you feel if Obasanjo sends soldier today and clear
No,
them?
it's the failure of Jonathan and Buhari to secure the Southeast.
So
that's why all those things.
How would you feel if Obasanjo sent Buhari or Jonathan, let's say Buhari, send soldier to that place and clear the whole of Onitsha? Like Obasanjo.
The duty of the government is not how you feel, it's how you do things right.
So that means what you are saying here today is that you don't care any means they do, just make the place peaceful by force. Is that what you are saying?
When the government is successfully.
Thomas, let me jump in real quick.
Okay,
Thomas,
Mike,
let me jump in real quick. Hey, Israel, my brother.
Yes.
First of all, you're not being fair. It's very obvious that the government, when they try to deal with these troublemakers like the ESM, the people of the Southeast protest against it. For example, Kanu is arrested. Whenever he's going to court, people of the Southeast will drive from the Southeast to come to the courts to give their solidarity, their support, to go against the government and support Nnamdi Kanu, the creator of ESN. And the people are willing to cooperate. When Nnamdi Kanu said them to sit at home, they will all sit at home. The Ekpa tell them to sit at home, they will all sit at home. When Kanu is arrested, they're all crying, protesting. So they are not cooperating with the government to deal with Nnamdi Kanu and his troublemaker in Southeast. So what else can a government do when the population is rebelling against the government? You are rejecting protection of the government. What else can the government do?
Josefa, before you come in, we have 30 minutes to go. I'm supposed to shut it down at 8 hours, but because of the
just give me 1 minute, okay? I will leave.
And then you want to shut this
I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you now. No, I'm coming to you next. Josefa, make it brief, like 1 minute.
Brief, 1 minute, please.
You will talk. Okay, everybody will talk. Just maximize the time.
We are talking about the rail line now. The rail line, that was where Remy, we are discussing about the rail line. You see, when people say Southeast is not viable for rail line because of the insecurity, I wonder what you say about the one that went from Lagos to the north. Even recently, was it during Buhari's tenure? The one in Abuja was blown up, and we saw what happened. Casualties were there. So why did they now build to a place that is unsafe? If that is the standard for it, the country is not safe. Every part of the country is not safe. But that shouldn't mean that development should not trickle down to the people. That is what people are arguing. I'm not arguing that Southeast doesn't have insecurity. Southeast has insecurity, just like every other place. That was why.
Josefa, are you asking your governor these questions?
You see, my brother.
Wait. Let me say this. Because federal government has done their own part, giving your governors their allocation. They've done their own part. The few federal road they can do, they gave you the bridge, which everybody even thought why we never do. So, are you blaming your state governor from the first one to the fifth one? Do they have anything to?
Okay, let me answer the question. You see, when people talk about Buhari gave us the second Niger bridge, as if Buhari just took money from his pocket and dashed us bridge. So then Babangida gave you people third mainland bridge. Come on, let's stop talking like that. They are there to develop the country. That
So
is
are
what
you
they are there
saying
to
Buhari
do.
was the one that single-handedly awarded that contract?
The contract
I
starts
don't.
with Jonathan.
No, let's.
Jonathan and what do you call it? Yara
Sambo.
for 16 years. They did not build that bridge for you, and somebody did it for you. You're not even appreciating.
Excuse me. Remy, I appreciate what I did, but is it not his duty to do it?
So if he didn't
Must
do
he
it, what
be
are you going to do? If he does not build that bridge for you, what are you going to do? If he didn't do it like other people, like
it's government failure. It's government failure to build infrastructure. My brother, you know, when you have arguments, you see, this is the attitude we have in Nigeria. That is why these people are fighting us. It is their duty, it is their job to do these things. And when they don't do it, we ask them why did they do it. It's their duty. I don't take my money go build.
When
Come on, let's
Jonathan
go.
when Jonathan was there, Jonathan was there, Yaradua was there, Obasanjo was there. They all went there to clear the health that they are going to help you build the second Niger, but he didn't do it. If this Buhari did not do it, he owes you nothing and nothing you are going to do.
Excuse me, my brother. We are talking about development. My brother.
Unfair to the man. It's unfair to that man. You cannot be talking that way.
You see,
you have a party.
No. I'm being fair. I'm being Buhari. I'm being fair to Buhari because
no,
what?
You are not fair. You are not fair to him. You are not fair to
him. Okay, I should applaud him for building the second Niger bridge for us. Okay, Buhari has tried. Yeah, Buhari has tried. Okay, that will be satisfactory to you.
What do you want the South people to do? They don't have second Niger bridge. They don't have Ibadan to Lagos to Ibadan, Standard Gauge. They don't have nothing. Nothing was erected in South. And you guys have the second Niger that you have been craving for more than 30 years. And they gave it to you. And you are now equating that Babangida gave you 4 million.
No, I don't know the time. Well, let's just leave that argument.
Democracy. Your party, the PDP, ruled for 16 solid years there. They didn't give you nothing. And this man within a space of 8
years. Buhari, I want to ask you, is our former president Buhari a sectional president or the president of the nation? And what is his job to do? Is his job not to fill the job? Okay, she got the come on, let's talk.
If it's hold on, please. If it's sectional,
somebody is doing his job.
If it is sectional, he will not build that bridge. He can as well did like Jonathan, did like Obasanjo, and even the one that passed away the other time, I forgot the name. He can as well do that. Yaradua. So what are you guys going to do?
Thomas, I want to ask you, what is the duty of the president? What is the duty of a president? Just tell me, I beg. I don't know. What is the duty of a president?
The duty of the president is the government is to protect the life and property of the country and infrastructure and blah blah blah. But that is the main focus.
That's it. So and that is what he has done. Are we?
Yeah, okay. But some people didn't do it. Hold on, please. But some people did not do it.
First of all, it's not his duty to build it's not his duty to build second Niger bridge for.
They also voted a lot of money to do that. Where are the money? Where are the money? They voted a lot of money to build the bridge for 16 years. They siphoned the money. Nothing was done. And this man came with a loan, with a bond and everything like that, was able to do it for you in 8 years. I think you are just, sometimes I don't understand. What you are fighting for here is irrelevant.
Yes, hold on. Let's hear from Israel. Israel.
Okay, this is what I want to say. You know the reason why most people hate we, the younger generation, is because we have started to ask questions. We don't want the government to keep giving us excuse why things are not working. We want solution to the problem we are facing. And one thing I've come to understand is that majority of Nigerians, those that are from their, let me say, late 40 up, most of them, they are used to giving government excuse. They will be giving you reason why things are not working, but they are not bringing solution. That's why most of the time when you come to social media, you hear the young people talking. We are not saying because, excuse me, let me finish. We are not saying because
Remy,
we
please
say
hold on. Let him land.
we are not saying those things because we want to be disrespectful or this thing, because we are feeling the pain. Let me give you an example of myself. When I was in Nigeria, I came to UAE in 2019. Back then, I was in Nigeria. I have a photo studio in Ikorodu. I have employees, three people that are working under me. I pay them salary. But because of the way Buhari run the first 4 years, myself, I told myself that if Buhari win the second time, I will leave. Then Buhari won 2019. I closed my studio, sell everything. I came down to UAE. I start working. Let me not go too deep. What I'm just trying to say is that if the government work for me, I will not be in this country doing what I'm doing now. So most of the young people that you hear them, you say they are disrespectful, all these things. Most of us are out of frustration. We have not enjoyed anything from Nigeria government, only take, take, take. So I think it's better for we to start asking questions than giving excuse why government is not working. That's just what I want to say.
Okay,
Thank you.
You see that mindset. You see that
Yeah, Remy,
mindset.
hold on. Adewale,
You see
please.
that
Yeah.
mindset, my brother. That is what is not making you to have any impact. Questions going to be asked. You know how long youth has been asking questions in Nigeria? Not just in Nigeria, in the entire continent. They've been asking questions. But you see, when we decided to leave the problem, but leave the problem, but we are pursuing solution, you probably may not get it. You see, the youth needed to be involved in where decision is being made. All these online activism, it's not going to solve anything. It's not going to provide solution to anything. You see, before now, this what I've even called what is happening right now is more or less like a wokeism, just like a movement. After some time, people will get tired. And that is when the youth needed to step in and put in more effort and works. When you don't sit together with the elders, you won't learn anything. Have we ever asked the question, how come this same set of politicians keep grabbing power from the youth, keep winning? You see, some of this thing I asked question earlier. I was asking Joseph, what's his name again? The brother that spoke earlier. And I said, do you think Buhari was the only person that single-handedly make a decision and say, you know what, we are building Fort Brennan Bridge, or we are going to do this, we're going to do that? No. You have your elected representative. You have people from the southeastern part of the country. You have people from every part of the country. Even what is his name? Former Minister of Transportation, Amechi, could not even do much to his own state. But of course, question asked earlier, why was Buhari building bridges, roads to Niger Republic? Why not bringing it to Southeast? You see, some of these things may not be known to you and I. The reason why the federal government decided to embark on that project, but probably maybe for security reasons or for diplomatic purposes. But you and I would not actually ask for that kind of question. But what we'll be asking for is, why is this road not built? Why is this? Why is that? In fact, it has been known or established that most of the problem we have is that most of the elite from those villages and towns are the one pocketing money that's supposed to be going into the community building. Some of the representatives, I was even listening to someone, on the TBC yesterday. The reason why they allocated some of the huge, humongous money to these National Assembly members is not because they put that money into their own pocket. Guess what they do? The leaders, the elders in the community where they come from, those are the places where the money is going to, and they monetize the community projects and all that. So we are not asking the right question. The youth are not asking the right question. All right. So the earlier the youth get involved, all these noises about, yeah, Barry is against this or this does that or this and that, it's not going to take the youth to any level. But the moment you begin to sit down with the elders and learn, if you have to learn a trade, you have to move with somebody who has the knowledge. But when you are outside and you are looking through the glass outside, you won't know what is happening. There are a lot of things going on politically that you and I probably would never know or heard about. All we say is, oh, the government, the government. Look at the initiative taken by the Lagos states. They were involved in PPP. Look at the what do you call this place in Lekki? Um, this new port that was opened recently was a private partnership, right, with the state government. Why can't other states take such initiatives and try to build their own states? Some of these things are not going to be federal all the time. Oh, federal this, federal that. Yes, we operate federal system, but what about what state government is doing? Have we ever hold our governors accountable? Do we ever ask monthly allocation, where is it going? How did they expend it? We ever ask such questions? All we focus on is the central presidency. So, my brother, sometimes we need to ask good questions. We need to look deeper than what we see on the surface. We don't just, join the bandwagon and say this and this. Government did this, federal government did. How many places can federal government be at the same time? Some of these capital projects that Buhari embarked on are probably what is his name? President Jonathan already put in place before, but he completed some of those projects. Okay, so I mean, at the end of the day, we should be involved, not just castigating and all that. As far as Southeast is concerned, this is a region that have not yet maybe discover themselves, the kind of potential that they have, or the kind of power that they have in this Commonwealth called Nigeria. Where you have people that are supposed to speak on your behalf, act on your behalf, seek for something on your behalf, and all they were thinking is about themselves. You will have nothing to blame but yourself. Reason being is that I was reading an article where somebody from a prominent politician from Southeast was against the president of Yoruba. There's a difference between MKO mandate and democracy activism. In the 1990s, MK Abiola was fighting for his own mandate. Others also constituted a pro movement for democracy. Abiola was on his own while people were demanding for democracy. The Southwest at that time were in the forefront, one for MK Abiola and the second for democracy in Nigeria. Other parts of the countries were not involved because they want Abiola to get his mandate. No, the entire Southeast. How many votes did they even get from Southeast? But everyone wanted democracy. And I'm sure people 25 and below doesn't even know what military rule was all about. So all these wokeism, all these movement that has been, parading and online activists, and they need to learn. They need to learn because some of the people we have in government today have been those ones that were in the forefront for the fight for democracy. So here we are. Federal government didn't do what initiatives have you yourself, your government, your local government have done? What initiatives have they taken? So we can blame federal government from now to tomorrow. How many bridges can they build? Train system. You don't just build train. You have to have, studies that shows that the economical value of what you are building. And at the end of the day, you look at, okay, where do we have economic activities in Nigeria the most? Southwest. So federal government had no choice than to build. And what have we have? The one from Lagos to Ibadan. That's it. It didn't extend to Osun. It didn't extend to Ondo, even Ekiti. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, can I chime in, darling?
Go ahead, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, points well taken. And I think a lot of people from the Southeast also know that their leadership, their governors, um, they've not helped them in a lot of ways. They know that. They're more concerned about, again, the federal allocation. It's easy money. Why spend? Why be creative? Why be creative and do things that's going to require you to do to sustain it for a long term, or keep the money in your pocket, or take on projects that benefit you and your cronies. Um, but at the same time, though, if we have to do everything based on economic viability, then a lot of things won't be done. Um, if you to your point that in the southwest, that's where they have the population and all the activities economically. Given that rationale, then nothing will be done in the southeast. In other words, so there has to be a level of welfareism that should happen. If they have to build, I don't know, airports or railroads and things like that, they have to do it. I mean, it's something that has to be done. If they have to wait till they can justify it economically, and that's why their government, if it was a private citizen, private company coming in to do a feasibility study, they probably will not do nothing in Southeast because they won't be able to get a return on investment and things like that. But the government, it's
Prince Daddy,
yeah,
what is the extent of building a bridge that is not going to be used? What is
well,
the extent of dredging and building a port that is not going to be used? What
yeah,
is
I
the
get.
essence of having airport that is never have any plane landed in a month?
I get your point. See, that's the problem. Unlike America, I know they do a lot of that. Nigeria does not have that free money like that to print money and do pet projects. That's what they call it. Those people in America, they call it pet projects. Uh, Project that you won't see the return on investment or its economic viability for a long term. But nonetheless, these senators, because they have seniority or they have connection, they do such projects in the states or in their community where they come from because they have plenty of money to do that. Nigeria cannot afford to do that. We know that. But there has to be other ways in which I don't like to use the word pacify, but but to do things like I understand. I'm not sure they have a dry port in the southeast, but I know they do have them in the north. Okay, I think Kaduna, maybe some another state, for example. Well, such projects would be nice to do in those places in southeast, right? But I totally agree. At the end of the day, quite frankly, I think is the leadership. That leadership are so greedy, okay, that you know they don't they don't help the people. I mean, given that population, I've made the argument. Given that population in the southeast right now, and the resources that they get, and they claim that they are very industrious and hardworking. I think Southeast should be perhaps the most or one of the most developed regions in Nigeria, but we're not seeing anything. So it points back to the poor leadership that goes on around there, and there appears to be a lack of accountability in a lot of ways in the Southeast. The Southwestern and the Yorubas, for example, we have the same shenanigans there, but somehow, some way, things seems to work because we demand more of our leaders. We demand more of our leaders, and we have a template from people like Awolowo and what they've done there in the past. So we have a history of such, and that's why I was making a point earlier also about when they decentralized the government for all the states and the regions to take responsibility. A lot of the states they're not used to doing these things. So who's to say that the corruption that exists on the federal level would not creep into the regions and the states? And who's to say that because they have autonomy over their resources and their funding, they are going to do right by their own people? It doesn't happen overnight. It's a habit. It's a culture, and they don't have it. And most regions in Nigeria don't have it. When we know that.
Can I say
Well,
something? Mr. Adewale, you say that the youth, this stuff that is happening in Nigeria now, will still fade away. But I don't know, you are mistaken. See, I don't know if Mike know, because Mike, I believe Mike is from Benin City. And later there's this ID, they call it. When you take it in the first time, you do
I can't
sacrifice
even hear you,
it.
honest.
You say what?
me, I can barely hear what you're
Your
saying.
voice is very low. I can't hear you so well.
Okay, let me try and speak out. I have a customer, that's why Can you hear me now? Hello,
Yes,
can you hear
go
me?
ahead, go ahead.
It's better now. It's
Okay,
better.
okay. So what I was saying before, Mr. Adewale saying that the youth will still, this stuff that is happening in the political space in Nigeria will still fade away. So I'm trying to explain to him now that the youth, it's like we have tested blood and we now know what we can do, what we can achieve if we push more. So I don't think that this whole political scenario happening in Nigeria now will just die down after this. So if you think it will die down, look at the involvement in politics now. You will go to Twitter, you see what is happening. People are there talking, and this thing will keep growing, will keep growing. So for me, though, the only thing I respect Mr. Adewale because he always come from this kind of this like I don't know how to explain it. You know how to put your statements. You know how to. Let me just leave it like that. What I'm just trying to say is, for we, the younger generation, we are tired of giving our leaders excuse. The only thing we are thinking about is solution, how to make our lives better. So please, that's only what I would prefer most people, most speakers on this platform. I would prefer most of them should be like attack, attack the government. Anywhere they do good, we praise them. But when we see something wrong, we speak up, we speak out. That's just what I want to say. Thank you for your time. I have to go now.
All right. Let me give you one example. Mike, did you see the headlines of this day's newspaper about the Tinubu's council's submissions?
I don't think I saw it. Yeah.
Oh, the one that says that about that if they remove Tinubu, then there will be anarchy in the land, something like that.
It's a newspaper.
Yeah, it's in the newspaper. It's in this day's newspaper. It
That's the opinion. Yeah.
it was widely reported, and that's what is circulating on the social media now. That the Tinubu's lawyer said that if they remove him, there will be anarchy in the land, and so he should not be removed. It
Mr.
was
Adewale, it's not
Oh,
Tinubu lawyer. It's Tinubu that made that statement.
ẹ ti ẹ remove ẹ kẹ́ni gba Yorùbá nation wa a máa lọ.
no the statement. It was a statement credited to his lawyer, according to what I read, though. Closing remark, kind of.
So let me get this, Dewale. So if
Yeah,
they
it was
remove
a
me,
written.
no
Yeah,
Dewale, if they remove me, they will not put to be that they will be one. I don't know. So
that's what. Well, um,
sorry, excuse me.
anything can happen in a country where absurdity is the order of the day. So I won't be surprised if even the lawyers are already on the chopping block even before they even make their judgment. I'm talking about justices rather. They already been condemned by by those people online. But the bottom line is that that was not what was reported. That wasn't the way. But when you have newspaper or any media, reputable media, so to say, but decided to leave the truth, but pursue, headline, gameplay and all that. It could result into. I went to read actually the statement. Those one also paraded online. That was not what was reported. It simply says that if the tribunal decided that not scoring 25% in Abuja is the reason why Tinubu will be removed, that it could set a bad precedent, at the same time could cause chaos and anarchy in the land, because that will create a confusion and going by what the constitution says. But at the end of the day, the online warrior already said, oh, that removing Tinubu is going to create anarchy in the land. So the headline was alarming. So, but the newspaper did not report it that way, and that is the kind of problem we have
Somebody is
in democracy. I think it's it's Mike, but I'm not sure he's sleeping. Sometimes I think it's Mike pick every little things like a snoring or something.
Snoring, Ken. Me, I'm not snoring. No.
You can't no, cause that means it's not you there. Because I know there was a time we accused you of snoring like that, only to find out that you are not. Somebody is snoring. To the Shishelotaro. This America said.
And this guy that was just talking just now, don't tell me you already fell asleep. Oh. Israel guy. Àwọn olùfúnṣẹ́ ní Dubai àbí tó wà ní UAE.
Even in America that we are, right, you actually share me, there's no free.
Our Arab country, for them to give you a job as a black man, it has to be one hard job, man.
Yes. You have to start from the bottom.
I know Arab now. You come from Africa, they will come and give you one easy job. No way.
When I came to this country, I start with cleaning.
Honestly, if you look at our work culture in Nigeria, I'm telling you, for those
most people don't work now, they just sell something.
I'm telling you, because in Nigeria, somebody can just say, "Oh, I've done all this," and okay, you get paid. Nobody look at it. How many hours did you spend doing the job and all that? Now you move to Western country, man. They go fire you, self if and cares nothing. They, I have a coworker. One day he said, "Oh, I want to go to church." No, we were given an assignment, and instead of him to stay behind to do the assignment, he said, "Oh, I have to go to church." That was after work hour now, anyway. But you are still mandated to do it because it's urgent and it's needed to be done. And he said he's going to church. I look at him. Number one, him being Nigerian, and I was like, okay, if I report this person now, they will say I'm a bad Nigerian. I'm a bad person. Luckily, our supervisor that we thought he has gone home was still in the office. That person just shake her head in the office and said, "Look at this person." But church in America, who does that? Not even Jesus will help you save that job. Eventually, he realized that he cannot continue to do that because he won't speak well, you know.
You know, I've spent 4 years in UAE. I've only gone to church once, and I
Do
can
they
say
even have
that
church there?
yes, they are. They
Oh,
are.
really?
Yes, we
There's church
have
in
Catholic church here, like com-
They
big
let
Catholic
them
church.
build church like the way you have a real building.
Yes. In Abu Dhabi, they have a very mighty Catholic church close to the
Holy moly!
Federal Mosque.
Wow.
Yeah.
My first time
So
being in that country, it was a weird experience for me. Very weird. Around 3 a.m. The sun was like 12 p.m.
yeah.
I woke up. I was confused. I think there was like a 4 hours difference to Nigeria or something like that. I'm not can't be
3
sure.
hours, 3 hours.
3 hours, okay. I woke up and I was kind of confused. You know, when you know you haven't gotten good sleep. Yes, I was jet lagged, but I knew this is not jet lag. This is this is not eclipse of the moon. So what could be going on? And then I found out that Dubai na air fire pro mass. I
The weather
was
is very hot.
it's not just hot, it's hell. When
Yes,
you
yes,
have
yes.
at the end of the day, the clothes that I was wearing, I have to remove it. Thank God I was people were staring at me weirdly like, okay, this is like the someone from different planet or something like that. But it was a very weird experience. Some of those building that you have now, or those infrastructure that now everywhere in Dubai and Abu Dhabi were not there as at that time. There was no real train system. There was nothing like so. Even both Dubai, I mean, sorry, California, whatever they call it, was not even. They were planning to build it then. I think 2002 or so. By the time I would go back in 2014, it was a different experience completely. As if everything, they just like you flip a country, like you turn into have a magic
Yeah,
wand.
the rate at which they are developing in this country is crazy.
Yeah, when you
Yeah,
have, but you know the thing is that there are not many, so it's easy to develop it at that rate, especially when you have leader that that decided. Anyway, the system that they have is different from the
Yes,
one we
and
have.
yes, they are also well coordinated and they
Yeah,
cooperate
and
with
there are
one
not
another,
many, so
support
that
one another.
Yeah, I
yeah,
think they are 1 point something million.
yeah, and they work too.
They work,
You'll be surprised
and
to find
the
exact
funny,
people.
yes, Adewale, the funniest thing about Dubai is because I've passed through that place more than 5 times, including Abu Dhabi too. Even when they are calling for prayer, there's people are still working. Not like Nigeria, they will just put religion on their head. Like you understand. So when you
Yeah,
look at Asia, the rate at which they are, I hope you can also visit Qatar. Even you can try Singapore. You can go to
yeah. Qatar
Japan.
too was
You
almost
see
at
it,
this, especially
and
Doha
the
was
father
going at
of
the
them
same
all
rate.
is China. I'm telling you, the father of them all is China. The way that country developed within the space of 25 years is unbelievable. It's totally unbelievable.
Yeah,
Come
but
and see, they
if
will construct a whole bridge like that South Milan bridge. I will tell you, China can do it within 2 months. They will do everything in their
you
factory
know what I
and
think, Remy?
assemble it just like that.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe religion also play part in it because I mean,
Yes,
like what we have in Africa, when you have leaders, not just leaders, but political leaders, spiritual leaders that decided to uh, uh, acquire wealth as if there will be no tomorrow, and they decided to, you know, not really care about all those developmental uh, 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 projects and all that. So, and to me, I just felt that okay, yes, they have different system of government, but at the same time, uh, there was a time that we have an absolute ruler then, that could do anything without being questioned. I'm talking about General Abacha because as at the time Abacha was in power, the generals were not actually the power. They don't really have much power then, unlike when you are the days of Diagba and IBB and all that. Abacha was the provision head of provisional ruling council, and then he make decision. Not even the GOC, you know. Um, So I believe at that time he could make decision that could change Nigeria for better, but he probably use all his energy for power, consolidate on power and all that. So it's easier to just
You are right, Adewale. When you look at the whole scenario, an average black man will also like, instead of, I know we should pray to God, but sometimes they just like pray before hard work. everybody believe in miracle. They don't want to do nothing. When you go to all this country, and I think he's also living in UAE, hard work is very important. You go to work, you sweat for every an hour that you are making the money. But in Nigeria, do you know the mindset that a lot of Chinese have about Nigeria when they have factory in Nigeria? They will tell you that in a week, one Nigeria will beg that his children is sick, or the father-in-law is that, or the husband is sick. There must be one day off in a week. And when it's about 2 weeks in a month, they will come to seek for loan. Something happened to me. Please, can you give me an advance for my salary? There must be excuse every day. I know the Chinese are not good because at the end of the day, they also exploit people. But the way the work ethics of Nigeria is extremely too low. They want to earn more than even the person that employed them for the job entirely. So, and people does not want to put in that hard work. They will come to work. They will come to work. They won't do the right thing. I have a personal experience. I get somebody to drive a truck for me, and I realized that he was just making money for himself. And the money I'm making from this truck, I'm using to repair the truck every time. When I everything, I have to sort everything up at a giveaway price. It was a bitter experience, but that is life must continue.
To find somebody who is trustworthy is very, very rare. I know of a business here in this city owned by Nigerian, but decided to employ the Hispanic people and put them in the front office. I mean, not long ago that this particular business person decided to hire Nigeria to drive to deliver some of the thing that he was producing. But majority of his workers are Hispanic, and I believe he did that, because of those maybe
because of Nigerian corruption. The same thing Dangote did. The chief executive officer of Dangote for that refinery is from India or Pakistan. All those people are the money point. He put all these Asian there because you can even trust them more than our own people. When you guys talk about Nigerian leader is the problem, what about the followership? The followership.
We are who make the leaders.
You guys, you talk about the 40-year are giving you problem. When we are growing up, we protest. When June 12 was cancelled, we are protesting all over Nigeria. Our generation even suffer more than your generation. There was no online that time. There was nothing. Online. We always go outside. Some of our guys were killed. Do you think you suffer for Nigeria? You never suffer. You never do nothing. You are opportune to be born in the age of technology that you use online to protest. We don't have that opportunity that time. We always go outside. How many times that ASU strike we stay at home? We cannot even. Almost time we end up spending 5 or 6 years for 4 years courses that time. We suffer a lot. There was a time in 1983 or something like that. We just saw just to cook.
Oh yeah.
Food, Babangida era. You guys don't know nothing.
But you will still blame the government. You will still blame the government because the way the government.
Speak a little bit louder, please.
Okay, I say you will still blame the government because the government.
I am trying to tell you that my generation here, or if we are going to tell the truth, we are the one that we were battered. You guys were lucky because our generation, if we are children, if we are okay, we take care of you very well. But during our time, our parents suffer. We also suffer. Until that, we have to be of good behavior.
Sawdust. There was a particular food there.
Buhari at that particular moment, the country was not good in the 80s. And still, we have to be our parents. We cannot talk to them anyhow. We cannot insult anybody. And we went out there in the street protesting all over everything. Do you think
that's the reason why let me see, that's the reason why your set, your mentality is different from our set. Because
my mentality is not different from your set. I can relate with your mentality. But what I cannot observe is that you guys, you think you can just go online and then you can force the government, you can insult anybody you like.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work that way.
See, that's the difference is this. The difference is this. You are built to take frustration. The government can frustrate you and you can still endure it. But this generation, the internet, the social media have exposed so many things.
And how
You
is it
can see
working
At the
what
end
for?
of
How
the day,
is it
so what did
working
you
for
get
them?
in your result? What the result did you
How is
have?
it working for
What did
them?
you influence?
see
What did you influence? Did you influence
it's not
anything?
going to manifest over a
No,
short period of time.
no,
Just give Nigeria 10 years from now.
you guys
Give
will
Nigeria
never
10 years from now, you will see.
No
no,
doubt,
no,
no doubt, the youth had some influences, but how long has it? How far has it taken them? That's the question we
thank
should ask.
you. And some of the so-called you that you said they are supporting, some of them are already taking an appointment with the government.
Oh,
And before you know it, you'll be your leader. The same set of you guys, they're already taking an appointment already.
you know
The
the
state,
funny,
But Remy,
the
no,
federal,
the
and
but
funny
Remy,
everything.
you know this,
is,
So what are you talking about? You
Remy,
know
but
what?
you know this last election, we have more youth in power than before.
no,
Where
you
do you have the
see,
youth in power? Which power?
Israel, let me tell you something. You know
Okay.
what? The journey of 20 years to come, the politicians
Mm.
already started it. You know
Thank
what
you.
you think is just an ordinary protest or ordinary movement or some agitation and all that. Somebody already planted that seed of agitation now, and they will reap the benefit of it in the next couple of years or decades to come. But ordinary person like you and I probably would never decipher that. And that brought me to the NSAS. NSAS was politically motivated, but people like you and I would never really think deeper into it to see what actually meant or purpose was meant to serve. Before NSAS or during the NSAS, the protest started by the youth being, harassed, killed, and all those, which was a very valid point to protest. And the people that came forward then said, look, we were also sympathetic towards the condition of the policemen because these people are not well taken care of. They were invited by IG. And after that, they were invited by IG. I believe Davido also went to Abuja there to meet
Yeah,
the IG.
the went to
Yeah. So few celebrities. Macaroni did not go. There was a lot of confusion among them because they were not sure who was leading the pack. That was where you would know that Ejolowonu, this is how things works. But after that, they came back again in full force and said, look, disband NSAS. NSAS, SARS was disbanded. And then they came back and said, look, those people that were working in the NSAS that were send them away from the force. What is the number or population of our police force that you want to take some people away from the force? And that was when I knew that, okay, I called somebody in Lagos on the eve of that shooting in Lagos, and I was like, okay, what could we go? Because of course, some of us are already used to the military coming and causing more chaos instead of finding uh, peace. Eventually, I was made to understand that look, this thing is organized. There was no leader. Money was coming in to make sure that the protesters were taken care. You remember there were food. People were
Thank you.
cooking
There
food.
were
They were
even
bringing
drinks, and some
people.
were even
People didn't
smoking
do
weed.
that. People did not do that out of their own pocket. It was sponsored. Money were coming in. Huge amount of money were coming in to influence that. So that once you have people being fed, they are all I don't take care of. No, I mean every day you eat morning 3 square meal, multiple food. What else are you going to be looking for? And some of these guys were not even working. Some of them were students. So it degenerated to the point that the entire row of toll was completely blocked.
Yeah.
Police came. I could remember the governor of Lagos State showed up there, even protesting with them, and said, "I'm going to take your demand to the presidency." And he did. He showed up in
He went the
Aso.
second day immediately, went to Asorok.
He went to Asura. But no, the protesters or the people leading the park were not actually showing their face. And then they realized they paralyzed the entire economy of an entire region. People living in Lekki and all that could not come to the main to the town. So the government cannot sit back and watch things going down in a state that is the purpose was to uh, cause chaos to the point that it will cause economic what do you call how can you say it?
Economic
Economic
hardship.
hardship. And
Yeah,
then
that's fine. I agree,
once the
man. It was
economy
really
is
planned.
paralyzed, once Lagos State is paralyzed, the other part of the country will be paralyzed, especially from the southwest.
If you notice,
So
they really targeted Lagos very well. You
that was the
notice?
goal. And then you started having rumors flying around. What was the rumor? Number one target was Tinubu, because the moment you're able to pin him to what actually happened, what happens when the military showed up was something that, okay, probably they sent them to go and disperse the protester. They got there and they started shooting sporadically. You know our military, you know our forces the way they were. They've been trained, but yet they never applied their training. So they use everything with force. Even thing that's supposed to be let have conversation is about shooting, is about showing force. I'm the power, I'm in charge. And social media took it, amplify it, make it more larger. And guess
My
what?
guy, Adewale, that day, the next day, if you see the kind of propaganda, like some people posted something online where they were showing dead bodies on the floor. I don't know what. I later
I
found
said
out they got the pictures
I
from.
was arguing with my own
It was
my
googled.
brother.
They went to get picture from
It's
somewhere
all
else.
Photoshop, man.
Mike,
They were
please don't
showing
say
almost
propaganda.
they get,
Mike, please
dude. They
I,
don't
never.
say propaganda.
Remy,
I was asking my own
although
brother. I said, "Are you sure this thing?" Because there was a
Adewale, I fell for
protest
this
here
one.
in
No.
the city of
To
Texas,
this day, I still can't
everywhere,
believe myself that I fell for it.
and I said there was a protest. My brother said, "Go and sit down." When they say they shoot, I mean, you are alive in the 80s and 90s. When they kill people, you will see the picture
We
slash.
will carry the cops
So,
immediately.
how many dead
Remy,
bodies have you seen so
Yeah.
far?
this
But you
one I
know,
saw
the
some
target
people.
the
One channel.
target of that protest was Tinubu, because they were able to pin it on him that, okay, number one, his son showed up, came with the military officer or soldier, they removed the cameras, and then they started shooting people. And who owns the toll gate? Tinubu. And
Adewale, you know what led to that? The whole everybody's losing their mind. Immediately after the army did the so-called shooting in the hair, everything, people went online all over. They started posting picture of like pile of dead bodies all over the floor, blood. Like they do. Even me, I almost lost my mind. Like what would mass killing, mass shooting.
Yes,
Picture
and
from
before you know it, they started burning Lagos down immediately.
they started burning. Even me, I was
oh
almost
yeah,
like was not mad that they were burning Lagos until I
And
later find out that those.
before you know it, we
Oh,
have a radio announcement, a viral video going out, a viral audio video going around. Burn everywhere, burn BRT, burn everywhere, and they were burning them. They were burning.
yeah,
people up
Kanu also came online to them. They can go for Tinubu.
the
Almost
TVC
Nigerians.
show were
Hey.
Then the
almost
so-called Mr. Opportunistic think so. The problem is that people think the answers is the same as obedient. They are totally different. Okay. So the opportunistic man came in and want to use that platform so that he can use it to gain opportunity to become the president of the country. And they also use religion. It's so easy. It's a game plan.
yeah, it is.
I'm suspecting somebody. And that person, if I name the person, you guys will know him. Is the former leader of the country. He's behind all those things.
Of course. We all know
Really?
what we're talking about.
Remy, it's like you have P2B picture frame on your wall. Every morning when you wake up, you have to look at P2B and get angry before you come online.
Who is
You didn't
that?
mention Obina.
I did mention.
You mentioned Obina.
No, he
Is
didn't.
it the first time?
He
Is it
didn't
the first
mention
time
it.
Remy is using the word the opportunist?
Is it not
No,
an opportunist?
even Obi himself is opportunity. Every one of them are
Everyone is an
It's like you
opportunist
are,
now.
it's like
Are they not
you're
politicians?
you didn't even mention Obi. You mentioned the person you are talking about was
Calm down. Please
I'm
calm down.
not here in this
Your eyes have
platform.
not, whatever you are
I
talking,
know Remy. I know
you
where
have
Remy is
not
coming
seen
from.
half of what we guys have saw. You have not even enjoyed nothing. I'm telling you the truth. You guys are extremely lucky. You are extremely lucky. If you are thinking that we are suffering, come and ask. You don't know nothing. Sometimes you just think it's so easy like that. You just say, okay, I'm online, and then you just change the country like that. Do you know how many friends I have lost because of a
You
lot of
know,
stuff like this? You
the
don't know
funniest thing,
nothing.
the funniest thing is that this old guard, this old
Emotional,
politician, they've
unnecessary.
already learned the trade too. They also good. They are good. How can, if not, how come Tinubu or the what is it called, Jonathan, now appointed a social media handler? Because they needed somebody that will be able to tell their stories.
Not even
They're not
one,
gonna,
two
they're
or
not
three.
gonna
He
leave it on
appointed
for
them, and they are young people like you also. He appointed three,
for
already three now,
because
and they
they
are good.
needed someone who also belonged to that class that will understand and target that audience, and decided to appoint. So Jonathan did that with what is this called, Reno Mokri now. um
Yeah, I
so
know, I know.
so
See,
they know the
the
importance of
thing, the
social
thing
media,
is this,
and they are going to use it to their own advantage. So the youth are not doing what they needed to do. They are supposed to be on the table. You join political party. That is the way you can change everything from within. If you're outside and you're trying to do that, it's going to be hard because they're not going to show you the
Mr.
intricacies,
Adewale,
the way
Mr.
things.
Adewale, the youth are just starting, you.
Huh?
We are just starting. We have not even
No.
started.
See the obedient movement and co. It's not going to cut it. It's not going to work. The reason why I say
You
that,
people keep saying that. You people keep saying
I'm
that the
telling you,
obedient movement.
if not, how come Obi did not win the election? Because they know.
Obi won the election now.
Okay, there you go.
So
Okay.
let's not go there.
You see,
Let the
Israel.
court
Now you
decide.
just discredit yourself today, man. I mean, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt, but this one you just said
Let
just
the
now.
court. Let the
My
court
brother,
The
decide. Let
court
the
is not
court.
going to say Jack.
you just finish
I'm
yourself.
telling
Oh.
you.
I think
The court is not going to say Jack. The court is going to say, you know what?
You think so? Why is
I know so.
Tinubu trying to bribe
Cesar,
the
explain to us how Obi won the election.
Tinubu bribe waiting.
You saw where Tinubu gave the judiciary 35 billion.
What if I
Day before yesterday, right?
he has said that before during the campaign? What if I tell you that it's possible that Obi is working for Tinubu? How about that?
That's not possible.
Yesterday, what is his name? Kashetima and Atiku, they met, and I was like, look at these people now. Very soon, their children will start marrying each other.
Thank you. And the same call you are talking about, before you know it, you will see him in Asura looking for
I
contract or
remember
spending his
Babangida and IBB's daughter there. They were dating at that moment. They were friends. They grew up together, all the way from Ikoyi and VISs. These people are not worth stressing about.
the shocker you will receive. The shock is Mister, you should brace yourself. Soon you will see all those people you call they are supporting yourself. You will see them as ministers soon. What are you going to do?
What you needed to do is to be with them, learn from it, learn from them, and then change it from within. Because if you're trying to change it outside, it's probably not gonna. You won't ask the right question or meet with the right people. You have to join the political party. You have to learn how they do things, and if you have anything, then you can change it. But if not, because at the end of the day, they will leave the stage for 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 the youth, and they needed an ally that they could trust. So at the end of the day, Obi did not win the election. Don't listen to all those rumor.
You guys will say anything to make you feel happy.
No, it's
But we know that Obi won the election. It's just the system that is playing. What they are just.
which system?
Why are you
Which
deceiving
system?
yourself like this? Oh my God.
Which Israel Obi couldn't have won the election. It was impossible.
There's no way.
It was just impossible.
Mike, Nigeria is so big. I mean, I don't know if you ever traveled.
I mean, Obi was scoring like 0.2% in the north in states. It doesn't stand a chance in the north. There's no way you can win the election.
All this online wokeism and all that you see, it's mainly for the southern youth, though.
Yeah, the southeast. They think they are the only one that exists. Just because it's popular in the southeast doesn't mean.
And you think if Obi did not win the election, he will be going to court?
No, he won in the southeast. So you guys think southeast is the only people that exist? I don't know what it is. How you guys mine is.
What is in court anyway?
The problem is this: if
He's going to
Tinubu
court to deceive his
win the
followers like you to
election,
keep
I
us.
already
Mike,
know the angle
Mike,
you are coming
we
from.
don't
Where you
have
come
we don't have see we don't have problem with Tinubu. I just want the person in power to go through the right process.
There's
I
no
don't want
So the
so
process
that
they went through, what was it? Wasn't it electoral process?
Mike, understand
You know,
something. If the
I
people,
like
if
your
the
optimism
He
anyway.
presented himself for election and he won the election. What other process can you go through?
if the citizen puts the president in seat, the president will
Yeah,
reply to the
Are you the
citizen.
only
but
one
we
in
are the
Nigeria?
citizens. We voted him, and we are telling you that we voted him. So what are you
You
talking
are the
about?
only one in Nigeria. The
I think you are
northern
the only
people
citizen.
themselves
Also, you are the only citizen, Abby. The rest of us are not citizens. Obedience
You
are the
can
only
take
citizens,
you
Abby.
can wait, Mike. You can take it like I'm trying to attack Tinubu or anything like that.
No, we're not saying
My
you're attacking
own,
Tinubu. You are just not.
my
It's
own.
your point that we are arguing against. You are
See,
saying the
for me,
citizens, and we are
we are
telling you.
talking about reality here. Nobody is
for
telling
me,
you.
I
See,
You
don't
are
care. I
accusing
don't
Tinubu.
care who is the president of Nigeria. What I care about is Nigeria to move forward.
okay,
So
so
anybody that wants to become the president of Nigeria must go through the system, the
But
proper way.
first, do you accept that Tinubu is your president?
Tinubu is my president now. I
Okay,
cannot deny that one. But
that's fine.
that doesn't mean that I believe that he won the election. For
So
now,
who won the
he's just occupying the position.
So if you think he did
So
not win the election, then no matter what happened, you are not going to
let
say
the
anything.
court decide. It's not for me to decide or you to decide.
No,
It's the
what
court.
I'm asking you
The
is
court will be the
simple.
one to decide.
Listen,
When the court decides, okay.
What I'm asking you is very simple. If you do not believe in him, no matter what he does, you will still antagonize him. You will not believe in it. So if you still believe it's your man that won the election, don't worry. We are just about few weeks to the first. They will give their judgment by August 5. So you shouldn't worry yourself. If you lose, fine, and if you win, fine. Okay. So don't push it too hard.
I've not
Don't
even seen
label
that.
yourself too hard, please. Just take it easy. Calm down, okay? No matter
I've
what
not even
happens,
seen
life
it.
move on.
I haven't seen that court in that country that will nullify.
That they will, Remy,
How
they,
come 2 million votes? That is Nigeria. Even
they,
Even if you didn't win
Oh, Thomas, you cannot
Thomas,
escape. We must sack you from this thing. You have been backstage for more than 1 hour. I will kill you.
that's it's all right.
Israel, don't run away. Don't run away from me, though, Israel. Because I've been listening to you since you mentioned my name. Don't worry, Israel. I'm not going to fight you. I'm going to. You are our brother. Don't run away.
See the way this
Nobody will fight you. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Don't run away.
So
this is the only platform you can come and you will not be condemned because you support one person. Yes, you will be grilled, but there's no personal condemnation or anything. You make a choice and that's fine, but people will grill you and ask questions and all that. Unlike some places where once they determine that you don't belong to them like this,
They'll kick you out.
they'll start cutting you into pieces.
Like the question that Mike is asking you, you said Obi won. You ask me a question, you have not been able to answer the question. We ask questions here. When you make an assertion, then you have to support what you are making. So can you explain to us how Obi won that election?
For now, as a citizen like you, I don't have all the proof. But
you don't have any evidence.
Wait, Mike. I have somebody that I follow. I follow P2B, and if he say he win the election, I just have to believe his word, and let the
Obi is the liar, right?
Yeah, so you are following Obi like Jesus Christ. You are following Obi like Jesus Christ, eh?
You can take it anyhow you want, but that's just the truth. Obi told us he won the election, so he said.
So you believe a liar?
Wait now, he says he's going to prove it. So let him wait.
But I think, hold on, guys. I think Obi is trying to take the place of Nnamdi Kanu now because
That's what he's
this,
doing.
yes, this,
Thomas, you want to take us into the tribal
Thomas,
side.
you notice that his lawyer, all his lawyers are Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer. You notice that? Ezeko Man, all of them. They are same Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer as well.
You see, we are going tribal now.
He wants to overthrow
We are going
Nnamdi Kanu. Obi is planning a coup. With Samuel Ekpa.
Istra, sorry, they asked you a good question, and you answer it whatever Obi said. You should have given us Obi won in Kano, Sokoto, KB, Jigawa, Oyo, Ogun, Oshun, and they rigged the election in favor of Tinubu. Give us a breakdown. You are an educated fellow. You are well.
Remy.
Come on.
What I did? Yeah. Remy, what I discover now is the rest of the world, they are facing governance now. Some people are still in their cocoon about election that has been won, dusted, and done. This election is done and dusted forever.
Somebody,
Done and dusted.
the president's already attending
Thomas,
meeting.
if this election is done and dusted, then obedience will not be arguing. See,
But Istre, I want
the obedience. We are not allowing this to go.
Israel, obedience are so foolish. They even chase voters away from Obi. That's how foolish it was.
Israel, sorry. I want to ask you a question. Because the question that Remy might put to you, and I also reiterated on that question. You answer it by saying, whatever Obi say, that's what you believe. And you came here, you said you are representing the youth. Is that the way the youth reason? Can we say people are the future of our country, that you are being controlled by one man?
Yeah, the youth.
And you say whatever he says, and we say whatever he says, that's what you believe. You don't have a sense of your own. You can't reason for yourself. Is that what you are telling us?
We are Simba. We are not talking about we say or we not say. For we the citizens, we don't have all the data available to us as the citizens. The politicians have. Obi and those in his inner caucus have all the information.
What kind of youth is trusting politicians? You are trusting politicians. And then you complain why the country is so bad.
So I think the question we can have is that, do you know how the people vote in Nigeria? Do you know how the votes are counted? Do you know what is called from EC8A? Do you know how they
this is the first time. This is the first time Israel is actually witnessing an election in Nigeria, probably.
I know it came to. I know it's Obi supporter from the way
I vote for Goodluck Jonathan.
If you voted, but
in this last election, you are not in Nigeria, right?
I'm not in Nigeria. I left Nigeria.
So you don't know how this. Do you know about the 2020 Electoral Act? Do you know how they go about it? You don't know anything. So I will advise you, anything you don't know, try to seek knowledge, please. I beg.
Yes. You know what I want you to do? I want you to have open mind. Don't be close-minded. What Obi says is what's going to shape your. Even those who supported Tinubu, they never for once have a close-mindedness towards him. They are open-minded because politicians cannot be trusted. So, whenever you ask question, don't take what politicians say in its the entirety. Take it as just how do I say this now? Take it as if with a pinch of salt. Anything politicians say, Obi is a politician, okay? He's a politician. He was with the PDP. I get it because this Southern youth wanted him to be the president. I wanted him to be the president for a different reason. But when you have Nigeria is a big country, And that is why what we assume sometimes is not actually the truth. So be open-minded towards everything, because you never can tell. You'll be surprised what you think you know, but you don't know. You will be amazed.
Obedience can never be open-minded. Now. It's impossible.
Adewale, if you listen to me the first time, I did not come here to prove that we won election, we get this number of votes in this state, or I just made a statement that P2B said he won the election and he will prove it. So
But
that's good enough for me. That's good enough for me.
And you
That's
complain
good enough
about
for
the
me.
youth, and you saying the youth is this, the youth. What kind of youth are you, man?
You
How
came
can you
on
just
this board to accuse some of us here that we are partisan toward the government, we support the government,
we are
and
supporting
you give us
government?
the impression you are giving as the youth. But initially, when you like your three of your senators, I already know that you are obedient, and I know you will show you will come out later, and that's exactly what you did. It's fine with me.
I did not hide my.
Listen, you have your right.
But Israel, what you are, the impression you are giving us, you are not giving us a good impression of the youth. If you are a representative of the youth, because what you are just telling us now is that the youth doesn't have their own mind. That means they don't even know what they wanted, so they can be skewed by somebody. You can just be led by. You can be easily be misled. If you say what you the reason why you are
being a lazy
supporting
thinker.
Obi,
That's why Buhari will say lazy youth. Lazy youth.
if you are basing your fact on the fact that Obi said he won and you believe that he won, that means anybody can just sway you and just put anything in your brain and you believe the person.
Obi can just calm you, just like that. You know?
Mike, I can say Showore won, and nobody can tell me nothing because Showore says
exactly.
You said Showore won. Showore needs to prove it in court now. Obi is in court trying to prove his case.
Is it a court? Is it the court that approved an election? Is it the court that it's not the court that conducted the election? How
you
can
know,
you say
obedience and these Ipobians, they are just the same. They think the same
Let
way.
me ask
They
a
just
question.
believe
Why are you people too afraid of the court pronouncing?
Nobody's
Nobody is afraid of the court. Nobody is afraid of the court. Don't misquote us.
I will give you a very simple analogy.
Ah, good. These people have been brainwashed. These people have been brainwashed. Seriously.
Before the election, Baba no get and Baba go die soon. Before the primaries, they will not give it to him. They will give it to Shibaj. We won. After that, Baba no they good. Baba they shake, let they shake. Then election came. He won. They will not give it to him. We will not accept. You go to the Nigerian military. You want them to plan a coup to overtake
that is statement.
That year, Ahmed also came on board over his dead body.
Naija was even betting that the coup will happen.
And inauguration day, something will happen on inauguration day. You guys insisted nothing happened on inauguration day. Inauguration is over. The guy is ruling you. We are in the court. You started intimidating, harassing the judge. You are looking for the photo of what you guys doing? You are looking for the family photos of the judges and whatever. You are intimidating them. You are now already. Judgment will come. You will come to another point. You will say another story. It was this, it was that. Oh my God. Just what you guys are doing.
No, those who know better.
The vote difference between number 1 and number 3 is over 2 million votes. And then you want your judge in Nigeria to say,
no, you say over 2 million. You say it's close to 3 million, not over 2 million. You are talking about 2.7.
I'm not talking about 50,000 votes, 100,000. We're talking about 2 million. You just cancel 2 million and then they'll give it to you. And
it didn't even went to third of the states. So
Atiku that even have 19 states.
The only criteria that they are claiming is not even in the something 25% in Abuja. That's the only thing they are claiming.
And that was the reason why that statement.
You know, before the election, you people say different kind of things. You did not even give will give them any
I
room
think
to
we cannot change
even
your
say
mindset no matter what we do here. We already
that's
understand.
that's the problem with
No
me.
problem.
There's no way.
Isaac,
Israel.
guys, I like your conversation, but don't let us speak on each other. And we'll be shutting down in the next 20 minutes. We make it 10 hours. Yeah, Remy, you have the floor.
Okay. At the
Please.
end
Yeah.
of the day, I think I put all my facts outside there, and I've also defend our own position. Those of us that we think we are the ones supporting the government or whatever. And I've seen that no matter what we talk or no matter what we say here, some people are already fixated. It might be because of their first time or they like this somebody and whatever that someone did, nothing's going to change. So sometimes it's like they said, like the Olani Kwekun said, it's very difficult to beat a dead horse. Thank you.
You know,
Adewale, let me say this. You know, yesterday I was having conversation with some of youth, the so-called youth that we are talking about, and what I was hearing among them amazed me. And I look at the country, Nigeria, I see no future. You know, people are now learning. People are now learning. They are learning Yahoo. Parents are now taking their children to go and learn Yahoo. You understand, like an apprenticeship. You understand? They gave me. They cited an example of a family that the sister children has about 5 children, a female and four males. The 4 males, they said they are doing well with Yahoo. So the man who is the elder brother of that woman now was demanding money from these children. Then I said, no, you cannot be demanding money from us. Bring your own child also to come and learn this thing that will teach him how to fish. You understand? So what I'm saying now is that the Nigerian youth now, they are not even productive again. They are not learning, they are not going to school. They don't want to even go to school. Where they go to school, they don't read, they don't study hard, then they don't learn apprenticeship. Now the only thing they know is that the quick way of making money, Yahoo. And these are the people that, you know, I don't understand. I don't know why we are going with this so-called youth. And when we are talking, they don't even want to reason with you. They have this fixated mindset that they always think that they are right. They don't even want to learn from the adult, I mean, the old ones. And that is the problem.
Simba, I'm sorry. We're in problem in the south, not in the north, okay? We're in deep problem in the south, especially this south, especially south, southwest, and southeast, and part of south. The north, the northern youth, you can see them. They are prospering. They are going to farming. And before you know it, they will control you. And then
you guys realize that the northern youth are the one bringing school these days.
in leadership position.
Remy, you are funny. You're funny. You're not. You're funny. Really funny.
Yes, I'm funny.
You know that the northern they are the one really focusing on education now.
So I will be funny. I came from southwest, and I know what our youth are doing. A 17-year-old boy driving a 10 million vehicle, a 16-year-old girl or boy killing their parent. I will be funny because I know you are not from the southwest, and we know the quality we are known for. I will be funny when we don't have when we look at our youth and some of them are on loud or some stupid medicine or on drugs or something. I'm not saying all of them, but some of them they are not really a good example. So we are ashamed of ourselves as Yoruba people. We are not doing the right thing. And you are saying, yeah, you ask them questions. They know what is going on there. We are not from that place. Do you think we are happy seeing our next generation that we are not going to expect something good from them? Do you think we are happy to see our youth doing so terrible things? They are not doing hangout. They'll be look at all our youth. How many every day? How many are EFCC rounding up? You are telling me I'm funny. I don't know what I'm talking about.
You just say that the northern youths are more focused than the southern youths.
Are they not more focused than you now? What are you doing in the south?
How?
Tell me, what do you see them? How many of Yahoo are they rounding up in the north?
The problem,
how many of them have been rounded up as a drug peddler? How many of them
are doing rituals using their parents to make money? How many of them? How many of them are not listening to their parents? How many of their parents are telling them to go and learn Yahoo or something like that? How many? Let's be factual here. At least we live in the same country. If you want to say, okay, you are better than them, you find yourself in UAE. How many people from the north do you find in abroad?
Can't you see yesterday when we were discussing the Seychelles problem that somebody was rationalizing that it is the police that is making them to go and be carrying cocaine, carrying all those hard drugs? How can somebody be rational giving reason for that? Somebody will even blame government for carrying cocaine. Why will you be doing that? No, in Nigeria, people can give reason for any foolish things that they are doing, and they'll be blaming another person. And I don't know at what point they want to take responsibility for their actions. If you can't have a population that doesn't take any responsibility, you'll be blaming another person for your woes. You have to take responsibility sometimes.
We know the country is hard, but I remember when you finish YA during our time, they will ask you to look for part-time job before you go to university or any other college or any other schools or wherever.
We do teaching. You do teaching. You go and be doing.
And upon everything, we still have to respect our parents. And my parent cannot tell me to go and learn.
Ask Adewale has to go to farm. Me too. I used to go to farm that time. We used to fetch water.
Timber, I was about to tell you that I'm jealous. I could hear the cock crowing in your backyard right there, and I wish.
I have backyard. In my compound. Let me tell you, my compound here. I have fish. I have pond inside my compound. I have backyard chicken. I don't buy egg. I don't buy chicken. I have there is a particular breed of chicken in Nigeria. We call them Noilas. It's a mixture of local breed and this foreign breed. They're usually very big.
When you go to the south, you see some young people making hands meat for themselves.
So when you hear this crowd, they are my chicken. I have backyard chicken in my house. So, and that is why when I look at somebody in Nigeria, anybody you don't have any reason for you to be hungry in Nigeria. Let me tell you, the gari that we are consuming in my house is from my farm. It's only last year I didn't plant yam. If you come to my compound now, I have different species of fruits. I have guava, I have orange, I have mango, I have everything inside my compound. It's like a mini this. And then some people will now go out there, just the only thing they will be doing is lamenting. If I'm a doctor and I can still be doing all these things for myself, just to make sure that I don't spend my money lavishly or unnecessary things. I grow vegetables in my compound. I have so many things I have in my compound.
So you can there is no that white collar. Yeah.
Let me see. You guys need to bring more young people into this platform. The mindset.
We welcome them. One man welcome everybody.
No, Remy, let us listen to him. Let's hear what you want to conclude now. What do you want to conclude, Israel?
What I'm trying to say is this: most of the time, the way you people, like what Remy said, that the Northerners and the Southerners, the youth, the North are progressing, while the Southerners. Our mindset in the South is totally different from the older generation of the people.
Let us even notice your mindset that you are talking about. What is your mindset? Tell us.
For we young people in the South now, we don't care about what happened in Biafra or Abacha period, all those things. We care about the present now.
So what's this agitation that's going on? What are you talking about?
If you check the
Mike, let him conclude, because he has not even make anything now. Just talk. We give you 5 minutes. We can even give you 5 minutes. We can give you 5 minutes. Israel, talk. No, Mike, leave him.
You cannot be.
What I'm trying to say is this. we, the young people, we are tired of this
You are
discussion. We are tired of all this agitation, all those kind of discussion. What we are interested in is about progress, progress, progress. We don't care if it is
Even
not
when the progress comes, we still guys still going to criticize that the government is not doing enough.
you know, human being, we always want more.
No, what do you want, Seth? Tell us what you call your youth. What do you want?
You did not listen to what I said.
It wants Biafra, no?
They want progress, progress, progress.
We
And
need
how?
What is what? How do you want? Which kind of progress do you want?
Coming to this platform, I like listening to Babati and Adewale and somebody Alexandra, so one like that. Because most of them, when they discuss, they talk about solution and they talk about progress. But Simbad, Mike, and Remy, most of you guys, you are
Your man go with cookies.
Israel, that is not the question I ask you. I said, what is you said you want progress and we want you to elect.
I have repeated myself time without number. You people, you keep on emphasizing on Biafra, the Southwest.
No, forget about Biafra now. We want you are a representative of, because even the youth, I don't even know the age range of a youth.
Wait, let's talk about Nigeria now. What is happening in Nigeria presently now? People are suffering because of this subsidy removal, right? And now Tinubu already introduced giving 12 million households 8 million naira every month. Those are the kind of discussion we need to be breaking down here. Talking of
are you sure we have not done that? Are you sure we have not done that?
So you can see.
One thing I notice every time we come to this platform, we spend you guys easily move out of the topic and go to Biafra.
There's so many things to talk about. We cannot just stay on one topic for the whole night for 8 hours or 10 hours. It's not
At
done
least
that.
majority of the time focus on what will move Nigeria forward.
But Israel, we talk about things that's going on. We talk about everything. So if Biafra is part of things that's going on, we talk about this. Why are you only upset about that one? Why don't you want us to talk about this?
Alone from
Israel, which part of the country are you from?
I'm from South Delta State.
Which part of Delta are you from? Which Delta are you?
Oh my God.
You know Yoruba, man. You don't sound Yoruba. You sound like Agbo person or Ikaru's the Igbo Delta, Igbo.
My name is Ogenete Guy, Israel Sukuru. So you see my name here, Israel Sukuru. I'm not here to hide or say anything. You can just take the name out.
Israel, quickly, I will tell
I know these Yoruba people these days all over there. Just thinking they're just acting like Biafrans. You know?
You talk.
Israel, the $800 million, the World Bank that they are going to loan Nigeria, is a conditional money, and they already stated what you are going to use the money for. They already stated it. So we are giving you this loan, but this is what exactly we want you to use this money for. So Nigeria is not at liberty to just change anything. And that is not the only palliative the government will roll out. There are still other palliative that they are going to roll out.
You know, in America,
why would the government collect money to share as palliative?
That is the standard all over
that's
the
how
world.
you stimulate
America also
economy
did the
as
same
well.
thing during
America did it during the
COVID-19.
COVID.
So that's not a big
they
deal.
did it twice.
Is it because America do something like that? We also do something like that.
No, you don't get it. When you search for loan because there is an hardship and you went to go and look for money, and they stop to that the money the World Bank want to borrow you, they put a conditioner into it. Some of the recovered looted money that you will get from all over the world, there are also condition attached to it. So they don't give you that money just like that. So apart from that, the government proposed 8,000 for one family household. They are also going to be pushing some palliative again, and I think they are going to increase the minimum wage. They are also going to be talking about transportation. Some state governors have already started increasing minimum wage. you guys exercise patience. Everything you want, you think
Now,
you are better
No,
than them.
Remy, let us even ask him. Let us ask Istre, okay, we want youth inclusiveness in government. And you are, but Tinubu appointed you and he said, okay, one of the youth, come and tell us how we can palliate this subsidy removal. Which advice are you going to give? How do you want government to handle this palliative? And what kind of palliative do you want from government?
Thank you.
If I'm to give advice, that money, 80% of that money will go into small business. You have to bring small business into the country. With that, you will reach more people, and you will have like data to show where the money go into. But
You
when you
give
say
the
you
money
want
to
to,
business people.
You think that the small, let me tell you what you are saying, you are repeating it because it's part of what Tinubu said now, that they are going to give small and medium scale
no.
enterprise.
Don't give excuse for the government. The government will not say anything like
I'm
that.
not giving the excuse. It's part of what he mentioned as a palliative.
I did not see that stuff in the breakdown on how they will share the money.
no,
That's
for
stuff.
this.
Is that is it only that money they will use for palliative?
It's not that only the palliative.
You think that is only palliative? Is it that the whole palliative we had on this $800 million?
Government collecting loan to share is not the best way to go.
Why are you so fixated? Why you only have in mind and you don't want to change Israel? Is that I don't really understand you.
No, he's trying to tell you that don't give this money to household, give it to business people. That's what he's trying to say.
Simple.
Is that what you are saying? Give the
Yes.
800,000 to small and medium enterprises, right?
Yes.
So
Simple.
like somebody like you, right? Because you also have a small business before you travel abroad.
He said he's a photographer.
Yeah, somebody like you. So you already know your interest now. So it's like this money is not covering your interest. So you are talking about that is politics.
It's not like that. It's not like that. You
Like
remember
what?
during Buhari regime,
So how
Buhari used to
are
that
we
money.
going to know the business people? We are going to create another data to say that Israel is a former business owner in Delta State, and part of this $800,000, maybe we should give him $10,000 to support his business, right?
When the
So
government wants to do something,
so we leave the household, we leave the poor people that they cannot even feed for 3 square meal a day, and you that can even feed yourself, you want more money
it's
for your
not
business.
about, you are not getting the picture. You are not getting the picture. You are talking about people that cannot
said they should not
listen,
give them household.
Remy, listen. When you make your citizen not, they are not working. They just relax and get free money at the end of the month. Things will keep getting bad.
So who should they give this money to? Can you say
They
again?
should set up agency for people that want to go into business. Come, share your idea with the government. The government will give you grants. You will employ people.
So how do we
With
now
that, they will stop.
okay,
With that,
fine,
they will
it's a
stop
good
the
idea.
unemployment. They
So
will
how
stop
do
the
we help
unemployment.
those ones that they cannot have one meal in a day, that they are extremely poor with 4 or 5 children? How do we help those people?
And that is that what you are Israel, what you are saying is a long term thing. It's not a short time. People need short term thing now. So people are already suffering. So how will you take care of those ones now?
You know, that it reminds me of 2000 and Israel. It reminds me of 2008 when there was an economic crisis in America. And you know, before Obama became president, it was just newly voted in as president-elect. And then George Bush now called Congress and asked them, you know, the responsibility was shifted to the incoming administration because, as at that time, Republican was controlling. I want to believe House of Representatives then, you know, Congress. So then they didn't want to approve the palliative something like this because they believe the Obama administration believed that giving people cash will help stimulate the economic back. You know, people will have money to buy things, and then money will be pumped into the market, into the economy. But the Republicans were not buying it. The argument was that it's going to cause inflation, but there was at that time there was no money in the circulation. Now what we have in Nigeria is that there's cash, but the purchasing power of that cash is nothing, right? Very little. So, and now government felt that okay, if they're able to give money to the people, number one, this is like a more or less like something somebody dash you money, something you never work for. You are still going to use the money anyway. Now it's now left for you whether you want to use it for something tangible or something important or not. And guess what? Those people that will be a beneficiary of that amount are going to collect it for the next 6 months. This is not saying that I'm giving you 100,000 every 6 months. No, this is more or less like, you know what, you are being paid your salary, but here, take this to add it to what you are being paid so that you can help you to get stabilized. But Nigerians do not understand the reason behind it. Now, the money that will be recovered from the what do you call it? The money, what is this thing called? What Tinubu scrap now that we're talking about?
Subsidy.
Subsidy can be used to build capital projects and all those things. So yes, the government needed to give people money. Now, how they are going to disperse the money is what the question we should be asking now, because they have to, even despite America, how secure, how tightly secured their process was. Some Nigerians, some Indian were still able to cut away some of the money that was to be given to the poor people. I mean, you remember the Dapa Abiodun's aide that was arrested here in New York. You remember that case? I don't know if you're
Yes,
familiar
yes,
with it.
yes.
That took the
Yeah.
government loan and running to almost hundreds of thousands and trying to run away with it. So despite of their, high-end security measure being put in place, some they are still able to dupe the America. So what I'm trying to say now is this administration, how they are going to devise a way to disburse that money to ordinary Nigerians. That is not going to be, an attaché or a familiar person to the political class or whatever. That is my concern. They needed the
Now,
money.
Adewale,
Yeah.
the both of us are saying the same thing now because we don't have the database to back what the government is trying to do. So me and you know that 80% of that money will go like into the air.
Not necessarily if they are really serious about it. If they are truly,
How is there any time Nigeria government is serious about anything?
but the funniest thing is this: they've been collecting datas all this while. Now they are yet to conduct census, and I want to believe that they could also use one stone to kill two or three birds at the same time. So perhaps maybe as they are planning on conducting the census, they could also use it at that opportunity to now be able to collect enough data that will be used, to disperse that money. Because no matter how it is, people like you may not necessarily need the money, but someone who truly needs it are the poorest of Nigerians. Okay, so they will needed something more concrete data, a very reliable data to be able to do that. And don't get me wrong, it's not a rocket science to do that. People here in America, government did not stop at giving people money. They will even give child tax credit for a period of time. The third time they wanted to do that, that was I think was last year when the parliament decided to not to approve it for the president, because sometimes you needed that, especially at the critical period like this in a country. So when the government is doing something right, we shouldn't be seen criticizing all the time. I'm not saying that we should not, sometimes when we find something wrong in what they're doing, because every Nigerian, whether we like it or not, we are our solution or whatever solution we prefer, we always see it as the best. But we've forgotten that Nigeria is a very huge, big land with diverse people. So what works for this region may not necessarily work for the other region. So that's why
Adewale, we have tried so many things. I remember during Jonathan time, we have what they call the SWAP. Then all those ones, everything went down the drain. During Buhari regime, they have this thing that they are paying graduates, that they will employ them and they are giving them 30,000. Israel, do you remember that?
Yes, I remember.
You understand? That one was also, so how did that one concluded? It was a waste. Even this SME that you are talking about, I remember this same Buhari government that just left gave a lot of loan to SMEs.
But they don't have data to prove how they spend the money.
So that is what no, let me tell you, instead that is what we're supposed to be talking about, not criticizing it. Okay, yes, this thing we can say, okay, this policy is laudable, but this is how we want government to approach it. This is how we want it to go, so that it will get to the people that actually needed it, but not condemning the whole thing entirely. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand you. As at present now, Nigeria don't have the data to do something like that.
You may think so. You may think Nigeria doesn't have, but they do.
Even though they have, they will not want to do
Is
it
the
right.
manipulation? No, is the manipulation aspect of it that I'm worried about. We've conducted census in this country so many times. I remember the one conducted when Tinubu was the president. I mean, governor. You know what he did? He conducted a parallel census alongside the federal government own. So the number allocated to his state, he contested it in the court because he felt that the entire region is being cheated. Especially his state in Lagos State, that he felt like they have been cheated, and that was what led to that local government creation. At the end of the day, the federal government used their might power to shut it down. Is it possible that we are not even up to 200 million? It's possible, but the data we have can be manipulated. That is my fear.
Okay, you see now we are discussing about problem we have in Nigeria and solution forward, and this discussion is very nice. But we don't have to bring all this Biafra and all this.
But you yourself just said now that the federal government does not need to give people money, but SMEs, right?
No, I said the federal government need to channel most of that money into SMEs.
Okay.
That's what I'm just trying to
the
say.
administration tried. They declare emergency on food, agricultural produce, and other, which to me is a laudable, because it's long overdue. It's long overdue. When you at least these are things that make the hardship to be this prolonged. I mean, if you look at it, other than food, what else? Every other thing is secondary.
Yorùbá pé wọ́n ní tébi bá ti tán ìṣẹ́bùṣe.
àwa náà gbọ́dọ̀ bùṣe àti bùṣe báyìí iléyá.
Mr. Dowale, last year we have flood in Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
Now the government is not doing anything towards that direction. The next flood that will come again will be another problem.
Yeah, you know that one is more of apart from the fact that it's a natural occurrence, also attached / climate change. The phenomenon is not just.
We need the federal government, like what I'm trying to say now. This food scarcity now.
The state government, the state government need to work with the federal government when it comes to the flood control and for a solution. What I expect the state government, because state government this time around during this administration, they are not just going to sit back and cut like as if there won't have any responsibility in.
I don't even know the large money that they are receiving now. I don't know what they are even doing with the money. I look at the last fact. The money that they share last month at Diwali, they were getting more than times 2 of what they used to get now. A state like Kwara that used to get like over 2 billion, they got almost 6 billion at Diwali.
That is why immediately Osojima increased their minimum wage by 10,000. They are getting more money.
Even that one is a fraud. That one is a fraud, Remy. How can you say you added 30,000 naira to each civil servant?
I know it's the it's just too little. At least maybe minimum wage should be around 50.
But no, you should not even do that. They should not accept that. How can you say you give everybody 30,000 as if you are dashing them pocket money?
No, it
That's
said
like $12.
For the
If you are increasing the way they do, let me tell you, if you want to increase salary, that's not the way to. Another one is not salary increment. It's just like dashing people money. You increase by a percentage. You increase by a percentage.
Yes. I think
it didn't increase that one. You can't count that one as minimum wage increment. That's not minimum wage increment.
That's what he coined it, and I think
the guy is a chief. He's a chief. He should not.
He should have waited for the labor and government to come out with their position.
He should have come and negotiate and said, okay, I'm increasing by maybe 10%, 15%, 20%. And that one will go across everybody. Now you are saying you are giving everybody 10,000. Even somebody who is earning 200,000 plus, you say you are giving him 10,000. What would that one do in his life?
Don't let us forget that sometime last year they passed the bill of minimum wage, and many governors never meet up with it. But this guy just started. I don't think anything is wrong with that.
Let me tell you, Kumi, no state governor should have any reason not to pay the minimum wage now. With the amount of money that they are receiving.
They don't pay before now, but they start paying now. But they are still talking about it.
Some of them, look at Benue State, that was talking all over the news. It's only Benue State 7 or 8 months salary, for God's sake.
That one, Tipu will go carry to that.
There are people on this platform. They were protecting that guy now. They were defending him.
Benue governor, because of the fucking rubbish he did, sorry for the language, because of those rubbish he tried to enter into the OB movement to shade himself from the public.
That's the case.
That one I just
place to win election.
But Tom or my people, or Tom is a disgrace, man. For that guy.
That man, if that man don't go to prison,
Thomas, why do you have to do something?
Nigeria is finished.
Yes, I log in on my phone and my tablet. Yeah.
Okay, I was like, okay, and Israel, you are from Delta State. With all the money you guys have been collecting, look, it's an eyesore.
I want Israel to ask his governor, a former governor.
Okowa,
what did he do with the 13% they are voting
for? And the 250 billion, I mean the over 1 trillion naira that old man accused him of collecting. What did he do with it?
And Wike is just road.
Delta State. Ibori is the one still putting people in power. You understand? So most of all those. Wait, you asked about Delta State now. You asked about Delta State.
Yes.
So Delta State now, we are still under Ibori. Ibori is the one still.
Oh, Ibori candidates don't win now. Ibori candidates don't win. Okowa candidates won the election. Wow.
So Ibori is the one bringing 2 different people from.
Wait. No. We follow the news.
We don't understand Delta State politics.
No. Even they are fighting. Ibori and Okowa, there are a lot of issues between them now. They are fighting big time. You understand me? Ibori has their own candidate.
Okowa's candidate won, right? I guess.
Oh yeah, thank you.
How do you pronounce the name?
Yeah, Okowa candidate won the
in data.
What is that guy's name? I'm trying to pronounce the name. I can't.
I don't even care about the new governor. I don't even care.
Something like that.
No, okay, he's from APC.
No, his name, his full name.
I don't know.
Current governor.
Sorry. I don't know the current governor.
So Israel, you don't even know the name of your governor.
Now, what are they try to make you guys understand? I don't say there are some things that you can fight, and there are some things
But
you can't.
Israel.
You cannot fight your state. You can only fight at the federal level. Is that
So
what you are saying?
as at present now, we need to get the federal working way.
See, government is as good as when you have it at the lower level, at the grassroots. That's when the government does its job better. You see that federal government level stuff that everyone is trying to have a bite on. It's just of power grabbing, money making, whatever it is.
Hmm.
Uh, what you have is that the people that are actually the quest for power is what makes them to be, all these agitations and activism or whatever they're doing. Someone like Aisha Yesufu or something like that, she's serious about activism, I don't see reason why she cannot use that platform to go to her own state and contest for, let's say, governorship or something like that, and affect the life of the people of where she comes from. But you see, she won't think like that. She'll believe that, okay, one single person, Obi, will help her to touch the life of her own people, the lives of her own people. But it doesn't work that way. She could as well contest for governorship. I think she's from Edo State, if I'm not mistaken.
She's from
And
Edo State.
Edo State, and affect the life directly, positively to our own people. But no,
Our own governor that is fobbing already in Edo State, what has she done about it?
when you know that you have a platform, you can use it to better people, not just relying on a politician that that could disappoint you tomorrow. You know, but some of them are just opportunists because they are looking. Aisha Yesu may not be looking for appointment or money from the government, but there are a lot of people in Labour Party, even the obedient movement, that are there for eye service because they too wanted to have a bite of that cake called democracy dividend.
National cake.
National cake, thank you. They want to have a bite. Power is just 4 years. After 4 years, we move on to the next person. Look at Buhari. Buhari did his own, all his quest, all his effort before 2015. Go traveling up and down the country. But look at it, he went back to his village, isn't it? So power is transferred, and some of these people that are contesting for this position, they know what they are seeking or looking for. They know that 8 years is not enough to change the life of Nigerians. They know that. But you see, the followers are always misled because they believe that once this person becomes this, their life is going to transform. No. If not, Anambra should have been like a Dubai, or paradise, so to say. Even Lagos State will have been much more better than that. But you see, they know what they're doing. However, I expect people who have big platform, you can use it. If you at the local level or the state level, you can affect lives. At least you have the total numbers of the citizens of your state. Then you can now start planning towards how you can transform their lives. You see, but they
Okay.
don't do that.
Mr. Dewale, can I say something?
Go ahead.
You know, if we have a president that is not biased, anybody can be able to run for political position,
Says who?
right?
But
That's the simple truth.
president is
If you
not
have
control. Well, president is not going to control INEC. INEC is independent.
Nigeria, you know that in Nigeria as a president now, the president controls everything.
No,
The president appoints everybody.
no. See, what if I,
including your councillors and your chairman, your local government chairman.
you see that Labour Party?
All those people
Israel,
okay,
sorry. You see that Labour Party? You see that Labour Party? There are a lot of them contested under that party and won that election, and they are thieves, like a confirmed thief, like a real thief, and they are there to line their own pocket. So you agree with me?
Yes, yes, I agree.
Even if
But
you
the
ask
difference
me,
between the difference between them and the APC and PDP is that the people put them in power, not people in power put them.
see, okay, those people that emerged under Labour Party for those various positions, how did they emerge? Do you think they just showed up and say, I'm interested in this, and the party just said, go ahead, contest? Do you think that's how it works?
Majority of them just took risk because they are unable to get tickets in the bigger
No, they
political
were
party.
able to pay their way into that party and they got it. Even Obi himself
No,
paid.
no, no. Okay, what about in Kaduna State, the bike driver, the bike man that won House of Representatives?
You know, there will be always certain interest that will put him there. Even if he doesn't pay
Nobody believed that Labour Party
it
will
is
have.
possible that nobody will believe, but there are still certain elements, certain group of people that decided that is the person we are going to pick, and
Yes.
something must stick, and
You
he will
can
be
say for now.
answerable.
You can say for now.
He will be
But before
answerable to
the
those people. Sure, you understand? He will be
yes.
answerable to those people. In politics, that is how it's always been. You can't just come from nowhere and say you want to hijack a platform. It's not going to work. Something has to give. All right. So, and the whoever provide that platform is the one you are going to be answerable to, because that person will dictate the tune that you are going to dance to. I mean, look at all the Labour Party House of Rep member. Guess what they did? They voted in favor of APC candidates. As a matter of fact, Speaker went home over this weekend. Guess
Yeah,
what they did?
hello. It's
The
Kenneth.
entire town line up. I saw a banner of Labour
I
Party
saw
there
one
too
Toyota
that
Auris
welcome
from
him
your
back home.
website, and I
Remy, we can hear you. Your mic is now is on. So
We can't hear you.
no, he was doing the private stuff. We could hear him, but I think he has muted himself. So you could see that even Labour Party logo or banner was right there by the roadside that welcomed him. So and they went home. Look at that Labour Party candidate that granted interview by saying that, oh, I didn't know that this man was knowledgeable. I didn't know. Do you think
Okay, you saw the way the backlash he received,
yeah,
right?
but you see, let me tell you something. You know
You see
that guy,
that he got
that,
scared. He
that
got
guy,
scared, and
that
he come out to
no.
apologize.
See, let me tell you something. See, that is the reason why I believe. You see, that obedient movement will not amount to anything because they are too quick to ask whoever is not saying or doing their bidding. And politics is not like that. This is a very big country, not like Ghana or Kenya, where everybody knows one another. But from Ugeli to Maiduguri is a very long distance. Okay, and you have people coming from their various states coming together, and they have to form consensus and they have to agree for them to be able to move forward. How did they get to that point of consensus? Somebody chose to lead and give good example, and they all followed. Right now, this guy arrived at that venue probably with open mind and with okay, let's just hear what they're going to say. And he listened to Tinubu and he got bamboos and felt that wait a minute, this is not the person that make us to believe, on the social media that this guy that doesn't even know his left to right. And he came out and granted a very open interview. I mean, I believe he granted that interview, with his truth, right? But the party that he belongs to was too quick to hash him down because they believe that such things should not be said. But he had no choice because it belongs to the lawmakers' body now, unlike in the party level. So when you have a movement like that, that easily can, ask their member down and cut them as if they've committed, a big crime in the land, that kind of movement wouldn't go far. And that is why I said we must be patient. Hello?
But Mr. Adewale, you know that man is not. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know that Abia House of Representatives, it's not Labour Party that tackled him first. It's the obedience movement that tackled him before Labour Party got involved, right?
Yeah, but the Labour Party has no choice.
Yeah, this is what we are trying to achieve in the obedience movement. We are trying to achieve a situation where the people we elect into power will be more afraid of us than we being afraid of them. The last time
Israel, you can listen to yourself.
There's this space, this obedience space, they call it violence space. I don't know if you know of that space. The last time P2B came here, P2B was apologizing that
Which state is that?
they call it violence space on Twitter. That's the biggest obedience space. So the last time P2B came to that platform, we told him that we don't need him to apologize for us again. If he wants to apologize he should apologize on behalf of him and his family and leave us out of it.
Yeah, thank you.
You understand? That's the mindset we are trying to.
So the man cannot control you again. Is that what you are saying? That
we don't want people to control us. We want people to do what we want.
It's the monster he created, so
this is unfortunate. Who is talking now? I think it's Thomas.
Thomas. Your network is terrible. Try to come back in again. Log out and log in again. Your network is terrible. Okay. The monster he created is what he's going to live by. When you
Adewale, we are suspected this thing that Israel is confirming to us.
He boxed himself to a corner.
It's not about knocking himself in.
But Israel, why did you condemn? Hello, Israel. Why did you condemn that House of Rep member? Why did you condemn it? Was he not saying the truth?
Because
why did you to condemn somebody that is saying the truth?
Wait. Because
so if you are not standing for the truth, you are not standing for the truth.
The reason
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, Thomas, I can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me. You obedient cannot be controlled, but I am here to control this panel. I'm afraid we have to shut down now. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Yeah, you guys have been amazing. I wish we can stay longer than this, but we know. Adewale and you guys, you always like to elongate my section. I don't know what is going on here.
We will sue you to court.
I will join the court case.
You want to join the suit? You know there is no general that has been sued to court before. I'm a general now. You guys know.
And I will sue you and I will win. I will win the case.
No, you can't take general to court. No.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, you guys are very amazing. Kumi, thank you. Israel, thank you. Remy, thank you. BT, Babaji, Yobalola, thank you. Adewale, thank you. Simba, thank you. Guys, we have come to the end of the section again. It's been ups and downs. It's been back and forth. Yeah, but we are here to make our country better. You know, guys are always finished with this. If we don't love that country, we will not be here saying Bulaba losing money. But we are here just to make our country better and even to paint our country a good color. Thank you, everyone. May God bless you all. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you, guys. God bless you all.
Ọmọ Tinubu ìpàdé lọ́dọ̀ báwo la bí lùdì ìpàdé lọ́dọ̀ àtẹnudíní àtẹnudẹ́tì àtẹnudẹ́ta àtẹnudẹ́rí àtẹnudàrú àtẹnudẹ́ta àtẹnudẹ́tẹ́ àtẹnudẹ́tọ́.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àtẹ̀kùn ìyá ni ó jẹ.